Episode 1. A Lack of Miracles. Boss, 3 pairs. No, just 2 will suffice to tea the fruit stall outside the central hospital. Zhao Shang selected 2 pristine white pears from the basket. The proprietor shot him a disdainful glance, swiftly weighed the fruit, placed them in a plastic bag, and coldly declared, 10 yuan. What kind of miser buys merely 2 pears to visit a patient? Yet, from the perspective of a consumer, purchasing fruit in this location was exorbitantly priced, suggesting a sense of being taken advantage of. Zhao Sheng regretted not opting for the longer route to the vegetable market. Every little savings mattered. With a sigh, he scanned his payment code and turned to leave. The balance on his phone had already triggered a red warning. As he stepped into the inpatient building, a chilly breeze greeted him. The sunlight extinguished behind him. The faintly acrid scent of disinfectant hung in the air, casting a heavy shadow over his heart. Patients and their families waiting for the elevator wore expressions of indifference, devoid of any trace of smile. Each individual bore their own sorrow, scarcely sparing a glance for strangers. The sweltering August heat felt particularly frigid. The hospital elevator was perpetually crowded. Zhao Sheng followed the throng inside, pressed a button for the 7th floor, and obediently retreated to a corner. It seemed a gaze of sympathy fell upon him. It was said that most patients on the 7th floor were terminally ill, beyond salvation. With a chime, the elevator doors opened, and Zhao Sheng squeezed out, clutching the plastic bag, feeling as if he were a piece of fish overcooked in a microwave. Before the harsh reality of fate, everyone is but a piece of meat on the chopping block. Standing outside room 709, Zhao Sheng took several deep breaths before gently pushing the door open. The setting sun streamed through the window, casting a golden glow upon the floor. Hearing the commotion, Zhang Suqin, closest to the door, immediately rose and softly called, "Zhao Sheng, you've arrived." She was diminutive in stature, with an unremarkable appearance, and dressed plainly. First glance, she was the epitome of a typical rural woman, her body etched with the marks of time. "And is Xiaolan asleep?" Zhao Sheng glanced toward the hospital bed. Zhang Suqin nodded. She took her medicine and fell asleep. It's been nearly 2 hours. On the bed lay a teenage girl, her hair sparse, complexion pale, and her thin lips devoid of color. The needle was inserted into the back of her frail hand, a foredrip suspended above her head. The rhythmic dripping in the quiet ward resonated with clarity. Zhang Suqin gestured for Zhao Sheng to step outside into the corridor to speak. The two exited the room, gently closing the door behind them. "Aunt, thank you for your hard work. I have a day off tomorrow. Please take a good rest." Zhao Sheng expressed his gratitude. "Child." Zhang Suqin hesitated, anxiously fidgeting with the hem of her garment. "What's wrong?" Zhao Sheng detected the subtle shift in his aunt's expression. "The corn in the fields is ripe. Your uncle called, asking me to go back and harvest it. I told him not to plant so much, but he wouldn't listen, and now he's overwhelmed. You know, he already has health issues, and last year he injured his back on the construction site." As she spoke, Zhang Suqin's voice dwindled to a whisper, her face etched with guilt. She lowered her head, unable to meet Zhao Sheng's gaze. Zhao Sheng promptly said, "And it's all right, you can go back. I will hire a caregiver during my work hours." Zhang Suqin, her clothing slightly disheveled, felt she had already done her utmost in caring for Xiaolan as her aunt. It was unreasonable to demand any more from her. Those who have accompanied patients in the hospital know that no matter how boundless the patience, it will gradually erode day by day. "Zhao Sheng, your uncle also asked me to advise you." Zhang Suqin mustered the courage to utter these words. In an instant, Zhao Sheng's expression dimmed. He understood what was coming next. Zhang Suqin, too, was aware that her subsequent words would be unwelcome, yet she felt compelled to speak. "Let's transfer Xiaolan back to the clinic in town. The expenses there are significantly lower, and you won't feel such a heavy burden. I have watched this girl grow up, and my heart aches for her no less than yours. But we must confront reality. Xiaolan's illness is beyond cure, yet you still have to live your life. You cannot allow this to drag you down." Zhao Sheng bit his lip tightly, a veil of mist gradually forming in his eyes. He understood the reasoning, yet rationality struggled to overpower emotion. Even when all the doctors declared that there was no hope left, he stubbornly clung to the hope for a miracle. Xiaolan was his only family. Just 17, the age of blooming flowers. She should not wither away at such a time. "Aunt, please go back. I know what I am doing." Zhao Sheng spoke with resolute conviction. "Just give up. There are no miracles. It's merely a waste of money. Zhang Suqin continued to persuade him. There are. There are not. There are. This was a fruitless debate. Tears streamed down Zhang Suqin's cheeks, tracing the lines of her face. In that moment, she felt like a heartless villain, as if she were to personally bring an end to her niece's life. Illness poses a profound test to humanity. Knowing well that it was futile, knowing that it was a drop in the ocean, knowing that they were sinking deeper. Yet, it was hard to relinquish hope. Regaining her composure, the two returned to the hospital room, only to find Xiao Lan wide awake, quietly staring at the empty ceiling. Her clear eyes sparkled like a spring's fountain. A heaviness settled in Zhang Suqin's heart. Her earlier emotional outburst had raised her voice, and she wondered if the girl had overheard. For a patient, to learn that they are to be abandoned by their loved ones must be profoundly heartbreaking. Zhao Sheng forced a smile. Xiao Lan, you're awake. Aunt said your throat hurts, so I brought you a pear. As he spoke, he took out a fruit knife from the drawer and skillfully peeled the fruit. Zhang Suqin adjusted the bed, allowing Xiao Lan to sit up against the headboard. Brother, why did you only buy 2 pears? Xiao Lan's voice was slightly hoarse. I don't like fruit. You and Aunt can each have 1, Zhao Sheng explained. I can't finish such a large pear. I'll share half with you, Xiao Lan blinked. Silly girl, pears cannot be divided, Zhang Suqin said, her eyes still red, affectionately stroking Xiao Lan's head at that moment. Zhao Sheng's hand trembled, inadvertently cutting through the peel. A wave of intense sorrow flooded his heart in an instant. In the unique environment of the hospital ward, conversations are invariably cautious, as everyone fears uttering a taboo word. Each individual's psyche is fragile, and one can never know which remark might become the proverbial straw that breaks the camel's back. Zhao Sheng offered a freshly peeled pear to Xiao Lan, who took a gentle bite, her face lighting up with a smile. Brother, it's so sweet. Just like that time you took me to sneak pears from Grandma Deng's house next door. Feigning the act of discarding the pear skin, Zhao Sheng swiftly turned away, tears of anguish cascading down his cheeks. He dared not reflect upon the joyous childhood he shared with his sister. Zhang Suqin lacked the appetite for the pear, saving it for Xiao Lan to enjoy the following day, while informing her of her return to the village to harvest corn. Understanding her aunt's intentions, Xiao Lan nodded thoughtfully. Auntie, please send my regards to Uncle. Zhang Suqin fought back tears. Xiao Lan, you must listen to the doctor. Once I've finished my tasks, I will return to see you. After imparting a few more trivial instructions, she reluctantly departed, glancing back multiple times. With Xiao Lan in such a grave state, who could say whether there would be another opportunity to reunite? Zhao Sheng escorted Zhang Suqin to the elevator before returning to the ward. Xiao Lan reclined against the headboard, savoring the pear, and after a few moments of watching her brother, she suddenly murmured, Brother, take me back to the clinic in town. There are no miracles left. In that instant, Zhao Sheng felt as if struck by lightning, frozen in place. It dawned on him that she was fully aware of everything. Episode 2, The Perfect Goddess. Over a decade ago, when their father perished in a tragic fire, Xiao Lan was merely a toddling young girl, while Zhao Sheng was still in elementary school. From that moment onward, their mother toiled tirelessly to raise the siblings alone. Zhao Sheng was not academically inclined after graduating high school. He failed to gain admission to a desirable university, and due to their father's legacy, he chose to become a firefighter. Just as he felt a sense of relief in taking on the burdens of life from his mother, she succumbed to illness, leaving this world shortly thereafter. On her deathbed, with tears in her eyes, their mother urged Zhao Sheng to care for his sister, ensuring she could attend university and eventually marry into a good family. After arranging their mother's affairs, the harshness of the world left only the two of them to rely on one another. The heavens are indifferent, treating all beings as mere fodder. The divine does not show mercy simply because the siblings have endured great suffering. 3 years later, calamity struck once more. During class, Xiao Lan collapsed, only to be rushed to the hospital where she received a terminal cancer diagnosis. The late discovery left no possibility for healing, a devastating blow for a blossoming young woman. In truth, Xiao Lan had long sensed her ill health, but fearing it would burden her brother and disrupt his work, she chose to endure her pain in silence. She was undeniably considerate and obedient. Yet, the heavens showed her no compassion whatsoever. In the hospital, expenses flowed like water, depleting Zhao Sheng's entire savings. The only thing he could do was witness his sister's gradual decline, under the relentless grip of illness. His heart endured the torment of slow agony each day. In the ward, the siblings locked eyes, both desperately suppressing the urge to weep, unwilling to transmit their sorrow to one another. "Brother, I dreamt of Mom and Dad again. Do you think they miss me?" Xiaolon broke the silence that hung in the air. "They are together, so they wouldn't miss you. Do not indulge in such thoughts. Listen to the doctor and focus on getting better so you can return to school soon." Zhao Sheng's words faltered, his voice breaking as he struggled to hold back tears, his chin trembling uncontrollably. At 17, Xiaolon was no longer a child. She understood all too well that her illness was not one that could be cured. Her heart ached at the thought of the long years ahead, knowing her brother would have to walk that path alone. "Brother, I don't want to stay in the hospital anymore. I want to go back to the village. I want to die at home if I must," Xiaolon continued. "Do not speak like that. You must stay here obediently," Zhao Sheng replied sternly. There was no room for negotiation in this matter. Even if hope dwindled to near nothingness, Zhao Sheng would not relent. On the surface, it seemed Xiaolon needed his care, but deep down, he knew it was he who needed her more. Without his sister, his life would lose its meaning. Wiping away a tear, Zhao Sheng took a few deep breaths and shifted the conversation. "What would you like to eat for dinner? He'll prepare something for you." Xiaolon sighed. "I don't want to eat. Just make some soup." Whenever they broached such heavy topics, they could only set aside their disputes. Zhao Sheng greeted the family of the patient in the adjacent bed, asking them to keep an eye on Xiaolon and to call if there was an emergency. As he left room 709 and entered the elevator, tears spilled from his eyes once more. In a place like the hospital, tears seemed as plentiful as air. No one gave him a second glance in the elevator. The fire station was aware of Zhao Sheng's family circumstances and provided him with special accommodations, often exempting him from night shifts. Previously, he had rented a small room next to Shaolan's school, but with the lease expiring a few days ago, he had moved closer to the hospital for convenience. Downstairs, there was a modest market where he bought some ribs, planning to make corn rib soup upon his return. Coming from a poor family, Zhao Sheng had helped his mother with chores from a young age, honing his culinary skills. Efficiently preparing the ingredients, he placed them in a clay pot to simmer, the aroma of meat wafting through the small rented room. Sitting at the table, Zhao Sheng pulled out a notebook and meticulously recorded the expenses for the pears, ribs, and corn. He briefly noted the events of the day. His aunt had returned to the countryside, necessitating the hiring of a temporary caregiver, and if funds were insufficient, he would borrow from a colleague. During his school days, he had developed the habit of keeping accounts. Since Xiaolan's illness, he had become exceedingly frugal, stretching every penny to its limit. After finishing his entries, a wave of fatigue washed over him, and he turned to lie on the bed, opening his phone to play some music. In the face of life's heavy burdens, perhaps it was only during such moments that he could find a fleeting respite. The speakers filled the room with melodious tunes, echoing off the walls. Should he shed the weight of his burdens? Where could he find the blue sky? As the gentle breeze floated by, the pain of past wounds faded into oblivion. Sleepiness washed over him like a tide, and Zhao Sheng's eyelids grew heavy. A single tear slipped from the corner of his eye, soaking into the pillow. Amidst the twilight of slumber, the abrupt ringing of a mobile phone jolted Zhao Sheng awake. Instinctively responding with the alacrity befitting a firefighter, he reacted far more swiftly than the average individual to avoid any delays. He had intentionally set the ringtone to a rather jarring tone. The screen illuminated with an unfamiliar number, the local area code glaring back at him. Such calls typically herald offers for insurance or loans. Many would choose to dismiss them, yet Zhao Sheng never did. What if it were a call from the hospital, perhaps concerning Xiaolon? Each time an unknown number appeared, a wave of trepidation washed over him. "Hello, who is this?" Zhao Sheng answered, sliding to accept the call, his tone courteous and inquiring. "Hello," came a melodious female voice from the receiver. These two simple words resonated like harmonious notes struck upon a piano, akin to a gentle breeze caressing his heart. Sales representatives for insurance or loans seldom conveyed such formality. "May I ask what this is regarding?" Zhao Sheng inquired further. "Well, the matter is this. I recently rented an apartment, and while tidying up, I discovered a notebook beneath the bed with your number inscribed within. I worried it might be something significant, hence my call." The caller explained with clarity and poise. Zhao Sheng cast a glance at his desk, where his own notebook lay open, the pages exuding the fragrance of ink. He had not anticipated that the apartment he once occupied would be rented out. So soon, perhaps in his haste to leave, he had inadvertently left behind an old ledger. However, there was nothing of great importance within it, rendering a return unnecessary. Thank you for your thoughtfulness, but it's of no consequence. Please feel free to dispose of it, he replied. All right then, goodbye. With that, the caller ended the conversation. Zhao Sheng, unfazed, tossed his phone aside and proceeded to the kitchen to tend to the corn and pork rib soup simmering on the stove. Meanwhile, Lin Mushy set her phone down and casually flipped through her notebook. Her features were sweet and animated, her skin as delicate as a petal, and her long, cascading hair flowed like a waterfall over her pristine shoulders. Dressed in a white camisole that accentuated her elegant collarbone, she wore ultra-short denim shorts that showcased her well-proportioned legs, resembling exquisite works of art. From every angle, she appeared as a goddess, a testament to divine favoritism. Chapter 3. What kind of love does the fairy discuss? Lin Mushu's noble and elegant demeanor starkly contrasts with the shabby rental apartment she occupies. The denim shorts she wears, which require minimal fabric, are worth more than 6 months' rent here. A girl with a high ponytail, covered in dust, appears at the door. Clad in a white shirt and overalls, she embodies the weary visage of a 996 worker. My lady, it's one thing to run away from home. But why must you dwell in such a decrepit place and recruit someone like me to be your laborer? Xiaoyu pouts in complaint. This young mistress, Lin, is particularly fastidious about cleanliness, insisting on scrubbing every nook and cranny of the room. Otherwise, they might not have discovered the notebook lurking beneath the bed. Xiaoyu had already descended to dispose of the trash for the 4th time. Lin Mushu beams. The upcoming project may be quite costly. Every bit saved is worthwhile. I cannot occupy a room too large on my own. Xiaoyu remains displeased, but this living environment is abysmally poor. Lin Mushu, however, expresses her contentment. I find it quite cozy. I once had a dear friend who lived alone in such a small place, and he seemed genuinely happy. Xiaoyu resigns to silence, acknowledging her status as a mere working-class individual, too unqualified to critique the domineering female CEO. These affluent heiresses delight in experiencing the lives of the impoverished. Stop pouting. I shall treat you to dinner as a reward, shall we? That's more like it. I want all-you-can-eat barbecue, the kind that costs 88 yuan per person. Lin Mushu shakes her head in exasperation at Xiaoyu's exuberance. Look at your aspirations. You'll never enjoy a proper meal with 4 dishes and a soup. At the company, they are employer and employee, yet privately, they share a sisterly bond. Departing the rental apartment hand in hand with joy. Half an hour later, at the all-you-can-eat barbecue restaurant, Xiaoyu wraps sizzling, oily pork belly in lettuce leaves, devouring it without regard for her image. Lin Mushu, however, eats with little appetite, her delicate brows furrowed. Earlier that day, she had quarreled with her father and brother, leaving home in a fit of anger, trading a multi-million-dollar villa for a modest apartment that costs 500 yuan a month. The decline in quality of life is stark, and her future appears shrouded in uncertainty. Mushu, the chairman is quite fond of you. Tomorrow, once the storm passes, he'll come to fetch you home. Xiaoyu mumbles with her mouth full. I refuse to return. All he does is arrange blind dates for me. Lin Mushu bites her silver teeth in frustration. Born into the opulence of the Lin family, pursuing romantic freedom is a challenge, entangled with various interests. The wealthier the family, the more emphasis placed on matching social statuses. Xiaoyu rolls her eyes. I believe the chairman has your best interests at heart. You're nearly 25 and have never been in a relationship. Lin Mushu, feeling exposed, transfers all the meat from the grill to Xiaoyu's bowl. Not even meat can silence your chatter. What kind of love does a fairy discuss? Such matters are forbidden by the heavens. Xiaoyu gazes at the enchanting Lin Mushu, sighing in resignation. If she were a man, she would undoubtedly feel inferior in her presence. What courage could one muster to pursue her? Truly beautiful women often harbor profound loneliness within. Do not speak of me. Instead, recount how your family member, Huiyang, managed to win your heart. Lin Mush shifted the conversation towards Xiaoyu. Instantly, Xiaoyu perked up, embellishing her tale with fervor. Initially, I found him rather unremarkable, rather rustic in appearance. Little did I anticipate his tenacity. He relentlessly pursued me day after day, almost to the point of desperation. It was only after witnessing his sincere affections that I took pity on him and granted him a modest opportunity. Such words had flowed from Xiaoyu's lips countless times. Yet she never grew weary of recounting them. Lin Mush listened with a twinkling smile, refraining from unveiling the truth. Xiaoyu's boyfriend, Huiyang, was a firefighter who occasionally came to the office to escort her home after work. A vibrant and healthy young man. His broad smile revealed a set of gleaming white teeth. Their love story was painfully cliché and devoid of intrigue. It all began when their mothers, working in the produce section of the same supermarket, became acquainted. In the course of their conversations, they discovered that their children had reached the age of romance, and thus, they conspired to introduce them. Initially, there were little expectations, yet unexpectedly, fortune smiled upon them. Xiaoyu adamantly claimed that Huiyang had pursued her for over 6 months before she reluctantly decided to give him a chance. The extent of embellishment in her narrative was likely known only to the parties involved. After Xiaoyu had animatedly boasted for quite some time, she realized that Lin Mush had fallen silent for an extended duration and deftly redirected the conversation. Mush, while your issues with your father may be trivial, the rift between you and your brother seems to be deepening. The mere mention of Lin Jiejun caused Lin Mush's smile to vanish instantly. Lin Jiejun was the sole heir of the Lin family, meticulously nurtured by the elder Lin, who spared no expense in sending him abroad for education and ensuring that the company's veterans paved his path. Yet, this young master exhibited mediocre aptitude for business management, while he possessed an uncanny talent for the allure of luxury and beauty. The elder Lin, in exasperation, redirected more resources toward his daughter, Lin Mush, to prevent the entire family enterprise from crumbling under the weight of his son's extravagance. Amidst the conflict of interests, the discord between the siblings intensified, and their familial bond grew increasingly tenuous. Xiaoyu, I cannot fathom how my relationship with my brother has deteriorated to this extent. Is this the case with all siblings in wealthy families? Lin Mush inquired, her heart heavy with sorrow. That is a plight of the affluent, in our humble households. Sibling relations are harmonious, Xiaoyu replied candidly. How harmonious can they truly be? Lin Mush asked, intrigued. Some brothers cherish their sisters more than their own lives, Xiaoyu stated. I find that hard to believe, Lin Mush retorted, recalling Lin Jiejun's self-serving demeanor, which made her feel nauseous. Her social circle predominantly consisted of wealthy heirs, where siblings often clashed fiercely over trivial gains. The notion of treasured sibling affection was a rarity. The quarrel with her father and brother arose from Lin Mush's persistent efforts to acquire the rights to a novel, intending to invest in an animated film. The Lin family's ventures did not encompass the film industry, and they lacked relevant experience, rendering the investment highly precarious. The elder Lin, seasoned by years of navigating the business world, understood the adage that caution breeds longevity and expressed his dissent. In the realm of corporate performance, Lin Jiejun had long been overshadowed by Lin Mushi, harboring a deep-seated resentment. When the opportunity finally presented itself, he seized it with fervor, launching into a series of barbed jabs at his sister. I am determined to produce this film, come what may, Lin Mushi declared resolutely before leaving home, renting a modest abode to settle into. For the foreseeable future, she intended to immerse herself in the collaborative animation studio. Mushi, your demeanor is usually so easygoing. Why this sudden fervor? Xiaoyu inquired with genuine curiosity. I have been preparing for this endeavor for years. Certain dreams must be realized, Lin Mushi replied, an uncommon resolve flickering in her eyes. There are indeed tasks in life that one must undertake, regardless of how inconsequential they may appear to others. Chapter 4. Finding a girlfriend. Emerging from the barbecue restaurant, the night was aglow with vibrant neon lights, the stars scattered across the sky. The cool evening breeze gently stirred Lin Mushi's lustrous black hair. Passers-by were drawn to her beauty, casting admiring glances her way. Mushi, living alone outside. Please take care to ensure your safety. Be wary of fire hazards, theft, and unsavory characters, Xiaoyu cautioned, her tone half-joking yet earnest. Rest assured, I have learned self-defense techniques. Lin Mushi retorted nonchalantly, before adding with sincerity, please send me that person's information later. Xiaoyu raised an eyebrow. Are you truly looking for him? Lin Mushi nodded. I find his artistic style aligns perfectly with my vision. After a few taps on her phone, Xiaoyu announced, I've sent you his workplace address. He may be somewhat reclusive, but he possesses a kind heart. I hope your interactions are pleasant. Lin Mushi waved her hand dismissively. All right then, take care. Xiaoyu stuck out her tongue playfully and hailed a taxi. For the time being, Xiaoyu would continue her duties at the company headquarters, while Lin Mushi devoted herself entirely to her animation project, which meant their opportunities to meet would be limited. Once in the car, Xiaoyu began engaging in a long phone call with Huiyang, exchanging sweet nothings that made the driver shudder. Meanwhile, Lin Mushi strolled back to her modest rental, the evening breeze enveloping her. Over the next 3 months, she planned to nestle into this cozy little home. After freshening up, Lin Mushi leaned against her bed's headboard, watching a mindless romantic drama, finding it utterly tedious. The portrayal of love in this era is truly absurd, she mused, her gaze inadvertently drawn to a black-covered notebook. The pages had yellowed, perhaps having lain under the bed for an eternity. Lin Mushi pondered, although prying into someone else's privacy seemed impolite. The notebook's owner had tacitly permitted her to dispose of it. Before tossing it into the trash, she thought to alleviate her lonely night, considering it the last flicker of its worth. Flipping it open, she discovered a simple line drawing of an orchid on the first page, executed with a few strokes but imbued with elegance. February 18th, Thursday, sunny. Milk, 2 yuan. Vegetables, 128 yuan. Book, 25 yuan. Water, 2 yuan. Xiao Lan was in greater pain today, yet fearing that I would worry, she refrained from crying out, biting her teeth tightly, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Why is it not I who am ill, but she? If only it were possible. Dear heavens, allow me to take her place. February 24th, Wednesday, overcast. Hospital expenses amounted to 5,000 yuan. Noodles 5 yuan. Eggs 3 yuan. Bus fare 2 yuan. Mom and Dad, please bless Xiao Lan and help her recover swiftly. I am so frightened. I do not wish to be alone. February 29th, Monday, light rain. Beef 325 yuan. Vegetables 54 yuan. Umbrella 20 yuan. Water bottle 8 yuan. I spoke with Dr. Chen once more. He reiterated that there is no hope. Xiao Lan's illness cannot be cured. I feel utterly useless. What am I to do? The handwriting in the notebook is somewhat untidy, the expressions very simple. As she reads, Lin Mushi's vision blurs. She is inherently a kind and tender-hearted girl, born into affluence. She has been coddled since childhood, rarely confronting the hardships of the world. Turning the pages, she gradually comprehends the narrative. It is a tale of a brother and sister who rely on each other. The sister suffers from a grave illness, and the brother, defying all odds, strives to save her, yet no effort proves fruitful. He suppresses his sorrow, only expressing a few heartfelt words in his daily accounts. Closing the notebook, Lin Mushi feels a tightening in her chest. In comparison to her own sibling relationship, she envies the Xiao Lan of the story, blessed with such a wonderful brother. She refrains from reading further, fearing that she might cry and swell her eyes, rendering her unable to face anyone tomorrow. The moonlight slants westward, casting its gentle glow evenly into every window of the city. In Ward 709, Zhao Sheng and Xiao Lan huddle together, watching a comedy on the phone. After savoring the corn and rib soup lovingly prepared by her brother, Xiao Lan's spirits lift, and her illness seems to wane. As she laughs at the film's humorous moments, Zhao Sheng touches his sister's soft hair, laughing genuinely for the first time in a while. The cold hospital room feels just a bit warmer. Perhaps having napped too long that afternoon, Xiao Lan, not feeling sleepy after the movie, suddenly exclaims, "Brother, you should find a girlfriend." Zhao Sheng is taken aback, then responds, "Silly girl, when would I have the time?" Most of his days are spent at the fire station, surrounded by a band of rough men. After work, he rushes to the hospital, leaving him little opportunity to meet girls. Moreover, in his current circumstances, he lacks the means to pursue a romantic relationship. Xiao Lan persists. Brother Huiyang is also a firefighter, and he manages to find time for a girlfriend. You are far more handsome than he is. Zhao Sheng scoffs. Who knows what kind of luck that kid had? Zhao Sheng and Huiyang have been friends since childhood, their ages merely a month apart. Having grown up together and later both joined the fire department, currently stationed at the same station. Huiyang boasts to his colleagues that Xiaoyu pursued him for half a year before he reluctantly granted her a small chance. Such tales are hardly believable. Brother, find me a sister-in-law so I can see with my own eyes. Only then can I rest assured that you will be taken care of. Xiao Lan's words trailed off, as the subsequent phrases took a rather ominous turn. She was acutely aware that her time was limited, and the only concern that weighed heavily on her heart was the fate of her brother, who might succumb to despair following her demise. If he could find solace in the presence of a gentle and caring sister-in-law, Perhaps it would guide him out of the shadows. Zhao Sheng possessed striking physical attributes. Standing at 6 feet tall, with well-defined and handsome features, his daily training at the fire station had sculpted an enviable physique. Should a woman catch sight of his chiseled 8-pack abs, they would likely be left breathless. Yet, with his sister gravely ill, Zhao Sheng had no inclination for romance. Even the slightest hint of affection was promptly dismissed. This led to frequent teasing from Huiyang, who playfully labeled him as such. After finally managing to lull Xiaolan to sleep, Zhao Sheng tucked her in and stepped out onto the balcony at the end of the corridor to catch his breath. The night sky was a tapestry of twinkling stars. Legend has it that loved ones transform into stars after passing. Which star belonged to father? Which to mother? Zhao Sheng gazed upward, silently offering a prayer. Father, mother, I am sorry for not taking better care of Xiaolan. Please do not rush to take her away. Let her stay with me a while longer. If you are watching from above, could you send me a dream to guide me on what I should do? Within the hospital, numerous balconies stood witness to countless wishes made in the stillness of night. The fervent faith of those who stood there far surpassed that of any temple or church. Yet, no matter how devout the pleas, they could not alter the course of fate. Like the ephemeral mayflies, life is fleeting and fragile. Chapter 5. The Champion. The following evening, Lin Mushi arrived at a gym named Miracle, her dark blue shoulder bag slung over her shoulder. Clad in a form-fitting black athletic outfit, she showcased her graceful figure, instantly attracting numerous admiring glances upon her entrance. Wow, what a beauty! This is precisely the moment I signed up for a gym membership. Her face, her physique, she is the embodiment of my ideal. Feigning ignorance to the lewd remarks, Lin Mushi strode directly to the front desk, presenting a golden card. I hold a membership at your main branch, but I recently relocated. May I transfer my membership here? The receptionist recognized the prestigious card immediately and responded with utmost respect. Of course. With a swift motion, she scanned the card and typed fervently on the keyboard before returning it with both hands. Ms. Lin, as this is your first visit to our branch, would you like me to arrange for someone to show you around? That won't be necessary. Just direct me to the changing room, Lin Mushi replied. The droves of men, who had initially eyed her with desire, quickly grasped that this stunning lady was an unattainable heiress. In an instant, most retreated, disheartened. After placing her bag in the changing room, Lin Mushi emerged to warm up, engaging in gentle stretches. In her elegant attire, she exuded a refreshing vigor. Suddenly, a burly muscle-bound man approached her directly, stating, Ms. Lin, as a premium member of our gym, you are entitled to complimentary personal training. What do you think of me? Lin Mushi replied coolly, not much. The man's smile faltered, leaving him visibly embarrassed, while laughter erupted from those around them. Upon the appearance of Lin Mushi, she immediately caught the attention of a group of fitness instructors. Yet only one muscular man dared to approach her, inevitably facing rejection. Miss Lin, you may continue your training. Feel free to call me if you need assistance, he conceded, retreating gracefully. Wait, Lin Mushi called out, smiling as she said, I am indeed looking for a personal trainer named Yu Chenghua. Why on earth would you seek out the boxing champion? The muscular man exclaimed, eyes wide with disbelief. The boxing champion? Lin Mushi echoed, puzzled. The name Yu Chenghua seemed so refined, so incongruous with the image of a fitness coach, and yet he was labeled a champion. Could he possibly be a hulking figure akin to the Hulk? At that moment, the other fitness instructors gathered around, chattering animatedly about Lin Mushi. He used to win championships in competitions, which is why everyone calls him the boxing champion. Frankly, I think it's absurd. He may have some skill in fighting, but his coaching abilities are quite mediocre. Hardly anyone pays him any mind. He has a rather peculiar temperament. Miss Lin, it's best to keep your distance. Lin Mushi frowned slightly, realizing that this boxing champion had a rather poor reputation within the gym, and his relationships with colleagues seemed far from harmonious. Fortunately, Xie Xiaoyu had mentioned beforehand that he was actually quite a decent person. As if summoned by name, the boxing champion arrived. Someone pointed him out, and Lin Mushi looked up to see a tall man in his mid-20s striding confidently toward her. His skin was a healthy wheat color, adorned with unruly medium-length hair that partially veiled his forehead. His strong facial features were complemented by a somewhat melancholic gaze. Clad in a white sports tank and shorts, he displayed a perfect muscular physique, exuding an overwhelming aura of masculinity. Lin Mushi had encountered many handsome men, yet she found herself captivated by his presence. Xiaoyu, why didn't you share such vital information earlier? She mused, suddenly understanding why Yu Chenghua was not favored by his colleagues. Clearly, envy was at play. The boxing champion. This lady is looking for you, the muscular man announced as he pulled Yu Changhua over. Lin Mushi offered what she believed to be a sweet smile. Hello. I'm Lin Mushi, and I would like to hire you as my personal trainer. Yu Changhua glanced at her briefly, responding curtly, I am currently at capacity. Please seek someone else. He then turned on his heel and walked away without a moment's hesitation, showing no interest in Lin Mushi's striking appearance. How cool he is. Lin Mushi thought, before the surrounding instructors could no longer contain themselves, voicing their displeasure on her behalf. What is this nonsense? Don't you dare act so high and mighty. One exclaimed, I refuse to believe he is a boxing champion. Don't drag me into this. I'll confront him myself. Miss, you needn't stoop to his level. Any one of us is more qualified than he is, another chimed in. Lin Mushi shrugged, dismissing the group as she returned to her warm-up exercises. However, her peripheral vision remained keenly aware of Yu Changhua, who was now instructing a young girl on dumbbell lunges. After observing him for half an hour, Lin Mushi concluded that Yu Changhua was indeed not an outstanding personal trainer. His expression was perpetually frosty, his words few and far between, and he rarely smiled. Any young woman paying for his personal training sessions was undoubtedly drawn to his looks and physique. Those muscular lines were indeed a delight to behold. Upon reflecting on this, Lin Mushi felt a slight flush on her cheeks and reassured herself that the desire for beauty is a universal sentiment. I am certainly not lewd. After the class concluded, Yu Changhua sat on a chair sipping water, slightly tilting her head to reveal her alluring Adam's apple. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Mushi leaned closer, asserting, You are deceiving me. Your class is not full. Yu Changhua replied casually. One girl had something to attend to and couldn't come. Since you have some free time, why not grant me a trial lesson? Lin Mushi blinked her beautiful eyes, resembling a mischievous rogue teasing a virtuous gentleman. All right. If you can hold a plank for 90 seconds, I shall be your personal trainer, Yu Changhua responded without lifting her gaze. 90 seconds? Lin Mushi swallowed hard. Although she maintained a fitness routine and had a commendable physique, her busy work schedule meant she lacked systematic training. The plank, seemingly simple, was indeed a torturous exercise. Holding it for 90 seconds was already an impressive feat. Yu Chenghua's intention in setting this challenge was to dissuade her. However, Lin Mushi's stubborn nature compelled her to accept. She positioned herself on the yoga mat, resting her weight on her elbows. Start the timer. The girl's voice was melodious, prompting a fleeting glimmer in Yu Chenghua's eyes as she casually pressed the stopwatch. Lin Mushi's body formed a straight line, magnificently showcasing her flawless figure. Curves in all the right places and a posture that was strikingly straight, she captured the attention of the nearby onlookers. As Lin Mushi's muscles tensed, the sensation of time stretched infinitely, while the numbers on Yu Chenghua's stopwatch ticked leisurely. Einstein's theory of relativity found its perfect illustration in that moment. Give up if you cannot, Yu Chenghua said coldly. I can hold it for an hour without issue. You should be quiet, Lin Mushi retorted defiantly. However, as soon as the words left her lips, her strength waned. Her arms weakened, and she collapsed onto the yoga mat, gasping for breath, her abdominal muscles subtly aching. Very good, 62 seconds. Yu Changhua presented the stopwatch for Lin Mushi to see. This doesn't count. Your words distracted me. Lin Mushi hastily offered an excuse. Do not overexert yourself. It is unnecessary. Yu Changhua turned to leave. The other fitness instructors gritted their teeth in frustration. That girl truly lacked appreciation for delicate beauty. Chapter 6. The male chauvinist Lin Mushi possessed a gentle beauty, yet had a notably stubborn disposition. She shouted towards Yu Chenghua's retreating figure, mark my words. I will accomplish it this time. With that, she positioned her elbows against the ground once more, raising her pert backside, timing herself with the stopwatch on her phone. Not just 1.5 minutes. I can even manage 2.5. Yu Changhua hesitated for a moment, neither confirming nor denying. Before gripping the nearby pull-up bar and commencing her exercise, her perfect muscle definition drew the attention of nearby women, leaving them envious. What an enticing physique. Lin Mushi gritted her teeth, her originally fair skin now tinged with a soft pink, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. To facilitate her movements, her hair was tied in a sleek ponytail, which had loosened slightly, exuding a wild yet captivating charm. As she approached 40 seconds, her form began to falter. As she succumbed to fatigue and collapsed, a mere 57 seconds elapsed, even less than her previous attempt. Many endeavors cannot solely rely on fervor. Fitness is a gradual journey devoid of shortcuts. Yu Chenghua glanced back at her, continuing to perform pull-ups with the precision of a perpetual motion machine. Lin Mishiji felt her muscles ache and a wave of frustration welled up within her. Throughout her life, she had been akin to a goddess, always surrounded by a throng of admirers. Being so blatantly disregarded was a novel experience for her. Ah, men, you have indeed piqued this lady's interest. Determined, Lin Mishiji endeavored several more times, each attempt yielding lesser results than the last. She envied the dachshund, capable of maintaining a plank position for a lifetime. Observing her struggles, several fitness instructors approached to console her. Miss Lin, you are already exceptional, surpassing the majority of women. That fellow is merely trying to provoke you. There is no need to compete with him and risk injuring yourself. Aside from his handsome appearance and decent physique, he possesses nothing of substance. Half sitting on the floor, Lin Mishiji gasped for breath, damp strands of hair clinging to her cheeks, her ample bosom rising and falling. If she could not conquer this plank challenge, she would not berate herself. Her purpose here was not to enlist Yu Chenghua as a personal trainer. Finding the situation tedious, the instructors gradually dispersed. After completing his pull-ups, Yu Chenghua wiped his sweat with a towel and approached a vending machine to purchase a bottle of purified water, downing a substantial portion in one go. After a moment's contemplation, he acquired another bottle and offered it to Lin Mishiji without uttering a word. What are you doing? Lin Mishiji inquired, somewhat irked. Forget it. Yu Chenghua retracted his hand. With a swift motion, Lin Mishiji seized his wrist, snatching the bottle away, and challenged, when offering water to a girl. Shouldn't you at least unscrew the cap first? If you lack the strength to twist off a bottle cap, what business do you have in a gym? Yu Chenghua retorted with a straight face. It seems this young lady has been spoiled by sycophants in the past. Today's girls take pride in their inability to manage their own lives. Lin Mishiji twisted off the cap and took a hearty sip, casting a disdainful glance in his direction. Pah, such a waste of a handsome face. With that mindset, you'll never find a partner. If you wish to pursue fitness, perhaps you should hire someone else. I am ill-equipped to cater to a young lady of your stature, Yu Chenghua replied, his expression unyielding. His striking appearance often drew bold women to him under the guise of fitness, yet most exhibited fleeting enthusiasm, retreating with various excuses when they realized he was unyielding to their advances. For the gym's revenue, such patrons were certainly welcome, but Yu Chenghua harbored a distaste for those who approached their endeavors insincerely. The present Lin Mishiji he habitually categorized as one of those women. What time do you finish work? I'll treat you to a late-night snack, Lin Mishiji said, her gaze fixed intently on Yu Chenghua's face. I'm busy. Besides, does my profession suggest I have a penchant for late-night snacking? Yu Chenghua replied, somewhat exasperated. Is it true that beautiful women are often lacking in intellect? Lin Mishiji found Yu Chenghua to be rather unyielding, thus resorting to her trump card. I came to see you on the recommendation of Xiaoyu. Upon hearing that name, Yu Chenghua paused. Why didn't you mention it earlier? Lin Mishiji muttered, I thought my personal charm alone would suffice to sway you. Wait for me at the entrance at 9. Still a long time to wait. If you don't want to wait, then forget it. All right. But I advise you to adopt a more pleasant demeanor. No one usually speaks to me like that. Lin Mishiji lived like a celestial being, having spent too long in the heavens and now descending to earth. Have mortals become this arrogant? Reflecting on the past, when had she ever been so subservient? Deliberately omitting mention of Xiaoyu, she sought to approach Yu Chenghua as a stranger, aiming to gauge his true character and temperament. The conclusion drawn was that he was aloof, yet not ill-natured. Interacting with him proved somewhat cumbersome, yet it was precisely this quality that rendered him particularly focused in his pursuits. Those engaged in the arts often possess a tempestuous disposition, correlating with their exceptional talents. As the clock struck 9, the oppressive heat of the day dissipated, replaced by a refreshing evening breeze that stirred the leaves of the sycamore trees lining the street. Having showered at the gym, Lin Mishiji donned a moon-white long dress, its hem falling just below her knees, revealing her slender, fair calves. Her flowing hair carried the fragrance of rose-scented shampoo. Men emerging from the gym could not help but steal glances at her. With her hands clasped behind her back, she craned her neck, finally spotting Yu Chenghua amidst the crowd. He wore a light gray shirt paired with black crop trousers and minimalist white sneakers. His entire demeanor exuded a refined cleanliness, resembling more of a university student from an art academy than a fitness instructor. The notion that he had once been a boxing champion seemed unbelievable. Such contrasting qualities harmoniously coalesced within a single individual. Lin Mishishi stood on tiptoe, smiling and waving. Over here. Upon noticing her, Yu Qinghua's gaze remained indifferent as he walked directly toward her. Behind him, a chorus of envious murmurs erupted. Indeed, it seemed that a man must cultivate an air of aloofness to attract the attention of beautiful women. What would you like to eat? Lin Mishishi inquired. Anything. Yu Qinghua replied tersely. How about spicy hot pot? Lin Mishishi suggested, glancing at the hot pot restaurant sign not far away. No, I can't handle anything too spicy. He shook his head. What about grilled skewers? She proposed anew. Unhealthy, he promptly dismissed. Then what do you actually want to eat? Anything. Lin Mishishi felt exasperated by his responses, yearning to slap him and impart some conversational etiquette. Ultimately, they settled on a Chaozhou beef hot pot, which was lighter and more suitable for replenishing protein after exercise. After placing their orders, Yu Qinghua, unusually, initiated the conversation. What do you need from me? Lin Mishishi produced a business card and handed it to him. I heard from Xiaoyu that you draw comics. Yu Qinghua scrutinized the card, his pupils narrowing slightly. Reverting to his taciturn self, the card bore scant text, rendering such prolonged examination unnecessary. I once encountered the exquisite butterfly paintings you created at Xiaoyu's place, and I was deeply enamored with your artistic style. Our company is embarking on the production of an animated film, and I sincerely hope to extend an invitation for you to join us. Lin Mushi earnestly articulated the true intent of her visit. I have no interest. Yu Qinghua replied, returning the business card with a decisive gesture, a rejection as clean and crisp as a blade. Chapter 7. The singleton Lin Mushi felt a sting of disappointment once more. The rebuff she faced from Yu Qinghua this evening was more intense than any she had encountered in her entire life. After all, she was a striking beauty. Didn't she deserve to maintain her dignity? Why? She implored. I greatly admire your artistic style, and this film represents a significant opportunity for you. Yu Qinghua remained unyielding. I have no affinity for your company, she stated, casting a fleeting glance at the business card. Lin Mushi's title read Vice General Manager of Fu Sun Group, a name derived from the amalgamation of her parents' names. In recent years, Fu Sun Group had thrived in the real estate boom, successfully developing numerous projects and ascending to the status of a leading enterprise in the city, a substantial taxpayer. Consequently, the Lin family had become a prominent name among the wealthy elite. Lin Mushi was aware that her father placed great importance on the company's image and actively participated in philanthropic endeavors. She never anticipated that she would face disdain at such a moment. This film is primarily under my direction and is not closely tied to the group, she explained. Yu Qinghua replied coolly, if your surname weren't Lin, you would struggle to secure any investment. Lin Mushi's smile faltered, as if the veil of her modesty had been abruptly torn away. Indeed, despite her claims of independence, she still relied heavily on her family's connections. The investors were not fools. Why would they part with their hard-earned money to support a fledgling artist? Yu Qinghua spoke the truth, though such truths are often hard to swallow. Do you harbor grievances against our company? Lin Mushi pressed, suppressing her anger. Not exactly. It's merely a personal matter that brings to mind some sorrowful memories, Yu Qinghua responded, seemingly concerned that Lin Mushi might misconstrue her words. Her tone softening slightly. Consider it once more. If you join us, your primary role will be within the animation studio, and you won't be required to visit the group headquarters, Lin Mushi persisted patiently. For her, this film was of paramount importance, a dream long confined within her heart. Enduring a little hardship was a small price to pay. I am merely an amateur artist, lacking formal training and notoriety. Why would you seek me out? Yu Qinghua voiced her innermost doubts. Some matters hinge on fate. I see great potential in you, Lin Mushi flattered before hesitantly adding, as a newcomer. You should be relatively affordable. Due to her father and brother's opposition, she had struggled to secure substantial investments, now facing a significant funding gap, forcing her to tighten her belt. An artist like Yu Qinghua, lacking fame, yet brimming with talent, was a cost-effective choice. Lin Mushi retrieved a blue-covered book from her bag and handed it to Yu Qinghua. As she took it, Yu Qinghua noticed the conspicuous title on the cover, Chronicles of Time, Healing and Redemption, adorned with a promotional band filled with various insincere accolades. At first glance, it appeared to be a work of third-rate young adult literature, likely replete with clichés such as first loves, dropouts, amnesia, and abortion. I have no interest in such vacuous romantic novels, Yu Qinghua remarked, frowning. The scene was quite enchanting. With a single glance, one could perceive its allure. Lin Mushi deliberately adopted a humble tone, appearing strikingly delicate. Upon turning back, Yu Changhua finally granted her a gesture of consideration and set aside his book. Indeed, when a beauty employs such tactics, even the most stoic of men can soften. As the server presented platters of freshly sliced beef, Lin Mushi eagerly placed the meat into the pot, cooking it to perfection, and incessantly served it into Yu Chenghua's bowl, searching for conversation topics with fervor. Yu Chenghua, with his head bowed in focus on his meal, occasionally responded absent-mindedly, a flicker of sorrow lingering in his eyes. His lethargic demeanor was unmistakably reminiscent of a protagonist from a tale of youthful angst. The atmosphere during the meal was hardly joyful. Perhaps out of consideration for Xiaoyu, Yu Chenghua consented to exchange contact information with Lin Mushi. This was deemed a professional exchange, as Lin Mushi added him via her work WeChat. The two bid farewell at the restaurant's entrance, parting ways in divergent directions. Yu Chenghua walked away with a forlorn gait, his silhouette gradually merging with the night. This man exuded an aura of cool mystique. Lin Mushi messaged Xiaoyu, venting her frustrations. This guy is insufferably arrogant. He infuriates me. If he weren't so handsome, I'd be tempted to throw my shoe at him. Xiaoyu quickly replied, not surprising. He's actually a good person, just still grappling with past sorrows. Endure a bit, and show him some patience. Lin Mushi typed back, what are you up to? Video call me and offer some comfort. Xiaoyu responded almost instantly, I'm watching a movie with Huiyang. No time. You traitorous friend, prioritizing romance over friendship. Why don't you find a boyfriend too, you singleton? Though their titles suggested a hierarchical relationship, they shared a bond akin to sisters, joking with little regard for boundaries. Lin Mushi had sought solace but found herself struck by a double blow, wishing to hurl her phone in exasperation. The moonlight this evening was far from beautiful. Upon entering her room, a waft of jasmine greeted her. It was from the green plant Lin Mushi had purchased earlier that day, lending a touch of warmth to the little abode. A black notebook lay undisturbed on the table, its cover fluttering gently in the breeze that slipped through the window. Initially perceived as mere refuse, the story within captivated her, rendering her reluctant to part with it. Having cared for a patient herself in the past, she empathized deeply with the brother in the narrative. Unable to resist, she picked it up and read a few more pages. Xiaolan refuses chemotherapy. It will be painful and make her ugly. Neither my aunt nor I can persuade her. She believes it would be better to die with grace. Today, a classmate visited Xiaolan, sharing stories from school, and finally, she smiled. I was so happy. The imported targeted medication is exorbitantly priced, and I am running out of money. I cannot let Xiaolan find out. Her mood had already been dampened, and upon encountering these words, Lin Mushi felt as if her heart was being tightly constricted. The suffocating sadness was unbearable. She retrieved her phone and, following the contact number inscribed in the notebook, searched for the owner's WeChat. The individual, known by the moniker Zhao Sheng, had an avatar depicting a verdant tree. Perhaps the color green symbolized life, representing hope. Lin Mushi's fingers were pale and slender, her nails neatly trimmed without any embellishments, radiating a natural and gentle luster. She clicked on a friend request and deftly typed a line of text. I called you yesterday. Are you certain you don't want this notebook? After hitting send, a sense of unease settled in her heart. If the recipient indeed wished to forego the notebook, it was likely an attempt to avoid stirring up sorrow. In the narrative, the younger sister, Xiaolan, had likely already made her own decisions. Zhao Sheng had originally intended to accompany Xiaolan at the hospital, yet she had resolutely insisted he return home to rest, urging him to gather sufficient energy for work the following day. The profession of a firefighter is particularly unique, intricately linked to the safety of the populace and their property, demanding the utmost diligence. After finishing his ablutions, Zhao Sheng lay on his bed, instinctively planning to listen to some music, only to discover a new friend request. The sender's nickname was Chasing Dreams, accompanied by an avatar of a gracefully dancing butterfly. The butterfly was exquisite, its wings a deep azure adorned with white veins, reminiscent of white waves cresting upon a vast blue sea. This butterfly bore an imposing name, the Goddess of Light. Regrettably, the lifespan of such creatures is typically fleeting. In this world, beauty often comes hand in hand with transience. Chapter 8. Building peace together. Gazing at the friend request, Zhao Sheng meticulously recalled that he had indeed received a call from an unfamiliar number the previous day. presumably from a new tenant of his former residence. The caller was a girl, her voice melodious and enchanting. Yet, he could not recall having misplaced any notebook. After a moment's hesitation, he clicked to accept the request. "I have approved your friend request. We can begin chatting now," read the message on his screen. Lin Mushi cautiously responded, "Hello, sorry to intrude. How is your sister, Xiaolon?" Zhao Sheng, puzzled, replied, "How do you know Xiaolon?" Lin Mushi typed again, "I apologize. My curiosity got the better of me, and I looked through your notebook." Zhao Sheng glanced at the notebook on the table. A wave of sorrow washing over him. Xiaolon was gravely ill. The doctor had said she might not survive beyond 3 months. After sending the message, he blinked, suppressing the tears that threatened to spill. Meanwhile, on the other side of the screen, Lin Mushi's tears flowed uncontrollably like pearls strung together, cascading down. In high school, she had a close friend who also suffered from a terminal illness, one who too had only 3 months to live. The haunting memories of loss flooded her mind, and the shared plight evoked a deep sympathy for Zhao Sheng, prompting her instinctively to offer him solace. "Chasing dreams, don't be disheartened. Until that final moment, there may yet be a miracle." Zhao Sheng replied, "Thank you. Xiaolon is my only family, and I will never give up on her." "Chasing dreams. You are a wonderful and devoted brother. Keep it up." Zhao Sheng countered, "No, I am inadequate. I cannot provide her with better medical care. I feel utterly powerless." In the presence of Xiaolon, Zhao Sheng often masked his grief, striving to conceal the sorrow that lay within. Now, conversing with a complete stranger, he found the opportunity to shed his facade and reveal his vulnerability. Sometimes, the act of confiding can yield miraculous effects. Expressing one's sorrows may alleviate the burden of sadness. The two conversed, exchanging words for nearly an hour, unaware that the night had deepened. The comfort derived from a stranger's empathy brought a significant relief to Zhao Sheng, who, feeling somewhat guilty for monopolizing the other's time, decided to conclude the conversation. "Thank you. It's late. You should rest early." Lin Mushi pondered for a moment before responding. "I believe this notebook holds great significance for you, as it contains your memories. When might you have the time to retrieve it? Perhaps I should return it to you." Zhao Sheng racked his memory but still could not recall which notebook he had misplaced. However, it was evident that the other party was well informed about Xiaolan's situation, clearly indicating honesty. They arranged to meet the following afternoon at 6 o'clock in the square of People's Park. After exchanging goodnights, they drifted into slumber. The bustling city lay asleep under the veil of night. No matter how profound the gloom, sunlight will ultimately dispel it. The next morning, Zhao Sheng, greeting the dawn, jogged to the fire station. A prominent slogan adorned the building: firefighting and rescue, caring for the people, brave and fearless, together building a safe community. Most firefighters resided in dormitories, on standby 24 hours a day. Zhao Sheng had been granted special permission to live outside, as he needed to care for his sister. From 6:30 to 7, morning exercises were conducted, typically consisting of running or basic drill training. From 7 to 7:30, they washed up and tidied their quarters, followed by breakfast. This daily routine was remarkably structured. As Zhao Sheng sat in a corner of the cafeteria, nibbling on a steamed bun, Huiyang squeezed through with a tray in hand. His robust physique, paired with a neat buzz cut and slightly tanned skin, naturally bestowed upon him an air of joviality. Without this cheerful spirit, half the laughter in the team would be missing. "Still not awake?" Zhao Sheng remarked, noticing Huiyang's dark circles. "Last night, I watched a movie with Xiao Yu, then spent an hour on the phone. She insisted on telling me she loves me 100 times. Women can be quite the trouble," Huiyang lamented, often flaunting his relationship as one of the few among them. "Come on, do you not feel any guilt when you tell such lies?" Zhao Sheng teased, shoving a bun into Huiyang's mouth. "You'll understand when you have a girlfriend, you single dog," Huiyang retorted, beaming with pride, casting a scornful glance. This expression was truly deserving of a playful punch. The two had been classmates since childhood, while Zhao Sheng received love letters from girls. Huiyang was still playing in the mud. Unexpectedly, as they grew up, the tables had turned. After their playful banter, Huiyang shifted to a serious tone. "How is Xiaolon doing?" Zhao Sheng sighed. "She's managing. Her aunt has returned to the countryside, and I hired a caregiver for her yesterday." Huiyang pulled out his phone and tapped a few times. "This is all I can manage for now. Just hold on through this rough patch." Zhao Sheng's phone chimed. Upon checking, he found that Huiyang had transferred 10,000 yuan to him. Hesitant to accept, he replied, "I still owe you from last time. This should be your dowry." Huiyang chuckled, I'm far from marrying anyone. Xiaolan is like a sister to me. Use it first, and if you need more, just let me know, I'll ask my mom. Zhao Sheng felt a lump in his throat, wanting to express gratitude, yet finding it somewhat awkward. Years of brotherhood spoke volumes without the need for words. Huiyang, inherently optimistic and carefree, detested any somber atmosphere and quickly adopted a teasing tone. Zhao Sheng, you are quite handsome. If financial struggles beset you, perhaps sacrificing a bit of your charm to pursue a domineering female CEO could effortlessly resolve your issues. Zhao Sheng delivered a punch to him. Get lost. I have principles. You have maintained your chastity for 24 years. Such matters should not be broadcasted. A domineering female CEO need not be old or unattractive. What if she is as beautiful as a celestial being? My fate is so harsh. How could I possibly have such luck? From 9 to 12, the physical training regimen includes push-ups, sit-ups, a 3,000-meter middle distance run, and pull-ups on the horizontal bar, among others. Zhao Sheng consistently ranked first in his class for training performance. The station originally intended to promote him to vice monitor, but due to Xiaolan's illness, he relinquished the opportunity to Huiyang. Throughout the morning, Huiyang's complaints echoed within the ranks. Slow down, wait for me. Does the esteemed vice monitor not care for his dignity? You doing so many push-ups should eat 2 extra bowls of lunch. That is a disgraceful waste. In your shadow, what have we become? This is sheer individual heroism. Zhao Sheng feigned indifference, drenched in sweat. He immersed himself in strenuous exercise, striving to clear his mind of sorrowful thoughts. However, Huiyang's words did stir something within him. For some inexplicable reason, Zhao Sheng felt a tinge of anticipation for the afternoon meeting. What would the girl named Dream Chaser look like? Her comforting and encouraging words from last night indeed warmed his heart. Yet, the profession of a firefighter is perpetually fraught with unexpected events. At 5:30 in the afternoon, the fire station's alarm blared abruptly. A serious traffic accident occurred on the 3rd Ring Road, involving 4 cars in a chain collision, resulting in casualties. The firefighters quickly donned their uniforms and boarded the vehicles, sirens blaring as they sped toward the scene. While seated in the fire truck, Zhao Sheng first called the nurse Aunt to relay a message to Xiaolan. Then he sent a text to Dream Chaser. I'm sorry, I'm unable to meet today. Let us arrange another time. Chapter 9. Stood Up People's Park is located in the heart of the city, featuring a grand fountain at its center, surrounded by numerous white doves. Purchasing some feed can attract a multitude of them. Lin Mushu wore a plain white top, paired with light blue jeans. Due to the sweltering heat, she had her hair styled in a bun. Her overall demeanor exuded a pure and untainted essence. The water column in the fountain shimmered under the sunset, creating a dazzling spectacle, while ripples danced across the surface of the pool. Lin Mushu glanced at her watch. It was 5:58, and thankfully, she was not late. She possessed a strong sense of time, disliking to wait for others and equally detesting being kept waiting. Nearby, there was an unoccupied bench, slightly warmed by the sun. Lin Mushu settled down and dialed Zhao Sheng's number. A dispassionate female voice responded, Sorry, the number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable. Please try again later. After hanging up, she lost patience and set aside her English listening practice. The square bustled with people coming and going, and while many men cast admiring glances her way, none dared to approach her. She opened a message box. I am on the northwest corner bench, wearing a white shirt and jeans. Have you arrived? After the message was sent, it sank into silence. Akin to a stone dropped into the ocean, yielding no replies. After waiting for over 10 minutes, there was still no sign of anyone. Lin Mushy fixated on the cooing white dove, realizing that she was likely stood up. Her disdain for untrustworthy individuals surged, erasing the flicker of fondness she once held for Zhao Sheng. The scene of the car accident on the 3rd Ring Road was utterly harrowing. The air was thick with the metallic scent of blood, while piercing cries of anguish filled her ears. The traffic police arrived first, swiftly followed by firefighters and medical personnel, each diligently performing their roles in the rescue efforts. Zhao Sheng, an experienced firefighter who had encountered many dire situations, felt a wave of nausea wash over him upon arriving at the scene. Firefighter, that overturned black sedan has its door jammed, and there's a young girl trapped inside the passenger seat. Please, we need your help. An anxious traffic officer pleaded. Huiyang, take a team to saw open the door. But be extremely careful not to cause further harm to the injured, the instructor commanded. Huiyang exchanged a glance with Zhao Sheng, and they dashed towards the wrecked vehicle. The girl stuck inside appeared to be around 16 or 17, her head resting at an unnatural angle against the center console, one side of her face stained with blood. "Brother, help me. It hurts so much," she cried out. Zhao Sheng's heart felt as though it had been struck by a heavy blow. The girl's voice bore an uncanny resemblance to that of Xiaolan. "Don't just stand there. Help us." Huiyang tugged at the car door before preparing the electric saw. "Sister, don't be afraid. Your brother will save you. Just hold on a little longer. It will be all right," Zhao Sheng reassured her. "Please hurry, I can't breathe. It hurts so badly." The girl's voice grew increasingly faint. Huiyang activated the electric saw, sending sparks flying as it bit into the metal. The jarring noise only heightened the tension in the air. With tears brimming in his eyes, Zhao Sheng spoke loudly into the cabin, trying to ignite the girl's will to survive. "Sister, hang in there. Do not close your eyes. Your brother will save you. Do not give up on yourself. If it hurts too much, scream out. I can't hear you, and we are here with you." Huiyang paused to wipe the sweat from his brow, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. He understood that Zhao Sheng's words were not solely directed at the trapped girl. As the sun dipped below the horizon at 6:30, casting its final rays, Lin Mushi recognized that Zhao Sheng would not be coming. With a sense of desolation, she rose to her feet. In the distance, a cluster of people gathered, and with nothing else to occupy her time, she ambled over to see what was happening. Upon closer inspection, she was surprised to find Yu Qinghua at the center of the crowd, dressed in a white shirt and black casual pants. With his hair styled in a side part and donning a pair of rimless glasses, he emanated an artistic aura. This fellow truly had the ability to appear slender in clothing yet robust without it. Lin Mushi, though well-versed in various experiences, found herself captivated by his charm. Yu Qinghua held a pencil, intently focused on his drawing board, crafting comic-style portraits for his clients. True to his name, he possessed a remarkable talent for art, effortlessly sketching lifelike representations with just a few strokes. Although the style was exaggerated in a comic fashion, he always managed to capture the essence of his subjects perfectly. "Quite impressive," Lin Mushi remarked, greeting him, further affirming her discerning taste. To persuade Yu Qinghua to join the anime team would undoubtedly enhance the quality of the work. However, his reclusive and aloof demeanor is quite perplexing. Yu Qinghua lifted his gaze and met Lin Mushi's eyes, emitting a sound through his nose. He then lowered his head once more, pouring his thoughts onto the paper. Lin Mushi, exasperated, furrowed her brows. "What does even mean? You big-headed fool." It was only after completing the portrait and handing it to the customer that Yu Qinghua rose, dismissing other business, intending to have dinner before heading to the Miracle Gym. He took a few steps with his sketchpad, then turned back. "Hey, care to join me?" Lin Mushi was taken aback. "Are you talking to me?" Yu Qinghua nodded. "I'll treat you to dinner. I dislike being indebted to others." His tone was measured, his demeanor neither subservient nor arrogant. He did not regard Lin Mushi's extraordinary beauty with any special consideration. For a goddess of such stature, this indifference struck a sensitive chord. "Miss, I shall delve into what makes you so remarkably unique." Yu Qinghua led Lin Mushi to a Huayang restaurant, known for its subtle flavors and elegant ambience. After ordering, Lin Mushi inquired, "Did you read the book I gave you yesterday?" Yu Qinghua nodded. "I skimmed through it. It's quite good." Lin Mushi felt satisfaction, given Yu Qinghua's nature. A mere quite good was indeed a high compliment. He likely did not read it thoroughly, merely flipping through its pages. "What are your thoughts on what I mentioned yesterday?" Lin Mushi's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "Not much interest. I'm rather laid back and probably wouldn't collaborate well with others," Yu Qinghua replied candidly. Creating a film is an intricate art that necessitates the close cooperation of an entire team. His prickly disposition makes it easy to clash with colleagues. Lin Mushi continued to persuade him. "You only need to focus on drawing. I will handle the other matters." Yu Qinghua gazed at the beautiful girl across from him, lost in fleeting contemplation. He was merely an amateur artist, having reached his current level through passion and talent, without any renowned works to his name. Was it truly worth their persistent efforts? Assuming he would refuse again, Lin Mushi quickly added, "Did you bring the book? If not, I can buy a painting from you. Just illustrate a scene from the book." Yu Qinghua opened his backpack and retrieved the blue-covered novel. Lin Mushi skillfully flipped to a page, pointed out a few lines to Yu Qinghua, and softly recited them. The female character was described as exceptionally beautiful, with an oval face, almond-shaped eyes, and an asymmetrical braid draped over her left shoulder. She wore a pure white shirt paired with a vibrant blue pleated skirt that reached her calves. One foot was adorned with spotless white canvas shoes, while the other was bare. Most striking was a blooming peach blossom tucked behind her ear. Chapter 10. Be careful in the future. Following Lin Mushi's slender, fair fingers, Yu Chonghua meticulously reread the passage introducing the female protagonist. With just a few words, capturing the essence of a lively and adorable young girl presented both advantages and challenges. The advantage lay in the considerable creative freedom it offered, while the challenge was the difficulty in satisfying the original fans. Yu Chonghua furrowed his brow slightly, lost in thought. Lin Mushi could discern that he was quite moved. The fitness instructor merely sought to make a living. It was painting that constituted his true aspiration. The waiter presented 3 dishes: squirrel fish, crab meat, lion's head, and Wensi tofu. What do you think? I believe you can do it, Lin Mushi earnestly anticipated, using the communal chopsticks to serve a piece of fish. Yu Chonghua set down his book, about to speak, when he suddenly noticed a young man striding towards them. The newcomer was clad in designer attire, his hair meticulously styled, and his gaze bore a hint of disdain. He seemed to harbor ill intentions. Following Yu Chonghua's line of sight, Lin Mushi's expression shifted dramatically as she rose, exclaiming, "What are you doing here? Have you caused enough trouble? Do you still think of yourself as a little girl? Do you know that father is ill because of you?" Lin Jiejun launched into a scathing reprimand. "The trouble you've caused him far exceeds anything I could have done," Lin Mushi retorted sharply. "Mind your status. Do not brazenly expose yourself in public or associate with dubious company." Lin Jiejun cast a sidelong glance at Yu Chonghua before quickly averting his gaze. To him, Lin Mushi was merely a tool for a future alliance with another family. It was best if outsiders did not witness her dining alone with another man. Yu Chonghua looked up at Lin Mushi, inquiring, "Who is this person? Do you need assistance?" Lin Mushi, fuming, replied, "My brother." "Oh, then you two should chat," Yu Chonghua said, picking up a piece of fish from his bowl and savoring it. The squirrel fish, a renowned dish from Huayan cuisine, was crispy on the outside and tender within, perfectly sweet and sour, best enjoyed while still hot. As it was a family matter, it was prudent for an outsider to refrain from interjecting. The lion's head also appeared quite appetizing. Lin Jiejun continued his vehement tirade. "What about that ridiculous film of yours? Is it absolutely necessary to make it? As if the family finances are a windfall for you to squander. For a girl, the most crucial thing is to marry well. Stop engaging in foolish antics." Lin Mushi's teeth clenched in anger. "Are you even aware of how much money you've wasted over the years?" Lin Jiejun scoffed. "Isn't all the family money destined to be mine in the end? Once you marry, you'll be an outsider, with no right to criticize me." Implicit in his words was the notion that if Lin Mushi were to suffer financial loss from her film investments, it would be his money at stake. Clenching her fists, Lin Mushi bit her lip in frustration. Yu Chonghua resumed sipping the tofu soup, contentedly smacking his lips. "So, are you coming home or not?" Lin Jiejun's patience waned. "I want to be going back. I am resolutely focused on finishing what I started." Lin Mushi's stance was unwavering. "Father has issued a strict order for me to bring you back. You can discuss it with him yourself." Lin Jiejun seized Lin Mushi's wrist, dragging her towards the exit. "Let go of me," Lin Mushi screamed. Yet her struggles were feeble, and she stumbled a few steps in his wake. Suddenly, a hand gripped Lin Jiejun's wrist. He yanked away forcefully, but the opposing hand held fast like a vice. "Who do you think you are?" he bellowed, "daring to meddle in our family affairs?" Meanwhile, Yu Chonghua leisurely continued sipping his soup, his gaze not directed at Lin Jiejun. "I cannot meddle in your family matters, but if your sister is unwilling to accompany you, it would be wise not to force her." Lin Mushifang's heart trembled. This fellow was rather formidable. "Do you know who I am?" Lin Jiejun questioned, his tone laced with menace. "I have no interest in knowing your identity, but as her brother, should you not care for your sister?" Yu Chonghua slammed the bowl onto the table and abruptly stood up. He was slightly taller than Lin Jiejun, with a more robust physique, which created an imposing presence as he looked down. A flicker of trepidation crossed Lin Jiejun's eyes. "What is your name, kid?" "Yu Chonghua," he replied, unflinching. "I'll remember you. Watch yourself in the future." Lin Jiejun released Lin Mushifang's hand, pointed a finger at Yu Chonghua, and strode away. A wise man avoids immediate loss. With his status, he need not resort to personal confrontation to deal with someone. Lin Mushifang felt a sting in her nose as tears streamed down her cheeks. "Are you all right?" Yu Chonghua offered her a tissue and cast a careful glance at her wrist. "Thank you, but you might have gotten yourself into trouble," Lin Mushifang replied, wiping her tears and taking a deep breath. "It's nothing to worry about," Yu Chonghua remarked nonchalantly. After all, he was a champion boxer, highly capable in a physical confrontation. 3 or 4 individuals would be no match for him. Lin Mushifeng gazed at the delicate Huayang cuisine before her. I don't want to eat this anymore. Let us go somewhere else. Yu Chonghua protested, but this dish is delightful. I've barely had a taste. If this isn't satisfying, let us go with you. Then let me have a couple more sips of soup. After what had just transpired, the distance between them had narrowed somewhat, and Yu Chonghua appeared less aloof. Exiting the restaurant, twilight still lingered, with wisps of evening clouds drifting across the horizon. The bustling city, filled with the ebb and flow of traffic, carried away the joys and sorrows of its inhabitants. It seems your sibling relationship is rather strained, Yu Chonghua remarked, hands in pockets, striding along with long strides. He has bullied me since childhood. I truly despise him, Lin Mushifeng expressed with indignation. In families like yours, such behavior is not surprising, Yu Chonghua commented lightly. Do you have any siblings? Lin Mushifeng inquired curiously. No, Yu Chonghua shook his head. You are quite fortunate, then. You call that fortunate? Yu Chonghua's sigh was whisked away by the night breeze. They engaged in light conversation as they wandered into a pedestrian street. Lin Mushifeng, familiar with the surroundings, stopped in front of a glass display. Boss, I'll have 2 of those. Yu Chonghua was taken aback. You, a young lady of privilege, actually enjoy those? Is that not permissible? Lin Mushifeng blinked her beautiful phoenix eyes. It's not that it's unacceptable, Yu Chonghua murmured. The item in question was spicy rabbit heads, revealing 2 large incisors, appearing rather unsettling. They were coated in chili powder, enough to make anyone squirm. Wait here. I'll get us a drink, Lin Mushifeng said, turning towards a nearby milk tea shop. The proprietor of the rabbit head stall, with a hint of envy, teased Yu Chonghua. You're quite lucky, your girlfriend is stunning. For reasons unknown, Yu Chonghua chose not to clarify. Perhaps it was simply due to his naturally reticent demeanor. Before long, Lin Mushifeng returned with 2 cups of milk tea, handing one to Yu Chonghua. This one's on me. Yu Chonghua wrinkled his nose in disdain. You're treating a fitness coach to milk tea? Lin Mushifeng chuckled softly. Is it all right to indulge once in a while? Yu Chonghua met her gaze, hesitated briefly, and ultimately accepted. Out of courtesy, he took a small sip through the straw, only to have his features contort in surprise as he doubled over, expelling the contents onto the ground with a loud splat. Why is your milk tea salty? What of it? Is that so bad? Lin Mushifeng stifled a laugh, wearing an innocuous expression. Chapter 11. Salty milk tea and spicy rabbit heads. Yu Chonghua, a fitness instructor, held a deep disdain for such frivolous beverages as milk tea, and had only taken a sip to appease Lin Mushifeng. To his astonishment, the taste was salty, a complete aberration. Are you intentionally playing a trick on me? How could I? It's quite delicious, Lin Mushifeng exclaimed, dramatically taking a large gulp of the salty milk tea, her face lighting up with delight. In truth, the inhabitants of the grasslands have long embraced the tradition of drinking salty milk tea. However, those from large cities typically assume milk tea to be sweet, making it difficult for them to accept such a flavor upon first encounter. During her college years, Lin Mushifeng had a spirited roommate from the grasslands who introduced her to this regional specialty. The first sip was akin to dishwater, yet gradually, it revealed a unique flavor profile, rich in creaminess and refreshing in its tea essence, a delightful surprise. Lin Mushifeng smiled and advised, don't think of it as milk tea. Consider it a savory broth, and it may be more palatable. With a perplexed expression, Yu Chonghua took a tentative sip through the straw, this time being mentally prepared. It didn't seem as unpleasant. However, to fully embrace and perhaps even develop a taste for such a flavor would likely require some time. As the proprietor presented the spicy rabbit heads, they settled at a small table by the entrance. How do you eat this? Yu Chonghua stared at the rabbit heads, particularly at their prominent incisors, looking rather bewildered. Just follow my lead, Lin Mushifeng replied with ease. Donning disposable gloves, she forcefully pried the rabbit's jaws apart. The meat from the lower jaw was the most succulent, complemented by the rabbit's tongue, offering an exquisite taste. Yu Chonghua mimicked Lin Mushifeng's actions, his gloves becoming smeared with red oil. He was particularly cautious, fearing he might stain his clothes. It was hard to fathom that someone of your stature would possess such distinctive tastes. I was raised to be an elegant lady, but deep down, I remain quite rebellious, Lin Mushifeng replied, skillfully using the bone from the lower jaw to extract the upper jaw's eyes. The 2 orbs provided a double portion of satisfaction. Gradually, Yu Chonghua began to understand, akin to the famous shipwreck film where the heroine learns to spit from the hero, experiencing a peculiar joy. Wealthy individuals harbor their own troubles, Is your relationship with your brother truly as dreadful as it seems? Yu Chunghua inquired, intrigued. Lin Mushi tore off the most tender piece of meat from the upper jaw and savored it, mumbling, "The person I detest most in this world is my brother. He often bullied me into tears as a child, deliberately dirtying my floral dresses and tossing caterpillars into my backpack. Now that we've grown up, he's envious of me, convinced that I'll usurp his inheritance, wishing to hastily marry me off to some random family. Is that so? He sounds like a real scoundrel," Yu Chunghua expressed, her voice filled with indignation. "If only my life could be so blissful without my brother." Lin Mushi sighed, her hands never pausing as she delicately began savoring the delicacies. Yu Chunghua fumbled clumsily, still engaged in a battle of wits with the morsel before him. He shifted the conversation. "Is this film of great significance to you?" Lin Mushi nodded earnestly. "The male protagonist in the book was once my dearest friend. He taught me my views on love, and I long to bring his story to life on screen." "Where is he now?" Yu Chunghua's inquiry revealed that he had not read the book. "He passed away 7 years ago." Lin Mushi's gaze dimmed. "I'm sorry." Yu Chunghua expressed regret. "I'll give it a try." Lin Mushi meticulously detached the fragile bone from the rabbit's head, momentarily stunned before comprehending his intent. She exclaimed with delight, "You agree to join us?" Yu Chunghua immediately shook his head. "No, I mean I can try to help you depict the female lead." Lin Mushi hurriedly responded, "That works. Let us take it step by step. How long will you need?" Yu Chunghua pondered. "After 3 days, come find me at the Miracle Gym." At that moment, a wave of spiciness surged, causing sweat to bead on his forehead as he inhaled sharply. Lin Mushi compassionately offered him her salty milk tea. This concoction was akin to drinking poison to quench thirst. Yu Chunghua's mind waged a brief internal conflict, yet he took a substantial sip, his brows knitting together. Lin Mushi could no longer contain herself, bursting into mischievous laughter. Yu Chunghua gazed at her, a slight smile gracing his lips. It was the first time he had shown such a smile since their acquaintance began. "You seem rather reluctant to engage with others. Is there something troubling you?" Lin Mushi seized the opportunity to satisfy her curiosity. "It's nothing. I have to get back to work. See you in 3 days." Yu Chunghua swiftly regained his seriousness, declining with a polite firmness. He removed his disposable gloves, wiped his hands with a napkin, picked up the cup of salty milk tea, and turned to walk towards the street corner. His tall silhouette gradually faded under the neon lights. A man with secrets possesses undeniable allure. Lin Mushi pondered why. Despite being harassed by Lin Jejun, Yu Chunghua had changed his mind and agreed to paint for her. Nevertheless, it was ultimately a positive development. "Boss, another spicy rabbit head. Please." On the third ring road, after all rescue operations were completed, night had fully descended. The inky sky was speckled with a few scattered stars. From the nearby woods, the calls of crows echoed. Zhao Sheng, covered in grime, plopped down on the roadside, pouring an entire bottle of mineral water down his throat. Huiyang stared at his phone screen, complaining, "What a dreadful place. The signal is so poor. Why hasn't Team Xiaoyu replied?" Zhao Sheng also took out his phone. Discovering only 1 bar of signal, the girl named Dream Chaser had not responded. He gazed at the statue of the goddess for a long while, feeling a profound sense of longing. "What is the matter? Waiting for someone's message?" Huiyang teased, inching closer. "No." Zhao Sheng shoved his phone back into his pocket. Returning to the fire station first, they arrived back at the rental apartment by 9:30 in the evening. A notification chimed on his phone. Zhao Sheng pulled it out to find a message from Dream Chaser. "I'm on the bench at the northwest corner, wearing a white shirt and jeans. Have you arrived?" He quickly typed a reply. "I sent you a message. I was delayed by an urgent matter this afternoon. Did you not receive it?" After returning home, Lin Mush tossed her bag onto the pillow and headed straight to the bathroom for a shower. Girls typically take their time in the shower, often spending at least 20 minutes. A goddess, however, might indulge even longer, potentially until the next morning, something that certain individuals awaiting replies should be well aware of. Once Lin Mush dried her hair and applied a facial mask, she returned to her bedside and pulled out her phone, noticing 2 consecutive messages from Zhao Sheng. "I apologize. I can't make it. Let us reschedule for another time. I sent you a message. I was delayed by an urgent matter this afternoon. Did you not receive it?" Judging by the tone, the first message must have been sent before 6 o'clock. Yet, she had not received it at that time and had wasted half an hour waiting in the square. Had it not been for her later encounter with Yu Chunghua, that evening would have been exceedingly dull. Ultimately, Lin Mush was kind-hearted and chose to forgive. "Chasing dreams. I didn't receive your message." I'll give you the notebook next time. Zhao Sheng. I'm truly sorry. The signal was poor there, making you wait in vain. Chapter 12. Nowhere to go from Zhao Sheng's words. Lin Mush sensed his sincerity. The unpleasantness of being stood up dissipated entirely. Chasing dreams. How is your sister? Zhao Sheng. I was too busy today to visit her in the hospital. I wonder if she'll blame me. Chasing dreams. She won tea. Xiaolan is very understanding. Bring her some of her favorite treats tomorrow. Zhao Sheng. Girls understand girls better. What do you generally enjoy eating? Chasing dreams. For instance, spicy rabbit heads are quite delightful. Zhao Sheng. Xiaolan is ill. She can't eat that kind of food. Chasing dreams. Well, I was just making an example. She should like whatever you buy. Zhao Sheng. Yes, thank you. You're truly kind. Chasing dreams. It's nothing, haha. Cheer up. Difficulties will eventually pass. The two exchanged messages back and forth, losing track of time as they chatted for another 10 minutes. Zhao Sheng relished this feeling. Each message from her felt like a gentle breeze, soothing his weary heart. The words of Xiaolan and Huiyang echoed in his ears. Should he really consider finding a girlfriend? What might this girl, chasing dreams, look like? She is so perceptive. Even if she were of ordinary appearance, it wouldn't matter. Lost in thought for a moment, Zhao Sheng snapped back to reality, his face flushing. Given his current circumstances, he had no right to contemplate romance. After concluding their chat, Lin Mush flipped through a few pages of her notebook. As drowsiness overtook her, she charged her phone and lay on her side, drifting into slumber. The username Chasing Dreams she chose was, in fact, a reflection of her belief. Perhaps it was because God found life too bitter, which is why he bestowed upon humanity the gift of dreams. All regrets can be fulfilled within the realms of dreams. The following evening, after finishing work, Zhao Sheng arrived at the hospital. Upon reaching the entrance of room 709, he overheard Xiaolan chatting with Grandma Lu from the adjacent bed. My brother is so good to me. During school, he was reluctant to spend his living allowance, saving it up to buy me delicious treats. When Mom wouldn't buy me pretty dresses, he took summer jobs to save up for a long time. Grandma, do you know any suitable young ladies? Would you like me to introduce a good girl to my brother? The little girl is in high spirits today, chattering incessantly. Standing at the doorway, Zhao Sheng felt his eyes moisten unconsciously. After regaining his composure, he stepped inside. Brother, you're here. Xiaolan exclaimed with delight. I'm sorry, Xiaolan. I was too busy yesterday and couldn't make it. Zhao Sheng affectionately patted her head. It's all right, my brother is a firefighter. A great hero who protects the people, Xiaolan said with a look of admiration. Don't exaggerate. It's just a job, Zhao Sheng replied, feeling a bit bashful. In the adjacent bed, Grandma Lu observed the tender bond between the siblings and smiled kindly. It was indeed a pity that Xiaolan was unwell. Zhao Sheng, smiling, asked, Is there anything you would like to eat? Xiaolan tilted her face upward. Can I have milk tea? Milk tea, laden with sugar and fats, contains theobromine and caffeine, rendering it irresistible to most young girls. After a moment's hesitation, Zhao Sheng replied, All right, I'll go buy some, but only half a cup. Xiaolan clapped her hands joyfully. Long live my brother. I want red bean milk tea. As Zhao Sheng stepped outside, he encountered Dr. Chen Dixio, Xiaolan's attending physician. In his 50s, Dr. Chen wore gold-rimmed glasses, and his nearly bald head gleamed under the light. He was one of the most renowned specialists in the gastroenterology department at the Central Hospital, yet often found himself powerless against relentless ailments. Dr. Chen, Xiaolan wishes to drink milk tea. Is that permissible? Zhao Sheng inquired. Just in moderation. Try to fulfill her wishes, Dr. Chen sighed. Very well. I shall go downstairs to buy it. Goodbye, Dr. Chen, Zhao Sheng replied, his voice tinged with sorrow. I'll go check on that little girl, Dr. Chen said, holding a branch of osmanthus. He was a doctor with a deep sense of humanity, hoping to bring hope to his patients through flowers, at least to lift their spirits a little. The fragrance of the flowers could also mask the harsh scent of disinfectant. Nowadays, milk tea is quite expensive, often costing 20 yuan a cup, but Zhao Sheng dared not seek cheaper options for fear of inferior quality. He specifically instructed the staff, This is for a patient. Please use less sugar. Upon returning to the ward, Dr. Chun had already departed, leaving a gentle scent of osmanthus in the air. Xiaolan, it's at room temperature. And you may only have half. Zhao Sheng handed her the milk tea. Brother, bring the cup over. Let us share it, Xiaolan said with a sweet smile. Zhao Sheng retrieved a glass from the bedside, opened the lid of the milk tea, and poured out half. The siblings ceremoniously clinked their cups together and took a small sip. The milk was rich, the tea refreshing, with the unique warmth of red beans. Brother, it's not as delicious as the one you bought for me at the school gate when I was little, Xiaolan remarked, smacking her lips. Are you silly? That was flavored with artificial essence, Zhaoxing teased. I know, but I miss that feeling, she replied. Ultimately, what mattered was not the beverage itself, but the companionship of those around. As adults, one can purchase childhood treats, yet the joy of those bygone days can never be recaptured. Suddenly, Xiaolan pondered, brother, I've heard that people on the grasslands drink salty milk tea. I wonder what that tastes like. Zhaoxing curled his lips in disdain. It must taste utterly dreadful. That dark beverage. Xiaolan's eyes sparkled with anticipation, but I really want to try it. Zhaoxing suppressed his melancholy. Once your illness is cured, I'll take you to the grasslands to savor the most authentic salty milk tea. Xiaolan nodded eagerly. Yes, and I want to ride horses, slide on the grass, and stay in a tent. You must find me a sister-in-law so the three of us can go together. Zhaoxing choked back his emotions, left momentarily speechless. In truth, both siblings were acutely aware that they might never go anywhere. The sound of a knock shattered the somber atmosphere, rescuing Zhaoxing from his thoughts as he hurried to answer the door. A man in his 40s stood there, impeccably dressed and bearing a serious demeanor. He held a large bouquet of fresh flowers in his hands. Hello, may I ask for whom you are looking? Zhaoxing inquired politely. Firefighter, thank you for saving Xiaomei. I learned you were here and came to express my gratitude, the man said, bowing repeatedly, his voice thick with emotion. If not for Zhaoxing's support, he might have even knelt down. The girl Zhaoxing and Huayang had rescued on the 3rd Ring Road yesterday was named Su Jimei, and she had also been brought to this hospital for emergency treatment. The man before him was her father. After visiting the fire station and learning from Huayang that Zhaoxing was present, he had purchased a large bouquet to convey his thanks. Once he had steadied himself, the man handed Zhaoxing a business card. My name is Su Wentao, and I manage a gym called Xinghe. During such moments, Zhaoxing felt a surge of excitement, a manifestation of the pride associated with being a firefighter, a reflection of his life's purpose. Mr. Su, it was my duty. There is no need for excessive gratitude. How is Xiaomei now? Su Wentao's eyes brimmed with tears. She has managed to survive, but the future remains uncertain. Zhaoxing placed a reassuring hand on Su Wentao's shoulder. Do not worry. Hardships are transient, and I will accompany you to see Xiaomei. Their shared plight fostered a deep sympathy, and Zhaoxing's comforting words echoed sentiments he had learned from chasing dreams the previous night. Chapter 13. You actually engaged in online romance. Zhaoxing followed Su Wentao into the hospital, where Su Jimei lay in a deep slumber, connected to various medical devices that could not be disturbed. They had no choice but to sit on a bench in the corridor and converse. The doctor had remarked that the successful resuscitation of Xiaomei was nothing short of a miracle. Had it been any later, she would have perished. Su Wentao's voice faltered, and tears streamed down his face. The robust man was utterly inconsolable. Zhaoxing empathized deeply, a wave of sorrow washing over him, and he could only offer a few words of comfort. Do not despair. As long as one lives, there remains hope. Difficulties are temporary, and life will improve. In such times, one must not falter. Your family relies on you. These words were meant for Su Wentao, yet they resonated with Zhaoxing himself. Their similar circumstances swiftly bridged the gap between the two strangers. Su Wentao had visited the fire station and learned about Zhaoxing's situation through Huayang, fostering an even deeper gratitude for the savior of his daughter. Wiping his tears, he said, Brother, you too must hold on. Miracles may yet unfold. Zhaoxing nodded gravely. Yes. Let us strive together. My phone number is on the business card. Should you need any assistance, do not hesitate to reach out, Su Wentao added. Mr. Su, rescuing Xiaomei is my professional duty. You need not take it to heart. My sister is still waiting for me, so I shall take my leave now. Zhaoxing spoke with utmost sincerity. The profession of a firefighter is unique, often accompanied by honor and gratitude. Zhaoxing constantly reminded himself that it is merely a job, and everyone has their distinct roles in society. Receiving a salary funded by taxpayers, one must fulfill their responsibilities diligently, without exploiting the gratitude of others. Not to mention seeking material gains, even spiritual benefits should be minimized. Su Wentao stood up to see him off, and Zhaoxing promised to visit again once Xiaomei's condition improved. In room 709, a young nurse approached to change Xiaolan's for drip. Suddenly, Xiaolan asked without preamble, Nurse, do you have a boyfriend? The nurse was taken aback. No. Why do you ask all of a sudden, you mischievous girl? Xiaolon grinned slyly. What do you think of my brother? The nurse blushed. Your brother is so handsome. There must be a long line of girls who like him. Xiaolon replied mysteriously, not at all. I'll let you in on a secret. He has never been in a relationship. And he probably hasn't even held a girl's hand. Mine doesn't count. The nurse burst into laughter, unable to contain herself. However, Grandma Lu in the adjacent bed could not share in the amusement, as Xiaolon often chatted with her, saying that once she found a suitable partner for her brother, she could depart in peace. Zhaoxing entered the room and asked, Xiaolon, what is making you so happy? The nurse shyly glanced at him before lowering her head and leaving. In truth, the group of young nurses on the 7th floor had long noticed Zhaoxing, privately praising his handsome appearance, fit physique, and the thoughtful care he provided to his sister, deeming him a rare gem among men. Once out of uniform, they were merely ordinary girls, captivated by celebrity culture, enamored with handsome figures, and enchanted by the unrealistic romances depicted in idol dramas. Brother, what do you think of that nurse? I've done some digging, and she is still single. Xiaolon winked playfully. What nonsense are you spouting? Zhaoxing retorted, gently tapping her forehead. You are so handsome yet remain single. It's a waste of resources. Xiaolon exclaimed, raising her voice. Zhaoxing was momentarily taken aback, feeling a bit uncomfortable. After a moment of hesitation, he stammered, Xiaolon, I've recently developed a fondness for a girl. Not quite fondness, perhaps. But I think she is quite nice. Xiaolon perked up instantly. Really? Who is she? Do you have a picture to show me? Zhaoxing, lacking confidence, replied. It's a long story. In fact, I haven't even met her in person, just chatted a few times on my phone. Xiaolon gasped, brother, are you actually engaging in online romance? You might get swindled. Zhaoxing hurriedly covered her mouth, glancing around as if he were a thief. He was acutely aware of Xiaolan's good intentions. Thus, he mentioned his pursuit of dreams, hoping to reassure her, although this only piqued her curiosity further. Under Xiaolan's persistent inquiries, Zhaoxing reluctantly shared a brief account of how he met the girl. Brother, you are utterly pathetic. You don't even know her name, what she looks like, or whether she is single. Xiaolon mercilessly critiqued him. I have never claimed to have feelings for her. I merely find conversing with her quite pleasant. Zhaoxing's gaze faltered. Why not ask her for a photo first? What if she turns out to be an eyesore? Xiaolon increasingly deemed the matter unreliable, preferring the nurse from earlier. That would be exceedingly impolite. It would make me seem rather sleazy, Zhaoxing hesitantly replied. With your indecisiveness, you'll remain a bachelor for life. One must approach tasks with a plan, progressing gradually rather than acting impulsively. The siblings debated for quite a while, neither able to sway the other. Zhaoxing found himself bewildered, engaging in a discussion about courting girls with a 17-year-old girl. Indeed, love seems to diminish one's intellect. Initially, he held only a slight fondness for chasing dreams, but after such discourse, it felt as though he was hopelessly infatuated. His curiosity grew about the young woman on the other side of the screen. As he departed that evening, Zhaoxing paused at the door, and Xiaolon couldn't resist a reminder from behind. Brother, if you truly like her, be brave, don't let her slip away. Zhaoxing turned back with a smile, gently closing the door behind him. I shall ascend step by step, waiting quietly to behold the sunlight upon its countenance. A small sky harbors grand dreams, and a heavy shell envelopes a gentle gaze upward. Upon returning to his rented accommodation, Zhaoxing habitually listened to music while keeping track of his expenses. August 12th, Friday. Clear. Milk tea, 16 yuan. Dinner, 25 yuan. Bottled water, 2 yuan. Tissues, 8 yuan. If I were to find a girlfriend, Xiaolon would likely be a bit happier, which could benefit her health. Yet, I have not even met her face to face. Would she genuinely like me? It is likely just my one-sided affection. Holding his phone, Zhaoxing opened the chat window with chasing dreams, typing a message only to delete it, then composing another line. After several iterations of erasure, the screen remained blank. Just last night, they had enjoyed a pleasant conversation, but now, with such feelings stirring within him, an inexplicable nervousness took hold, as if he were committing some wrongdoing. In his mind, two little figures engaged in a fervent debate. One insisted, if I contact her this late, I might disturb her rest, making me seem inconsiderate. The other countered, what if she is waiting for my message, and I fail to act? She might perceive me as lacking charm. Ultimately, fatigue overcame him, and the message remained unsent. Zhaoxing tossed his phone aside and fell into a deep slumber. In his dreams, a perfect goddess materialized, at times gentle, at times alluring, at times pure, and at times enchanting. Chapter 14. Instantaneous moments. 3 days swiftly passed, and at the appointed time, Lin Mushu drove to the Miracle Gym. When she moved out from home, she deliberately chose a modest family sedan to avoid drawing attention. Once familiarized with the gym's environment, she refrained from changing into workout attire, donning instead a flowing blue dress that embraced her graceful form like the gentle blue sea. Upon entering the gym, Lin Mushu was met with a cacophony of noise, punctuated by whistles. She inquired of the receptionist, "What is all the commotion about?" The receptionist replied, "A boxer has arrived, seeking to challenge Coach Yu." "How many Coach Yes are there here?" "Just one." Lin Mushu was immediately intrigued, disregarding her attire as she rushed to join the commotion. In the southeastern corner of the gym, an octagonal cage served as a venue for martial arts enthusiasts to showcase their skills. At this moment, it was surrounded by a crowd, fervently cheering and shouting. On the stage, two opponents faced each other. One was a brawny man with distinctive dreadlocks, while the other was Yu Changhua, bare-chested, flaunting his well-defined muscles. His sculpted abs elicited drooling admiration from the female spectators below. Lin Mushu's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Yu Changhua was known for his aloof demeanor, often clashing with colleagues, which led many trainers to cheer for his opponent instead. The title of champion was often perceived as lacking substance, typically awarded to those who were merely fortunate. Observers noted the opponent's imposing physique, speculating that if Yu could endure 2.5 minutes, it would be a noteworthy achievement. They hoped to see him thoroughly defeated to curb his arrogance stemming from his good looks. The dreadlocked man roared and launched an aggressive assault with a powerful punch. His towering frame created an undeniable sense of pressure. Yu Changhua guarded his head with both hands, skillfully dodging while waiting for an opportunity to counterattack. The dreadlocked fighter, however, showed no signs of relenting, unleashing a flurry of rapid strikes. Yu was forced to rely on his agility to defend himself, finding the situation increasingly precarious. His colleagues, unable to conceal their disdain, erupted with laughter, questioning his capabilities. "Can you even fight? Pathetic. Is this what a champion looks like? I wager he can last no more than 10 seconds, they jeered. The dreadlocked fighter continued his relentless onslaught, his stamina inevitably waning, making it impossible to maintain such a rapid pace indefinitely. Yu, remaining calm and composed, quickly identified a brief opening in his opponent's defense and seized the moment, landing a solid punch to the man's left cheek. The dreadlocked fighter grunted and collapsed onto the mat. In an instant, the reversal was shockingly swift, catching everyone off guard. The crowd had anticipated a prolonged exchange, only to witness such a decisive conclusion. "What? Is that it?" exclaimed a trainer in disbelief, his mouth agape. Others shared his astonishment, realizing that the dreadlocked man was all show and no substance. For a moment, the audience was uncertain whether to applaud. Although Yu Changhua was not favored by his colleagues, many of the young women in the gym were his devoted fans, erupting into enthusiastic cheers. "So handsome. I love you, Coach Yu. I'd give my life for you. I want to have your children. What magnificent muscles. How wonderful it would be if I could taste them." Lin Mushu, however, maintained her composure, offering a gentle applause while her eyes reflected admiration. This individual indeed possessed remarkable talent. The title of champion was not merely a facade. Two companions rushed onto the stage to assist the fallen dreadlocked man. Lin Mushu approached one of them and said, "I recognize you. Please inform my brother to cease troubling Yu Changhua, or I shall be forced to take sides." The man nodded. "Miss Lin, I will convey your message." The dreadlocked fighter had been sent by Lin Jejun to gauge Yu Chenghua's abilities. During the last visit to the Huayang restaurant, Yu Changhua offended him. Given his vengeful nature, it was clear he would not let this transgression go unpunished. However, he underestimated Yu Chenghua's strength, which resulted in a rather self-inflicted humiliation. After removing his boxing gloves, Yu Changhua emerged from the octagonal cage, wiping the sweat from his brow with a towel. Lin Mushu approached him, offering a bottle of water. "Here you go. I dislike being in anyone's debt." Yu Changhua acknowledged her with a grunt, hesitating before unscrewing the cap and taking a cautious sip. Still haunted by the memory of the salty milk tea from their previous encounter, fearing this water might hold some hidden peculiarity, Lin Mushu, feeling apologetic, said, "I'm sorry. That person was brought in by my brother, and I caused you trouble." Yu Changhua shook his head. "It's nothing. If it's merely this extent, it has no impact on me whatsoever. Those with true strength speak with conviction." Lin Mushi contemplated advising him to be cautious, but felt it might be superfluous, potentially coming off as nagging. "Follow me," she said, as Yu Chenghua stepped toward the men's changing room. Before long, he emerged holding a rolled-up sketch and handed it to Lin Mushi. She eagerly accepted it, slowly unfurling it with anticipation. The first sight that met her eyes was a few green ginkgo leaves, followed by branches and a trunk. Perched atop the tree was a girl of 17 or 18. Clad in a white shirt and blue skirt, her hair styled in a braid, with a pink peach blossom tucked behind her ear. The entire composition was simple and pristine, radiating beauty and innocence. Each stroke was perfectly executed, devoid of any unnecessary embellishments. Lin Mushi's eyes brightened. This scene was one she had envisioned countless times and had previously commissioned from others. Yu Qinghua's rendition aligned most closely with her imagination, requiring almost no adjustments. Perhaps this was a serendipitous connection. "How is it?" Yu Qinghua asked, a rare hint of nervousness in his voice. After all, in the realm of painting, he was merely an amateur, lacking the confidence he possessed in boxing, much like a schoolboy awaiting his teacher's critique. "Absolutely marvelous," Lin Mushi praised effusively. "You possess a remarkable talent for painting, surpassing that of many academic artists. Let us collaborate on an animation project. I truly need you to help me realize that dream. Feel free to express any demands. I will do my utmost to accommodate you. Your role as a fitness coach is a gross underutilization of your talents." Lin Mushi extended her heartfelt invitation, elaborating passionately in hopes of swaying him. Yu Chenghua gazed into her enchanting phoenix eyes, his expression a tapestry of complexity. Lin Mushi discerned his passion for painting, but was perplexed by the reasons behind his hesitation. "If you can hold a plank for 90 seconds, I will agree to your proposal," Yu Chenghua declared resolutely. "Again with the plank?" Lin Mushi shivered, her mind flooded with dread at the thought of enduring such an ordeal. Yet, in her pursuit of Yu Chenghua, she resolved to give it her all. Upon changing into her athletic attire, her flawless figure elicited admiration from the onlooking boys. Learning that Yu Chenghua had once again challenged Lin Mushi with the plank, the crowd gritted their teeth in frustration. "This guy is somewhat ungrateful. How could he dare to put such a beautiful goddess through this?" They murmured. "Does he think he can push her around? If only I were stronger. I would show him what for." Yu Chenghua appeared oblivious, his fingers gripping the stopwatch as he addressed Lin Mushi, who lay on the ground. "Are you ready?" Lin Mushi tightened her posture, responding with a determined, "Yes, go ahead." In the midst of a gathering of fitness enthusiasts, Yu Chenghua and Lin Mushi found themselves encircled. The older gentlemen were merely there to admire Lin Mushi's physique, some offering her encouragement out of goodwill. As before, her exposed skin gradually flushed a delicate pink, with a few strands of hair falling chaotically around her face. Her breathing grew labored, and her arms trembled slightly. One could only wonder who had devised such a torturous position. With one hand in his pocket and the other clutching the stopwatch, Yu Chenghua maintained an impassive expression. "I can't go on. I'm exhausted," Lin Mushi finally gasped, collapsing to the ground. 78 seconds, disqualified. Yu Chenghua coldly announced her score. Frustrated, Lin Mushi pounded the ground with her hands, lamenting her failure. "If only I had held on for 12 more seconds." Her admirers began to voice their discontent, turning their ire toward Yu Chenghua. "For a girl, 78 seconds is commendable. Don't overstep your bounds." Miss Lin's commitment is evident to all. Ignoring the cacophony of voices, Yu Chenghua extended a hand, stating, "A deal is a deal. Rise." Lin Mushi bit her lip, realizing she had to resort to emotional manipulation. In her school days, no boy could resist this tactic. She swiftly replayed all her past sorrows in her mind, successfully conjuring tears, and with a quivering voice, she complained, "You're bullying me." Her expression and tone were perfectly calibrated. Had she pursued acting, the industry would have surely benefited. Yu Chenghua hesitated, his hands suspended in the air as he stammered, "How could I? We had an agreement. You weren't interested in doing anime with me. Why paint so well then? Now that I'm keen, you're deliberately making excuses. What is the difference between this and emotional manipulation?" With an air of indignation, he continued, "You're not being fair." Pearlescent tears clung to her lashes, on the verge of cascading down. The surrounding men were visibly pained. "How can you bear to make such a beautiful girl cry?" One man fumed, wishing he could confront Yu Chenghua. Yu Chenghua, exasperated, countered, "You agreed to hold out for 90 seconds. Now you're reneging?" Lin Mushi sobbed, 90 seconds is too long. You're intentionally making it difficult for me." With a stern expression, Yu Chunghua replied, 90 seconds is not long at all. I could sustain it for 5 minutes. Then let me see you do 5 minutes. If you succeed, I won't trouble you again. Without hesitation, Yu Chunghua positioned himself on the ground, adopting the most precise plank stance. His body formed a perfect line as the stopwatch ticked away, second by second. Wiping her tears, Lin Mushi quietly inquired of a nearby man. Can he really do 5 minutes? The man nodded. 5 minutes is a piece of cake for him. While the plank may pose a challenge for the average person, there exist individuals with extraordinary prowess. The current world record exceeds 8 hours. Lin Mushi remained calm and unhurried, for she had never consented to this wager. It was Yu Chunghua's unilateral desire. The act of being coy and stubborn was a privilege of beauty. As time trickled by, Yu Chunghua stood still, like a statue, unwavering. Lin Mushi, feeling exasperated, exclaimed, "You are so passionate about painting. Do you not harbor any dreams?" Yu Chunghua replied coldly, "None. I believe life holds no significance." Lin Mushi retorted loudly, "The meaning of life is something one must discover for oneself. The pursuit of dreams is the greatest significance." Yu Chunghua remained silent, his head bowed in contemplation. As the clock approached 4 minutes and 50 seconds, he showed no signs of fatigue, while those around him began counting down. Lin Mushi racked her brain for excuses to persist. 4 minutes and 57 seconds. 4 minutes and 58 seconds. 4 minutes and 59 seconds. In the final second, however, a twist occurred. Yu Chunghua's arms gave way, and he collapsed onto the ground. Lin Mushi's eyes widened in disbelief. "What?" Yu Chunghua calmly got back up, stating, "I was too exhausted from the boxing. I couldn't last 5 minutes." It was evident to all that he had chosen to concede at the last moment. To quibble with a girl would reveal a lack of grace. Lin Mushi cheered. "A bet is a bet. Does that mean you have agreed?" Yu Chunghua replied assertively. "I merely demonstrated. I never agreed to any wager. You were the one being naive." Lin Mushi's smile froze on her face. It seemed to mirror the very line she had contemplated moments ago. "There's a CAF downstairs. Go wait for me there while I take a shower," Yu Chunghua said as he strode off to the bathing area. Lin Mushi displayed a triumphant expression, knowing he had acquiesced. Indeed, she still possessed considerable charm, capable of captivating most men. Half an hour later, Lin Mushi sat in a corner of the CAF, cradling a cup of latte. The warm golden light softened the contours of her face. The ceiling speakers played an old song imbued with nostalgia. Sometimes, I will believe that everything has an end. Gatherings and partings happen sometimes. Nothing lasts forever. Yu Chunghua entered, scanning the room until he spotted Lin Mushi, then took a seat opposite her. "Would you like something to drink?" Lin Mushi offered a sweet smile. "Anything will do," he replied, maintaining his indifferent demeanor. "How about salty milk tea?" Lin Mushi raised an eyebrow. "I'll have an iced Americano," Yu Chunghua responded decisively, unwilling to challenge the taste of salty milk tea again. After placing their orders, the two commenced their official negotiation. "You will accompany me to work in animation, which means you likely won't be able to continue at the gym," Lin Mushi stated plainly. "That's all right. I can request a long leave from my boss," Yu Chunghua replied, unfazed. "Your boss must be quite accommodating," Lin Mushi teased. "I hope you are just as agreeable," Yu Chunghua replied with a hint of deeper meaning. The production timeline for animated films can range from several months to a few years, depending on the level of detail. However, Yu Chunghua's role would primarily involve illustrating characters and scenes, and if all went well, he could finish in 3 months. He expressed a desire to minimize interactions with others, preferring to be confined to a small room where he could work quietly on his art. Lin Mushu readily agreed to take him to the studio next week. Subsequently, they discussed some details and reached a consensus. The collaboration was pleasant, and she declared, "Now you are officially my associate." Lin Mushu extended her hand, and after a moment of hesitation, Yu Chunghua grasped her fingertips, acknowledging the gesture. Lin Mushu smiled gently and suddenly inquired, "Do you have a girlfriend?" Yu Chunghua was taken aback. "What does that have to do with work?" Lin Mushu replied earnestly, "Well, if you have a girlfriend, I won't let you work excessive overtime." Yu Chunghua shook his head. "No, I don't." "Then, is there someone you fancy?" Lin Mushu pressed on. "Does this really matter?" Yu Chunghua's facial muscles twitched. "No, let us just say it's the boss caring about the personal lives of her employees." "So, there is someone?" Lin Mushu nodded slightly, a hint of displeasure flickering between her brows. "Could someone as unresponsive as you truly have someone they admire?" Chapter 16. Do you believe on the school bell? The CAF owner seemed to have a fondness for this song, playing it on a loop as there were few customers. The languid, mesmerizing voice of the diva echoed in the air. Not yet have we held hands, traversing the desolate dunes. Perhaps from now on, one should learn to cherish the eternal and the everlasting. Lin Mushu sipped her latte and asked, "Why did you suddenly change your mind at the last moment?" Yu Chunghua pressed his lips together, gathering his thoughts before responding. "Over the past 3 days, I read that book, and your name appeared within its pages. I believe you are someone who values relationships and can perceive your sincerity. My life lacks purpose, so why not assist you in realizing your dreams? I wish you success." This was the first time he had spoken so much in the span of their acquaintance. Lin Mushu cast a grateful glance in his direction. "That aside, you must transfer the payment for the artwork." Yu Chunghua shifted the conversation. "Now that we are colleagues, why are you still so calculative?" Lin Mushu pouted. No, you are the boss, and I am the employee. I still have to spend money on paint." Yu Chunghua insisted with utmost seriousness. "How stingy." Reluctantly, Lin Mushu transferred the funds. Yu Chunghua had to take a leave from the gym and handle handover matters, which would take 2 days. They agreed to go to the animation studio together next Monday. "Goodbye, After settling the bill, Lin Mushu spontaneously created a nickname, hoping to bridge the gap between them. "Ahua?" Yu Chunghua appeared somewhat displeased. "Has no one ever called you that before?" Lin Mushu chuckled. "No." Yu Chunghua visibly expressed his disdain. "It's fine. You'll get used to it as you listen." Lin Mushu was quite pleased with the nickname, disregarding whether others approved or not. Beneath the cool moonlight, they waved goodbye. Driving back to her rented apartment, Lin Mushu felt an indescribable sense of exhilaration. One step closer to her dreams. After freshening up, she reclined on her bed, leisurely watching a romantic film. Unbeknownst to her, she had carelessly chosen a tearjerker, ending up in a fit of sobs. What a liar! Who said it was overly sweet? Suddenly, her phone chimed, and she picked it up casually. It was a message from Zhao Sheng, but before she could read it, it was retracted. After waiting a while without any further activity, she took the initiative to respond. "How have you been these past few days? Is your sister doing well?" Meanwhile, Zhao Sheng paced back and forth in his room, clutching his phone. He had just sent a message inquiring whether someone had eaten dinner, only to feel foolish and hastily retracted it. This sentiment was akin to that of any boy suffering from unrequited love. Upon hearing the notification sound, Zhao Sheng quickly opened the message from Chasing Dream. He yearned to reply instantly, but deemed it inappropriate, thus deliberately delayed for a minute. "Fortunately, I mentioned you to Xiaolan. She is quite fond of you and remarked that you must be a lovely older sister." The notion that Chasing Dream was a beautiful girl was purely Zhao Sheng's fantasy. Yet at this moment, it was cast upon Xiaolan. In a hospital bed, Xiaolan unexpectedly sneezed. Upon seeing the reply, Lin Mushu smiled gently. The two naturally resumed their conversation. "Chasing Dream, do you believe I was the school belle during my school days?" "Zhao Sheng, I do. Your desk must have been overflowing with snacks and love letters every day." "Chasing Dream, the boys' love letters were far more eloquent than your lecture notes." "Zhao Sheng, that's because I was the school heartthrob and was too preoccupied with receiving love letters to write any." Lin Mushu understood that Zhao Sheng was burdened by the weight of his sister's illness, so she intentionally adopted a light-hearted tone, hoping to ease his tension. Zhao Sheng responded cautiously, wishing to engage with her playful banter while avoiding any semblance of being overly forward. His curiosity about the girl grew deeper. "Zhao Sheng, are you free in the next couple of days?" "Chasing Dream, I have a project that will commence soon. I will be quite busy." "Zhao Sheng, oh. Then focus on your work, and we can chat later." "Chasing Dream, all right, good luck, and take care of Xiaolan." Zhao Sheng felt a twinge of disappointment. He had intended to invite her to dinner, but it seemed he would have to seek another opportunity. He even harbored a somewhat immature idea of having Chasing Dream pretend to be his girlfriend when visiting Xiaolan in the hospital, believing it might bring her joy and benefit her condition. In a worst-case scenario, if all hope was lost, it might grant her a sense of peace. On Sunday, Xiaolan was in good spirits and pleaded with Zhao Sheng to take her out for a stroll and dinner before returning. Having spent the entire day in the hospital room, she felt as if she might sprout mushrooms. Zhao Sheng consulted Dr. Chun, signed the necessary paperwork, and was granted permission for a 2-hour outing. Upon hearing the news, Xiaolan excitedly hugged Zhao Sheng tightly, exclaiming, "Brother, you are so wonderful." Zhao Sheng gently patted her back, reminding her, "Time is limited. Don't get too carried away. Hurry and change your clothes." Xiaolan shed her hospital gown and donned a light green dress. She had lost considerable weight, rendering the garment quite loose. Her face was pale, and her eyes were sunken, yet her gaze retained a certain brightness. Upon exiting the hospital building, Xiaolan basked in the final rays of the setting sun, her joy reminiscent of a little bird. She had not inhaled the scent of leaves and grass in quite some time. Zhao Sheng, aware of her pent-up longing, silently followed her, his heart a tumultuous blend of emotions. The two wandered aimlessly along the bustling street. Xiaolan's eyes sparkled with delight at the sight of various street foods, though she could only satisfy her cravings with a mere glimpse. Her physical condition necessitated a strict diet. She could not indulge in indiscriminate eating. Xiaolan, are you tired? Let us find a restaurant with lighter fare, have dinner, and then return, Zhao Xing suggested. Sure, what do you think of that place? Xiaolan replied, pointing at a red neon sign. That is Manting Fong, one of the most expensive restaurants in the city, with an average spending easily exceeding 1,000. Zhao Sheng inhaled sharply. The funds in his pocket were borrowed from Huiyang, and such extravagance was not his style. Xiaolan chuckled. You look so scared. I was just teasing you. Let's go to the Huiyang restaurant across the street. Zhao Sheng laughed as well. Xiaolan, once you recover, I will definitely take you to indulge at Manting Fong. Xiaolan did not respond, lightly stepping forward. She understood that such indulgence was beyond her reach now. The Huiyang cuisine, known for its lightness, suited Xiaolan's current health condition. Aware of her brother's financial constraints, she selected 3 inexpensive dishes. Xiaolan, order something more expensive. Choose whatever you desire, Zhao Xing said, a pang of emotion tugging at his heart. I prefer these few dishes, Xiaolan replied obediently, closing the menu. Zhao Xing nodded, managing a faint smile to conceal his sorrow. Shortly, the server efficiently brought 3 dishes to their table. Xiaolan pointed to the Wincy tofu, stating, Brother, the knife skills for this dish are remarkable. The tofu is sliced as fine as hair. Zhao Xing stirred the dish with his spoon. My knife skills are quite impressive too. If you like it, I can make it for you later. Brother, your tofu was quite unpalatable. Yet you insisted I eat a whole bowl of it. Xiaolan reminisced about the dreadful memories of her childhood. I was too weak to push the stone mill when I was young. Things are different now, Zhao Xing admitted, slightly embarrassed. He took a bowl and served Xiaolan some tofu soup. She took a small sip, savoring its soft and delicate texture. The fine tofu strands melted in her mouth, leaving a lingering aftertaste. This is delicious. The world is truly wonderful. Chapter 17. Manting Fong having finally dined out. Xiaolan cherished each bite of food with great reverence. Zhao Sheng hardly ate, constantly serving her more dishes. Once Xiaolan had her fill, she wiped her mouth with a napkin and gazed enviously at the neon lights outside. The sign of Manting Fong stood out vividly against the night sky. Retrieving her gaze, she said softly, Brother, let us have a calm conversation. Zhao Sheng's hand trembled around his chopsticks, his mind in disarray. Xiaolan took a deep breath, her expression unusually solemn. Father passed away early, and mother has always been busy. You have cared for me since childhood. I must have done many good deeds in my past life to have such a wonderful brother like you, and I want to be by your side always. However, my illness has reached this stage, and there are many things I must face with courage. We cannot keep evading them. Zhao Sheng lowered his head, his eyes shrouded in shadow. He bit down hard on his lower lip, suppressing any sound. Brother, you still have a long life ahead. I cannot continue to be a burden to you. Please do not spend lavishly on me anymore. Let me enjoy these remaining moments happily. You have given everything, and I will not blame you. Neither will father and mother. Xiaolan could no longer contain herself, as scalding tears cascaded down her slender cheeks. If it were possible, she would undoubtedly wish to remain by her brother's side indefinitely. As long as there remained a glimmer of hope for her recovery, she would not concede defeat, if necessary. The siblings could toil together to repay their debts in the future. However, now that the situation seemed irretrievable, she had to contemplate her brother's future. She could not be so selfish as to leave him with a burdensome legacy that would shatter his life. Xiaolan, do not worry. Focus on your treatment. I know what I am doing, Zhao Sheng replied, his head bowed, his voice laden with restraint. Do not make decisions for me. I am responsible for my own life. Xiaolan's gaze was resolute, exhibiting a maturity that belied her 17 years. Zhao Sheng's fists were clenched tightly, knuckles whitening as his nails embedded themselves into his flesh. The somber atmosphere between the siblings continued to deepen, rippling outward like concentric waves. After a long silence, Zhao Sheng's voice emerged, rough and hesitant. All right, during this time. Whatever you wish to do, Just let me know. I will make it happen. Xiaolon sniffled. First, show me a smile. Zhao Sheng struggled for what felt like an eternity, yet his facial muscles seemed to have forgotten how to form a smile. He picked up 2 chopsticks, propping them against the corners of his mouth, forcing a grotesque grin through sheer physicality. Xiaolon erupted in laughter, though the tears on her cheeks continued to fall like raindrops. It's time to head back. Okay. Beneath the shimmering sign of Man Ting Fong, Lin Mushi paced back and forth. Tonight, she was dressed exceptionally formally in a resplendent red gown paired with crystal high heels, exuding an air of elegance and beauty. Any ordinary man who met her gaze would feel utterly inadequate. A black electric scooter came to a halt, revealing Yu Chenghua in white jeans, his expression one of indifference. His casual attire seemed more suited for a quick trip to the market. The stark contrast between their appearances suggested they hailed from entirely different worlds. Ehua, thank you for coming. Just keep your words to a minimum and enjoy the food. I'll handle the rest, Lin Mushi instructed. This evening, several investors and the film's creators were hosting a dinner at Man Ting Fong to meet Yu Chenghua. After all, relying solely on a painting lacked persuasive power. As the producer, Lin Mushi felt compelled to navigate the situation delicately. She had called Yu Chenghua, and fortunately, he agreed to attend, sparing her from embarrassment. Upon entering the private room, they found the dining table already surrounded by people, adorned with exquisite dishes and 2 bottles of expensive red wine. With a smile, Lin Mushi introduced, "This is Yu Chenghua, a highly promising artist. I had to visit him thrice to secure his presence." Yu Chenghua nodded briefly to the crowd as a form of greeting, taking a seat to Lin Mushi's right, awaiting the arrival of the food. He initially believed he was the coolest person present. However, to his left sat a young man dressed even more casually, who remained silent throughout the evening. Devoid of any eye contact, resembling a lifeless statue, exuding a melancholic aura reminiscent of a man mourning his deceased wife. He is my classmate, and also the original author of this anime, as Lin Mushi softly introduced Yu Chenghua. "Oh, I've heard much about you. It's a pleasure to meet you," Yu Chenghua replied politely. The person hardly paid him any mind. Authors, after all, often carry an air of arrogance. Yu Chenghua touched his nose, feeling slightly embarrassed, realizing that he had indeed encountered a rival today. Due to his father's lack of support, Lin Mushi's funding was rather limited, forcing her to assemble a very youthful team. To put it bluntly, it was akin to a makeshift troupe. Thus, despite Yu Chenghua's lack of experience and fame, no one seemed to disdain him. Lin Mushi, accustomed to grand occasions, navigated the conversation effortlessly, ensuring the atmosphere remained harmonious. Once everyone had arrived, the waiter began to serve the dishes. A splendid array of exquisite delicacies adorned the table. Before Yu Chenghua sat a bowl of spicy and sour beef, uniquely presented in a replica of an ancient cauldron, intricately carved with elaborate dragon patterns. While conversing with others, Lin Mushi did not forget to attend to Yu Chenghua, serving him a piece of beef. Observing the cauldron, Yu Chenghua curiously inquired, "This dish must be quite expensive, around 200 or 300, I presume?" Lin Mushi casually replied, 1,680. It's made with 5-star Wagyu beef. Yu Chenghua's eyes widened in disbelief, finding it somewhat exaggerated. After tasting a piece, though delicious, he felt it was still not worth the price, the value being far too low. "How much is that ribbon fish over there?" Yu Chenghua asked again. It was a ribbon fish weighing around 3 pounds, pan-fried to a golden hue, cut into pieces and drizzled with sauce, served on a nearly meter-long platter. It certainly looked pricey. "Braised knife fish, what do you think it costs?" Lin Mushi countered. "It must be at least 700 or 800. Yu Chenghua, recalling his earlier experience, deliberately guessed high. 2,980, Lin Mushi revealed. It struck him like a thunderbolt, completely shattering his perception of spending. How could ribbon fish cost 1,000 per pound? Truly, the restaurant was commendable, never taking advantage of the less fortunate. Gazing through the window, he spotted the sign of a Huayong restaurant across the street, and he became acutely aware of the vast chasm between himself and affluent individuals like Lin Mushi. As she nibbled on spicy rabbit heads and sipped salty milk tea, it was evident she was deliberately trying to appear relatable, bridging the gap with him, which was genuinely considerate. To avoid embarrassing himself, he dutifully ate his meal, refraining from further inquiries about prices. The esteemed author remained engrossed in his meal, completely disengaged from the conversation. The exquisite delicacies in his mouth tasted like mere wax. In an effort to socialize, Lin Mushi poured some red wine, engaging in toasts with several investors. After a few glasses, a rosy hue graced her cheeks, enhancing her beauty. The men were captivated, intoxicated not by the wine, but by her charm. Chapter 18. Tell me a joke. The dinner concluded on a joyful note, and Lynn Mush, slightly tipsy, bid farewell to each investor. Her cheeks were a soft pink, and her beautiful eyes shimmered like waves, akin to a resplendent rose. Are you all right? Yu Chenghua noticed Lynn Mush's unsteady gait. Won't you offer me a hand? Lynn Mush retorted playfully. Yu Chenghua hesitated for a moment, gently cradling her arm. Her delicate skin felt as smooth as silk. Once all the onlookers had departed, only the two of them remained alongside the esteemed author. Lynn Mushy called out, "Hey, thanks for gracing us with your presence." The author walked ahead without glancing back, replying, "If you wish to take photos, do it properly. Don't make a mess of it." With that, he hailed a taxi and, turning his back to them, waved before slipping into the vehicle. The driver pressed the accelerator, vanishing into the distance. So cool, yet so friendless. Lynn Mushy scoffed. Wasn't he like this back in school? Yu Chenghua inquired. A person can undergo a significant transformation after a major setback. Lynn Mushy sighed wistfully. The evening breeze tousled her long hair, carrying with it a hint of fragrance. Yu Chenghua had no interest in prying into others' privacy. He casually asked, "How will you return? Shall I call a cab for you?" Lynn Mushy elongated her tone. "Why call a cab? That's a waste of money. You should give me a ride." Her gaze fell upon a charming black electric scooter. The back seat looked so invitingly soft, promising comfort. "You just had a dish that cost 2,980, yet you hesitate to spend on a cab?" Yu Chenghua found it hard to believe. This is akin to biking to a bar. One must be frugal, yet also indulge when necessary, Lynn Mushy asserted confidently. The banquet that evening was meant to showcase their prowess to the affluent benefactors, hence she needed to appear generous. In truth, given her current financial situation, indulging in such a feast already felt like a pang to her heart. Of course, she wasn't destitute enough to lack cab fare. She simply preferred the electric scooter. It was open-roofed and airy. Yu Chenghua took the helm of the scooter, tossing her a helmet. "Where do you live?" Lynn Mushy playfully leaned to one side as she mounted the vehicle, grasping his broad shoulder on Mingwei Road. Yu Chenghua's shoulder involuntarily twitched. "Not used to this. Should I wrap my arms around your waist?" Lynn Mushy teased. "No, I'll only take you to the corner. You can walk the rest," Yu Chenghua replied. His back rigid. "I won't bite," Lynn Mushy muttered. A dilapidated electric scooter sped through the streets at night, carrying a heavenly beauty clad in a red dress. The road was congested with luxury cars, and men leaned out, envious of Yu Chenghua, unable to fathom where they had lost out. When they encountered a red light, Yu Chenghua halted the scooter. A soft body collided with his back, followed by a delicate exclamation. "I'm sorry, I'll be more careful next time." Yu Chenghua, drenched in sweat, felt more exhausted than after 2 sets of push-ups. "I'm thirsty. Go buy me a cup of milk tea." Lynn Mushy pointed at the milk tea shop at the corner. "What flavor? Ice or no ice?" Yu Chenghua turned back to ask. "Salty milk tea, with ice." Lynn Mushy leaned forward, her breath tinged with the scent of red wine. "Thirsty and still drinking something salty? Mind your business." Yu Chenghua, observing her dreamy, inebriated gaze, decided against arguing, parked the scooter, and walked toward the milk tea shop. Lynn Mushy obediently sat on the back seat, propping her chin on her hand, a smile gracing her lips. In her slightly tipsy state, everything felt splendid. She could cast aside her burdens and revel in being a delightful rogue. Yu Chenghua stepped into the shop and said, "Hello, I would like a salted milk tea with ice." The female attendant was taken aback. "It has been ages since anyone ordered that flavor. We were nearly on the verge of discontinuing it. Would you prefer a medium, large, or extra-large cup?" Yu Chenghua replied with a stoic expression, "I don't care what you call it. I simply want the medium cup from those 3 options." Upon returning with the bag, he noticed Lynn Mushy seated on the back of the electric bike, gazing up at the stars. Her delicate profile was flawless, a true embodiment of beauty. Perhaps fatigued, she had kicked off her high heels, revealing a pair of dainty, jade-like feet. The supple skin, radiant with a hint of pink, showcased intricate lines that exuded a captivating charm, resembling a meticulously carved masterpiece or dancing musical notes. Yu Chenghua's gaze lingered on her exquisite feet for a moment before he forcibly averted his eyes. "Here, your salted milk tea." Lynn Mushy pouted. "Help me insert the straw." Yu Chenghua complied and handed it over. Lynn Mushy took a generous sip, her expression one of pure delight. Such a celestial beauty possessed such peculiar tastes. Sit tight. We'll be there soon, Yu Chenghua said as he picked up Lin Mushi's crystal high heels and tossed them onto the electric bike, resuming their journey. The distance to Mantingfang was not far from Mingwei Road. They would arrive in 5 minutes. The moonlight cast a delicate frost upon their shoulders. Lin Mushi patted Yu Chenghua's back with one hand, saying, "I'm so bored. Tell me a joke." Yu Chenghua replied indifferently, "I don't know any." Lin Mushi, undeterred, said, "Then I'll tell you one." Ignoring whether Yu Chenghua was listening, she launched into her tale. Xiao Ming boarded a crowded bus and accidentally bumped into a pregnant woman. The woman, infuriated, exclaimed, "What are you doing?" Xiao Ming quickly apologized. "Did I bump your baby?" The laughter erupted around them, dissipating into the night breeze. Yu Chenghua felt goosebumps rise on his arms. Lin Mushi stifled her laughter and began sharing another, even more awkward joke. Pregnant Daji was strolling in the backyard when she tripped over a stone, resulting in a miscarriage. King Zhou, in profound sorrow, cried out, "Daji, did your baby not make it? The stone caused your loss." Before she could finish, Lin Mushi was doubled over with laughter, clinging to Yu Chenghua's waist for fear of falling off. Yu Chenghua couldn't hold back either and burst into laughter. How could a refined young lady turn into such a jokester after a drink? "We've arrived," Yu Chenghua announced, halting the bike at the intersection of Mingwei Road. "Can't you take me downstairs?" Lin Mushi pleaded with a pitiful look. "I don't want to go in." "You can walk a few steps." Yu Chenghua remained firm. Lin Mushi said nothing and wiggled her bare feet forward. Yu Chenghua retrieved the high heels and placed them on the ground. "I can't reach them," Lin Mushi murmured softly. Yu Chenghua carefully steadied the bike, turned, and crouched down to pick up one of the high heels. Before him, her jade-like feet radiated a cool and noble sheen, every detail meticulously cared for. Her toenails were trimmed to a smooth, rounded finish, resembling lustrous pearls, translucent and exquisite. Yu Chenghua's breath grew heavy. It was a true test of patience, and he could not afford to linger. He grasped Lin Mushi's delicate ankle with a firm yet gentle grip, effortlessly slipping her high heel into place before assisting her out of the car. He was left with only one shoe to wear himself. Humph, having already worn it. Why feel any shame? Lin Mush chuckled, but her smile abruptly vanished as her peripheral vision caught sight of a black SUV parked by the roadside. Chapter 19. From now on, I will protect you. Lin Jiejun leaned against the front of the SUV, a cigarette dangling from his lips. Were it not for the undeniable evidence before his eyes, he would scarcely believe that his sister, Lin Mush, could be perched on the back of a rickety electric scooter, laughing so joyfully. How embarrassing. What are you doing here again? Lin Mush approached him, her voice icy with reproach. What is your relationship with that fellow? Lin Jiejun's gaze towards Yu Chenghua was laced with palpable hostility. He is my hired artist, Lin Mush retorted sharply. I warn you, do not trouble him again. What kind of artist also helps you put on shoes? Lin Jiejun scoffed. Lin Mush's face flushed crimson at the implication. To an outsider, their earlier interaction may have appeared overly intimate. Lin Jiejun exhaled a puff of smoke, continuing with an air of authority. Father remains worried about you and insisted I check on you again. If you wish to pursue that pathetic film endeavor, seek investment on your own. Do not expect a single penny from the family, and steer clear of dubious men like him. Do not bring shame upon our family. How can you say such things? Lin Mush exclaimed, indignation rising in her voice. We are merely friends. Lin Jiejun sneered. Father has chosen several suitors for you, all from respectable families. What would they think if they learned you were involved with a gigolo, engaging in disreputable activities? In a fit of frustration, Lin Mush hurled the remaining half of her milk tea at Lin Jiejun, tears of grievance welling in her eyes. She acknowledged her fondness for Yu Chenghua's appearance and was intrigued by his cool demeanor, which had emboldened her to let him escort her home. It is entirely natural for a girl to draw closer to a boy she likes. Why must she endure the weight of societal judgment? Lin Jiejun was notorious for his reckless lifestyle, indulging in extravagance and debauchery, yet he felt entitled to chastise his sister simply because he was a man? What is wrong with you? Lin Jiejun erupted in fury. The splattered milk tea streamed down his expensive shirt, rendering him a pitiable sight. He raised his hand, almost inclined to strike Lin Mush. Instinctively, Lin Mush took a couple of steps back upon seeing the menace in Lin Jiejun's eyes. Suddenly, a figure surged from the side, slamming Lin Jiejun against the car hood. Scoundrel, what are you doing? Lin Jiejun grimaced in pain. Yu Chenghua's gaze was piercing. Mind your language. Who dares to besmirch his own sister? Your insults do not concern me. Lin Jejun struggled fiercely, but to no avail. Yu Qinghua's muscular frame was not without its strength. His long bangs fell over his eyes, obscuring his expression, which only served to heighten Lin Jejun's fear. Ahua, let him go. Lin Mush urged anxiously. She was not afraid that Yu Qinghua would harm Lin Jejun, but rather concerned about the potential repercussions Lin Jejun might unleash afterward. A wealthy second-generation heir has countless ways to deal with a poor boy. If you dare to speak disrespectfully to her again, I shall make you feel the weight of this fist, Yu Qinghua threatened, raising his fist menacingly before finally releasing his grip. Lin Jejun stood up, coughing repeatedly. He dared not utter further boastful words, yet his shadowy gaze was as fearsome as a venomous serpent. Lin Mushu interposed herself between the two. Brother, this does not concern him. If you dare to retaliate, I will ensure we both suffer the consequences. Lin Jejun's sinister smile was chilling. So quickly you side with an outsider against me. Truly you are my dear sister. Yu Qinghua remained composed. I am unafraid of retaliation if I choose to act. Kindly refrain from speaking. Lin Mushu lowered her voice. Warning Lin Jejun, we live in a society governed by law. Do not act recklessly. Any negative news could tarnish the group's reputation. She deliberately invoked the name of the Fushuan group, hoping to intimidate Lin Jejun and prevent him from taking any underhanded actions against Yu Qinghua. However, she overlooked one critical detail. Yu Qinghua possessed another identity. In certain places, fighting was permissible. Kid, I know you are skilled, but I do not believe you are a champion. Would you dare to step back into the ring? Lin Jejun taunted. You? Yu Qinghua scoffed. Do I need to personally deal with you? Until we meet again. Frustrated, Lin Jejun yanked the car door open and sat down heavily. Brother, he just insulted you. I apologize on his behalf. Please inform father that I want to pursue this matter, and I hope he will support me. I have never wished to contest for any inheritance, so you need not target me. Just focus on yourself. Before Lin Mushu could finish her words, Lin Jejun impatiently started the engine, roaring away. Having suffered this indignity, he could not let it go easily. Hearing Lin Mushu's humble tone, Yu Qinghua felt a pang of guilt. I am sorry, I may have been too impulsive just now. Lin Mushu's eyes sparkled. You cannot bear to see me bullied? He has gone too far. Yu Qinghua, still simmering with anger, declared, from now on, I will protect you. He will not dare to harm you. Lin Mushu confidently patted her chest. All right, you should head back now. Yes, see you tomorrow. Lin Mushu walked down Mingwei Road in her high heels. Her shadow under the streetlight was slender and elongated. Yu Qinghua stood at the intersection, watching her until she was out of sight before he turned and mounted his electric bike, heading in the opposite direction of the bustling city. The night breeze tousled his medium-length hair, revealing a pair of profound eyes. Perhaps due to the speed of his ride, tears were swept away by the wind, falling into his ears. Loneliness surged within him, enveloping his heart tightly. He hoped that tomorrow's sun would rise alongside his dreams. Xiaolon half sat on the bed, playing casual games on her phone. Zhaoxing sat nearby, peeling an apple for her. I'm so bored. Brother, tell me a joke. Xiaolon tossed her phone aside. Zhaoxing paused to think before speaking with a rhythmic cadence. Guan Yu developed a tumor above his brow, and when Hua Tuo attempted to treat him, he could not proceed due to the proximity to his eyes. Hua Tuo devised a plan and, feigning insult, provoked Guan Yu into a furious reaction, seizing the moment to excise the tumor. The legendary healer Hua Tuo possesses an extraordinary skill known as raise your eyebrows. As his words echoed, Xiaolon rolled on the bed in laughter. Though this jest may border on the offensive and lack decorum, it undeniably evokes an inexplicable amusement. Zhaoxing also chuckled, extending an apple towards her. Exhausted from laughter, Xiaolon gasped, Brother, aren't you chatting with that dream-chasing sister tonight? Zhaoxing shot her a glare, retorting, Adults' affairs are not for children to meddle in. Xiaolon rolled her eyes in response. I see you as timid, too afraid to ask a girl out. Zhaoxing, lacking conviction, replied, She mentioned being quite busy these days. I'd rather not disturb her. As she nibbled on the apple, Xiaolon earnestly counseled, Brother, if you like her, you must take the initiative. Are you waiting for her to approach you? Good girls are a rarity these days. If you hesitate, she might become someone else's wife. Who knows, she might be out on a date with some handsome fellow tonight, and he might just be escorting her home. Zhaoxing grew weary of her arguments. I haven't even seen her face. How could I dare say I like her? Chapter 20. Coexisting in one room, the first rays of morning sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm golden hue upon the floor. Lin Mushi was awakened by the persistent alarm clock. She sat up, shaking her head, her disheveled hair obscuring her face. The memory of her wild antics from the previous night flooded her mind, barefoot, perched on an electric scooter, narrating awkward jokes. Oh, how mortifying. Then, recalling the image of Yu Chunghua pinning Lin Jiejun against the hood of a car, she felt a surge of admiration for his striking demeanor. Most girls, after all, yearn for care and protection. After freshening up, Lin Mushi hastily prepared a breakfast of milk and cereal before driving to the animation studio. Exiting the parking lot, she fortuitously encountered Yu Chunghua at the elevator entrance. Clad in a light gray long-sleeved shirt with rolled-up sleeves, his muscular arms were quite appealing. A few strands of hair fell over his forehead, enhancing the depth and mystery of his gaze. Good morning. What a coincidence. Lin Mushi greeted him with enthusiasm. Morning. Yu Chunghua acknowledged with a nod. As the elevator doors opened, they stepped inside, standing side by side. The delicate fragrance emanating from Lin Mushi became more pronounced in the confined space. She fidgeted with her hands, saying, I had a bit too much to drink last night. Please don't take my jokes to heart. I genuinely admire every trainee who strives for their dreams. Yu Chunghua remained focused ahead. What jokes did you tell? I've already forgotten. Lin Mushi gazed down at her toes. I don't often go without shoes. Yu Chunghua replied nonchalantly, I've forgotten as well. It seems we forgot to select a floor. I'm sorry, I neglected to do that, she responded. Yu Chunghua, resembling someone with dementia, pressed the button for the 23rd floor, and the elevator began its ascent. Lin Mushi covered her eyes, feeling utterly mortified. Upon entering the animation studio on the 23rd floor, rhythmic keystrokes filled the air. The diligent animators, hard at work, were predominantly balding. Yu Chunghua elegantly tossed his long hair, remaining silent. Come in, from now on. You will paint here, Lin Mushi announced, pushing open an office door. The space spanned approximately 40 square meters and was decorated in a minimalist style. Several pots of jasmine flowers adorned the windowsill, their fragrance wafting gently with the breeze. I do not require such a spacious area, Yu Chunghua modestly remarked. This is my office, Lin Mushi replied with a smile. You want me to work in your office? Yu Chunghua questioned, perplexed. You mentioned your reluctance to engage with others. And since there is no independent studio here, I had to make a small sacrifice and allocate a corner to you, Lin Mushi said. Her expression tinged with a hint of grievance, as if she had suffered a great loss. Yu Chunghua glanced over to see an easel already set up in the southeast corner. His subsequent task was to sit there and paint continuously. The animators would then transform his hand-drawn sketches into a seamless animated work, a process demanding immense skill and patience. On your first day, there is no need to rush into work. Allow me to familiarize you with the environment, Lin Mushi suggested. No need. Let us begin right away, Yu Chunghua declared, removing his backpack and swiftly retrieving his brushes and paints, immersing himself in his craft. Though in the company of an exquisite beauty, his focus remained solely on his work. Such a person, if made emperor, would remain unperturbed by any captivating allure threatening his reign. After providing a few more instructions, Lin Mushi departed for a meeting, leaving Yu Chunghua in peaceful solitude to create. The sound of his brush gliding over the paper filled the air with a soft rustle. The scent of jasmine mingled with the aroma of paint, gently permeating the atmosphere. An 18-year-old boy was gradually taking shape on the canvas, his demeanor refined and spirit untainted. Though he wore an exceedingly mismatched floral shirt, the leaves of the ginkgo trees danced like green butterflies in the spring breeze. Time flew by, and before long, a hint of perfume lingered in the air. Yu Chunghua turned to meet Lin Mushi's gentle gaze. Oh, when did you return? He asked. Lin Mushi smiled broadly. I saw you were so engrossed that I couldn't bring myself to disturb you. Yu Chunghua pointed to the painting. How does it look? Lin Mushi commended. It's wonderful, just like him. Yu Chunghua chuckled. I read that book and thought the male protagonist must resemble this. To avoid interrupting Yu Chunghua, Lin Mushi returned to her desk, opening her computer and pretending to work, occasionally peeking from behind the screen to admire the profile of Yu Chunghua. The morning sunlight cast a golden hue across his facial contours. A man with such long eyelashes. Are you trying to tempt fate? As Yu Chunghua mixed his paints, he inadvertently glanced over, only to see her exquisite features quickly retreat behind the monitor. From his vantage point, he could just glimpse a pair of smooth, porcelain legs, graceful and harmonious, akin to a captivating melody that entranced the senses. A slight flush crept onto Yu Chunghua's cheeks. It was unintentional peeking. merely a natural fixation of the gaze. Are you thirsty? Would you like some coffee? Lin Mushy inquired, lifting her head. I'll get it. Do you take sugar? Yu Chenghua offered. No milk, no sugar, she replied. All right, just a moment. Through their interactions, Yu Chenghua had gradually discerned Lin Mushy's preferences. She did not enjoy sweetness. Unlike many other women, perhaps the sheltered life of a wealthy young lady had shielded her from hardship. Yu Chenghua returned with 2 cups of coffee, only to find Lin Mushy's computer screen displaying a melodramatic youth idol drama. The hallmark of such dramas lies in their emphasis on visual appeal in both plot and performance. Is this your work? Yu Chenghua inquired, placing the coffee cups on the table with a hint of confusion. Lin Mushy cleared her throat lightly. We are in the animation film industry, after all. I'm merely referencing other works to draw inspiration and refine our craft. That makes sense. Yu Chenghua chose not to contradict her. Lin Mushy lifted her steaming cup and took a delicate sip, savoring the rich aroma of the roasted coffee beans that lingered on her palate, with a subtle bitterness in the aftertaste. On screen, the male and female leads unexpectedly embraced, their fervor nearly spilling out of the screen. Lin Mushy nearly choked, frantically attempting to close the video, but in a moment of distraction, pressed the spacebar, freezing the frame. With widened eyes, she stared for several seconds before timidly asking, Do you think that male actor just stuck out his tongue? Yu Chenghua's hand trembled slightly as he held his cup, choosing silence as he walked toward his designated corner. Lin Mushy's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as regret swept over her. What was I thinking? Surely he doesn't think I'm some frivolous girl, she mused. She picked up her phone and messaged Xie Xiaoyu. Have you watched that new drama? In episode 26, doesn't he the male lead seem a bit too forward during the kiss? A minute later, Xie Xiaoyu's response arrived, a voice message lasting over 30 seconds. Concerned that Yu Chenghua might overhear, Lin Mushy quickly converted the audio to text. Of course I've seen it. I replayed that kiss scene a dozen times. He definitely stuck out his tongue. I absolutely loved it. I've fantasized about being kissed like that on the couch 1,000 times, but unfortunately, Hui Yang is rather wooden. Lin Mushy stifled a giggle, reveling in the camaraderie of their conversation. This was the natural rhythm of a chat between close friends. Women's interest in such matters was no less than that of men. Chapter 21. The Seeds of Longing. Lin Mushy. The female lead is quite foolish. So easily swayed by handsome men, lacking any sense of restraint. Xie Xiaoyu. If I saw the male lead's 8-pack abs, I wouldn't be able to hold back. Modesty would be the last thing on my mind. Lin Mushy. And that kiss came out of nowhere. The atmosphere hadn't even built up yet. Xie Xiaoyu. You've never been in love, so how could you understand that irresistible feeling? The two women engaged in a lively discussion about the plot of the idol drama, pondering the absurdity of the writer's imagination. Yet, the allure of such stories was undeniable to young girls. While binge-watching, the air seemed to shimmer with pink bubbles of infatuation. After a flurry of trivial chatter, Lin Mushy suddenly recalled her pressing concern and inquired of Xie Xiaoyu. Any news on Lin Jejun? With a heart heavy with frustration, she could barely bring herself to refer to him as her brother. Xie Xiaoyu replied, I'm not sure. His secretary mentioned he has recently taken an interest in boxing. Lin Mushy felt a tightening in her chest, sensing that Lin Jejun was up to no good. Given Xie Xiaoyu's tendency to gossip, she refrained from mentioning the connection between Yu Chenghua and Lin Jejun. Otherwise, by noon, office gossip would be rampant, embellished into countless melodramatic tales of heroism and romance. As Yu Chenghua's brush danced across the canvas, time gradually slipped away. The sunlight outside the window grew increasingly scorching. Ahua, it's too hot outside. Shall we order takeout for lunch? What would you like to eat? Lin Mushy approached Yu Chenghua, her hands propping up her chin in a playful manner. Anything. Yu Chenghua replied, his gaze firmly fixed on the paper. If you say anything again, I might get angry, Lin Mushy warned, raising her delicate brows. Suit yourself. Yu Chenghua seemed indifferent. Humph. Lin Mushy pouted, returning to her seat to browse the myriad of dishes available for delivery. She comforted herself, reflecting, life is but a play. We gather here by fate. Why lose my temper over trifles? If others are angry, I shall remain calm. Who will care for me if I fall ill? If I were to perish in anger, who would find joy in that? Moreover, it is both burdensome and wearisome. Having recited this ancient, enigmatic mantra, Lin Mushy completed her order and transformed back into a vibrant young woman. Half an hour later, steaming dishes arrived. Lin Mushy called out a few times before Yu Chenghua emerged from his artistic reverie. He glanced around in confusion. Do I really have to accompany you for meals every day? Lin Mushi pouted, as if you're suffering greatly. Yu Changhua rubbed his temples. I have a large appetite. I might just eat you into poverty. Lin Mushi dismissed his concern. I eat little, so we complement each other perfectly. Knowing Yu Chenghua's aversion to spicy food, she had chosen milder dishes. The prices were reasonable, typical of a working lunch. Yu Chenghua, unpicky and easygoing, relished the meal, having maintained a fitness regimen. His appetite exceeded that of an average person. Alongside the main courses, there was a dessert of red beans sticky rice cake, elegantly packaged with a poem printed on it. Red beans grow in the south, sprouting branches in spring. May you gather more, for this is the essence of longing. Preoccupied with her thoughts, Lin Mushi recited the poem aloud. Yu Chenghua corrected her. The red beans in the poem refer to Xiangxi, while this red bean is Qi Xiaodou. They are not the same. Lin Mushi was taken aback. Wow, you are quite cultured. Yu Chenghua felt a bit bashful. When I taught myself to paint, I studied Wang Wei's works and happened upon his poetry as well. Lin Mushi blurted, there is poetry in painting, and painting in poetry? Yu Chenghua nodded, about to speak, when he met Lin Mushi's gentle gaze, suddenly taken aback. Lin Mushi also realized, her cheeks flushed a soft pink. Their names corresponded perfectly with that phrase. Upon further reflection, it felt slightly improper. I don't enjoy sweets, you can have it, Lin Mushi exclaimed, hastily retreating to her seat, her burning face hidden behind the screen. To alleviate the awkwardness, she chose a song to play. The enchanting voice of the diva wafted through the speakers. I have yet to boil the red beans for you, to turn them into a lingering wound. Sharing it together would deepen the understanding of longing's sorrow. Listening to the song, Yu Changhua savored the red bean sticky rice cake. A wave of sweetness unfurling across his taste buds. The delicate texture lingered on his palate. This lunch transformed into a delightful experience. Reminiscent of the meals in Wang Wei's poetry, Yu Changhua tossed the lunchbox aside and discovered Lin Mushi slumped over the office desk, already asleep. Her tranquil profile was exquisitely sculpted, devoid of any blemish. The graceful curve of her swan-like neck was adorned with a string of pearls that glimmered with a lustrous sheen. The air conditioning in the room was set too low, and concerned for Lin Mushi's well-being, Yu Changhua gently draped a blanket over her back. Cautious not to disturb her serene slumber, he then retreated to the corner, allowing his creativity to flow onto the canvas. The jasmine on the windowsill appeared even more immaculate under the afternoon sun, pure as the nascent blossoms of love. 20 minutes later, Lin Mushi stirred awake, rubbing her drowsy eyes. The blanket slipped silently from her shoulders to the chair. A glance toward the figure in the corner brought a smile to her lips. How considerate of him. If only he spoke less and was more casual. This young lady is not one to take matters of the heart lightly. Don't you take a break at noon? Lin Mushi inquired as she rose. I'm not tired, Yu Chenghua replied, casting a brief glance her way. You're working so hard to help me realize my dreams. You wouldn't want to disappoint my earnest efforts, would you? Lin Mushi added theatrically. Not at all. I simply don't want to squander the salary you provide, Yu Chenghua answered candidly. Lin Mushi pouted, clearly dissatisfied with his response. Can't you be a bit sweeter with your words? By the way, if my brother gives you any trouble, don't confront him directly. Just call me immediately. She instructed with a serious tone. Understood, Yu Chenghua responded somewhat dismissively. As Lin Mushi exited the office, she gently closed the door behind her, her demeanor gradually shifting to one of poise and determination. She was a formidable female executive, not merely a naive girl engrossed in mindless dramas. Having grown up under her father's influence and honed her skills over years in the company, she had shed her youthful innocence, becoming astute and resolute. Otherwise, she wouldn't dare engage numerous investors in unfamiliar ventures. Others were willing to invest not solely because of her status, but also due to her capabilities. During the morning meeting, they had analyzed the primary challenge they faced, a lack of funding. Only those familiar with the animation industry understood how financially demanding it could be. A compelling story, devoid of high-quality production and extensive promotion, would struggle to captivate audiences on the big screen. To capitalists, film was not an art form, but a tangible commodity. While Lin Mushi feigned ease in front of Yu Chenghua, a heavy burden weighed upon her heart. Due to the obstruction from Lin Jiejun and others, she had nearly exhausted her options for new investments. If this endeavor failed, it would not only tarnish her reputation, but also betray the memory of a departed friend. A poignant phrase from Zhao Sheng's notebook suddenly came to mind, resonating deeply with her. I feel so useless. What am I to do? Chapter 22. An instant connection in the blink of an eye. Nearly half a month had passed. Su Wintao called, stating that Xiao Mei had been transferred to a regular ward and wished to meet with Huiyang and Zhao Sheng to express her gratitude in person. Huiyang, wishing to avoid complications, suggested that Zhao Sheng represent him, as he too needed to visit the hospital. It was on the way. After work, Zhao Sheng first went to room 709, where Xiao Lan was reclining against the headboard, engrossed in a book. Engrossed in a poignant and tender romantic novel. The male and female protagonists engaged in a series of melodramatic antics spanning 1,000,000 words, ultimately leading to a blissful life together. Ah, such a cliché romance, Zhao Sheng remarked. It's a matter that could be explained in a single sentence, yet they insist on dragging out the misunderstandings for 20 chapters. Oh, the male perspective fails to grasp this. It is precisely the allure of female-centric narratives. Xiao Lan shyly closed her book. With admirable patience, she endeavored to enlighten her brother about the realm of online literature. The distinction between male and female narratives exists for a reason. The differences in thought processes between male and female readers result in divergent reading preferences. For instance, male-centered novels typically feature the male lead accompanied by 7 or 8 female counterparts, while those with a more pure love theme may present a dual lead scenario. Should an author recklessly attempt to innovate by introducing a female lead with 2 male counterparts in a genre predominantly male, it is highly likely to result in a dismal failure. Xiao Lan, I am going to visit a patient and shall return shortly, Zhao Sheng announced. As the twilight began to envelop the surroundings. Take me along. I wish to stretch my legs, Xiao Lan said, her spirits lifted. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Sheng nodded in agreement. Xiao Lan, being of a similar age to Xiao Mei, would likely find common ground with her. The two brought some fruit and took the elevator to the 5th floor, where Zhao Sheng had called ahead, and Su Wintao awaited them at the elevator entrance. Compared to their last encounter, Su appeared significantly improved, his brow relaxed and a smile gracing his face. Thank you for coming to see Xiao Mei, he said, shaking Zhao Sheng's hand. Mr. Su, no need for formality. This is my sister, Xiao Lan, Zhao Sheng introduced. Su Wintao glanced at Xiao Lan, noting her pallor with sympathy, though he refrained from expressing it overtly. Upon entering the hospital room, they found Su Mei lying on the bed, gazing listlessly at the ceiling, seemingly counting the drops from the 4 drip. Xiao Mei, your firefighter brother has come to see you, Su Wintao announced, raising the head of the bed so that she could recline comfortably. Hello, brother. Thank you, Xiao Mei said, tears welling in her eyes upon seeing Zhao Sheng. That day, trapped in the car, she had endured excruciating pain and a life-threatening injury, her consciousness fading. It was Zhao Sheng's encouragement that reignited her desire for life. Xiao Mei, it's all right now. Focus on your recovery, and you will heal soon. Zhao Sheng comforted her and proceeded to introduce Xiao Lan. Having spent days confined to her hospital bed, Xiao Mei was thrilled to converse with someone her age, apart from the nurses or the elderly lady in the adjacent bed. The two girls quickly bonded and shared stories. Xiao Mei revealed that her name was derived from a line in a poem by Wang Wei. You, who come from the homeland, must know the affairs of your hometown. In days to come, before the splendid window, has the cold plum blossomed yet? Countless verses have been penned about orchids throughout history, yet Xiao Lan candidly explained that her name had been whimsically chosen by her grandfather. In rural areas, girls with the character Lan in their names abound. Observing the two young ladies engage in animated conversation, Zhao Sheng and Su Wintao felt somewhat superfluous. Exchanging glances, they decided to retreat to the corridor for a chat. Such a sweet and lovely girl. How could she possibly suffer from such an illness? Su Wintao lamented. It is my failure to care for her properly, Zhao Sheng replied, laden with guilt. It's not your fault. Xiao Lan must have incurred considerable expenses during her hospital stay, Su Wintao inquired. Indeed, it is quite a sum, Zhao Sheng murmured. Although a portion of Xiao Lan's medical expenses can be reimbursed by insurance, the remaining costs still impose a significant burden on Zhao Sheng. As a relatively inexperienced firefighter, his salary is modest. He has not only depleted his savings, but also owes considerable amounts to Huiyang and his aunt. Su Wintao, assessing Zhao Sheng's robust physique, tentatively inquired, May I ask, have you ever studied martial arts? Zhao Sheng, puzzled by the question, candidly replied, I haven't trained specifically, but I have some foundational training from the fire brigade. After a moment's hesitation, Su Wintao revealed the truth. He operates a gym and possesses extensive connections within the industry. Recently, a wealthy heir has been scouting for promising young boxers across the city to participate in a boxing match in over 2 months, challenging a former champion. If one were to secure the championship, the rewards would be substantial. I believe your physical condition is quite commendable. Would you consider trying it? Su Wentao proposed. Do the rich have so much free time? Zhao Xing jested. Who knows how the wealthy think? We just focus on earning money, Su Wentao chuckled. As a firefighter, the regulations in my brigade are stringent, and I likely wouldn't be able to participate. Besides, I'm not skilled in boxing. No worries, I merely mentioned it in passing. The subject was closed, and no further discussions ensued. Su Wentao felt a twinge of guilt, as Xiaomei's treatment also demands significant financial resources. And he felt powerless to assist Zhao Sheng. Beyond mutual encouragement, there were no further words exchanged. In the hospital room, the two girls conversed endlessly, their topics ranging from novels, films, and cuisine to travel and astrology. Xiaolan, it's time to go back. You mustn't overexert yourself, Zhao Sheng called from the doorway. Oh, very well. Xiaolan reluctantly bid farewell to Xiaomei, who waved back with equal reluctance, urging the siblings to visit again when they have the chance. Su Wentao courteously escorted them into the elevator, expressing his gratitude once more. As the elevator doors closed, Zhao Sheng, smiling, asked, Have you made a new friend so quickly? Xiaolan replied, her pride evident, Of course. I've always been quite popular since childhood. Zhao Sheng playfully pinched her cheek. You spent most of your time discussing food. Xiaolan giggled. We were all so hungry. Little glutton, what do you wish to eat? I crave dessert, the glutinous rice cake with red beans, she replied. Zhao Sheng, observing his sister's joyful expression, recalled the days of planting red beans during their childhood. As children of humble means, they had been helping their mother with farm work from a young age. In late spring and early summer, the three of them would go to the fields to plant red beans. Their mother would dig holes, while Xiaolan tossed 3 or 4 pre-soaked seeds into each hole, and Zhao Sheng would cover them with a thin layer of soil, followed by watering them. After 3 to 4 months of diligent care, they would reap the harvest in autumn. Freshly cooked red beans, sweetened with white sugar, would be transformed into sweet bean paste. The steamed glutinous rice would be formed into cakes, layered with sweet bean paste, followed by another layer of rice cake, and finally topped with fruit preserves. Once set, it would be cut into small pieces, ready for enjoyment. These were the most delightful culinary memories of their childhood, embodying the essence of home. However, after their mother fell ill, their fractured family weathered turbulent times, and such joyous moments were never to be experienced again. Wrapped in the cloak of night, Zhao Sheng traversed a considerable distance to procure red bean glutinous rice cake. Xiaolan took 2 bites and sighed in solitude, lamenting that it was not as delectable as what her mother made. Zhao Sheng turned away, tears welling in his eyes, yearning for the taste of his mother's cooking. Yet, he was no longer the young boy who once planted red beans. He had become the sole support of his sister, unable to reveal even a hint of vulnerability. Even if the sky were to fall, he must bear it alone. Chapter 23. Maple Leaf Water District. After Xiaolan drifted into slumber, Zhao Sheng departed from the hospital, dragging his weary feet back to the cramped rental apartment. As he opened the door, his phone buzzed in his pocket. Upon checking, he found a vibrant message from the radiant goddess of light. I've been so busy lately that I forgot to return your notebook. Zhao Sheng promptly typed a response. No worries, I'm in no rush. Please handle your work first. Chasing dreams. How has Xiaolan been lately? Zhao Sheng, still the same. No miracles have occurred. Chasing dreams. Don't give up. Stay optimistic. If she has any requests, try to fulfill them. Zhao Sheng, I understand. Thank you. Over the past half-month, Zhao Sheng had contemplated reaching out to Chasing Dreams several times, but was at a loss for words. His life was filled with sorrow. Why should he burden others with his negative emotions? Yet, upon receiving a message from her, he felt a surge of exhilaration. Even while bathing, upon hearing his phone ring, he would dry his hands and respond immediately. Zhao Sheng was uncertain about the nature of his feelings for Chasing Dreams. He only knew that he donned the mask of a strong man each day, afraid to reveal even a trace of fragility to those around him. It was only with this unfamiliar girl that he dared to express his innermost thoughts. Without her as a confidant, he feared he might eventually need to seek a psychologist. The suffering of patients is readily perceived by others, who can empathize with their physical and mental anguish. However, the plight of the family members of patients often goes unnoticed. They dare not utter the wrong words or display their emotions, enduring much of their pain in silence. That sense of helplessness, that despair, That weariness can sometimes feel even more suffocating than the patient's own struggles. Chasing Dreams recounted her experiences caring for terminally ill patients, allowing her to deeply empathize with Xiaosheng. With encouragement and solace, he shed his fatigue and finally found the peace to sleep soundly. The line of dawn quietly crossed the windowsill, heralding a new day for the city. Around 3 in the afternoon, the fire station received a call from the public, requesting assistance with a hornet's nest at Maple Leaf Water District. The firefighters' duties encompassed not only the dramatic rescues, but also a myriad of unusual incidents, such as rings stuck on fingers, children trapped in fences, or cups suctioned to backs during cupping therapy. Just the matter of hornets' nests alone resulted in over 1,000 responses citywide each year. Xiaosheng, you needn't go, Huiyang said, a hint of anxiety in his voice upon hearing the location of the report. It's all right. Without a valid reason, I cannot evade my responsibilities, Xiaosheng replied, swiftly hopping onto the fire truck. Maple Leaf Water District is renowned locally as a prestigious villa community, a remarkably successful real estate venture by the Fushuan Group that catapulted the Lin family into the echelons of affluence, subsequently allowing them to thrive in the business realm. Even to this day, it remains a paragon within the real estate industry. However, during its construction, a tragic fire occurred due to inadequate oversight, resulting in the deaths of 3 construction workers and injuries to 7 others. Fortunately, the crisis management by the Fushuan Group was exceptionally adept, swiftly quelling public outcry and preventing the situation from escalating. The outside world remained oblivious to the tragedy that unfolded there. Yet, for Xiaosheng, the memory is indelible, as his father was one of the 3 workers who perished in that fire. That inferno irrevocably altered the fate of their family and ignited his resolve to don the orange-yellow uniform he now wears. Following his father's demise, the Fushuan Group provided compensation, or what could be termed as a death benefit. It was merely an accident, devoid of blame upon others. One could only lament the injustice of fate. Nevertheless, visiting the site of his father's tragedy, Xiaosheng cannot help but feel a sharp pang in his heart. The wasp nest hung from a camphor tree within the villa district, a tawny hue resembling fried cat ears from a distance. For the firefighters, the task of disturbing a wasp nest felt akin to a leisurely outing, filled with banter and laughter. Recognizing Xiaosheng's sorrow, Huiyang refrained from instructing him to climb the tree, instead assigning him to assist teammates below. Lost in thought, Xiaosheng gazed at the opulent villas, uncertain of where his father had met his demise in the flames. As a child, he had been but a primary school student, and now his memories of his father were gradually fading. Do not dwell on sorrowful thoughts, Huiyang encouraged, patting Xiaosheng on the shoulder. I'm not, Xiaosheng replied insincerely. You see, you simply cannot lie. You avoid the name Fushuan Group at all costs. They have compensated and expressed their apologies. After all these years, it is time to let go. What more do you want? Should they invite you to become a son-in-law? Huiyang, candid and forthright, chided Xiaosheng. His girlfriend, Xie Xiaoyu, happened to be employed by the Fushuan Group and had intended to introduce Xiaosheng to a female colleague. However, Xiaosheng, harboring reservations, politely declined. He did not harbor hatred towards the Fushuan Group, yet he saw no reason to add to his own burdens. The teammates atop the tree successfully retrieved the wasp nest and placed it into a bag. Huiyang whistled, announcing, time to wrap up. Xiaosheng stared into the void, silently wishing, Father, if you are watching over us from above, please protect Xiaolan. While riding back to the fire station, Huiyang unabashedly called Xie Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, I have a day off tomorrow. Where shall we go for fun? I'm a bit short on cash, so let us choose somewhere affordable. Ideally a place where 100 yuan can last all day. I don't mind living off my girlfriend. My stomach has always been delicate. The single teammates glanced at him with envy, wishing to tear his mouth apart. Only Xiaosheng understood that Huiyang had lent him money, necessitating a reduction in their dating budget. To have such a good brother in life is truly a blessing. After work, Xiaosheng approached the door of room 709 and heard Xiaolan's laughter. A round-faced girl with a ponytail was sitting beside the hospital bed, chatting with her. Oh, Zhu is here, Xiaosheng greeted warmly. The girl named Tao Wenju is Xiaolan's deskmate, and their bond is profound. After Xiaolan was hospitalized, she visited almost every week. During the summer vacation, she traveled with her family and was absent for just over half a month. This time, she brought a plethora of peculiar gifts for Xiaolan and recounted various intriguing tales from her travels. It had been a long time since Xiaosheng had seen Xiaolan so joyful, and he felt genuinely happy for her. Brother, school will start in a few days. I wish to visit, Xiaolan expressed with an eager glimmer in her eyes. Upon resuming classes, she would advance to her senior year. The transition would see her class moving from the West Campus to the East Campus. Xiaolan had envisioned the life of a senior numerous times, yet she never anticipated that she would experience it confined to a hospital bed. Never to return to her former class. Seizing the moment while she still had the energy, she planned to stroll through the East Campus, cherishing a dream. Aju, with tear-filled eyes, grasped Xiaolan's hand and implored, "You must recover quickly. Both teachers and classmates are awaiting your return." Xiaolan responded with a carefree smile. How fortunate I am to escape the devilish rigors of senior year. Chapter 24. I will cook noodles for you at 8 in the evening. After concluding a meeting, Lin Mashishi pushed open the office door and found the lights still aglow within. Yu Chenghua sat in the corner, tirelessly engaged in his artwork, surrounded by a flurry of discarded sketches. Over the past half-month, he had acclimated himself to the rhythm of work, resembling an emotionless machine dedicated to painting. However, it was unusual for him to stay so late. He typically left by 7. "Why haven't you left yet?" Lin Mashishi inquired. "I'm staying late to create a few more pieces. Can I take a half-day off in a few days?" Yu Chenghua paused his brush and lifted his gaze. "What do you need time off for?" Lin Mashishi approached to admire his latest sketches. "My younger brother is starting school, and I need to take him." Yu Chenghua replied candidly. "You mentioned you had no siblings," Lin Mashishi remarked. "He's my cousin. His mother is busy with work and has no time." Upon checking the date, Lin Mashishi realized it was already late August, with the summer holidays drawing to a close and schools preparing to resume. Years after graduation, she still reminisced fondly about campus life. Back then, her only concern was studying. Now, she was beset with worries. "Are you hungry? Shall I cook noodles for you?" Lin Mashishi tilted her head in inquiry. "You can cook noodles?" Yu Chenghua expressed skepticism. "Who do you look down upon?" Lin Mashishi retorted confidently, flicking her hair. "Most university students have clandestinely prepared instant noodles in dorms, outsmarting the dormitory supervisors. Some audacious ones even cooked hot pot. Although the studio lacked a kitchen, it was equipped with an induction cooker. Lin Mashishi brought one over and fetched some simple ingredients from the office area. Once the water boiled, she added a chopped tomato, simmering it into a rich tomato soup. Then, she sequentially introduced the vegetable pack, noodle packet, and sauce packet, allowing half a minute between each addition. After crafting the broth, she added the noodles and let them cook for about another minute before preparing to crack 2 eggs into the pot. "Wait," Yu Chenghua suddenly interjected. "What is the matter?" Lin Mashishi exclaimed in surprise. "Crack the eggs into a bowl first, then add them to the pot," Yu Chenghua advised with utmost seriousness. Lin Mushi, the pampered young lady, was utterly inexperienced in the mundane realities of life. Those who frequently cook know well that one must never trust any single egg. Who knows whether it will ruin an entire pot of noodles? Realizing her oversight, Lin Mushi cracked the egg into a bowl. Yet her lack of finesse resulted in a few shards of shell mingling with the contents, which she clumsily attempted to fish out with chopsticks. "Allow me," Yu Chenghua offered, taking the chopsticks from her. Their fingers brushed for a fleeting moment, and Lin Mushi, gazing closely at his handsome visage, felt her breath quicken and her earlobes flush with warmth. In an attempt to spark conversation, she inquired, "Which school does your brother attend?" Yu Chenghua poured the eggs from the bowl into the pot. "He is at Qizhong, starting his 2nd year of high school this semester, and will be assigned to a new class." Lin Mushi's eyes lit up with excitement. "That is my alma mater." Yu Chenghua adjusted the flame to a gentler heat. "Oh, what a coincidence." Lin Mushi, fixing her gaze on his eyes, proposed, "On the day you take your brother to school, I'd like to accompany you." "Why would you want to do that?" Yu Chenghua replied with reluctance, seemingly concerned about what his cousin might think. "I merely wish to see how the school has changed." "Please, take me along, won't you?" Lin Mushi pouted, shaking his arm playfully, her charm irresistible. All right. Yu Chenghua sighed in resignation. A mischievous smile spread across Lin Mushi's face. Xie Xiaoyu was right. While Yu Chenghua appeared aloof and unapproachable, he was, at heart, a kind soul. It was evident he lacked romantic experience and was bewildered by her antics. Yu Chenghua expertly gauged the cooking time. As the instant noodles boiled, the poached egg reached the pinnacle of perfection, its yolk just the right consistency. He ladled half into a bowl for Lin Mushi. As he punctured the egg, the golden yolk cascaded over the noodles, creating a visually enticing dish. Eagerly, Lin Mushi took a bite, her eyes sparkling with delight. This is delicious. Yu Chenghua furrowed his brow. You're a young lady. After all, there's no need to be so dramatic over a bowl of instant noodles. Just accept the compliment. Is there a rebellious streak growing behind your head? Lin Mushi retorted, her pride ignited. He shot her a glance, dismissing her with a sigh, unwilling to engage further. He moved to the nearby coffee table, settling down with his bowl and casually scrolling through his phone. Lin Mushi leaned in closer, noticing a promotional flyer for a boxing match on his screen. Recalling Xie Xiaoyu's words about Lin Jiejun's recent interest in boxing, she felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. Are you participating in this competition? Yes, Yu Chenghua replied, slurping his noodles, clearly not in the mood for conversation. Will you compete again this year? Lin Mushi pressed on. Not sure. It depends on the circumstances, he replied nonchalantly. Please don't. It's quite dangerous. Lin Mushi's mind conjured images of him returning with bruises and a battered face. Yu Chenghua lifted his gaze, locking eyes with Lin Mushi, as if to convey that she was being overly sensitive. It's just boxing. A few bumps and bruises are to be expected. You've given me too much. I can't finish it all. Lin Mushi wisely shifted the subject. Noodles lack substantial nutrition, so just take a bit. But you must finish the egg, Yu Chenghua offered, passing her the bowl. With a smile lingering at the corners of her mouth, Lin Mushi obediently took a portion of noodles. From childhood to adulthood, Lin Mushi has always been surrounded by a group of boys who fervently dote on her, showering her with various attentions. However, such unconditional affection often appears rather cheap. In contrast, it is Yu Chenghua's usual cold demeanor, occasionally softened by glimpses of warmth, that captivates her. Perhaps this is the nature of humanity. That which is easily obtained is often taken for granted. After finishing his noodles, Yu Chenghua proactively washed the dishes. His movements remarkably adept, clearly a domestic gentleman who must have endured considerable hardships. When Lin Mushi selects a suitor, she never considers their wealth, as none can surpass her family's affluence. What matters most is simply whether they are pleasing to the eye. Why don't you head back to rest? I'll manage to squeeze in some time after work, Yu Chenghua said, drying his hands with a towel. I have nothing else to do. I'll stay and keep you company. Lin Mushi replied without a second thought, immediately regretting her lack of reserve. Then don't make any noise, he retorted playfully. The act of sharing a quiet evening is indeed a romantic endeavor. However, through his observations over time, Yu Chenghua realized that Lin Mushi's presence in the office significantly decreased his efficiency in drawing. It seems, after all, that women merely affect the speed at which men wield their swords. Lin Mushi gestured as if zipping up a jacket, causing Yu Chenghua to stifle a laugh as he returned to his drawing board. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows, the vast expanse of the starry sky unfolded, a serene contrast to the day's clamor. The gentle lighting from the ceiling bathed the office in warmth, while the fragrance of jasmine wafted through the air, invigorating the senses. Leaning on her elbow, Lin Mushi quietly admired the tranquil profile of Yu Chenghua and suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. After a while, her eyelids grew heavy, and without realizing it, she rested her head upon the table. A soft blanket was silently draped over her shoulders. Chapter 25. The first day of school. On the morning of the first day of school, Lin Mushi drove to an old residential building, following the address provided by Yu Chenghua. Upon arrival, she immediately spotted a black electric scooter. Beside Yu Chenghua stood a slender boy of about 16 or 17. His hair somewhat dry and yellowed. His dark eyes, however, were as clear as a spring. Lin Mushi exited her vehicle with a warm smile. Ahua. Is this your brother? Yu Chenghua nodded. His name is Lu Wangzhu. It's a rather literary name, so I usually call him Azhu. Azhu beamed at Lin Mushi. Hello, Sister Lin. You are truly beautiful. Yu Chenghua had previously informed Azhu that a lovely sister would be accompanying them to school. Azhu was quite charming and adept at making conversation. Lin Mushi's smile brightened even further. Azhu, it's a pleasure to meet you. I brought you a gift. A complete set of 5 years of college entrance exams and 3 years of simulations. Azhu gasped in surprise. Just kidding. It's a fitness wristband, Lin Mushi said, retrieving a box from the car. Azhu patted his chest, exhaling a sigh of relief. He had endured enough torment from homework throughout the summer. Accepting the wristband, he expressed his gratitude repeatedly, then added earnestly, Sister, your perfume smells wonderful. The top notes are sweet orange, the middle notes are jasmine and hyacinth, and the base note is a subtle cedarwood scent, so well layered. Lin Mushi was taken aback. A young boy like you possesses such profound knowledge of perfumes? Yu Chenghua elucidated. Aju has an exceptionally keen sense of smell. Lin Mushi clicked her tongue in astonishment, forming an excellent initial impression of Aju. With such an understanding of fragrances, he would surely find it effortless to enchant young ladies in the future. Aju traveled light, carrying only a backpack and a suitcase. Lin Mushi opened the trunk and invited Yu Chenghua to place the items inside. As they got into the car, Yu Chenghua intended to accompany Aju in the back seat, yet Aju insisted he take the front passenger seat. Brother, you sit in front and chat with my sister. Lin Mushi's heart soared. This brother was quite amiable and easy to get along with. As they emerged from the residential building and ventured onto the bustling main road, Yu Chenghua remained silent, staring into the void, seemingly lost in thought. Lin Mushi attempted to initiate conversation several times, but her efforts were met with vague responses. She decided to shift her focus. Aju, have you met your brother's ex-girlfriend? Aju stole a glance at Yu Chenghua and replied honestly, he doesn't have any ex-girlfriends. Lin Mushi pressed on. Then who are the girls he likes? Aju shook his head in confusion. I don't know. There have never been any girls around him. You are the first, sister. Yu Chenghua coughed twice to interrupt. Focus on driving and refrain from excessive chatter. Lin Mushi scoffed lightly, though a smile betrayed her lips. With no female companions around, he indeed appeared to be a centuries-old iron tree. His aloof demeanor might conceal a more passionate heart. As they approached the school, Lin Mushi finally realized that her eagerness had inadvertently led to complications. The traffic situation on the first day of school was nothing short of chaotic. Had Yu Chenghua ridden an electric bike with Aju, they might have reached the classroom by now. Instead, they found themselves ensnared in a traffic jam halfway up the hill. My apologies, Lin Mushi could only offer a playful smile to Yu Chenghua. Should he succumb to road rage and strike her, she would likely be left in tears for a considerable time. Yu Chenghua gazed out the window, watching electric bikes zip past, a glint of envy in his eyes. Brother, the traffic is as congested as a cerebral thrombosis. This must be the reason you've always refrained from purchasing a car, right? Xiaolan sat on the back of an electric bike, clutching Zhao Sheng's waist, laughing joyously. The wind tousled her hair, yet her spirits remained exceedingly high. After days of gentle persuasion, Dr. Chen finally relented, allowing her a brief reprieve. Absent a miracle, this would be her final return to school. Zhao Sheng expertly maneuvered the electric bike through the sea of private cars, effortlessly arriving at the senior high school campus, colloquially known as the East Campus. As Xiaolan stood at the school gate, the smile on her face gradually faded, replaced by a serious and reverent expression. The daunting life of a senior high school student, which sent shivers down the spines of her peers, was but an unattainable dream for her. Xiaolan, Tao Wenju, along with Aju, awaited her arrival at the entrance, rushing over to give Xiaolan a warm embrace. Two other girls, Xiaolan's roommates, followed suit, each offering her a hug in turn. Xiaolan burst into tears, sobbing uncontrollably. Despite the excruciating pain during her episodes, she had managed to grit her teeth without shedding a single tear. Yet, these warm embraces effortlessly shattered her resolve. Zhao Xing turned his face away, tightly clenching his fists. His nails dug into his flesh, drawing blood from his lips. While Xiaolan could still cry freely, for him, even shedding tears became a luxury. Once Xiaolan had composed herself, three girls escorted her into the campus to tour the new classrooms. The classroom, which had been lively and chaotic, fell silent the moment the students spotted Xiaolan. They stared at her, wanting to extend greetings, but at a loss for words. Hello everyone, it's been a while. I came back to see you all. Xiaolan managed to force a faint smile. In the past, she had been well liked by both teachers and classmates. Who could resist the charm of a sweet, innocent girl? Perhaps it was fate that had turned against her. Xiaolan, you must recover soon. We're waiting for your return. You've lost so much weight. Take care of yourself. Does it hurt a lot? Be strong. Her classmates encircled her, showering her with concern. As she gazed upon the familiar faces, tears streamed down her cheeks once more. She had come to bid farewell to her classmates, yet after much trembling of her lips, she could not utter a single word. Sadness is contagious, and the emotional girls began to wipe their tears. The male classmates felt a heavy weight in their hearts, an unbearable suffocation. Zhao Xing stood motionless in the square before the teaching building, gazing at Xiaolan's retreating figure, as still as a flagpole. A warm breeze swept by, carrying away a few drops of his burning tears. After a while, Xiaolan returned and said, Brother, I'm going to the dormitory with Ju and the others. You can wander around for now. Zhaoxing nodded. All right, don't tire yourself too much. Take a break, and call me if you need anything. Xiaolan went off with her classmates to the girls' dormitory while Zhaoxing strolled around the playground. In the northwest corner of the basketball court stood several lush ginkgo trees. With autumn approaching, the leaves were tinged with yellow, and a gust of wind sent them fluttering to the ground. People, too, are like leaves, fragmented and scattered, ultimately destined to decay in the earth. As Zhaoxing observed the fluttering ginkgo leaves resembling butterflies, thoughts of chasing dreams surfaced in his mind. Previously, to care for Xiaolan, he had rented a place not far from the school, merely a few minutes' walk. Perhaps if he went now, he might catch a glimpse of chasing dreams. What would the girl he had thought about for so long look like? This thought surged forth, impossible to suppress. Zhaoxing hurriedly dashed out of the school gates, racing toward his previous rental, his heart pounding with anticipation and trepidation. Chapter 26. East Campus. Surrounding the school, there were numerous residential complexes, both old and new, where many students' parents rented accommodations to accompany their children in their studies. Zhaoxing had initially rented a modest apartment in an old complex known as Shishan No. 2 Group, with incredibly basic conditions, lacking even an elevator. Later, when Xiaolan was hospitalized, he contemplated vacating the apartment to find a place closer to the hospital. However, the landlord stubbornly refused to return the deposit, forcing him to endure for several more months. Zhaoxing ascended the stairs with long strides, reaching the familiar door, inhaling deeply before gently knocking. He had envisioned countless times what chasing dreams would look like, and now, as he was about to meet her in person, his heart raced with anxious anticipation. However, after a considerable amount of time had passed, there was no response. He knocked a few more times, confirming that there was no one inside. Am I foolish? It is a weekday. She must have gone to work. Zhaoxing self-deprecatingly shook his head. He took out his phone and found Dream Chaser's number in his contacts. They had only spoken once over the phone, during which Zhaoxing had mistaken her for an insurance salesperson and had not paid much attention. He could no longer recall the sound of Dream Chaser's voice. The only impression he retained was that it was melodious, akin to the wind arising from the depths of wheat fields in late spring, stirring the wind chimes at the eaves. Zhaoxing's finger hovered over the screen for a long moment before he finally steeled himself and pressed the call button. His mind was a chaotic tangle, words failing him in his panic. A dispassionate female voice emerged. Sorry, the number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable. Please try again later. With the call unconnected, Zhaoxing felt a sense of relief wash over him. It was a complex sentiment, reminiscent of the anxiety one feels upon nearing home after a long journey. In his mind, he had already envisioned Dream Chaser as a flawless goddess, fearful that meeting her in person would result in a disheartening contrast. Zhaoxing originally intended to climb a few more flights of stairs to inquire with the landlord. But just then his phone rang. It was Xiaolan, urging him to return to school. He glanced at the closed door, reluctant to leave, and began to descend the stairs. His roommates were preparing for their final year of high school, burdened by their studies, and Xiaolan did not wish to delay them any further. She sat alone by the flower bed outside the teaching building, gazing lovingly at every aspect of the school as scenery. Xiaolan, the flower bed is cold. You should get up, Zhaoxing called as he ran back, breathless. Brother, walk with me around the school, and then let us take those stairs back to the West Campus, she said, wishing to leave her footprints in every corner of the campus one last time. Will your body hold up with all that walking? Zhaoxing expressed his concern. If I get tired, I will let you know, Xiaolan assured him, confident in her own limits. Zhaoxing nodded, pulling her up and heading toward the playground. The golden sunlight warmed the earth, and the breeze carried the fragrance of ink from books. Aju, what kind of signal does your school have? My phone fluctuates wildly. I might miss millions. Lin Mushi emerged from the restroom, frowning as she fiddled with her phone. The agony of being unable to use one's phone while in the restroom was all too relatable. Lu Wangzhu shrugged apologetically. The school seems to have installed a jammer to prevent students from playing on their phones while in the toilet. In the past, seniors would hide in their playing games, squatting for an entire class. It said that the funniest part was that the homeroom teacher was right next door. After entering the second year of high school, there would be a division of arts and sciences, and classes would be readjusted. While Lin Mushi was in the restroom, Yu Qinghua had already taken a Zhu to check the notice board, where he found he had been assigned to class 12. The homeroom teacher's name was Zhang Ziyuan. Upon hearing this, Lin Mushi nearly jumped. Old Zhang? He is my homeroom teacher. Counting back, She realized that it had been 7 years since her high school graduation. And indeed, Zhang Ziyuan was now teaching second-year students. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, old Zhang was approaching 50. Sister, is this teacher Zhang strict? A Zhu inquired, seeking information. He is quite stout, with a face full of flesh. In the community, he is humorously dubbed the Grim Black Whirlwind. Lin Mushi exaggeratedly described. What? He sounds terrifying. A Zhu shivered in response. Laughter, like the chime of silver bells, erupted from Lin Mushi as she playfully teased. Just kidding. Old Zhang is a wonderful person. Our cohort has been the least impressive one he has ever taught. Every teacher says that, muttered Azu. The trio, filled with mirth, soon found their way to classroom 12. A middle-aged instructor sat at the podium, instructing students to fill out their registration forms. Time had not been kind. His hair was now streaked with gray, and deep wrinkles adorned his face. Teacher Zhang, I've missed you so much. Lin Mushi exclaimed as she hurried towards him. Zhang Zuan gazed at the beautiful young woman before him, lost in recollection for a moment before expressing his delight. Mushi, you've become even more stunning. Pouting. Lin Mushi retorted, Teacher Zhang, you're about to forget me entirely. Zhang Ziyuan chuckled, I'm getting older and a bit forgetful. But how could I possibly forget the school bell? Your charming face certainly caused me quite a bit of trouble back in the day. During her school years, Lin Mushi was renowned as the campus beauty, captivating the hearts of countless boys who inundated her with love letters. As the homeroom teacher, Zhang Ziyuan had little fondness for having such a rose in his classroom. Do you not remember anything good about me? Lin Mushi complained. Oh, I do remember. Your Chinese grades were exceptional. You even won an award in the essay competition for your piece titled My Chairman Father. Zhang Ziyuan teased, laughing heartily. Seeing the two engrossed in conversation, Yu Changhua interjected, Teacher Zhang, my brother Lu Wangzhu is your new student. We came to register. Zhang Ziyuan promptly stowed away his smile. Locating Lu Wangzhu's name on the roster and handing the registration form to Azu, he scrutinized Yu Changhua for a moment, then exchanged a meaningful glance with Lin Mushi. A blush crept onto Lin Mushi's cheeks as she exchanged playful expressions. Zhang Ziyuan nodded with satisfaction. Though neither teacher nor student spoke a word, they had achieved a silent yet effective communication. Yu Changhua feigned ignorance and stated earnestly, Teacher Zhang, my brother has health issues and struggles to keep up with his studies. I hope you can take special care of him. Zhang Ziyuan glanced at Lu Wangzhu's final exam scores and replied, I understand. Lin Mushi, beaming, remarked, Ahua. Teacher Zhang is selfless and certainly won't give Azu any special treatment just because of me. Yu Changhua hastily added, no need for special treatment. Just treat Azu like an ordinary student. Lin Mushi pondered, finding Azu quite ordinary except for his bright eyes and keen nose. After completing the registration process, Yu Changhua led Azu to the dormitory to arrange his bedding. Lin Mushi, unabashed, insisted on joining the tour. The school's dormitory policies were typically such that boys were not allowed in girls' dorms, while girls could freely visit boys' dorms. What happened to gender equality and the absence of discrimination? Ahua, it's a rare occasion to return to our alma mater. Please accompany me for a thorough exploration. Lin Mushi exclaimed with enthusiasm. Every corner of the school held memories of her youth. Many graduates disperse upon finishing their studies, never to reunite. Some friendships remain forever anchored in the past. Yu Changhua pointed towards the steps beside the dormitory and inquired, does that lead to the East Campus? Lin Mushi nodded, yes. Yes. We'll explore that later. Chapter 27. The indulgent sibling. The weather at the end of August remained oppressively hot. As noon approached, the sun soared high in the sky, scorching the earth beneath. After visiting the East Campus, Xiaolan was clearly exhausted, her cheeks flushed, and beads of sweat adorned her nose and forehead as she gasped for breath. She stood before the steps leading to the West Campus, gazing up with a wistful expression. Xiaolan, you are already quite fatigued. You needn't go, Zhao Sheng implored, a sorrowful feeling swelling within him. Brother, I wish to see it once more. If I don't go now, I may never have the chance again, Xiaolan stubbornly replied, lifting her foot to step onto the first stair. Suddenly, the world spun around her, and she teetered backward. Zhao Sheng, in a panic, caught her in his arms. Xiaolan, are you all right? She did not meet his gaze but instead tilted her head, gazing longingly at the top of the steps, which seemed to lead to an unreachable shore. In a frenzy, Zhao Sheng scooped Xiaolan into his arms and sprinted towards the school gates, tears streaming down his face, carried away by the wind. Xiaolan's frail body weighed no more than 70 pounds, and the illness appeared to be gradually siphoning her spirit from her being. No matter how robust Zhao Sheng was, he could not hold on to her. Before losing consciousness, Xiaolan silently whispered in her heart, "Farewell, my beloved teachers and classmates." Having spent a considerable amount of time in the dormitory, it was already lunchtime when Lin Mushi emerged. Her thoughts were consumed by the East Campus as she prepared to descend the stairs, only to be halted by Yu Chenghua, who grasped her wrist. "Let us eat first. Azu is still growing and cannot afford to go hungry." "Oh, all right," Lin Mushi replied, glancing down the long staircase before retracting her steps. Today marked the first day of school, and many parents were present, causing the cafeteria to present an unusually lavish array of dishes. Even from several meters away, the aroma of the fare was enticing. Lin Mushi, with a playful tone, remarked, "Azu, with such a keen nose, can you guess what dishes are being served today?" Azu, brimming with confidence, replied, "That is not difficult." Lin Mushi playfully tapped Yu Qinghua's shoulder. "If you guess correctly, I'll treat. If not, you'll pick up the tab." Azu took a moment to inhale deeply before announcing the names of the dishes: braised pork with dried bamboo shoots, curry beef brisket, minced meat with eggplant, and scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Initially skeptical, Lin Mushi entered the cafeteria and found that every dish was indeed as Azu had predicted. "Are you a dog?" Lin Mushi teased. Azu, blushing, explained, "I'm not that remarkable. I simply became accustomed to these dishes during my first year in the cafeteria, as the chefs often repeated these few recipes." Accepting her wager, Lin Mushi generously treated them. Having not dined in the school cafeteria for quite some time, returning to this familiar place was a delightful experience. "Azu, you are still growing, so make sure to eat plenty. Don't be picky. It's essential to have a balanced diet with ample vegetables. If you run short on money, just call me and don't mention it to your mother." Yu Chenghua, amidst his chatter, offered his chicken leg to Azu. Lin Mushi was taken aback. Usually aloof, he transformed into a nagging elder sister in the presence of Azu. Could this be the legendary affection for younger siblings? "Azu, does he owe your family a great deal of money? Why is he so kind to you?" Lin Mushi asked half-jokingly. Azu cast a sidelong glance at Yu Chenghua and replied with a glimmer in her clear eyes, "My brother is inherently a good person, sister. You will come to know this with time." Lin Mushi's plate held a serving of braised pork with dried bamboo shoots. Braised pork is delightful in moderation, but too much can become overwhelming. She cast a pleading glance at Yu Chenghua. Having shared instant noodles together, he should be inclined to assist her with this minor request. "Do not waste food. Give me the fatty pieces, and you can keep the lean ones." Yu Chenghua understood, though his tone remained frosty. "You should soften your attitude. It's as if you believe yourself to be the boss," Lin Mushi remarked while passing him the fatty meat. Azuz chuckled. "You two are quite the match." "Really?" Lin Mushi's eyes sparkled with interest. "Don't be ridiculous." Yu Qinghua's expression darkened. The two spoke almost in unison, exchanging a glance before quickly averting their eyes. The more Lin Mushi observed Azuz, the more she found herself fond of him. "Brother, stop wearing that stern face all the time. Smile a little. Lin Jia is so beautiful. Surely many boys admire her. You should treat her well." Azuz continued. "You haven't had a girl by your side for the past 2 years, and bringing her here to see me shows she holds a special place in your heart." Azuz unabashedly imitated Yu Qinghua's nagging tone, turning it back on him. Lin Mushi felt a surge of delight, clapping her hands in approval. "A good little brother knows how to speak. You are truly my mouthpiece. Keep speaking, don't stop." As Yu Chenghua sensed he was losing ground, he swiftly deployed his trump card. No talking while eating. Azuz pouted but resumed his meal. Yu Chenghua finished first, gazing thoughtfully into Azuz's clear eyes. After what felt like an eternity, he let out a heavy sigh, seizing the moment while Yu Chenghua went to clear the plates. Lin Mushi pulled Azuz aside to speak quietly. "Has your brother always been this cool?" Azuz shook his head. "Not really. He treats people well," but he hesitated, hinting at deeper issues. Lin Mushi was eager to delve deeper, but felt it would be intrusive, bordering on gossip. Azuz, perceptive as he was, sensed her curiosity and earnestly advised, "Sister, be patient with him. To him, you are not like other girls. Otherwise, he wouldn't pay you any attention. My brother has had a tough life, and I hope you can bring him some joy." Lin Mushi gazed into Azuz's inky black eyes and nodded gently, her interest in Yu Chenghua intensifying. However, plans seldom unfold as anticipated. Just as Lin Mushi was excitedly heading to explore the East Campus, she received a call from the studio, instructing her to return immediately for a meeting. "What a pity, I can't go now." Yu Qinghua's gaze was profound. It's all right. We can go another time. Lin Mushy smiled at Azuz. Study hard, and I shall return to visit you. Azuz replied in perfect harmony. Yes, I will definitely have my brother bring you along. On the way back to the studio, Yu Chunghua remained silent for a long while. The confined space of the car was imbued with the fragrance of Lin Mushy's perfume, which Azuz described as having depth. You are truly kind to your cousin. I find myself somewhat envious, Lin Mushy remarked softly. Is this considered kindness? Yu Chunghua chuckled self-deprecatingly. Isn't that what an older brother should do? Lin Mushy suddenly realized and turned to ask, did you help me earlier because you disapprove of my brother bullying me? Yu Chunghua extended a finger, gently pressing it against Lin Mushy's chin, turning her face back. He focused intently on the road ahead. Lin Mushy's heart raced, feeling as if she had been slightly taken advantage of, yet she harbored no resentment. Yu Chunghua gazed indifferently out the window, remarking, you always chatter on about trivialities. If no one is bullying you, why would I intervene? Lin Mushy feigned a haughty demeanor, retorting, I thought you were enamored by my beauty. The breeze from the car window swept in, stirring her long, beautiful hair, brushing against Yu Chunghua's cheek with a tantalizing tickle. He gently swept aside the strands, his hand lingering with a fragrant essence. Chapter 28. Then let it be. Her Xiao Lan slowly regained consciousness, her weary eyes fluttering open, still as dark as ink. The pristine white ceiling loomed before her. The familiar scent of disinfectant filled the air. Xiaolan, how are you? Zhao Sheng exclaimed, grasping his sister's hand tightly. I'm fine. I dreamed of my childhood. Xiaolan managed a faint smile. Chen Deshio, clad in a white lab coat, his forehead gleaming under the light, let out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was just a scare. He reproached them in a gentle tone. I told you both to return within 2 hours. But you did not listen. Zhao Sheng, filled with guilt, replied, I'm sorry, Dr. Chun. Xiaolan wanted to stay at school a little longer. Xiaolan pouted. Dr. Chun, I know I was wrong. I won't do it again next time. Chen Deshio sighed deeply. You mischievous girl, your brother has spoiled you. Having known Dr. Chun for over half a year, Xiaolan discovered that although his appearance was stern, he possessed a delightful sense of humor, often teasing her without taking offense. Each time he visited, he brought her flowers or sweets, epitomizing a harmonious doctor-patient relationship. As Chen Deshio departed, Zhao Sheng accompanied him to the corridor outside the ward. After walking a distance, Zhao Sheng nervously spoke up. Dr. Chun, is there truly no way at all? He had asked similar questions countless times before. Yet, even knowing the answer, he couldn't refrain from inquiring once more. Understanding the feelings of a patient's family, Dr. Chin did not respond directly, but instead wore a grave expression, saying, it is best not to let her leave the hospital again. Zhao Sheng immediately countered. But she insists on going out. He understood Xiao Lan's spirited nature, akin to a bird yearning for freedom, unwilling to be caged. Even in death, she preferred to perish in the pursuit of the sky. Then let it be her, Chen Dashio remarked, entering the next ward. Those words granted Xiao Lan her freedom, yet they also sealed her fate. As evening descended, Huiyang visited the hospital, bearing a large bouquet of lilies and a substantial bag of fruit. Having heard that Xiao Lan had fainted, he feared he might miss the chance to see her one last time. Brother Huiyang, why are you getting darker? You look more like an 8-suited tile, Xiao Lan teased upon their meeting. You little imp, dare to call me that again, and I shall tear your mouth apart. Huiyang playfully threatened, baring his teeth. In his youth, Huiyang had always been dark-skinned, often going shirtless in the summer. Villagers would jest that he resembled the 8-suited tile in Mahjong. Huiyang despised that nickname. Anyone who dared to call him that in his presence would surely face his wrath, except for Xiao Lan. He regarded her as a younger sister, having long considered her family, being close friends with Zhao Sheng. Upon encountering Huiyang, Xiao Lan felt a surge of delight and playfully teased him with nicknames, wishing to lighten the atmosphere. The camaraderie among friends, reminiscent of their childhood, was truly cherished. Zhao Sheng encouraged Huiyang to engage Xiao Lan in conversation while he ventured to the hospital cafeteria to procure dinner for her. No sooner had he departed than the two began to gossip. Let me whisper a secret. My brother has fallen head over heels, Xiao Lan remarked, raising an eyebrow. Is it true that an iron tree has blossomed? Do tell me all the details. Huiyang's interest was piqued instantly. Xiao Lan embellished the story, recounting the pursuit of dreams. In her narrative, Zhao Sheng was portrayed as a hopeless romantic, infatuated with someone he had never even met, declaring he would only marry her. Huiyang shook his head vehemently. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Having grown up with Zhao Sheng, He was acutely aware of his character. During their school days, despite the many glances sent his way by numerous girls, he remained indifferent. Yet now, he was supposedly smitten by a girl he had never laid eyes on. Xiaolan's smile gradually faded, her clear eyes clouded with profound sorrow. Brother Huiyang, I may only endure until autumn, but my brother has many autumns ahead of him. Once I am gone, he will undoubtedly feel an immense sadness. You must help him regain his spirits. He still has friendships and love, which means there is still hope. Huiyang, known for his carefree nature, found it difficult to bear the weight of her gaze. He fought back tears as he replied, I understand. And I will help him. When Zhao Sheng returned, the two had composed themselves and were engrossed in a game, laughter and joy echoing throughout the hospital room. Brother Huiyang, you clumsy oaf, you've played this level 18 times. Xiaolan teased. Little rascal, I'm merely being patient with you. Don't take advantage of my kindness. He retorted, look at this monster, dark and ominous. Doesn't it resemble a giant 8-ball? In jest, Huiyang lunged at Xiaolan like a big gray wolf, causing her to curl up in fright, though her laughter could not be contained. It was as if the wind swept through a field of wheat, or ripples danced upon a stream, akin to larks soaring over springtime tulips. Zhao Xing stood at the doorway, a gentle smile gracing his lips, as the shadows in his heart were momentarily lifted. How he wished for this moment to stretch into eternity. As Xiaolan dined, she said to Huiyang, share your love story. It will make my meal more enjoyable. Huiyang complied eagerly, his voice rising and falling as he recounted his experiences. Xiaoyu, I have her completely under my thumb. Being with me is her fortune from a past life. I command her every move. She dares not stray from my wishes. Zhao Sheng and Xiaolan listened for amusement, nodding along. Huiyang grew animated, unleashing all the frustrations he had endured with Xiaoyu, invoking Mr. Zhou's concept of spiritual victory. After finishing her meal, Xiaolan engaged in conversation with them until drowsiness began to creep in, causing her to lean her head and drift off to sleep. Zhao Xing gently adjusted her head and tucked her in. Huiyang tossed his head back. Zhao Sheng, it's a long, sleepless night. Shall we share a drink? Zhao Xing hesitated slightly. I have to rise early tomorrow. Huiyang, draping an arm over his shoulder, replied in a carefree tone, let us drink and be merry today. Tomorrow's worries can wait. The two exited the hospital and ventured to a roadside skewered meat stall outside Zhao Xing's rented apartment complex. Without delay, Huiyang ordered 5 skewers of lamb kidneys and a dozen icy beers. Zhao Xing, do you remember how we swore brotherhood when we were young? Zhao Xing chuckled at the recollection. They had been merely 8 years old, inspired by the television characters who toasted and formed bonds of brotherhood, filled with a sense of adventure. Huiyang had pilfered half a bottle of liquor from home and dragged Zhao Xing to a local earth god temple, where they knelt and recited the classic lines, not seeking to be born on the same day, but hoping to die on the same day. The characters on the screen had cut their fingers, letting their blood mingle with the wine. They had attempted to do the same with a blade, but ultimately could not bring themselves to inflict harm. Never mind, they decided, the sentiment is what matters, not the elaborate rituals. One sip of the liquor had them coughing, the fiery liquid making them stick out their tongues in surprise. Reclining on the mat and gazing at the deity, Huiyang inquired, Zhao Sheng, what do you wish to become when you grow up? After a moment's contemplation, Zhao Sheng replied, a firefighter. Huiyang expressed concern, being a firefighter is perilous. Zhao Xing responded with noble resolve, to be a hero entails sacrifice. Protecting the nation and its people is worthwhile. Every child harbors dreams of heroism, yet they remain unaware of the weight those words carry. Chapter 29, Just Friends under Zhao Xing's influence. Huiyang later chose to pursue a career as a firefighter as well. On their first day of work, they entrusted each other with their family's well-being. Zhao Xing, if I achieve glory, please take care of my parents. Huiyang, should I reach that day, Xiaolan will be as dear to you as a sister. Fortunately, with the standardization of protocols and advancements in technology, the profession was not as perilous as they had once imagined, with mortality rates significantly reduced. Since joining, they had only experienced minor injuries that never threatened their lives. Cheers. Huiyang raised his glass. Zhao Xing clinked his cup against Huiyang's and downed it in one go. The icy liquid coursed down his throat, alleviating some of his fatigue. Huiyang was aware of Zhao Xing's mounting pressures and intended to accompany him in drowning his sorrows. They would spend the night at the rental apartment and head to the station together in the morning, having shared countless nights side by side since childhood. Isn't Xiaoyu concerned about your drinking? Zhao Xing asked. She wouldn't dare. Huiyang boasted. Once we're married, I can come home late from socializing. And she'll still dutifully bring me foot bath water. Just as he finished speaking, his phone buzzed in his pocket. Upon seeing Xie Xiaoyu's name on the screen, his expression changed, and he gestured for silence, cautiously answering the call. At the station, they were busy with internal affairs and had further studies ahead, so he could not afford to be careless. No, it's my fortune from a past life to have found such a wonderful girlfriend. I'm not that kind of person, I won't fool around. After we marry, my salary will be faithfully handed over each month. After some effort in placating Xie Xiaoyu, Huiyang awkwardly ended the call. Observing Zhao Sheng's seemingly ambiguous smile, he felt a twinge of embarrassment and quickly sought to remedy the situation. When dealing with women, one must employ a blend of gentleness and firmness, ensuring that the reins of control remain firmly in one's grasp. Although Zhao Sheng had only encountered Xie Xiaoyu a handful of times, he held a favorable impression of her. She was candid and carefree, devoid of ulterior motives. Her compatibility with Huiyang was evident, and it was clear that their future would be filled with happiness. He genuinely felt elated for his good friend. By the way, Xiaolon mentioned that you've fallen into an online romance. Huiyang deftly shifted the conversation back to Zhao Sheng. That's just nonsense, Zhao Sheng retorted, feeling a bit flustered. Nowadays, the tactics employed by scammers are ever evolving. One must remain vigilant, Huiyang teased. She is not a scammer, Zhao Sheng blurted out. What makes you so certain? Huiyang queried. Based on my intuition, Zhao Sheng replied with conviction. Xiaoming is a kind-hearted and gentle girl. They exchanged messages every few days, and Xiaoming merely offered him comfort and encouragement, steering their conversations away from other topics. If she were a scammer, she would be exceedingly patient. Huiyang, munching on a luscious lamb kidney, remarked. Then you should ask her out. Meet in person before making any judgments. Online romances are notoriously unreliable, often leading to disappointment. Zhao Xing firmly corrected him. It's not an online romance, merely a friendship. No worries, I understand. When my mother introduced me to Xie Xiaoyu, she also mentioned it was to meet a friend, Huiyang said, adopting the tone of an experienced individual. Zhao Xing felt a surge of excitement at this suggestion. Earlier that morning, he had prepared himself mentally to visit his former rental, only to find it empty. The more elusive Xiaoming became, the more curious he grew about the kind of girl she truly was. Let me have a look at your chat history. I'll be your strategist, Huiyang eagerly offered. Humanity has a perplexing penchant for watching others engage in romantic pursuits. Otherwise, dating reality shows wouldn't enjoy such immense popularity. Whether male or female, everyone relishes being the tactical advisor for their friends. Many lifelong singles are unparalleled experts in romance, armed with an arsenal of advice. Huiyang perused the recent chat logs, nodding in approval as he stroked his chin. At the very least, he could ascertain that the person on the other end was not a burly man masquerading as a Navi girl. If you like her, take action. Hurry and arrange to meet her. Cut through the confusion decisively, he urged. She mentioned she was quite busy lately, Zhao Xing said timidly. That is no excuse. If you feel shy, I'll handle the arrangements, Huiyang insisted, taking the initiative. Without waiting for Zhao Sheng's consent, he opened the messaging interface and began typing furiously. I'm free on the 5th. Let us meet somewhere. He sent the message with fluidity, leaving no room for Zhao Sheng to backtrack. Asking her to return the notebook was an excellent pretext. Huiyang tossed the phone back to him, reminding him, on the 5th. You're on holiday. Make sure to dress handsomely. Zhao Sheng stared at the sent invitation, his heart racing with a mix of anxiety and anticipation. However, after several more drinks, Xiaoming still had not responded. Zhao Sheng concocted excuses for her. She must be too busy to check her phone. What is going on? She wouldn't have a boyfriend, would she? Is she out on a date with someone? Huiyang questioned, bewildered. She shouldn't, should she? Zhao Sheng replied, lacking confidence. Brother, if you wish to pursue a woman, isn't it essential to ascertain whether she has a boyfriend? Huiyang was on the verge of laughter from exasperation. Zhao Sheng hung his head dejectedly, at a loss for words. He presumed that chasing Ming did not involve a boyfriend, as their previous rental was rather cramped, suitable only for singles. But what if she was indeed in a relationship, merely not yet living together? As night fell, the stars twinkling brightly, Yu Chenghua watered the jasmine on the windowsill, preparing to finish work. Lin Mushi entered with a flourish. Ahua, accompany me for dinner, and let us watch a movie together tonight. Yu Chenghua frowned. A movie? That feels too much like a date, and it makes me somewhat uncomfortable. Lin Mushi had already devised a compelling reason, her gaze intense. A new animated film is premiering tonight. Let us adopt a scholarly approach and critique its merits and shortcomings. Yu Chunghua looked skeptical. Just the two of us? Lin Mushi nodded. The studio is overwhelmed. We'll learn in batches, and you and I are the first group. Does that count as overtime? Is there any additional compensation? He inquired. I'll help you take Azuzu to school. Consider it my gratitude. And you can purchase the movie tickets. Lin Mushi transformed into a domineering CEO, playfully coercing him into the car. She had reserved a fine dining restaurant, intending to commence with a romantic dinner. Half an hour later, seated at the table, Yu Chunghua felt out of place, gazing at the violinist in the distance. The atmosphere was excessively refined. Lin Mushi ordered a couple's meal, the names of the dishes sprawling, while Yu Chunghua simplistically referred to them as steak, pasta, bread, mushroom soup, and vegetable salad. Clearly unaccustomed to Western cuisine, his use of knife and fork was rather clumsy. Lin Mushi revealed a gentle side, assisting him in cutting the steak into bite-sized pieces. Thank you. Consider yourself fortunate. I have never catered to anyone in this manner. Yu Chunghua believed her wholeheartedly. Miss Lin, regardless of perspective, was accustomed to being catered to. The care she exhibited was distinctly beyond that of a mere employer and employee. Feigning nonchalance, Lin Mushi remarked, I heard from Azuzu that you neither have a girlfriend nor anyone you fancy. Yu Chunghua responded dismissively. Azuzu is unaware. That is my secret. Lin Mushi raised her gaze, locking eyes with Yu Chunghua, seemingly intent on uncovering his innermost thoughts. Under her intense scrutiny, he felt a wave of perspiration. The atmosphere was palpably tense. Just then, Lin Mushi's phone chimed. Yu Chunghua seized the opportunity. You have a new message. What if it's urgent? Lin Mushi glanced casually. Just spam, nothing important. Chapter 30. This is wisdom. Yu Chunghua hastily stuffed steak into his mouth, akin to Zhu Beiji devouring ginseng fruits, unable to discern the flavor. Lin Mushi was puzzled by his evasiveness. Those who pursue me could line up all the way to France. I have personally cut your steak. I advise you to recognize your fortune. What is the name of the girl you fancy? What does she look like? Do you have a photo to show me? You appear so earnest, yet your words are mere fabrications. You are a fraud. Faced with Lin Mushi's relentless pursuit, Yu Chunghua countered with a single move. Boss. I prefer not to say. Do not call me that. Lin Mush expressed her distaste for such a distant term. What should I call you then? Yu Chunghua inquired. Mush. She replied, devoid of any pretentiousness. It sounded akin to a dessert. Enough with the banter, just call me that. Yu Chunghua opened his mouth, yet found the term difficult to utter. Fortunately, a sudden ringtone saved him. Lin Mush retrieved her phone from her bag and pressed the answer button, with CS Xiaoyu's voice emanating from the receiver. Mush, Huiyang has lied to me. He isn't at the fire station tonight. Do you think he is off gallivanting? Lin Mush's expression soured with impatience. This incessant chatter from her friend was tiresome. As a best friend, it was prudent to advocate for reconciliation rather than division. After all, it was Huiyang who was to spend a lifetime with her, and she risked becoming embroiled in their squabbles. Do not let your imagination run wild. Men require some personal space. Do not scrutinize too closely. If he were indeed the sort to stray, wouldn't your discerning eye and astute mind have already detected it? Cherish the fact that you have found such a reliable boyfriend. Observe how adeptly a single person navigates the emotional dilemmas of others. Although unseen, one could envision CS Xiaoyu's expression gradually relaxing on the other end of the line. There was no girl more easily soothed than her. Otherwise, how could the straightforward Huiyang ever win her over? Once the call ended, Lin Mush exhaled a sigh of relief. Half a year prior, she had undertaken a significant project, which proved to be exceedingly demanding, leading her company to assign CS Xiaoyu as her assistant. However, while her colleague lacked in professional prowess, she was a chatterbox, constantly filling the air with her words. In a way, she alleviated Lin Mush's stress on a psychological level. As time passed, their hierarchical relationship began to blur. Recently, Lin Mush had started preparing for an animation project, seeking suitable illustrators. CS Xiaoyu had mentioned a friend who was an amateur artist and shared a piece of his artwork with her. The painting depicted a pair of vividly colored butterflies dancing amidst a blooming garden. Upon first glance, Lin Mush knew this artist was the one she had been desperately seeking. Thus, she lowered her pride and made multiple visits to invite Yu Chunghua to emerge from his seclusion. Naturally, her burgeoning affection for him was entirely unexpected. Perhaps it was her awareness of her advancing age and her desire to experience the bittersweetness of love. While Lin Mush conversed with Xiaoyu, Yu Chenghua remained engrossed in his meal. At that moment, he lifted his head and asked, "You and Xiaoyu share a close relationship?" Lin Mush replied earnestly, "Yes. We are good friends, much like you and I could become." "Good friends?" Yu Chenghua murmured, repeating the phrase. "Do you not wish for such a beautiful and charming friend?" Lin Mush pouted playfully. "No, it is my honor," Yu Chenghua admitted, feeling cornered by her charm. "Since Xiaoyu calls me Mush, you should too." "Very well, Mush." Under Lin Mush's formidable pressure, Yu Chenghua had no choice but to acquiesce. 1,000-mile dike may collapse due to an ant hole. His heart, as solid as a rock, was likely to succumb, little by little, to the gentleness surrounding him. Lin Mushi was in high spirits and, for once, craved something sweet. So she ordered a mousse cake from the waiter. However, after just a couple of bites, she found it too rich and pushed it over to Yu Chenghua. The portion I had already scooped out was cut away, as wasting food was not an option. Their interaction bore a resemblance to that of a young couple. In the entire restaurant, it was hard to find another pair with such striking looks. After exiting the Western restaurant, they took the elevator to the cinema on the top floor, arriving just in time. There were no places selling savory milk tea here, and Lin Mushi held a large bucket of popcorn, visibly displeased. She contemplated bringing a packet of salt in the future, opting for unsweetened milk tea instead. "The show is about to start. Let us find our seats," urged Yu Chenghua, clutching 2 bottles of water. "Wait, I'm tired. I need to sit for a moment," Lin Mushi declared, plopping down on a long bench and leisurely tossing popcorn into her mouth. She recalled a book she had read in which the heroine deliberately delayed entering a darkened theater just to hold the hero's hand, ultimately achieving her desire. This was what one might call wisdom. Yu Chenghua reluctantly sat beside Lin Mushi, idly fiddling with his phone. "Do you want some?" Lin Mushi offered a piece of popcorn. Her fingers were long and fair, unadorned with nail polish, emanating a natural luster. Being quite the straightforward man, Yu Chenghua found it difficult to appreciate the complexities of feminine manicures. However, this delicate hand perfectly aligned with his aesthetic sensibilities. "I don't want any," he habitually declined. "Open your mouth," Lin Mushi persisted, ignoring his refusal. Yu Chenghua, somewhat taken aback, instinctively complied. A piece of popcorn was fed to him, rich with buttery flavor. He stared blankly at Lin Mushi, momentarily forgetting to chew. "Why are you looking at me? I can't possibly finish such a large bucket." Lin Mushi's cheeks flushed slightly. It was her first time engaging in such ambiguous behavior, and she felt somewhat clumsy, unsure if her actions were appropriately executed. The atmosphere grew delicate. Both of them too shy to glance at one another, their gazes fixed forward, engulfed in a prolonged silence. It felt as though time had ceased. Yu Chenghua, breaking the stillness, fixated on the time displayed on his phone. "I'm a bit afraid of the dark," Lin Mushi prefaced. "It's all right, just stick with me," Yu Chenghua replied in a straightforward manner. As they entered the screening room, everything was shrouded in darkness except for the large screen, where shadowy figures could be faintly discerned. Yu Chenghua tucked the water under his arm and activated his phone's flashlight, illuminating only half a meter ahead. He turned back to ask, "Can you see?" From within the darkness, Lin Mushi's lips curled into a smile. "I can't see. Want you pull me along?" Yu Chenghua clenched his fist and extended his hand. A delicate, almost fragile hand slipped into his grasp. The skin was smooth and warm, sending a ripple of warmth through his heart. Having just been fed popcorn, he had admired this hand up close. It resembled a work of art carved from white jade. Now, held in his palm, it felt even more extraordinary. His hand was large and powerful, with long fingers. As Lin Mushi held on to him, she felt a profound sense of security. She felt a sense of pride within her, realizing that the tricks she learned from novels were indeed quite effective. Turning back, she decided to send a gift to the author. Squeezing past a row of legs, she finally found a seat. Yu Chenghua released Lin Mushi's hand and let out a long sigh, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Walking this short distance felt more exhausting than running 10 kilometers. "Look at you, as if you've suffered a great loss," Lin Mushi complained as she settled into her seat. Yu Chenghua twisted the cap off his water bottle and took a large gulp, seemingly attempting to extinguish a flicker of irritation within him. Chapter 31. Cheesy love talk on the big screen played a poorly made film designed solely to extract money from viewers. After half an hour, Lin Mushi began to feel her eyelids grow heavy, and soon, she was enveloped in a deep slumber. From an artistic perspective, Yu Chenghua found a few redeeming qualities in the film, watching intently with great interest. It was not until the movie approached its conclusion that Lin Mushi emerged from her dreams, stretching languidly. Didn't you say you came here to study? Yu Chunghua questioned with a hint of annoyance. Study? Well, let's just say Lin Mushi, abruptly halted that notion. Fortunately, she refrained from uttering the word, lest her carefully cultivated image of a gentle and charming so crumble in an instant. She was merely seeking an excuse for a date, not anticipating the film's hypnotic effect. I'm too exhausted from work during the day. You'll have to write me a review later, analyzing the film's strengths and weaknesses. Yu Chunghua, already aware of her ruse, coldly replied, I only take responsibility for my drawings, not for writing any reviews. Lin Mushi waved her hand dismissively. If you want to write it, never mind. I'll have the second study group do it instead. As the film ended, it was already 10:30. The moon hung high in the sky, and a gentle night breeze wafted through the air. Hua, let me take you home, Lin Mushi offered enthusiastically. No, it's not on my way. I'll just grab a taxi, Yu Chunghua declined, walking to the roadside to hail a cab. Hey, are you really so unhappy after coming out to play with me? Lin Mushi bravely inquired. I'm very happy. Yu Chunghua turned back to gaze at the beautiful woman bathed in moonlight, whispering softly enough for only himself to hear, Thank you, Mushi. Lin Mushi watched as the taxi gradually merged into the flow of traffic, a joyful smile spreading across her face. The steadfastly stoic man would one day be melted by her gentle affections. Holding hands would be a significant step toward success. Following that, an embrace, then a kiss. And so forth. Having lived for 25 years, she had yet to discover what a man's lips tasted like. Despite the many admirers who had previously surrounded Lin Mushi, none had caught her interest. Now, however, she found herself pursuing him with fervor. Love, it seemed, was entirely devoid of reason. Zhaosheng, it's over. She is probably just a scammer. You need to be cautious. Huiyang, inebriated and reeking of alcohol, was hoisted back to their rented apartment by Zhaosheng and unceremoniously tossed onto the bed. Having not received a response from the girl he had been pursuing for over 2 hours, he hastily reached this conclusion. She is not a scammer. If you can't handle your liquor, just drink less and go to sleep without throwing up on my bed, Zhaosheng retorted irritably. Huiyang clutched his pillow and exclaimed, Xiaoyu, let us share a kiss. Ignore that single dog over there. Zhaosheng rolled his eyes and turned toward the bathroom. What is so great about having a girlfriend anyway? After returning from his grooming routine, Zhaosheng found Huiyang snoring thunderously beside him. He glanced at his phone and noticed a new message. I'm so sorry. I forgot to return your notebook. How about we meet at the Xiaoyao Palace at noon on the 5th? Zhaosheng's heart leapt with excitement, and he quickly replied, Sounds good. To help recognize each other, let us establish a secret signal. Chasing Dreams suggested, let us both carry a white osmanthus flower. The plan was set for their meeting on the 5th. Get some rest. Good night, he added. Zhaosheng gazed at the chat history, unable to suppress a silly grin, filled with anticipation for their encounter in a few days. The Xiaoyao Palace is a renowned local Taoist temple, bustling with worshippers throughout the year. It would be the perfect opportunity to pray for Xiaolan, perhaps to procure a safety talisman for her. When people find themselves at a loss, they often turn to the divine with fervent belief. The following morning, Zhaosheng proudly showcased the chat history to Huiyang, eager to prove that Chasing Dreams was not a fraud. Huiyang, nursing a headache from the previous night's revelry, could distinctly sense that the unyielding iron tree was finally blossoming. In their school days, he had encountered many beautiful and charming girls who had shown interest in Zhaosheng, yet he had overlooked them all. Now, at this age, he found himself infatuated with a girl he had never even met. Love, it seems, is utterly devoid of reason. He wished him luck, hoping it wouldn't be a one-sided affair. During morning practice, Huiyang, with unabashed bravado, began imparting his romantic wisdom to Zhaosheng and their single teammates. Girls are won over with flattery. You must master the art of sweet talk to enchant them. Zhaosheng scoffed, You've always been tongue-tied. How can you possibly sweet-talk anyone? Huiyang replied boldly, Times have changed. I am now a free-spirited rogue in this bustling world. A Na'vi teammate humbly inquired, Vice Squad Leader, could you provide an example? I recently fell in love with a book titled I Will Bet My Life on Loving You. IVE also developed an affection for a certain fish, pledging unwavering devotion to you for eternity. The posts you've liked in my social circle are called donuts, and the fruits you've washed are referred to as candy treats. In a bid to impress Xiaoyu, Huiyang recited a plethora of cheesy pickup lines he had memorized from who knows where. The teammates behind him nearly regurgitated their breakfast in disgust. Zhou Sheng grimaced. You should be penalized for those puns. Do you have anything more sophisticated? Huiyang tossed his head back defiantly, using the words me, love, him, and her. How would you construct a sentence? The group pondered deeply, struggling to make sense of it, inevitably adding an extra word. What a ridiculous question, Zhou Sheng exclaimed in disdain. It's quite simple. He loves her, Huiyang revealed the answer. And what about me? Zhou Sheng blurted out. I love you. Huiyang winked. Zhou Sheng shivered. A wave of goosebumps washing over him. He wished he could toss this insufferably cheesy character down a drain. It was hard to fathom that Xie Xiaoyu had been ensnared by such sugary words. To Zhou Sheng's astonishment, the young teammate, still brimming with innocence, pulled out a small notebook from his back pocket and diligently began jotting down Huiyang's crude romantic lines. Cheesy pickup lines can be relentless. In Zhou Sheng's imagination, Chasing Dreams was undoubtedly a gentle and intelligent girl, completely disinterested in such frivolities. Perhaps it would be wise to learn a few phrases. For preparation is the mother of necessity. After work, Zhao Sheng entered Ward 709, only to find Xiao Lan's bed vacant. A quick phone call revealed that she had gone to the 5th floor to visit Su Jimei. Upon exiting the elevator, he overheard a conversation between the two young ladies. With a smile, Xiao Mei inquired about a ride at the amusement park that played music and was called something akin to a spinning contraption. Without hesitation, Xiao Lan responded, a carousel. Xiao Mei let out an exaggerated kiss sound, exclaiming, exactly, it's a carousel. Realization dawned on Xiao Lan, who covered her face and burst into uncontrollable laughter. Ha! This trick is delightful. I absolutely adore it. Their joyous laughter resonated through the corridor, echoing from the ward. Zhao Sheng couldn't help but chuckle as well. Such playful banter, when uttered by young girls, was far more melodious than the clumsy flirtations of Huiyang. How wonderful it would be if Xiao Lan could remain blissfully innocent, free from illness. The door to the ward was ajar, so Zhao Sheng stepped inside. Xiao Lan turned, her smile radiant. Brother, I wish to ride a carousel just once. Zhao Sheng promptly declined. No, Dr. Chun has instructed that you must not leave the hospital. With a playful pout, Xiao Lan pleaded. Oh, come on. I just want to go, just this once. The phrase just this once struck Zhao Sheng's heart like a thunderbolt, echoing Dr. Chen's words in his mind. Perhaps it would be best to indulge her. Chapter 32. In recent days, Xiao Mei's injuries had shown remarkable improvement, allowing her to walk. If all went well, she would be discharged in a month or two. She advised Xiao Lan not to come down again, suggesting she could visit her on the 7th floor instead. After all, one of them was destined to heal, while the other would only deteriorate. Brother, Xiao Mei is quite impressive. She is trained in martial arts and must look splendid in the boxing ring, Xiao Lan praised. Not really. My father owns a gym and is a martial arts enthusiast. I've merely picked up a few basics from him, Xiao Mei replied modestly. She then assessed Zhao Sheng's physique. Brother, you are in excellent shape. You would make a remarkable boxer. Zhao Sheng chuckled. Is that so? You mean I can take a punch quite well? The daily training at the fire station was exceedingly rigorous, ensuring that the firefighters possessed far superior physical attributes compared to the average person. Zhao Sheng was a standout in his team, often besting Huiyang in sparring matches within 10 exchanges. As dusk approached, Zhao Sheng grew concerned for Xiao Lan's health and urged her to return to her ward. As the siblings departed, Su Jimei called out, Brother, there's a boxing competition in 2 months. Don't you want to give it a try? She had learned from Xiao Lan that Zhao Sheng was currently in dire need of funds, with medical expenses seeming endless. Competing for prize money presented a fitting opportunity. Zhao Sheng hesitated. Perhaps I'll consider it later. Upon entering the elevator, Xiao Lan remarked, Brother, I think Xiao Mei's idea is quite good. Zhao Sheng gently patted her head. I am a firefighter. My duties come first, and I must also care for you. I have no time for dedicated training. Then why not stop being a firefighter? Xiao Lan blurted out. What did you say? Nothing at all. In truth, Xiao Lan had always harbored a dislike for Zhao Sheng's profession, worrying for his safety each day. She didn't wish for her brother to be a hero. She only hoped for his well-being. Noticing the troubled expression on Zhao Sheng's face, Xiao Lan hastily shifted the topic. When shall we visit the amusement park? Zhao Sheng sighed softly. We'll see how things unfold. You should focus on resting and recovering. There's no need to think about going anywhere. Xiao Lan nodded in understanding. Having grown up in the countryside, she had never experienced the joy of riding a carousel, having only seen it on television, which she found both romantic and somewhat foolish. Perhaps this was a final wish she hoped to fulfill in her life. That evening, Zhao Xing found himself irresistibly drawn to chat with Chasing Dream. Do you think men who box are handsome? He asked. Of course. Those muscles are quite impressive, she replied. Do you watch boxing matches? He inquired further. I never used to, but I might consider it now, she responded. After their conversation ended, Zhao Sheng envisioned Chasing Dream's figure, excitement keeping him awake as he completed 2 sets of push-ups. Even in sleep, a faint smile lingered at the corners of his mouth. On the wall, the calendar marked the 5th day with a red circle. The following days passed uneventfully until September 5th arrived, bright and sunny. Zhao Sheng had the day off and spent some time with Xiao Lan at the hospital before leaving close to noon. He had dressed carefully that morning, donning a crisp white shirt devoid of any creases. For the first time, he had even styled his hair simply. A pure white osmanthus flower was tucked into the pocket of his shirt, its delicate fragrance refreshing. With ample time to spare, Zhao Sheng refrained from spending money on a taxi and opted to wait for the bus at the station outside the hospital. The terminus of the number 19 bus was the Leisure Palace. Upon the bus's arrival, he boarded last, fortunate enough to find an available seat. Just as he was about to sit down, a middle-aged woman hurriedly boarded. She wore a cheap floral shirt, her complexion pale and her features gaunt. Many patients and their families in the hospital appeared similarly weary, ravaged by illness. Zhao Xing found her somewhat familiar, perhaps having seen her in the inpatient building. Please, take the seat, he offered. Thank you, she replied, her voice hoarse as she lowered herself into the seat. Perhaps due to exhaustion, she leaned against the window and quickly fell asleep. Zhao Sheng held onto the railing with one hand while idly browsing his phone with the other. His fingers, almost of their own accord, searched for information about boxing matches 2 months away. The words of Xiao Mei and Xiao Lan lingered in his mind like a seed quietly sprouting in his heart. If he could earn a substantial sum, providing Xiao Lan with better medical care, could there not be a glimmer of hope? Yet, this notion remained merely a naive daydream. But once it took root, it was not easily suppressed. The number 19 bus swayed as it traveled, stopping briefly at each station, with passengers coming and going. Much like life itself, filled with transient encounters, brief meetings, then parting ways. The woman, like Zhao Sheng, stayed aboard until the final stop at Leisure Palace. Her gaze was vacant, as if lost in thought, and upon disembarking, she hurried across the street. A motorcycle roared towards her, the rider unprepared for her reckless crossing, slamming the brakes with tires screeching against the pavement, leaving a long black mark behind. Under the influence of inertia, the motorcycle hurtled towards the woman. Startled by the noise, she froze in fear, momentarily forgetting to evade. Just then, a force tugged at her collar, pulling her back and causing her to crash into another person, narrowly escaping the motorcycle. Are you blind while walking? The rider yelled, shaken. The woman turned in terror, only to find herself atop a young man who had just offered her his seat moments earlier. Zhao Sheng had fallen hard onto the road, wincing in pain. After a brief pause, he helped the woman to her feet and chastised the rider. Why are you so aggressive? Riding at such speed, do you bear no responsibility? The woman timidly replied, It's my fault. I was lost in thought. Realizing Zhao Sheng was not an easy target, the rider muttered a few curses under his breath and departed, begrudgingly accepting his misfortune. Zhao Sheng lowered his head to search around and finally spotted his phone about 5 to 6 meters away. In the chaos of saving her, he had lost grip of it, and now it lay shattered, the screen in pieces. I'm so sorry, how much is it? I'll compensate you, the woman said, tears welling up, fearing he would reveal an unbearable price. It's nothing. Replacing the screen should suffice, Zhao Sheng replied, though he felt a pang of regret. He masked it well. For a fleeting moment, he saw a reflection of his mother in her. Both were simple, kind-hearted rural women, sharing that same timid and flustered demeanor in times of crisis. The woman scrutinized Zhao Sheng, recalling their previous encounters while waiting for the elevator at the hospital. She cautiously introduced herself. I'm Lu Chunfeng. My son is in room 608. Please come find me once you've repaired your phone. Zhao Sheng shook his head. It's all right. No need for compensation. It's an old phone, not worth much. Lu Chunfeng bowed deeply, her voice tinged with emotion. Thank you. You are truly a good person. Zhao Sheng felt a lump in his throat, nearly moved to tears. She must have come to the temple to pray for her son's well-being. In moments of desperation, people often turn to the divine for solace. Zhao Sheng recognized Lu Chunfeng as a fellow sufferer, and out of compassion, he could not accept her offer to pay for the phone repair. Lu Chunfeng was consumed by guilt, anxiously fidgeting with her clothing. Sister Lu, I am here to offer incense at the temple. I'm not well versed in the rituals. Could you guide me? Zhao Sheng offered a warm smile, intentionally seeking her assistance to alleviate her sense of indebtedness. Lu Chunfeng nodded eagerly, her eyes shimmering with gratitude. The temple was bustling with devotees, the entrance thronged with pious men and women. Tall Bodhi trees lined the red walls, under which vendors sheltered under large umbrellas, selling local delicacies. Following Lu Chunfeng, Zhao Sheng purchased some incense before stepping through the temple gates and ascending the steps. Lu Chunfeng earnestly explained the various customs and taboos. Do not step on the threshold. Outside lies the tumult of worldly affairs, while inside is a sanctuary of purity. When offering incense, 3 sticks must be lit. From the Tao comes 1. 1 gives rise to 2. 2 leads to 3, and 3 begets all things. In moments of prayer, Buddhists employ the gesture of palms together, while Taoists utilize the clasped fist, the left hand embracing the right, embodying the yin and yang. Upon reflection, Zhao Sheng was reminded of his childhood, when his mother took him and his siblings to temple fairs, bustling with vibrancy, yet bound by myriad customs. However, a chill had settled in his heart. After offering incense, Lu Chunfeng humbly knelt before the statue of the 3 pure ones, whispering fervent prayers, beseeching the deities for her son's safety. Although Zhao Sheng harbored skepticism towards the supernatural, a sense of reverence welled within him as he observed Lu Chunfeng. He mimicked her earnestness, imploring the heavens to show mercy upon Shaolin, hoping not to be separated from her. Upon exiting the 3 pure hall, Lu Chunfeng sought a talisman for peace, while Zhao Sheng aimed to draw an oracle. 2 days prior, Chasing Dreams had informed him that the immortal palace was vast and difficult to navigate, suggesting he wait for the Taoist priest who interpreted the lots. With his phone broken, he had no means to communicate and thus decided to arrive early. Sister Lu, do not worry. Everything will eventually improve. Zhao Sheng bid farewell. Thank you, and you too. It will all be well, Lu Chunfeng responded with a respectful bow. She advised Zhao Sheng to seek her out in room 608 should the repair costs for his phone be exorbitant. He nodded in acknowledgement, yet had no intention of doing so, perceiving the burden of medical expenses weighing heavily upon her. Before the oracle interpretation hall sat a Taoist priest clad in a blue robe, his hair streaked with gray. On the table before him lay an oracle tube, and a wall behind him displayed the oracle texts. A group of young women surrounded him, seeking guidance, their accents revealing them to be tourists from afar. The priest, animated and eloquent, declared, "Inquire about my wares, for all products sold by Zhang Banzian are internationally certified." He extolled the virtues of a facial cleanser infused with 9 natural plant extracts, gentle and non-irritating, effective for oil control and acne, promising a refreshing experience without dryness or tightness. Zhao Sheng stood in astonishment, feeling as though he had wandered into a skincare counter at a mall. Scanning the area, he found no sign of the girl with osmanthus flowers. The cleanser in the priest's hands appeared to be a dubious product, yet he continued his fervent pitch. While the foreign tourists, not falling for the ruse, exchanged polite remarks before departing. Alas, consumer spending has diminished. Business is increasingly challenging, Zhang Banzian lamented to himself. Zhao Sheng approached briskly, greeting the Taoist priest. Zhang Banqian's eyes brightened. "Young man, are you here to purchase a cleanser or seek an oracle?" Zhao Sheng, contemplating that he was already waiting, decided to ask for a lot. He grasped the oracle tube, shaking it for half a minute before finally drawing a bamboo stick. Upon seeing the words down inscribed, his expression shifted drastically, his heart plummeting. "What do you wish to inquire about?" Zhang Banzian squinted, searching for the oracle text. Zhao Sheng had initially intended to question Shaolan's condition, but the unfavorable lot instilled fear, prompting him to ask, almost reflexively, about romantic fate. Zhang Banzian unfurled the oracle text and recited in a rhythmic cadence. "How many autumns have passed in this mortal realm? For whom do we toil like ephemeral mayflies? Life and death are not my sins. Tears flow as I lament separation." Although Zhao Sheng has not read extensively, he can discern that this is not a favorable term. Morning birth, evening death suggests that even if one obtains love, it will be swiftly lost. However, the Taoist priest appears rather unreliable, and Zhao Sheng hopes his words lack such potency. "Young man, what do you usually use to wash your face?" Zhang Banqian shifted the topic, his peripheral vision landing on his own products. "I do not purchase facial cleansers," Zhao Sheng promptly rejected. "Do you have an affinity for calligraphy, musical instruments, or handicrafts?" Zhang Banshan remained adamant about peddling his wares. He opened a drawer and produced a heap of trinkets, clearly wholesale goods from a small commodity market, lacking both beauty and value. Zhao Xing contemplated making his escape, yet Dream Chaser had yet to arrive, compelling him to feign interest in the pile of junk. He casually picked up a scroll and slowly unfurled it. You have an eye for art, young man. This is an ancient painting from the Tang dynasty. A genuine work of the poet and painter Wang Wei, Zhang Banshan proclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Zhao Sheng was not swayed by his bluster and began to appreciate this machine-printed replica. The image depicted a spring scene, complete with mountains, cityscapes, towers, rivers, and weeping willows, exuding a fresh and natural style, albeit printed rather crudely. It would appear rather shabby as a decorative piece in one's home. The painting bore an inscription, in Xinfeng, fine wine flows in abundance. How many years have the wanderers of Xianyang roamed? In spirited camaraderie, we drink for you, tethering our horses by the willows of the high towers. I can see you also have an appreciation for art, brother. This youth's journey is destined for you. Take it for 3,000. Zhang Banshan's tone was remarkably generous. Is this painting truly worth 3,000? Zhao Sheng's eyes widened in disbelief. Have you heard of Wang Wei? In poetry, there is painting. In painting, there is poetry. Today, you have stumbled upon a great fortune. Zhang Banshan boasted without a hint of shame. Zhao Sheng, not easily deceived, retorted, I may be less learned, but do not attempt to fool me. Where are the genuine works of Wang Wei? If they exist, they would be priceless, yet you offer it for 3,000? Zhang Banshan argued passionately. That is precisely why it is called a stroke of luck. Zhao Sheng pointed at the painting. This is far too phony. It is all scenery. Where is the youth? Indeed, Zhang Banshan scratched his head, retrieving a brush. Shall I paint one in for you? That is unnecessary. I do not wish to purchase the painting. Zhao Sheng was disinterested in further debate. Do you not understand the rules? I have made my offer. How much will you counter? Zhang Banshan's eyes gleamed with mischief. 20. Zhao Sheng impatiently blurted a low price. Deal. Zhang Banshan slapped the table. Zhao Sheng felt as though struck by lightning, his insides churning with regret. Cautiously, he had fallen into a trap. Ultimately, he was young and naive, unaware of the treachery of the world. Having made an offer, he could not back out. His phone was broken, but fortunately, he had some cash on hand. The total for the painting and fortune-telling came to 30. Zhang Banshan was beaming from ear to ear. Young brother, I can also divine. Do you believe I can ascertain your surname? Zhao Sheng retorted indignantly. Why would I spend money to learn my own surname? What kind of Taoist are you? You are nothing but an old swindler. Chapter 34. At last. It is your turn. Zhao Sheng, wary of being duped, ceased engaging with Zhang Banshan and nervously paced back and forth, occasionally glancing outside. The girl adorned with white osmanthus flowers had yet to appear. The sun hung high in the sky, and his stomach growled with hunger. Zhang Banjin chuckled and inquired, Young brother, are you waiting for someone? Zhao Sheng cast him a glance, remaining silent and feeling a sense of frustration after spending 20 yuan on a worthless painting. Waiting for a girl? Zhang Banjin shrugged it off. What business is it of yours? Zhao Sheng could not muster a pleasant expression for him. The fortune teller rubbed his palms together, adopting a look of avarice. Allow me to calculate your fate. It seems your destiny has yet to unfold. I have a method to resolve this, and the price is negotiable. Don't deceive me. I won't fall for your tricks again. She will arrive shortly, Zhao Sheng retorted, clutching his wallet tightly. He still needed to repair his phone and could not afford to be duped by this old swindler again. Chasing dreams was a commendable endeavor, and he believed she would not abandon him. Suddenly, a figure burst in with great urgency. Zhao Sheng focused and was taken aback to see Huiyang, exclaiming, What brings you here? Huiyang wiped the sweat from his brow. Why can't I reach you by phone? I've been looking for you everywhere. Zhao Sheng explained. I was helping a lady, and my phone broke. Huiyang's tone turned frantic. Xiaolan just coughed up blood and is now in the emergency room. You must come with me to the hospital at once. What? Zhao Sheng felt as if struck by lightning, his body trembling in fear. A profound dread enveloped his heart. The thought of missing Xiaolan's final moments filled him with regret. He rushed to the table, his voice trembling. Daozhong, if you see a girl with a white osmanthus flower, please tell her I've been here, but I must leave urgently. I will apologize in a couple of days. Zhang Banjin stroked his long beard, responding solemnly. As I mentioned, your destinies have yet to align. The painting was cumbersome in his hands, and Zhao Sheng slammed it onto the table. Please deliver this to her as a gift from me. I did not intend to be untrustworthy. Zhang Banjian nodded. I shall ensure it is delivered. Grateful, Zhao Xing clasped his fists in thanks before swiftly departing with Hui Yang. As they traveled to the central hospital, Zhao Xing berated himself. It's all my fault. I should have stayed with Xiao Lan instead of wandering off. Hui Yang reassured him, Xiao Lan will be fine. Do not overthink it. This is not your fault. If anything happens to her, I will never forgive myself. Treating illness is the doctor's responsibility, not yours. Do not bear the burden of blame. In the serene ambience of the Xiaoyao Palace, wisps of smoke curled gracefully, the air infused with the unique scent of sandalwood. Zhang Banjian seized a moment of respite, having a young acolyte fetch him a bowl of tofu pudding, relishing each bite. Old swindler, how were your sales last month? A melodious voice chimed in his ear. Startled, Zhang Banjian turned to see the newcomer, expressing his discontent. You little girl, you should address me as Daozhang. Lin Mushi donned a refreshing, elegant light green dress, the sheer fabric accentuating her graceful demeanor. She tilted her head slightly, revealing a white osmanthus blossom tucked behind her ear. Oh, it's you. Fate, a destined encounter, has finally come around to you, Zhang Banjian remarked, recognizing the flower. What do you mean it's me? Lin Mushi inquired, puzzled. Zhang Banjian opened a drawer and retrieved a painting, clearly a poorly crafted piece. A young man, much like you, brought this osmanthus flower and asked me to deliver this painting to you. Lin Mush reached out to take the call. What about the others? Zhang B11N replied. They left in a hurry after saying they had urgent matters to attend to. Lin Mush furrowed her brow and took out her phone to dial Zhao Sheng's number. A voice, devoid of any emotion, came through the receiver. Sorry. Upon hearing those 3 words, Lin Mush hung up. This person is truly busy, having canceled on her twice. You old trickster, did you sell this painting to him? Lin Mush casually unfurled the scroll. Indeed, it was a genuine masterpiece by the poet Wang Wei, worth a fortune. Now I present it to you. You've struck gold. Zhang B11N jested with a serious demeanor. This youthful journey is far too fake. Where are the youths in the painting? Lin Mush scoffed. Why does everyone ask that? I could always paint one for you, Zhang B11N said, rolling up his sleeves and picking up a brush, generously dipped in ink. No, this painting was worth $20. Once you touch it, it's worth nothing. Lin Mush rolled up the scroll. Although it holds no monetary value, it is still a gesture of goodwill. It was her own fault for being delayed by work. Lin Mush handed a sweet osmanthus flower to Zhang B11N, exited the Shi Oyo Palace, tossed the painting into the trunk, and drove toward Qiushui town. It was a picturesque little town, approximately 5 kilometers from Shi Oyo Palace. Yu Chenghua and several other artists had gone early to capture the scenery. With autumn approaching, the trees lining the road shed a few rustling yellow leaves, dancing alongside the tires like fluttering butterflies. A clear brook meandered through the town. Yu Chenghua sat by the water's edge, propping up his easel, capturing the distant peaks. His tranquil profile was reflected in the brook. Unquestionably handsome. The other crew members, aware of his reclusive nature, kept their distance. Many even suspected he was merely living off the wealth of others, using his charm to ensnare the producer. How enviable. Ahua. I brought you coffee, Lin Mush said with a light step. Thank you, Yu Chenghua replied, his gaze fixed intently on his artwork. You've been painting all morning. Why not take a break? Lin Mush lifted the cup lid, releasing a rich aroma of coffee. Yu Chenghua paused his brush, took the cup, sipped, and remarked. I've realized that the person who most affects my work efficiency is you. Lin Mush smiled softly. Balance is essential. I'm not the kind of heartless capitalist who only knows how to exploit employees. The sky was high and the clouds light, with the brook gently flowing. After spending too long in the concrete jungle of the city, such beautiful natural scenery was refreshing to the soul. Ahua, walk with me for a bit. Where to? Lin Mush asked. To the end of the water, where we can sit and watch the clouds rise. She gazed toward the brook's end. Yu Chenghua nodded, accompanying her downstream. Having held hands in the cinema last time, their relationship was growing increasingly intimate. Yu Chenghua's previously sharp edges had softened considerably. The crew behind them were all envious. For men, the struggle of hard work is too arduous. Relying on a wealthy woman is the everlasting shortcut. Ahua, spring here is the most beautiful, with rhododendrons blooming all over the mountains. Among the flowers, various butterflies flutter, as lovely as your painted creations. The town's environment nurtures its people. The girls are both beautiful and innocent. As they strolled along, Lin Mushi enthusiastically described the local customs and culture of Qiushui town. enraptured by the splendid scenery. She inadvertently stepped on a moss-covered pebble. With a sudden slip, she teetered, on the verge of tumbling into the stream. Fortunately, Yu Chenghua reacted swiftly, grasping her slender waist and spinning her around gracefully. The soft green fabric of her skirt swirled, resembling delicate blossoms, while her fair, well-proportioned calves shone like ivory. Their gazes locked, breath mingling in the air, with their heartbeats resonating distinctly. The scene did not unfold like a melodramatic idol drama, where they would gaze into each other's eyes for an eternity. Yu Chenghua quickly withdrew his hand from her waist, inquiring, "Are you hurt?" Lin Mushi flexed her ankle and shook her head, replying, "No, thank you." "That is good," he said. An air of subtle tension enveloped them, both hesitant to meet each other's eyes. They ambled along the bank of the stream, finding tranquility as they reached the water's end, sitting to watch the clouds rise. Enveloped in a serene elegance. Gradually, a stone arch bridge came into view, gracefully spanning the stream, reminiscent of a celestial rainbow. Its reflection in the water mirrored a full moon. Qiushui town boasted several hidden gems, frequented daily by youthful travelers. Some elderly women in the town sold handmade crafts or sewing items on the bridge, a modest trade far more sincere than many others. "Ahua, let us go take a look," Lin Mushi urged, her enthusiasm palpable as she ascended the arch bridge. The surface was laid with smooth bluestone, worn by the passage of time. Between the stones, resilient blades of grass thrived, adding a touch of verdancy. An elderly woman, her hair a silvery hue, sat at the bridge's edge, embroidering shoe pads with intricate patterns, showcasing remarkable craftsmanship. "Wow, how beautiful!" Lin Mushi exclaimed, picking up a pair of embroidered shoe pads shaped like mandarin ducks playing in water. "Don't touch other people's things if you're not buying," Yu Chenghua frowned. "Dear girl, it's all right. Feel free to look," the grandmother replied with a gentle smile. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Mushi realized she had no need for such shoe pads, admired the meticulous stitches, and returned them to their original place. Qiushui town preserved many folk traditions, with girls being particularly adept in crafts. Unlike herself, a pampered young lady who lacked such skills. "Oh, this is truly lovely," Lin Mushi exclaimed upon noticing several strands of bracelets hanging at a stall. They were white dice, hollowed out to reveal a red bean within, with crimson tassels dancing in the breeze. The dice clinked melodiously against one another. This item held a poetic significance, echoing the lines from Wen Tingyun, "Delicate dice resting upon red beans. Does one know of deep longing?" The grandmother smiled warmly, saying, "Young lady, this is only 20 yuan." Lin Mushi lifted the bracelet, turning to Yu Chenghua. "Ahua, I adore this." Yu Chenghua replied nonchalantly, "Oh." Lin Mushi furrowed her brows and shook the bracelet vigorously, declaring, "I said I really like it. Are you made of wood? Are you so stingy about a 20 yuan gift? How could a gift from you compare to one I buy for myself?" Yu Chenghua's gaze drifted to Lin Mushi's graceful swan-like neck, adorned with a lustrous pearl necklace, which must have been worth several tens of thousands. He is not a fool, and he undoubtedly comprehends Lin Mushi's intentions. His fists, clenched tightly behind his back, reveal his turmoil. Can a gift worth 20 yuan truly be offered? Although they appear to spend every moment together, an invisible chasm separates them, casting them into disparate worlds. As Lin Mush gazes at him with hopeful eyes, a wave of inferiority washes over Yu Chenghua. Despite his efforts to evade this sentiment, it sneaks out from the cracks when least expected. The tale of a rich girl and a poor boy often resides only within the pages of literature, for in reality, that divide is exceedingly difficult to bridge, leaving people to seek solace in romantic fantasies. The upper echelons of society place great importance on social standing and compatibility. Noticing Yu Chenghua's indifference, the sparkle in Lin Mush's eyes gradually dims, her lips pouting with a hint of impending tears. She had believed she was close to him, within arm's reach, only to realize that the distance remains vast, as far as the horizon. The shrill ring of a mobile phone shatters the awkward silence. Yu Chenghua answers, his expression shifting dramatically after a few moments. "What's the matter?" Lin Mush inquires softly. "Azuz fainted during gym class and has been taken to the infirmary. I must go see him immediately," Yu Chenghua replies, anxiety etched across his face. "I'll drive you there," Lin Mush offers without hesitation, reluctantly returning the bracelet to the old lady and casting an apologetic glance her way. As they drive, Lin Mush chastises herself for her lack of resolve. She ought to be angry with him. Nevertheless, for Azuz's sake, She decides to overlook it. Seated in the passenger seat, Yu Chunghua stares ahead, his lips pressed together in silence. The confined space of the car thickens with tension. To stave off suffocation, Lin Mush resorts to playing music. She yearns to fully experience the season when snowflakes bloom, shivering together, to understand the essence of tenderness. They have yet to hold hands while traversing the barren dunes. Perhaps from now on, they shall learn to cherish eternity and permanence. She recalls that day when Yu Chunghua promised to visit the studio, sitting in a CAF, listening to Red Bean. Somehow, she gradually grew fond of this song, yet the thought of the bracelet she had just seen dampens her spirits. Humph, that unromantic blockhead. Upon arriving at the school gate, before the car has come to a complete stop, Yu Chunghua flings open the door and rushes toward the infirmary. Hey, slow down. Wait for me. Lin Mush calls out, chasing after him. Yu Chunghua bursts through the infirmary door. Azuz. Azuz lies on the bed, receiving in 4, his complexion pale. Yet his eyes remain clear as water. Brother, I'm fine. Why did you come all this way? Yu Chunghua queries the school doctor. Doctor, how is my brother? The doctor smiles reassuringly. He's fine, just a bit hypoglycemic. A glucose drip will suffice. Yu Chunghua exhales in relief. That's good to hear. Thank you, doctor. Lin Mush arrives breathless, and upon hearing the doctor's words, she too feels relieved. She waves at Azuz playfully, making funny faces. Sister, I knew you two had a thing. Azuz teases with youthful wisdom. Humph, there's nothing between us. Lin Mush shoots a glance at Yu Chunghua. She was still sulking over the earlier incident. Yu Chunghua ignored her and went out to greet Zhang Ziyuan, who was approaching the infirmary. Zhang Ziyuan had been teaching in another class when Azuzu fainted, and he rushed over immediately after class to check on her. He was a very responsible homeroom teacher, although the school year had just begun. He had already acquainted himself with the students' situations. Mr. Zhang, I apologize. My brother's health is not suited for high-intensity physical exercise, Yu Chunghua expressed with regret. Understood. I will communicate with the physical education teacher. Zhang Ziyuan nodded gravely. The weather in early September was still sweltering. The running drills in physical education class were quite taxing for many students, particularly the girls. Although Azuzu was a boy, he was noticeably weaker than his peers. The two conversed outside the door, and Lin Mushu could not hear them clearly. She approached Azuzu's bedside and asked with concern, Your brother is so robust. How come you are so thin? You should learn more about fitness from him. Azuzu whispered, Sister, I didn't actually faint. I just stumbled because I couldn't see the steps. What kind of eyesight is that? Lin Mushu scrutinized Azuzu's bright eyes. Please don't tell my brother. I don't want him to worry, Azuzu pleaded. Then tell me, who does your brother like? Lin Mushu seized the opportunity to pry. I don't know. I truly have no idea, Azuzu replied sincerely, unable to lie. Chapter 36. The old ginger is still spicier. Azuzu informed Lin Mushu that Yu Chunghua indeed had a girl in his heart, yet he never mentioned her to anyone. Given his appearance, he could have dated long ago. However, in the past 2 years, he had hardly any female friends. Lin Mushu was troubled by the matter of the red bean bracelet and inwardly cursed Yu Chunghua for being so reserved. He pretended to be aloof, yet was still a lecher at heart. She wondered which unfortunate girl had caught his eye. Never mind. Discussing melodramatic teenage romance with a high school student might lead to the wrong lessons for the younger ones, so she decided to change the topic. By the way, Azuzu, you and Ahuan are cousins, right? That means your mothers are sisters? Azuzu denied this. No, that's not the case. Then one pair of your parents must be siblings, or at least brother and sister. Azuzu continued to shake his head. Lin Mushu was a bit puzzled, attempting to sort through the family relations. What other types of cousins could there be? At that moment, Yu Chunghua and Zhang Ziyuan entered, interrupting her train of thought. Hello, Mr. Zhang. I'm sorry to have worried you, Azuzu greeted politely. Lu Wangzhu, your health is not good. You can request a break from the physical education teacher. Do not push yourself, Zhang Ziyuan spoke gently. I don't want to be treated differently, Azuzu replied softly. You don't want the new classmates to look down on you. Especially the girls. Yu Chunghua ruffled Azuzu's hair. I want to be like you, a real man. That still requires knowing your limits. Yu Chunghua then asked others to leave, wishing to speak privately with Azuzu. It was essential to provide psychological guidance to boys in their adolescence. Lin Mushu and Zhang Ziyuan exited the infirmary and began chatting in front of the flower bed. Mr. Zhang, you must be around 50 this year. How come you still haven't become a grade director? Lin Mushu teased with a mischievous smile. 48 years and 7 months, Zhang Ziyuan replied. Zhang Ziyuan, sensitive to age like a young maiden, declared, I am here to educate, not to pursue a position of authority. In a secluded realm of introspection, he contemplated grand ambitions, questioning if one could truly understand the depth of such aspirations. The silkworm exhausts its life in weaving silk, and the candle burns down to ash before its tears dry. Encapsulates my unwavering belief. As a language teacher, old Zhang spoke with eloquence. Though he had no hope of leadership, he articulated his sentiments with an artistry of words. Much like the poetic genius Li Bai, who, in his fervor to ascend the ranks, ultimately lamented, "How can I bow and bend to the powerful when it steals my joy? Then why have you not even been recognized as an excellent teacher?" Lin Mushi interjected, pointing to a nearby bulletin board to drive her point home. "And why have you not found a boyfriend?" Unable to endure any longer, Zhang Ziyuan retaliated sharply. During their earlier conversation, he had cleverly deduced from Yu Chenghua that his relationship with Lin Mushi was purely professional, devoid of romantic ties. "Since you lack compassion, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Were there not many young suitors vying for your attention back in school? How did you end up in such a dismal state? Do you remember Xia Wenyong from our class? With his current disposition, even a child could run circles around him. Finding a three-legged toad is challenging. Yet finding a two-legged man proves difficult for you. What have you been doing all these years?" The seasoned sage was on a roll, leaving Lin Mushi defenseless, nearly choking on her own words. "Old Zhang, I always thought you were a good teacher. I was mistaken." After savoring his triumph, Zhang Ziyuan mused. "This young man is promising. If only you could temper your temper, there might be hope." Lin Mushi, with a touch of indignation, retorted, "What are you talking about? Teacher Zhang? He is merely an ordinary employee assisting me." Zhang Ziyuan, unyielding, countered, "An ordinary employee? Yet you have gone out of your way to escort him to school twice? Were you truly just visiting me? I almost feel embarrassed to point that out." Lin Mushi covered her cheeks with her hand, feigning sorrow, feeling as though Zhang Ziyuan's words painted her as a rogue. "Is it that obvious?" Yu Chenghua emerged from the infirmary. "Teacher Zhang, my brother is unwell. I hope you will take care of him." Zhang Ziyuan responded with a beaming smile. "Certainly, certainly. Our Mushi can be a bit headstrong at times. You must be patient with her." Lin Mushi stomped her foot. "Teacher Zhang, what are you saying?" With laughter, Zhang Ziyuan escorted the pair out of the school gates. A handsome man and a beautiful woman, indeed a fitting match. As Lin Mushi drove, she casually asked Ahua, "You and Zhu are cousins, yet you bear no resemblance." Yu Chenghua replied coolly, "You and your brother are siblings, yet you look nothing alike." Those who spoke little often struck with precision. Lin Mushi, stifled in her retorts, could only grip the steering wheel in frustration, feeling a twinge of sympathy for those she had once dismissed. The emergency room door swung open, revealing Chen Dixio, who removed his mask to reveal a weary visage. "Dr. Chen, how is Xiaolan?" Zhao Sheng and Huiyang stood immediately. "Fortunately, she is no longer in critical condition," Chen Dixio smiled. "That's wonderful," Huiyang exclaimed, enveloping Zhao Sheng in an embrace. With overwhelming joy, Zhao Sheng wept, tears streaming down his face. Xiaolan was wheeled out by the nurse, her complexion pale, eyes tightly shut, and her breath faint. Chen Dixio wore a grave expression and beckoned Zhao Sheng to accompany him to his office. Zhao Sheng acquiesced, instructing Huiyang to escort Xiaolan back to her hospital room. Although Xiaolan had been saved this time, her condition would only worsen, so be mentally prepared. Chen Dixio cautioned. He settled down to sip a warm cup of tea. "Dr. Chen, you must save her," Zhao Sheng implored, nearly on his knees. "You now have two options, conservative treatment or surgery, but the latter cannot cure her. It can only delay the inevitable," Chen Dixio replied in a remarkably calm tone. Despite his sympathy for Zhao Sheng, decades of professional experience rendered him coolly detached. Generally, in the early stages of cancer, surgical intervention could entirely excise the malignant cells, achieving control or even a cure. However, in advanced stages, with widespread metastasis, the efficacy of surgery diminishes, potentially causing greater harm to the patient. Choosing surgery also entailed exorbitant costs for the family. Conservative treatment, on the other hand, was merely a euphemism, and everyone understood its true implications. Zhao Sheng grasped his hair in anguish, finding the decision thrust upon him to be unbearably cruel. "There is still time. Consider your options carefully and respect Xiaolan's wishes. Do not pressure yourself too much," Chen Dixio advised gently. Leaving the office, Zhao Sheng returned to the ward in a daze, resembling the despondent demeanor of Lu Chunfeng he had encountered at noon. Huiyang grasped Zhao Sheng's shoulder tightly, demanding, "What did the doctor say?" Zhao Sheng, like a lifeless shell, offered no response. Huiyang shook him vigorously, yet to no avail. On the hospital bed, Xiaolan slowly opened her eyes, her gaze clear and bright. "Brother, I'm sorry. I ruined your date," she lamented. In that instant, Zhao Sheng's resolve shattered, and he burst into inconsolable tears that echoed throughout the ward. "Xiaolan, I won't go anywhere. I will stay by your side." Chapter 37. Tossing a coin. "Why are you crying, you big man? You're making me want to cry too," Huiyang scolded Zhao Sheng, his own heart aching like it was being sliced. "There are so many people watching. You're embarrassing yourself. Get it together. Xiaolan needs you to take care of her." Fearing that Xiaolan might feel distressed by his tears, Zhao Sheng desperately composed himself, wiping the traces of sorrow from his face. Xiaolan extended her hand towards Zhao Sheng, asking, "Brother, have you seen sister chasing dreams? Is she beautiful?" Zhao Sheng clasped his sister's hand tightly and lied. "I saw her. She is both beautiful and gentle. You will surely like her." A glimmer of a smile appeared on Xiaolan's face. "That's great. You must keep trying." At the doorway, two figures appeared, Su Wentao and his daughter Su Jimei. Upon learning that Xiaolan had been taken out of the emergency room, Su Jimei insisted on visiting. In just a few days, the two young girls had formed a pure friendship. "Brother, you boys go outside. I want to talk with Xiaomei," Xiaolan said. "All right, but don't talk too long. Make sure you rest well," Zhao Sheng replied, helping Xiaomei settle by the bedside. Three men ventured onto the balcony outside the corridor for a conversation. Zhao Sheng shared Dr. Chen's words with Huiyang and Su Wentao. Huiyang had already mentally prepared for this outcome. He patted Zhao Sheng on the shoulder and asked, "What are your plans?" Zhao Sheng's gaze was vacant as he replied, "I don't know. It feels like whichever choice I make is wrong. Conservative treatment equates to giving up, while surgery would subject Xiaolan to further suffering, merely extending her life slightly." Su Wentao, an outsider, refrained from voicing his opinion, offering only sympathy. Moreover, after caring for Xiaomei during this period, he was utterly exhausted and struggling himself. "Xiaolan is your sister. What do you think?" Zhao Sheng inquired of Huiyang. "Don't ask me. I cannot bear such a heavy responsibility." Huiyang retreated a few steps, as if the one who made the decision would become the executioner of Xiaolan's life. After a long moment of contemplation, Zhao Sheng bit his lip and retrieved a coin from his pocket, in an attempt to evade responsibility. People often turn to fate or the heavens. Heads would signify conservative treatment, tails would indicate surgery. With a deep breath, he tossed the coin high into the air. The silver coin spun upwards, reflecting the fading rays of the sunset, as it emitted a soft, buzzing sound from the air friction. After reaching its peak, it plummeted swiftly, as if commanded by divinity. Zhao Sheng caught the coin in his right hand and slapped it onto the back of his left hand, his heart racing as if it would leap from his chest. His hands trembled slightly, hesitant to reveal the outcome. "Huiyang, you look first, and then tell me." Zhao Sheng averted his gaze, exerting considerable effort to remove his right hand. When Huiyang saw the result, his pupils involuntarily constricted. He understood Zhao Sheng's intention. Perhaps sharing the sorrow would lighten the burden for both. "Zhao Sheng, it's heads." Zhao Sheng turned to see the coin's heads facing up on his hand, and tears began to flow uncontrollably once more. He realized that regardless of the outcome, he would weep. There would be no third option from the heavens. "How do we tell Xiaolan? Should we say we are giving up on her, that we won't treat her?" Huiyang's voice trembled with a hint of sorrow. "I don't know. I can't bring myself to say it." Zhao Sheng shook his head vehemently. "The doctor said we could consider it for a few days. So let us delay and discuss it later. Don't let yourself fall apart first." Huiyang offered a suggestion that felt inadequate, delaying the decision. While it wouldn't resolve the issue, allowed for a temporary escape. Not far away, the elevator doors chimed open, revealing a plainly dressed rural woman carrying a large bundle. "Andy, what brings you here?" Zhao Sheng exclaimed in surprise. Zhang Suqin sighed. "Xiaolan is my dear niece. How could I not worry? I dreamt last night that my sister was upset with me for not coming." "Have you finished with the farm work?" Zhao Sheng inquired with concern. "Almost. The rest will be managed by your uncle," she replied, handing some local specialties to Huiyang. "What about your cousin? Is he still in school?" "He is in his final year and has found an internship with the company since there are no classes." After exchanging a few pleasantries, the group entered room 709. Upon seeing her long-absent aunt, Xiaolan's face lit up with joy. Her aunt resembled her mother, albeit with a slightly more impatient demeanor. "Su Wentao, Wary of Xiao Mei disturbing Xiaolan's rest, urged her to leave. Xiao Mei bid farewell with reluctance, promising to return in 2 days. Zhao Sheng entrusted Xiaolan to his aunt's care and, accompanied by Hui Yang, left the hospital to find a mobile repair shop, where he replaced a screen for over 100 yuan. Hui Yang initially intended to gossip about chasing dreams, but considering the inappropriateness of the atmosphere, he refrained. Given Zhao Sheng's current state, it was evident that he had no inclination for romance. Love is a matter of timing. The right person met at the wrong time inevitably leads to a regrettable conclusion. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Lin Mushi returned home. She unfurled the painting titled Youth Journey and frowned. The old trickster had become increasingly careless in his deception, and the craftsmanship was rather crude. Yet, within her stark white-walled rental, the bare walls appeared quite monotonous. She fetched a no-mark nail and hung the painting. Within poetry lies imagery, and within imagery, poetry. The symbolism was indeed commendable and meaningful. Lin Mushi picked up her phone and messaged Zhao Sheng. I apologize for arriving late this afternoon. I have received the painting you gave me. After a moment, Zhao Sheng replied, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to stand you up. Xiaolan was taken to the emergency room, and I had to rush back to the hospital. Chasing dreams. How is Xiaolan? Zhao Sheng. She has been stabilized for now, but her condition is beyond healing. Chasing dreams. Is there truly no way at all? Zhao Sheng. It's either surgery to prolong her life or conservative treatment. Chasing dreams. Xiaolan is no longer a child. Respect her decision. If nothing can be done, let her create some beautiful memories. Zhao Sheng. I need to take care of Xiaolan for now. Let's reschedule our meeting. Chasing dreams. All right. I will keep your notebook safe. Through the screen, Lin Mushi could fully sense Zhao Sheng's sorrow. Aside from offering a few comforting words, she could provide no tangible assistance. What a wonderful brother he is. In contrast, Lin Jiajun was rather disappointing. Lin Mushi took out a black-covered notebook from her bag and began to flip through its pages. Previously, she had refrained from overly prying into others' privacy, halting her reading at June. Now that she considered Zhao Sheng a friend, she wished to learn more about him in hopes of offering help. The notes from June and July reflected Zhao Sheng's customary succinct style, primarily recording daily expenses with occasional mentions of Xiaolan's condition. However, by early August, the pages were entirely blank. Lin Mushi calculated the timing. It coincided with her move to this place. She contemplated purchasing some fruit to visit the hospital, but ultimately dismissed the idea, wary of excessive sympathy. After all, they were still strangers. Her visit might feel awkward and disrupt Xiaolan's recovery. From the patient's perspective, they often do not require such pity. She hoped that Zhao Sheng, this admirable brother, would witness a miracle. Chapter 38. The despondent for several consecutive days, Zhao Sheng was engulfed in melancholy, his focus wavering during training at work. When the instructor called him in for a discussion and learned of his current predicament, the reprimands lodged in his throat, unable to be articulated. Zhao Sheng seriously contemplated requesting a long leave from the station, dedicating himself entirely to caring for Xiaolan. However, such a decision would sever his financial lifeline, only exacerbating his troubles. Fortunately, Andy came to assist, alleviating a great deal of pressure on him. Over the weekend, Tao Wenju visited the hospital to see Xiaolan, spending the entire afternoon conversing with her and sharing amusing anecdotes from their class. Xiaolan was particularly delighted, filled with yearning for the devilish rigors of her senior year. When it came time to part, she grasped Auntie Ju's hand, clearly reluctant yet insincerely said, Auntie, your academic burdens are so heavy, you needn't visit me anymore. Good luck with your university entrance exams. Tears streamed down Tao Wenju's face as she lamented, Xiaolan, we promised to attend the same university, you deceitful girl. Grandma Lu, an elderly woman who had witnessed countless scenes, was moved to tears upon observing the two young girls embrace and weep. Su Jimei, having recovered well, visited Xiaolan once more, and the two engaged in a lengthy, meandering conversation. Xiaolan had always possessed an endearing personality, easily making friends, yet this very trait made her all the more pitiable. For the majority of her time, she could only converse with her aunt, striving to find traces of her mother within her. The thought of returning to her mother's embrace rendered death less daunting. On yet another ordinary evening, after finishing work, Zhao Sheng brought home some red bean cakes. Xiaolan eagerly inquired, Brother, when will you take me to ride the carousel? Zhao Sheng replied dismissively, Don't rush. Wait until you feel a bit better. Before they could visit the amusement park, he needed to inform Xiaolan of the outcome of the coin toss. despite countless mental preparations, each time he was about to speak. It felt as though a fishbone lodged in his throat. Xiaolan, true to her name, possessed a heart as delicate as an orchid. Ever since her last emergence from the emergency room, she had begun to sense the unspoken truth. Without prompting, she refrained from asking, "Brother, tell me a joke. It will help me eat," she said, taking a bite of the red bean cake. Its texture was fine, soft, and sweet. Yet it never quite matched her mother's flavor. To amuse Xiaolan, Zhao Sheng had searched for a few jokes online, and without hesitation, he recited one. Over 700 years ago, after Marco Polo traveled through the Middle Kingdom, he ventured to Southeast Asia, reaching Indonesia and Thailand, enchanted by the breathtaking landscapes for 2.5 years. Upon returning to Italy, he penned the timeless masterpiece, The Travels of Marco Polo. Xiaolan burst into laughter, clutching her stomach, nearly spitting the red bean cake onto the quilt. The joke had a magical charm. No matter how many times she heard it, it still evoked laughter. Zhao Sheng pinched Xiaolan's cheek, revealing a long-forgotten smile. Witnessing Xiaolan's joy made his efforts to find a joke worthwhile. Suddenly, a commotion erupted in the hallway as someone shouted, "Not good. Someone is about to jump." Zhao Sheng immediately stood alert, his expression grave. As a firefighter, even off duty, he remained acutely aware of his responsibilities and mission. In the face of such a situation, he could not stand idly by. "Auntie, Xiaolan. I'm going to check it out," he announced. Xiaolan cautioned, "Brother, please be very careful." Zhao Sheng opened the door and dashed out. The corridor was in chaos, with numerous individuals peering out of windows, gazing upwards. The hospital building stood 16 stories tall, and at the edge of the rooftop, a shadow swayed precariously in the wind. In a hospital, life appears particularly fragile. It is not uncommon for patients or their relatives to lose hope in a moment of despair and take drastic measures. Without waiting for the elevator, Zhao Sheng hastily opened the emergency exit door and sprinted up the stairs. Upon reaching the rooftop, he found 2 security guards from the hospital already present. They hesitated to approach the person in distress, fearing that any sudden movement might provoke an emotional outburst, leading to irrevocable consequences. "Have you called the police?" Zhao Sheng displayed his firefighter identification. "We have contacted both 110 and 119, and they are on their way," one of the guards replied. As Zhao Sheng took a few steps forward, he realized that the person contemplating suicide was a woman whose silhouette seemed oddly familiar. A pair of hollow, despairing eyes surfaced in his memory. "Sister Lu, please come back. It's dangerous over there," Zhao Sheng urged softly, cautious not to startle her. Those who have reached such a critical juncture are often in a heightened state of tension, teetering on the brink of emotional collapse. Any external stimulus could potentially drive them to the edge. Lu Chunfeng turned around and recognized Zhao Sheng. "Why are you here? Are you here to make me pay for your phone?" She appeared even more haggard than just a few days prior. The strong wind on the rooftop tousled her hair, and her frail figure resembled a flickering candle in the breeze. "No, I'm a firefighter. Please come down. Let us talk calmly. Don't do anything rash," Zhao Sheng implored. Lu Chunfeng smiled bitterly. "You saved me last time, but this time, no one can save me. What has happened? Please tell me, and we can find a solution together." Zhao Sheng remained composed, speaking at a measured pace. Firefighters are specifically trained in techniques to persuade those contemplating suicide. It is crucial to adopt a calm demeanor to rekindle their appreciation for life and affection for the world. Having previously prayed at the temple with Lu Chunfeng, he felt a certain bond that might alleviate her defenses. The sound of sirens echoed from below as police officers and firefighters arrived with utmost urgency. Huiyang quickly instructed his team to deploy the rescue air cushion. A few doctors in white coats scrambled onto the rooftop. Among them, a senior physician with graying hair called out, "Ms. Lu, please don't act impulsively. Every surgery carries risks, but there is still a chance for hope." Lu Chunfeng replied sorrowfully, "You're all liars. You've been deceiving me all along, and I have no money left." Zhao Sheng recalled that during their last visit to the temple, Lu Chunfeng had prayed for her son. Now, piecing together the doctor's words, he could surmise the situation. He gestured for the doctors to refrain from provoking Lu Chunfeng further and to first ascertain the specifics. "We were clear about the risks of the surgery." "She signed the consent," the senior physician said anxiously. "Her son is," Zhao Sheng cautiously probed with his eyes. "No, he is still in the hospital," the doctor quickly clarified, then elaborated on Lu Chunfeng's family circumstances. It turned out that after her divorce, she had been raising her child alone. Life had already been a struggle, and now illness had darkened her doorstep. In her desperate attempt to provide treatment for her son, she had exhausted her savings and incurred substantial debt. The failure of this recent surgery had further shattered her spirit. The child was not solely her responsibility when she sought financial assistance from her ex-husband. She was repeatedly met with rejection. In a moment of desperation, she resorted to such an extreme measure to compel that scoundrel to assume his responsibilities as a father. Upon grasping the situation, Zhao Sheng felt a sense of clarity. He called out, "Sister Lu, this approach won't resolve the issue. Please come down. We are all here to assist you." Lu Chunfeng shook her head vacantly, stating, "No, as long as I am dead, he cannot evade responsibility. He must care for the child. There is a saying that if one life could be exchanged for another, the hospital rooftop would surely be crowded with parents willing to sacrifice themselves to save their children. This reflects the selflessness of humanity, as well as the mercilessness of fate." Chapter 39. Compassionate Souls. Zhao Sheng's phone buzzed. It was a call from Huiyang. "Hello, what is the situation up there?" Zhao Sheng replied. "Her emotional state is quite unstable. I will do my best to persuade her. You might want to reach out to her ex-husband." Huiyang shielded his eyes with his hand. "You are not equipped. I will send 2 brothers to assist you." Zhao Sheng cautioned, "Please disperse the crowd. Do not provoke her in any way." Huiyang retorted indignantly, "Do you need to instruct me? I am the vice squad leader." After hanging up, he obediently followed Zhao Sheng's instructions. Banter was one thing, but work was another. He understood the distinction. On the rooftop, Zhao Sheng cautiously stepped forward. Due to the previous incident at the Xiaoyao Palace, Lu Chunfeng held a favorable impression of this young man and did not exhibit overt resistance. Maintaining a relaxed demeanor, Zhao Sheng began to speak in a gentle tone. "Sister, the doctor has assured us that your son is still salvageable. It has not come to such a dire conclusion. Do not fret about finances. Many will be willing to help you, provided you endure this trial. If your son awakens and finds his mother gone, how heartbroken he will be." Upon hearing her son's name, Lu Chuanfeng's eyes reflected her reluctance to part. Glancing down, she felt the world spinning beneath her feet. She was a simple and honest woman, and this was her first foray into such audacious actions, causing her heart to race. "Sister, in truth, you are luckier than I. At least your son still holds hope." Zhao Sheng's tone grew somber. "Luckier?" Lu Chunfeng questioned in confusion. "My sister, Xiaolan, is my only family. Yet she is about to leave me." Zhao Sheng shifted the focus onto himself, easing Lu Chuanfeng's defenses. Lu Chunfeng recalled that at the Sanqing Hall of the Xiaoyao Palace, Zhao Sheng had indeed fervently prayed for his sister's well-being. They were kindred spirits in suffering. A few days prior, the doctor had presented me with 2 choices. One was death, the other a slow decline. I could not bear to tell my sister that I intended to abandon her, yet I was at a loss as to how to save her. Every night, I endured agonizing sleeplessness, but I had to muster strength the following day, for I was her only pillar of support. Zhao Sheng halted, maintaining a distance of 7 or 8 meters from Lu Chunfeng. He did not regard her merely as someone contemplating self-harm. Rather, he saw her as a confidant, sharing the sorrow he had long suppressed. He had not confided his sleepless nights to anyone, neither to Huiyang, nor to his aunt, nor to Dream Chaser. He believed that human joys and sorrows were not truly understood by others, that no one could genuinely empathize with him. Yet, witnessing the woman before him, who was willing to relinquish her life for her son, he felt as though he had finally glimpsed another version of himself. If jumping from this height could save Xiaolan, he would leap without a moment's hesitation. "Little brother, I am powerless. I do not wish for this either." Lu Chunfeng wept profusely. She suffered from acrophobia, feeling dizzy even 3 meters above the ground. Yet here she stood on the 16th floor. One step forward leading to irreparable disaster. A mother's love instills unparalleled courage. "Eldest sister, like me, you are your son's only support. If you were to vanish, even if his surgery were successful, do you believe he would find joy? His life was exchanged for your own, and he would forever bear the weight of guilt, enduring the torment of his conscience." Zhao Sheng's words were a masterful blend of technique and emotion. Lu Chuanfeng's deepest concern was her son. By appealing to her maternal instincts, he hoped to awaken her appreciation for life. Many contemplating suicide do not possess resolute will. Their hearts are fraught with confusion. "Dr. Wang, is there truly hope for my son's condition?" Lu Chunfeng gazed at the chief physician in the distance. "Indeed, there is hope. Please come down, and we can discuss this properly," Dr. Wang urged. "Your son is still so young. He cannot be without his mother. Lu Chunfeng was evidently swayed. The thought of her son facing a lonely existence sent her spiraling into regret over her impulsive actions. Zhao Sheng, keenly aware of the shift in her emotions, slowly extended his hand towards her. "It is too dangerous. Allow me to pull you back." Lu Chunfeng glanced down, and as her tension eased, fear began to creep in, causing her to tremble as she reached out. Yet after days of exhaustion and standing too long, her legs had grown numb. As she turned, a gust of wind suddenly knocked her off balance, sending her plummeting downwards. Zhao Sheng was taken aback and stepped forward, gripping Lu Chunfeng's arm. The force of inertia dragged him down with her. In an instant, his mind blanked, and the rush of wind filled his ears. Faintly, he could hear distant screams. Suddenly, Zhao Sheng felt a tight grip around his ankle, halting their fall. In that critical moment, two teammates arrived. The sight of the two precariously dangling at the edge of the building sent a chill through everyone in the hospital. Those of a timid disposition covered their eyes, unable to bear the sight. Lu Chunfeng hung in midair, trembling in fear, her face pale. Survival instinct compelled her to clutch Zhao Sheng's arm tightly. Security personnel rushed to assist, working together to pull the two back to safety, narrowly escaping disaster. Zhao Sheng sat on the ground, breathing heavily. After several years as a firefighter, he was seasoned. Such peril could be managed with a moment's respite. Lu Chunfeng remained utterly stunned, crouched on the floor, her gaze filled with terror. Dr. Wang immediately instructed the nurses to take her for examination and treatment. After regaining his composure, Zhao Sheng expressed his gratitude to his teammates. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the staircase, where Xiaolan, supported by her aunt, stared at him with wide eyes. "Xiaolan, when did you arrive?" A wave of dread washed over Zhao Sheng. "She was worried about you. As soon as you left, she asked me to bring her up to see you." Zhang Suqin's face was ashen. Just moments ago, Zhao Sheng's words of counsel to Lu Chunfeng fell upon Xiaolan's ears. She clenched her teeth in silence, her frail body trembling uncontrollably. It was not until she witnessed her brother nearly plummeting from the building that she let out a piercing scream and rushed towards him recklessly. Zhao Sheng, struck as if by lightning, stumbled over his words in a desperate explanation. "Xiaolan, it is not what you think. I am not abandoning you. I was advising that elder sister. You know, those are the words of a firefighter. I am at my wit's end. I do not know what to do. Please forgive me." By the end, his voice broke into sobs. Xiaolan stepped closer, grasping Zhao Sheng's hand. "Brother, you have done nothing wrong. I do not blame you." Zhao Sheng enveloped Xiaolan in his arms, repeating, "No, no, there must be a way. There must be. Brother, let's stop the treatment. Do not spend any more money. Without me, you would live a happier life. I have been the one dragging you down." Xiaolan leaned against her brother's shoulder, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Do not speak such foolishness. Without you, what meaning would my life hold?" Zhao Sheng held Xiaolan even tighter, as if attempting to wrest her back from the clutches of death. Huiyang, concerned for Zhao Sheng, dashed up to the rooftop, only to be seized by Zhang Suqin. Witnessing the weeping siblings in each other's embrace, he felt a tightening in his chest. He struck his fist against the wall, then kicked it in frustration. The struggle of individuals against fate seemed as feeble as a jest. Chapter 40. Misusing authority. After a long while, Xiaolan finally ceased her cries. Resting in Zhao Sheng's warm embrace, her sobs reduced to soft whimpers. The setting sun cast a golden hue upon her long eyelashes. "Brother, let us be siblings in our next life." "No, one only lives once. Where is there a next life? Actually, in the next life, we should be siblings. And I will take care of you." "Do not say such things. I only want you now." Xiaolan's voice grew weaker as her weary eyes closed. Zhao Sheng lifted her into his arms, slowly making his way to the stairwell. In the slanted sunlight, his silhouette appeared profoundly desolate. Huiyang vented his frustrations into the air, while Zhang Suqin discreetly wiped her tears. Upon returning to the hospital room, Xiaolan fell asleep. Zhao Sheng gently wiped her face with a warm towel before handing her over to their aunt. "How is Sister Lu?" he inquired as he exited the room. Huiyang, who had been waiting, replied, "She is merely shaken. There are no serious injuries." "Has her ex-husband been contacted?" "That man is a heartless scoundrel. He claimed that the woman wouldn't dare jump, and then he hung up." Zhao Sheng nodded silently. Exhausted, he found himself devoid of the energy to concern himself with others' affairs. Huiyang placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, giving it a firm pat. As night descended, the city glimmered with vibrant lights. The transient beauty of life resembled petals falling in a stream. Moonlight filtered through the 23rd floor window, accentuating the pure, delicate jasmine flowers. Lin Mashishi sat at her desk, engrossed in a drama while munching on spicy rabbit heads, occasionally sipping her salty milk tea. Whenever she encountered something amusing, she burst into carefree laughter. In the corner, Yu Chunghua paused his writing. "You are distracting me. Why are you still here so late?" Lin Mashishi licked the sesame seeds from the corner of her mouth. "I still have work to finish." "Is your job merely to watch mindless dramas?" Yu Chung questioned with a perplexed expression. "Indeed, I am a producer, and through this medium, I gain insight into audience preferences," Lin Mushi replied with conviction. "What a joke. With such a handsome man before me, why would I return to that cold, desolate apartment?" The walls bore only a tattered painting, devoid of the striking youth. "Please wipe my mouth," Lin Mushi requested, her lips adorned with a ring of red oil. As she clutched a rabbit-shaped head while half a box of crayfish lay beside her, a spicy aroma filled the office. Yu Chung extracted 2 tissues and awkwardly dabbed at her small mouth. "Oh dear, be a bit gentler. You're hurting me," Lin Mushi pouted playfully. All right. Keep your voice down," Yu Chung quickly acquiesced. If anyone outside overheard, who knows what scandalous gossip would ensue. He didn't mind being labeled a kept man. But he had to consider Lin Mushi's reputation as a woman. Once the red oil was wiped away, Lin Mushi's natural lip color was revealed, reminiscent of freshly picked strawberries. Her slender, phoenix-like eyes sparkled with increasing affection. On the screen, the mindless drama showcased the male and female leads riding a roller coaster, their joyful screams resonating from the speakers. "Ahua, what do you think about adding a scene where they visit an amusement park?" Lin Mushi proposed with sudden inspiration. Yu Chung replied nonchalantly, "I only handle the visuals. That's the director and screenwriter's domain. Come on, just offer a suggestion from the audience's perspective." Lin Mushi coaxed. After a moment's contemplation, Yu Chung conceded, "It seems like a good idea. The original material lacks sweet interactions between the leads. Adding a scene could make the emotional transitions more natural and fluid." "All right then, the day after tomorrow. You're coming to the amusement park with me for a first-hand experience," Lin Mushi decisively proclaimed. "Are you just making this up as you go?" "I feel like I've been ensnared," Yu Chung retorted. "This producer of yours seems to have a rather dubious agenda." 2 days later, Lin Mushi drove Yu Chung to an amusement park on the outskirts of town. As they approached the entrance, a roller coaster roared overhead, leaving behind a chorus of terrified screams. Today was not a holiday, thus the park was relatively empty, conveniently sparing them from lengthy queues. "Are you afraid of heights?" Lin Mushi asked anxiously. "Not at all," Yu Chung replied with a stoic expression. "Do you dare to ride the tallest roller coaster?" she inquired, pointing at the oddly shaped tracks and swallowing hard. "Not a problem," Yu Chung maintained his cool demeanor. "You're just boasting." Lin Mushi shot him a playful glare. "Let's see if you can keep up that bravado when you're scared out of your wits." To the right of the entrance stood a gentle amusement ride, the carousel. "Thank you for being in my life, for warming the seasons," sang a cheerful children's song, as many little ones and grown-ups alike rode the wooden horses, rising and falling in delight. Lin Mushi's youthful heart soared. "Ahua, I want to ride that first, to find my rhythm." Yu Chung grasped her wrist firmly. "Don't be childish." Feeling the warmth of his palm, Lin Mushi's eyes glimmered with shyness. "All right, I'll do as you say." This playful banter evoked a semblance of a couple, revealing that love is undoubtedly sweet. Whoever said it was bitter? Yu Chenghua took Lin Mushi's teasing seriously. From the moment he entered, he attentively observed his surroundings, contemplating composition, lighting, shadows, and other artistic elements. After much deliberation, Lin Mushi resolved to accompany him on this adventure. Pointing towards the roller coaster tracks, "Ahua, do you dare to ride that?" Yu Chenghua looked up, murmuring to himself, "Indeed, I must also consider the perspective from above." The two quickly reached an understanding and proceeded towards the roller coaster entrance. As they walked, Lin Mushi's legs began to tremble. Perhaps it was the onset of autumn. As the temperature had dipped, she regretted her choice to wear such a short skirt for the sake of aesthetics. "Ahua, I'm feeling a bit scared," she admitted, her voice quivering. "If I enter the frame at a 45-degree angle, the effect should be splendid," she thought. Yu Chenghua seemed oblivious, absorbed in his artistic musings. If one is unattractive, it's called toxic masculinity. If one is handsome, it's simply cool, Lin Mushi observed, scanning the area. No male present could match the coolness of her Ahua. It was indeed a matter of pride. After about 5 minutes of waiting, The two joined the crowd and boarded the car, securing the safety harness. Lin Mushi tied her long hair into a ponytail. Her anxiety heightened. Ahua, are you really not afraid of heights at all? Yu Chunghua remained remarkably calm. If you're scared, you still have time to regret it. Who do you look down on? Lin Mushi retorted. I find bungee jumping uninteresting. I plan to try skydiving another day. She feigned bravado. If you feel scared later, just shout it out loud. Yu Chunghua dismissed her bravado with indifference. With a clatter of metal chains, the roller coaster commenced its ascent along the inclined track. The people below appeared smaller and smaller, a clear indication of the calm before the storm. Lin Mushi's expression grew serious, her hands gripping the safety bar tightly, her heart racing wildly. As the car reached its zenith, a thunderous roar accompanied their rapid descent. A blood-curdling scream erupted, echoing through the air. The sudden sensation of weightlessness compelled Lin Mushi to cry out. Beside her, Yu Chunghua remained unfazed, his eyes wide as he surveyed the entire amusement park, contemplating his next drawing as if he were merely on a gentle ride. Ahua, you are so incredibly cool. I absolutely adore you. The surge of adrenaline rendered Lin Mushi exhilarated, her courage swelling. The words she had long held within her flowed forth effortlessly. Chapter 41. The Ferris wheel. The roller coaster whirled through a large loop and finally leveled off. Lin Mushi, still reeling from the thrill, felt her spirit lagging behind. It had been exhilarating. If one harbored even a slight affection for another, a single roller coaster ride might ignite love. Of course, Yu Chunghua, with his unnaturally calm demeanor, was an exception. He framed an imaginary picture with his thumbs and forefingers, contemplating the visual effect that would be presented on screen. Ahua, I'm so scared. Lin Mushi cooed in a voice sweetened to the point of being saccharine. Even she found it somewhat nauseating. This was a tactic taught by Xiaoyu, who claimed that men were particularly susceptible to such charm. Though somewhat distasteful, it proved effective. What are you afraid of? Yu Chunghua replied without looking back. If only there were someone beside me to hold my hand, it would certainly alleviate my discomfort, Lin Mush implied. Where am I supposed to find someone to hold your hand? Yu Chunghua replied absent-mindedly. Humph, are you lacking in common sense? What reason do you have to be angry for no reason? Women are truly troublesome. Lin Mush pouted in irritation, silently cursing Xiaoyu for her ineffective schemes. On the other hand, a fleeting glimpse of desolation crossed Yu Chunghua's eyes. He was merely indifferent, not foolish. He understood well what the girl beside him was yearning for. As the roller coaster approached its final nearly vertical slope, the riders were paralyzed with anticipation, too frightened to open their eyes. After a brief pause, they plunged downward like a meteor streaking through the sky. Lin Mush's heart raced, threatening to leap from her chest. In the midst of this adrenaline surge, she realized she might have developed feelings for the man beside her. Even though he appeared aloof, he was far more intriguing than those who incessantly fawned over her. Women, after all, are drawn to those who elude their grasp. Love is like a fleeting breeze. Once it blows by, it departs, leaving everyone helpless in its wake. Once the roller coaster came to a halt, Lin Mush unfastened her safety harness and impulsively embraced Yu Chunghua. Ahua, that was exhilarating. I'm still alive. Yu Chunghua's body tensed instantly, his arms awkwardly outstretched, scarcely daring to breathe. The unique fragrance of a woman enveloped him, invading his senses. Her soft hair brushed against his cheek. Mush, shall we head down now? Just a moment longer, please, she replied, feigning fear, a natural excuse for a girl. Lin Mush relished this brief moment of intimacy. I've taken such a risk to accompany you on this roller coaster. Shouldn't I receive some form of reward? After disembarking, Lin Mush still felt a bit unsteady on her feet. Ahua, let us find a place to sit. Yu Chunghua glanced at a nearby bench. All right, let us sit there. Lin Mush shook her head and pointed skyward. I meant over there. Following her finger, Yu Chunghua saw the Ferris wheel. Though it was also an attraction high above, it radiated a more gentle and warm ambience. Numerous unreliable legends surrounded the Ferris wheel. For instance, it was said that couples who rode together would inevitably end up breaking up, while another legend claimed that kissing at the apex would ensure eternal togetherness. Lin Mush wasn't too superstitious. After all, she and Yu Chunghua were not a couple yet. As they settled into the cabin, watching the scenery gradually descend around them, a sense of tranquility enveloped them. They sat across from each other, gazing deeply into one another's eyes. Ahua, have you enjoyed working with me all this time? Do you consider me a friend? Lin Mush initiated the conversation. Typically, when a boss spoke in such a tone, it hinted at grand promises. Once the company went public, They might offer you equity. When branches were established, you could be promoted to a managerial position. Yu Chenghua leaned back slightly. You're not trying to delay my salary, are you? Lin Mush feigned a cough. Of course not. Our investors are quite capable. Yu Chenghua mercilessly countered. Yet, 9 out of 10 of your calls are about soliciting investments. Lin Mush felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Your straightforwardness may lead to trouble. It was her first foray into animation, and she initially believed she was thoroughly prepared. However, once the project commenced, she realized her previous notions were overly optimistic. To achieve the pinnacle of visual splendor, substantial financial investment is imperative. Attempting to economize on subpar effects will ultimately yield disappointing results. She spent her days surrounded by those who seemed to revel in frivolity, while she felt increasingly overwhelmed. Additionally, a significant factor was Lin Jiejun's deliberate interference. Regarding this well-meaning brother, Lin Mishishi could only offer a heartfelt lyric. It must be a remarkable fate that has allowed them to become a family. Are you truly facing considerable difficulties? Yu Chenghua inquired with a softened tone. Not really, just focus on your work. There's no need for you to worry about anything else, Lin Mishishi replied, managing a strained smile. Indeed, your affluent hearts are beyond the reach of a mere pauper like me, Yu Chenghua remarked with self-deprecating humor. That's not what I meant, Lin Mishishi hastily clarified. Although their interactions were generally pleasant, a subtle thorn occasionally surfaced, pricking their hearts. The disparity in wealth and social standing inevitably hindered their relationship. Even if Lin Mishishi herself was indifferent, the Lin family's aristocratic background would never accept someone of humble origins. Yu Chenghua's fragile self-esteem also required delicate care. As the elevator ascended slowly, the vista expanded, revealing not only the entire park, but also distant mountains and fields, uplifting their spirits. This film holds profound significance for me. It embodies a dream I have nurtured for years. Regardless of the challenges that arise, I am determined to see it through, Lin Mishishi asserted, an uncommon resolve flickering in her eyes. I understand, and I will assist you in realizing your dream, Yu Chenghua solemnly vowed. His initial agreement to join was spurred by Lin Mishishi's sincerity. Perhaps they were fundamentally kindred spirits, believing in the existence of the most pure and untainted emotions in the world. Not only is it my dream, but painting is also a part of your life's significance, Lin Mishishi gently remarked. I understand. Thank you. A glimmer of light appeared in Yu Chenghua's eyes. In comparison to his role as a fitness instructor, he approached painting with far greater focus. Outside of necessary rest, he spent the majority of his time immersed in the corner of Lin Mishishi's office, capturing a wondrous fate with his brush. For most men, spending daily moments with a beautiful and gentle woman makes it difficult to remain indifferent. Although Yu Chenghua was unique, he was not immune to such feelings. Ahua, dreams require effort. Do you not consider personal matters at all? Lin Mishishi shifted the conversation. What personal matters? Yu Chenghua feigned ignorance. What type of girl do you prefer? Lin Mishishi leaned in, her delicate features earnest. Gentle, kind, and understanding, I suppose. Yu Chenghua offered a vague response. And what do you think of me? Lin Mishishi boldly laid her cards on the table, no longer bothering to disguise her intentions. Her affluent upbringing had instilled in her a natural confidence and sense of superiority. To harbor feelings for someone, one must inevitably express them. Concealing such emotions serves no purpose. Chapter 42. Let us remain friends. The cabin was unusually silent as Yu Chenghua gazed out at the scenery, lips pressed together in contemplation. In the past, when faced with the advances of female patrons at the gym, he would typically respond with icy rejection before turning away. Now, ensconced in the Ferris wheel, suspended between earth and sky, there was no escape. Generally, women are often passive in matters of love, approaching with caution and trepidation. Lin Mushi, however, was not one to shy away. She possessed a boldness in love and hate alike. Since the words had been spoken, she decided to be even more fervent and forthright. Ahua, I am quite direct. You are the man I admire. If you reciprocate my feelings, it speaks volumes of your discernment, and we should be together. If not, I shall pursue you, for the chase is merely a veil that separates a woman from a man, and eventually, we shall unite. Yu Chenghua turned to meet Lin Mushi's gaze, filled with longing. Few men could resist the declaration of such a beautiful girl, and indeed, his heart raced, breaths growing heavy. Ahua, please respond. Lin Mushi envisioned the cliché endings of fairy tales, where princes and princesses live happily ever after in their castles. At that moment, Their cabin reached its zenith, over 100 meters above the ground, and confessing one's feelings felt as romantic as any fairy tale. Mushy, you are a wonderful person. Let us remain friends, Yu Chunghua spoke slowly, as if summoning tremendous resolve. Lin Mushy's heart trembled, her mind buzzing as if on the verge of explosion. Her eyes becoming misty. In her 25 years of life, she had employed the same rhetoric to turn away countless suitors. Today, she understood the cyclical nature of fate. Do you not like me at all? Lin Mushy's expression was one of profound distress. Mushy, your beauty, character, and background are unparalleled. I am acutely aware that I am unworthy of you. Yu Chenghua's gaze was sincere. I do not care for such things. As long as two people genuinely love each other, all else can be surmounted. Lin Mushy felt diminished in stature. I have someone I admire. Who is she? Where is she? I do not know. Liars. A single tear slipped from the corner of Lin Mushy's eye, reflecting the fiery sunset outside. She had once believed she could effortlessly declare her affections and smoothly enter a relationship with the one she adored, never contemplating the possibility of rejection. Throughout her life, she had always easily attained what she desired. Yet, Yu Chenghua's excuse felt dismissive. For the first time, Lin Mushy experienced the embarrassment of unrequited love. The tear trickled to her lips. Indeed, love was both bitter and acrid. As the cabin descended from the pinnacle of the Ferris wheel, so too did the relationship between Lin Mushy and Yu Chunghua begin its decline. Mushy, let us not dwell on this. I promise to help you realize your dreams, Yu Chunghua said, producing a tissue from his pocket and offering it to her. Lin Mushy did not accept the tissue, her eyes filled with sorrow. In resignation, Yu Chunghua gently wiped away the tears from her face. Lin Mushy did not refuse, resembling a beautiful doll, remaining utterly still. After descending from the Ferris wheel, Lin Mushy strode ahead furiously, her face reflecting a profound sense of disillusionment. I finally felt a spark of affection, yet you have rendered my efforts utterly futile. Upon exiting the amusement park, Lin Mushy opened the car door, stating, I have other matters to attend to. You may take a cab back alone and ensure you arrive at work on time tomorrow morning. Yu Chunghua nodded slightly, watching her drive away. A sigh was swallowed by the western wind. Grasping the steering wheel, Lin Mushy was overwhelmed by a wave of intense frustration, tears gradually blurring her vision. In the rearview mirror, Yu Chunghua diminished into a mere speck. The romances of her friends were often love at first sight, followed by deepening affections. At the very least, tinged with ambiguity. Yet hers was fraught with obstacles. The car's sound system played a song that was painfully fitting. The world reflected in the rearview mirror seemed to bid an increasingly distant farewell. You turned your back, your profile still exquisite. I pursued you with my gaze, only to hear your silent tears. Zhaosheng had deliberately taken a leave of absence to leave work early. Upon pushing open the door to Ward 709, he discovered the bed of Xiaolan was empty. Inquiring with Grandma Lu in the adjacent bed, he learned that Xiaolan had been taken by her aunt to visit a friend in the hospital. Zhaosheng immediately thought of Xiaomei and searched the 5th floor. But Xiaolan was not there. He had no choice but to call Zhang Suqin. Hello, Auntie, where have you taken Xiaolan? Zhang Suqin replied, we are on the 6th floor. Just about to return, you wait for us in the ward. Zhaosheng returned to Ward 709, just as Xiaolan and the others were settling down. What were you doing on the 6th floor? Xiaolan looked up with a bright face. We went to visit Aunt Lu and her son. Zhaosheng chuckled. I call her elder sister, yet you call her aunt. Doesn't that make me seem a bit old? Xiaolan shrugged helplessly. But her son is only 3 years younger than me. Lu Chunfeng, in her 30s, was roughly a decade older than Zhaosheng. This age gap occupied a space between sister and aunt. It seemed to have become a trend that women dreaded being referred to as aunt. Some people, despite their wrinkled faces, still insisted that children call them sister. A few days ago, Xiaolan had witnessed the entire ordeal of Zhaosheng rescuing Lu Chunfeng from the rooftop, feeling deep sympathy for the unfortunate mother. Just like when she first met Xiaomei, her old habit of wanting to make friends resurfaced, insisting that her aunt take her to meet the mother and son. Lu Chunfeng's son was around her age, providing ample topics for conversation, and they lost track of time while chatting. This seemed a trivial matter, and Zhaosheng did not take it to heart. He had purposely left work early today to help Xiaolan fulfill her wish to visit the amusement park. Really? Xiaolan exclaimed, nearly leaping with joy. I told Dr. Chen I would be back before dark. Zhaosheng replied with a smile. Then what are we waiting for? I'll change into my prettiest clothes, and we'll set off right away. Xiaolan hurriedly went to find her most beautiful outfit. The amusement park was located in the suburbs, approximately 15 kilometers from the hospital, and unfortunately, they encountered traffic along the way. By the time the siblings arrived, the sky was awash with crimson hues. A throng of visitors spilled out from the exit, their faces alight with the exhilaration or exhaustion of a day well spent. Zhaoxing had pre-purchased tickets online, but upon arrival, the staff informed him that the park would close in less than half an hour, and many attractions were no longer accepting visitors. "I'm sorry, Xiaolan. We arrived too late," Zhaoxing expressed with deep remorse. "It's all right. I can't enjoy those thrilling rides anyway," Xiaolan replied, casting a glance at the roller coaster that soared through the air. "Aside from the carousel, what else would you like to do?" Zhaoxing inquired, hoping to uplift his sister's spirits. "If time permits, I would like to ride that," she said, gazing up at the enormous Ferris wheel. "If not, it's no matter." Xiaolan longed for a glimpse of the beautiful world as the sun began to set, akin to a bird yearning for the sky after a long confinement. Zhaoxing felt immense guilt. Had he known, he would have saved this outing for a day when they could fully enjoy themselves. However, he had nearly exhausted his vacation days, and the next break would be a long wait. He could endure the wait, but Xiaolan could not. Chapter 43. The Carousel. Thank you for being there, for warming the seasons, for making the world more beautiful. The carousel stood to the right of the amusement park entrance. The rising and falling wooden horses symbolized the innocence and joy of childhood, seemingly embodying the endless cycle of life. Listening to the cheerful music and observing the laughter of children, Xiaolan felt a sense of relief wash over her. Though her own life was nearing its end, there would always be new lives beginning in the world. These children would enjoy carefree childhoods, experiences that were not hers but felt intimately familiar. Indeed, the ancients were romantic, conjuring the notion of reincarnation to offer a glimmer of hope to the despairing. Zhaoxing and Xiaolan hurried over, only to find several children being held back by the staff. "I'm sorry, but we are closing soon and cannot accept any more visitors," the staff member, a burly man in a vest, stated coldly. "But there is still time," Zhaoxing protested, panic rising within him. The man, with a stern demeanor, replied, "We need to check and maintain the facilities." Zhaoxing argued, "You can conduct your checks after the park has officially closed." The man, clearly irritated, retorted, "Are you instructing me on how to do my job?" In truth, he was merely reluctant to reopen for the dwindling number of guests. After all, who among the working class didn't he desire to leave early? "Brother, let it go. I'm already happy just to be out." Xiaolan tugged gently at Zhaoxing's sleeve. "No, I will negotiate with him. He will agree," Zhaoxing reassured her. He pulled out his firefighter ID, flashing it at the man. "Could we speak privately for a moment?" The man barely glanced at the identification, yet he was cautious. He did not want to incur the wrath of anyone he couldn't afford to offend. They walked a few steps away, standing beneath a tree where the surroundings were somewhat secluded. Zhaoxing's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he spoke with deep sorrow. "Sir, that's my sister over there. She is only 17 and has been diagnosed with a terminal illness. Her final wish is to ride a carousel just once, and despite our haste, we have arrived too late. Could you possibly make an exception? I beg you. I do not want her to leave with regrets." As he spoke, his voice trembled, and he nearly succumbed to tears. The elderly gentleman cast a glance at Xiaolan's ailing condition, his expression turning to one of alarm. "Of course, I apologize for my earlier demeanor," he exclaimed. Zhaoxing grasped the man's hand, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you. Ultimately, there are more good-hearted individuals in this world, and it is believed that anyone faced with such a request would not decline." The man, a rough character, patted Zhaoxing on the shoulder, his demeanor noticeably gentler, though he offered no comforting words. Upon returning to the carousel, Xiaolan held up a string of candied hawthorns and said, "Brother, this little sister treated me to these." Beside her stood a 7 or 8-year-old girl with pigtails. Zhaoxing recalled that Xiaolan, at that age, had donned a similar appearance. The little girl's parents informed Zhaoxing that they were concerned about her dental health and prohibited her from consuming sweets. For reasons unknown, she took a liking to Xiaolan and gifted her the candied hawthorns. Zhaoxing expressed his thanks and cheerfully suggested, "Xiaolan, since she treated you to candied hawthorns, let us invite her to ride the carousel." The little girl, filled with delight, queried, "But didn't you say we couldn't ride anymore?" Zhaoxing pointed to the elderly gentleman. "This grandpa seems quite reasonable. I'm sure he'll permit us another turn." The little girl clapped her hands joyfully, exclaiming, "Grandpa, you are truly a wonderful person." The elderly gentleman appeared slightly embarrassed. Just call me uncle. Xiaolan remained silent, her gaze towards Zhaosheng filled with complexity. As the song drew to a close, the carousel gradually came to a halt. The elderly gentleman opened the gate, allowing Xiaolan and a few other children to enter. Welcoming the last batch of visitors for the day, Xiaolan held the candied hawthorns in one hand while clasping the little girl's hand with the other. As they mounted the carousel, she playfully winked at Zhaosheng. His eyes were filled with affection. I send you my heart, a single flower. You are a significant part of my life, bringing me immeasurable joy. You are my angel, guiding me along the way, regardless of the passage of time. My love for you will resonate in song. Accompanied by the nursery rhyme, the carousel began to spin. Xiaolan, gripping the handrail, engaged in lively conversation with the little girl. You must study diligently, aim for a prestigious university, and pursue a career you love. Travel the world to experience diverse cultures and savor delicious cuisines. Always seek happiness. Forget your worries and cherish your family until old age. She envisioned the little girl as a reflection of herself. If parallel universes truly existed, she hoped for another self to realize all her dreams, carefree, free from illness, and thriving until old age. The carousel turned round and round, devoid of a beginning or an end. Perhaps death is merely a rebirth. Zhaosheng stood outside the railing, silently observing Xiaolan. He fervently urged himself to accept reality and learn to part ways. The setting sun cast a long shadow, stretching into the silhouettes of the buildings and trees. Minutes slipped away in an instant, and Xiaolan dismounted from the carousel, leaping into Zhaosheng's embrace. Brother, thank you. I feel that my life is now complete. I have no regrets. Zhaosheng gently stroked her frail hair. Would you like to ride the Ferris wheel? Xiaolan shook her head. No more rides. You coaxed that uncle into this opportunity by playing the sympathy card, didn't he you? Zhaosheng was taken aback, but soon felt a sense of relief. Xiaolan, with her remarkable intelligence, could hardly be deceived by him regarding any matter, including his overwhelming debts and his intention to relinquish her treatment. A man in a vest approached, stating that he had consulted his superiors, and if Xiaolan wished to pursue any projects, a special arrangement could be made for her. Xiaolan expressed her gratitude but declined the offer. Sickness was not an excuse to burden others. She detested being pitted. As closing time approached, the colossal Ferris wheel ceased its rotation. Xiaolan gazed upward and said, Brother, when you encounter a girl you like in the future, take her on the Ferris wheel and confess to her at the pinnacle. Zhaosheng, looking at the sky painted in hues of red, mused. Is this yet another trope gleaned from a romantic novel? It lacks scientific basis, yet it is undeniably romantic. A faint smile graced Xiaolan's lips. I am a straightforward man, utterly devoid of romantic sensibilities, Zhaosheng quipped, self-deprecatingly. Within the amusement park, the siblings deliberately avoided discussing her illness, engaging instead in light-hearted banter. Yet they had reached an unspoken understanding. No more surgeries, only conservative treatment. They would live each day as it came. The greatest growth of a person is to calmly accept death. Upon leaving the park, the sunset extinguished its final rays behind the western hills. As night descended, the evening breeze dispersed the heat of the day. The siblings sat in the car heading back to the hospital. Brother, will you tell me jokes? Xiaolan inquired. Not anymore. It would be impolite. Zhaosheng shook his head. Ha ha ha. Even if you don't, I find them amusing to ponder. Thinking is forbidden. Even that is a sin. Xiaolan leaned against Zhaosheng's shoulder, closing her eyes for a brief respite. Zhaosheng retrieved his phone. Locating the profile of the goddess of light, typing into the message box, I intend to give up. Perhaps this is Xiaolan's fate. It is astonishing how calm one can be in the depths of sorrow. After sending the message, he received no reply for what felt like an eternity. At times, he even entertained the illusion that the dream chaser was merely a figment of his imagination, a comforting fantasy he had created for himself. Chapter 44. There is a way. Lin Mashishi opened the door, tossed her keys onto the table, and collapsed onto her bed, burying her face deeply into the pillow. Recalling the moment she confessed to Yu Qinghua on the Ferris wheel filled her with embarrassment. Oh dear, how mortifying. She kicked her smooth legs against the bed in frustration. A ping resonated. A message had arrived. Zhaosheng, I intend to give up. Perhaps this is Xiaolan's fate. It is astonishing how calm one can be in the depths of sorrow. Lin Mashishi sat up instantly, her expression turning grave. In comparison to Zhaosheng's sorrow, her own minor discomfort felt trivial. She hastily typed. If it becomes unbearable, Find a quiet place to weep for a while. After a considerable time, Zhao Sheng replied, I apologize. I should not have shared these matters with you, affecting your mood. Dream chaser, it's all right. I am willing to share your burden, as long as it brings you some solace. Zhao Sheng, you are truly a wonderful girl. May you always find peace and joy in life. Dream chaser, is that so? I had thought no one would ever cherish me. Zhao Sheng, cheer up. You taught me that no matter how great the challenge, we will persevere. As their conversation unfolded, Lin Mashishi began to feel a sense of immaturity in her understanding. It was merely a confession rejected, yet it compelled one on the verge of losing his sister to turn around and console oneself. At least she could still see Ahua daily, still possessing the opportunity to gradually touch his heart. Just as she had boldly proclaimed during her confession, a woman pursuing a man is but a mere veil apart. Zhao Sheng and Chasing Dream had never met, yet they seemed to be bound by an enigmatic force, drawing them together. Without Chasing Dream's comfort and encouragement, Zhao Sheng suspected he would have long succumbed to the weight of life. His existence had once been shrouded in darkness. She was akin to a goddess of light. Even the faintest glimmer could illuminate his path. As Lin Mushi consoled Zhao Sheng, her own state of mind began to shift. Born into affluence, her life had been devoid of hardship, seldom faced with the tribulations of existence. Upon introspection, she recognized her good fortune and dared not to be greedy, craving more than what she had. They exchanged goodnights and drifted into slumber. The unfeeling night concealed the myriad joys and sorrows of humanity. The following day at work, Lin Mushi pushed open the office door, the rustling sound of paintbrushes against paper emanating from the corner. Yu Chenghua's figure basked in the morning sunlight, resembling an emotionless painting machine. On the desk lay a cup of salted milk tea. Lin Mushi reached out to touch it. The temperature was just right. With a determined breath, she spoke, Good morning, Ahua. Yu Chenghua paused briefly to respond. It was given to me with the buns I bought this morning. I don't care for it. Lin Mushi scoffed. Your dishonesty is lacking in sincerity. Which bun shop offers such a thing? Yu Chenghua offered no explanation. Lin Mushi plopped down in her chair, staring at the cup of salted milk tea, her arms crossed in contemplation. What did such trivial gesture signify? I, Lin Mushi, would rather perish of thirst or leap from here than take a sip of your offering. 3 minutes later, the milk tea remained half full. Following her confession, their relationship had undergone a subtle transformation. Each time Lin Mushi approached Yu Chenghua to converse, her cheeks would flush ever so slightly. However, Yu Chenghua was naturally reticent, leaving outsiders oblivious to any change. On the eve of the Mid-Autumn Festival, Lin Mushi propped her head on her hand, secretly observing Yu Chenghua, contemplating what excuse she might devise to invite him to join her in celebration the next day. Suddenly, Yu Chenghua received a phone call, stating he had urgent business to attend to. Once he left, he did not return. Lin Mushi suspected he had seen through her little ruse and had deliberately concocted an excuse to evade her. Tomorrow was the Mid-Autumn Festival, a day that ought to be one of reunion and joy. Yet Zhao Sheng and Xiao Lan could only spend it in the hospital. While the hospital made efforts to uplift the spirits of the patients and create a festive atmosphere, the shadow of illness loomed over everyone's hearts. Zhao Sheng learned from his aunt that Xiao Lan had recently become increasingly restless, refusing to remain obediently in bed, often venturing out each afternoon, whether to the 5th or 6th floor. Perhaps she had come to realize her time was short, cherishing every moment spent with friends. That afternoon, Zhao Sheng engaged in lengthy discussions with Dr. Chun, procuring a consent form for Xiao Lan to abandon treatment. This was also a means of respecting Xiao Lan's wishes. She desired to complete the paperwork so she could return home with Zhao Sheng to celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival. Thereafter, her options were limited to either conservative treatment at the small-town hospital or simply lying at home awaiting death. She was reluctant to spend any more money, as she needed to consider her brother's future. Beside the hospital bed, Zhang Suqin continuously wiped away her tears. Chen Deshou wore a grave expression as he handed a stack of papers to Xiaolan, instructing her where to sign. Xiaolan, lacking the patience to read those cold words line by line, merely wished for an early release. She picked up the pen, her hand trembling slightly. Zhang Suqin cried out, rushing out of the ward. Chen Deshou felt a deep sense of guilt, loathing his inadequate medical skills. After decades as a doctor, he had encountered such scenes countless times. Yet he still found it impossible to remain entirely rational, devoid of any emotion. Xiaolan steadied herself, just as she was about to write a stroke. The pen was snatched away by someone. Brother, what are you doing? Zhao exclaimed, his voice trembling. Xiaolan, I've changed my mind. Can we try again? Tears streamed down Xiaolan's face. It's useless. There won't be a miracle. Zhao shook his head vigorously. No, I refuse to accept that. Watching you sign away your life is like enduring a slow and painful death. He desperately urged himself to hold on, but at that final moment, his emotions utterly collapsed. Xiaolan remained silent, understanding her brother's feelings as tears continued to fall. Chen Deshio gritted his teeth and spoke, if surgery is to be performed, you both must reach a consensus, prepare the costs in advance, and the patient will require a period of observation to formulate a suitable surgical plan. Xiaolan inquired, Dr. Chen, is the cost of the surgery very high? Chen Deshio replied solemnly, it's difficult to say at this stage. You should discuss it among yourselves first. After saying this, he turned and left the room. Having dealt with them for quite some time, Chen Deshio was well aware of Zhao financial situation. The cost of the surgery would be a significant burden for him, and its effectiveness would be limited. However, as a doctor, there were certain things he could not say in front of the patient. Brother, don't be stubborn. This is my own choice. No one will blame you. Xiaolan almost shouted. I will blame myself if I give up on you without exhausting all possibilities. Zhao responded, his voice rising in desperation. We have no money left. Be rational. I have an idea. I want to give it a try. Xiaolan was taken aback, and after a moment, she suddenly recalled Su Zhimei's words. Given Zhao physical condition, he might become an excellent boxer. Soon there would be a competition, and if he won, there would be a substantial prize. This money could at least cover the surgical expenses. Brother, isn't that dangerous? Xiaolan asked, filled with concern. Zhao replied firmly, it won't be. You go on the operating table while I step into the ring. Can we both be brave one more time? Chapter 45. Going all out during the Mid-Autumn Festival. A time meant for family reunions. The hospital building remained desolate. A full moon hung high in the sky. In room 709, Su Zhimei and her daughter came to keep Xiaolan company for the holiday. Su Wentao brought a mooncake-shaped cake adorned with candles. This was a suggestion from Xiaomei, as Xiaolan's birthday was in spring, and she was unlikely to make it until then. Once on the operating table, her fate would be uncertain. If this was her last Mid-Autumn Festival, she might as well celebrate her 18th birthday too. Xiaolan, make a wish. Xiaomei nearly shed tears, barely holding them back. Xiaolan clasped her hands together, silently praying to the divine, rather than wishing for her own recovery. She hoped for her brother's future to be filled with peace and prosperity. Zhao carefully sliced the cake and distributed pieces to the other patients, wishing them a swift recovery. Seizing the moment while Xiaomei conversed with Xiaolan, he called Su Wentao into the corridor. Have you thought this through? Su Wentao's expression was grave. For Xiaolan, I am willing to do anything. Zhao gaze was resolute. Su Wentao hesitated, remarking, you are a firefighter. If you step into the ring, some aspects may conflict with your current values. Zhao immediately replied, I will resign tomorrow. At the moment he prevented Xiaolan from signing, he had already made up his mind. In the time to come, he could not juggle both work and Xiaolan. Boxing was fundamentally a brutal endeavor, which would inevitably clash with the pride he took in being a firefighter. To avoid tarnishing the reputation of the fire service, resignation was the only option. Seeing Zhao determination, Su Wentao took out his phone to provide him with detailed information about the competition. It was not a formal boxing match, but rather an amateur event organized by several clubs, held every 2 years, sponsored by wealthy individuals seeking thrills. Compared to boxing, the rules were quite lenient, resembling more of a mixed martial arts competition, with a high probability of injury. To put it bluntly, it was akin to the ancient elite's fondness for dog and cockfighting. The so-called boxers were merely playing the roles of chickens or dogs for amusement. From the preliminary rounds to the finals, a total of 4 matches were required, with only 10 days remaining until the preliminaries. Advancing to the finals would provide an opportunity to challenge the champion. Once you are certain, I will register you tomorrow and find you a coach, Su Wentao said, patting Zhao robust arm. Will finding a coach cost money? Zhao quickly inquired. Not at all. I have a ready solution, Su Wentao chuckled. Who? Zhao asked. My daughter. Zhao turned in surprise, hearing the laughter of Xiaolan and Xiaomei wafting from the hospital room. Although Su Zhimei was only 17 and appeared delicate, her father's profession had led her to frequent gyms and boxing clubs from a young age. Consequently, she was well versed in the rules of sanda, karate, and free fighting. During competitions, she would accompany her father to watch live broadcasts. With little time left for Zhao Sheng's intensive training, Xiao Mei's injuries had healed sufficiently, allowing her to teach him fighting techniques and the rules of the competition. Much like Wang Yuyan from Demigods and Semi-Devils, who, despite her frail appearance, could guide martial arts masters. Su Wentao shook Zhao Sheng's hand, encouraging him. You can do this for Xiaolon. Give it your all. Zhao Sheng nodded solemnly. I will give my utmost effort. The cold moonlight illuminated his determined visage. Even if battered and bruised, he would bear no regrets. The following day, Zhao Sheng submitted his resignation letter, hastily written overnight, to his deputy leader, Huiyang. Huiyang skimmed through it and abruptly seized Zhao Sheng's collar. What on earth has gotten into you? Zhao Sheng was not surprised by Huiyang's reaction. They were brothers and comrades, having sworn in unison on their first day of service to protect the homeland and safeguard the people. Now, he was about to become a deserter. I have changed my mind. That coin toss does not count. I must save Xiaolon. What if a miracle occurs? Zhao Sheng calmly explained. What miracle is there? Wake up and stop indulging in fantasies, Huiyang shouted. You do not understand. Xiaolon is my only family. I cannot bear to watch her die. Zhao Sheng raised his voice. You're talking nonsense. How could I not understand? Huiyang cursed vehemently. Spewing insults. Your selfishness will only bring Xiaolon more suffering. You are the one who talks nonsense. Even if there is a 1 in 10,000 chance. I must try. Have you been kicked by a donkey or caught in a door? Their argument escalated, prompting teammates to rush over to mediate. Upon learning of Zhao Sheng's intention to resign, everyone was taken aback. Yet, considering his family situation, they were at a loss for words on how to persuade him to stay. If you wish to leave, then fight me. If you win, I will help you submit your resignation. Huiyang waved the resignation letter. When have you ever won against me? Zhao Sheng retorted indignantly. I let you win before. Did you really believe it? Huiyang glared menacingly. The fire station has plenty of room for sparring. With a disagreement, the two readied themselves for a scuffle. With a shout, Huiyang launched several rapid punches at Zhao Sheng, his momentum fierce and imposing. Zhao Sheng dodged continuously, but still received a punch to the chest. With that cowardly demeanor, you would only embarrass yourself in the ring, Huiyang mocked. If you keep this up, I will fight back, Zhao Sheng declared, genuinely angry. As an older brother, is it wrong to want to save his sister? Huiyang pressed on, delivering a flying kick. This time, Zhao Sheng did not hold back, landing a kick on Huiyang's knee, neutralizing what appeared to be a fierce attack. Huiyang grimaced in pain. Zhao Sheng would not offer him another chance. A flurry of quick punches rained down upon Huiyang. Huiyang had no choice but to raise his hands in defense, but with his lower body unguarded, Zhao Sheng landed a powerful kick, sending him sprawling. Squad leader, are you all right? Two teammates rushed over to help him up. You bastard. You really dared to hit me so hard. Huiyang cursed, feeling a bit humiliated. You forced me to hit you. Zhao Sheng brushed off the dust from his clothes. I was just testing your strength. Don't get yourself beaten into a pulp. Huiyang rubbed his backside. As childhood friends, Huiyang understood Zhao Sheng better than anyone. His feelings for Xiaolon were the most profound and subtle love in the world. He would not take such drastic measures unless absolutely necessary. Huiyang instructed the teammates to continue training, staying behind for a private conversation with Zhao Sheng. They stood side by side, gazing solemnly at the pledge on the wall. You've made your decision. I cannot stop you. Do you remember the day we took our oath? Huiyang's tone softened considerably. I vowed here that even if I am no longer a firefighter, I would hold myself to the highest standards, risking everything to serve the people, Zhao Sheng solemnly promised. I will help you apply for a long leave and retain your position. Huiyang extended his hand towards Zhao Sheng. Zhao Sheng embraced him tightly, a wave of emotion washing over him. How fortunate it is to have such pure friendship in life. At the age of 8, during a visit to the land temple to make a vow, you deceived me. Your aspirations were never to become a firefighter. Huiyang sighed. Zhao Sheng's body trembled, overwhelmed by guilt. He was not born to be a liar. No one could fool him. Chapter 46. The intention of the drunken man is not in the wine. After the Mid-Autumn Festival, Lin Mushi noticed that Yu Changhua had grown increasingly taciturn. He could sit by the easel from dawn till dusk, devoting every moment to painting, except for sleep, meals, and bathroom breaks, tirelessly immersed in his art. One afternoon, unable to contain her curiosity any longer, Lin Mushi asked, Ahua, have you encountered any troubles? Yu Changhua paused, contemplating for a moment before responding. Next month, I have to participate in a boxing match. I will finish your manuscript ahead of time. Lin Mushi suddenly remembered that he held the title of champion. A sense of foreboding washed over her. She urged, Is it really necessary for you to go? Yu Chunghua replied nonchalantly, I am the reigning champion. According to the competition rules, I only need to attend the finals. Why should I forego the prize money? Lin Mushi was left speechless. She wished she could mimic the dramatic scene on television, casually presenting a bank card to him and proclaiming that her funds were at his disposal. Yet, in reality, the budget for their film project was already stretched thin. Without new financial support, the project risked stagnation. She had quietly resolved that, if it came to dire straits, she would mortgage all her assets and gamble everything. The phone on the desk rang, and Lin Mushi glanced at the caller ID, her brows furrowing slightly. She excused herself to take the call outside, leaving Yu Chunghua to gaze at her elegant figure, his expression deep and conflicted. 10 minutes later, Lin Mushi returned to her desk, resting her chin on her hand, lost in thought. The room was filled only with the soft sound of brushes on canvas. The jasmine blossoms were nearing their wilt, their fragrance diminishing significantly. After a long pause, Lin Mushi lifted her gaze and asked, Ahua, would you accompany me to dinner tonight? Yu Chunghua inquired, where to? Lin Mushi's tone turned serious as she replied, to Mantingfang. Yu Chunghua discerned the gravity of the matter and nodded in agreement. The earlier call had come from a senior executive at the headquarters, delivering a message that was both encouraging and disheartening. The good news was that someone was willing to invest in her animation project. The troubling aspect was that this individual was her admirer, introduced by Lin Jiejun a year prior. After much internal deliberation, Lin Mushi decided to give it a chance. She was confident that, devoid of romantic entanglements, the film would indeed be a sound investment. More importantly, she could find no more suitable investor. At 7 in the evening, Lin Mushi drove Yu Chunghua to Mantingfang. During the journey, she provided a brief introduction about the person they were about to meet. The individual was named Liang Vida, a wealthy heir from a neighboring city. The Liang and Lin families had business ties, and their respective family strengths were comparable, making them well-matched. Lin Jiejun had fervently attempted to play matchmaker, hoping Liang Vida would win Lin Mushi's affection. However, Lin Mushi held little regard for such frivolous youths, having dealt with him perfunctorily on a few occasions, which ultimately led to nothing. This evening, she deliberately brought Yu Chunghua along to remind him that business is business and to refrain from any ulterior motives. Under the guidance of the hostess, they entered a private room. A young man, approximately 27 or 28 years old, was seated at the table ordering dishes. He was dressed in an elegant shirt and trousers, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, and his hair was meticulously styled, a quintessential representation of a refined rogue. Good evening, Miss Lin. It's wonderful to see you again, Liang Vida exclaimed, his eyes lighting up upon spotting Lin Mushi. Mr. Liang, it has been a while, Lin Mushi replied. Having chosen a slightly formal outfit for the occasion out of courtesy, she wore a fitted white shirt with vertical stripes and a matte black pencil skirt. Her slender waist and delicate legs accentuated. Preferring minimal jewelry, she adorned herself with a single pearl necklace that further highlighted her graceful neck. Yu Chunghua entered the room a moment later. Liang Vida's expression shifted instantly. Miss Lin, you brought a friend? Lin Mushi feigned ignorance of his changing demeanor and introduced. This is the artist from our studio. He can better explain certain professional matters. Please, have a seat. Liang Vida spoke with a tone of disdain. Please, take a seat. Yu Chunghua, maintaining a stoic expression, sat down beside Lin Mushi. From Liang Vida's demeanor, he quickly discerned the role he was expected to play that evening. As they awaited the arrival of the dishes, Liang Vida feigned familiarity, engaging Lin Mushi in small talk. She maintained a constant smile, skillfully navigating their conversation. She had brought along several sketches for Liang Vida to peruse, but he merely glanced at them before casting them aside, continuing to ramble about trivial matters. Lin Mushi felt a sense of unease. His intentions were clearly not focused on the meal. As exquisite dishes were presented, their vibrant colors and enticing aromas filled the air. Having learned from previous experiences, Yu Chunghua refrained from inquiring about the prices of the dishes, not wishing to appear uncultured. If possible, he aimed to remain quiet and merely enjoy the meal. What will you be drinking, Miss Lin? Liang Vida raised an eyebrow. I'm driving, so I shall have tea instead of wine. Lin Mushi politely declined. How can one conduct business without a drink? Miss Lin, are you lacking in sincerity? Liang Vida's expression darkened. Then let us open a bottle of red wine. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Mushi acquiesced, reasoning that she could always arrange for a designated driver later. A vision of a barefoot, eccentric beauty seated on the back of an electric scooter, sharing awkward jokes. suddenly flashed in Yu Chenghua's mind. He anxiously inquired, "Are you sure you can handle your alcohol?" Lin Mushi shot him a reassuring glance. "Don't worry, one bottle is manageable. I won't be making any foolish jokes." Liang Vida cast a sideways glance at Yu Chenghua. "Brother, I assume you don't drink?" "I don't," Yu Chenghua replied curtly. Lin Mushi playfully passed him some meat, sweetly saying, "Ahua, do eat more." Observing their intimate gestures, Liang Vida felt a pang of displeasure. In terms of looks and physique, Yu Chenghua surpassed him significantly, though he was dressed somewhat more modestly. Lin Mushi's decision to bring such a man along was clearly intended to irk him. Before long, the waiter arrived with a bottle of exquisite red wine. Lin Mushu had already surmised that the business negotiations tonight were unlikely to succeed. However, she could not afford to offend Liang Vida, as both companies still had other dealings. She lifted her glass of red wine and said, "Mr. Liang, I appreciate your long journey. Allow me to toast to you." Liang Vida clinked his glass with hers and drank it all in one go. His gaze, concealed behind the lenses of his glasses, roamed unabashedly over Lin Mushu's slender figure. Lin Mushu suppressed her distaste and endeavored to steer the conversation towards investment. Yet, when it came to crucial matters, Liang Vida began to evade the topic, deflecting and sidestepping. After several toasts, the bottle of red wine was nearly empty. "Let us have another bottle," Liang Vida instructed the waiter with a snap of his fingers. "No, I can't drink anymore," Lin Mushu replied, her lovely face already flushed with 2 shades of crimson. With someone like Liang Vida, 1 bottle sufficed as a courtesy. 2 was unnecessary. She feared she might embarrass herself in front of Yu Chenghua later, and would be mortified for half the day tomorrow. "Miss Lin, are you being so ungracious?" Liang Vida said with a tone of reproach. "I apologize. I have a low tolerance for alcohol, and truly cannot drink anymore." Lin Mushu managed a strained smile. "You look down on me, don't you?" Liang Vida's voice grew more insistent, bordering on aggressive. Lin Mushu felt a flare of anger but refrained from expressing it. Having navigated the business world for 2 years, she was no stranger to such situations and resolved to play the fool to get through it. Suddenly, Yu Chenghua, who had been silent until now, spoke up. "Mr. Liang, since you enjoy drinking so much, allow me to drink with you." Chapter 47. Where is your home? "Ahua, what are you doing?" Lin Mushu quietly nudged Yu Chenghua under the table. He said that without drinking, we cannot discuss business, so I will drink with him to my heart's content. Yu Chenghua had already seen through Liang Vida's little schemes. The pretense of business negotiations was merely a facade. The true intention was to intoxicate. Had he not accompanied her, Lin Mushu would have undoubtedly been taken advantage of. "Ahua, I can still drink a bit," Lin Mushu whispered. "I do not wish for you to drink any more." Yu Chenghua replied without hesitation, his gaze imbued with a hint of possessiveness. Lin Mushu felt a sense of being cherished, a warm sweetness blossoming within her. Yet, she quickly chastised herself. After all, she was the domineering female CEO. "Buddy, it seems you have some objections to me," Liang Vida remarked, eyeing Yu Chenghua with hostility. "Not at all. Mr. Liang has traveled a long way, and we should certainly allow you to drink to your satisfaction," Yu Chenghua responded with courtesy, though his tone remained firm. "Interesting. Shall we have 2 more bottles of red wine?" Liang Vida inquired tentatively. "I do not drink red wine. How about beer? Or perhaps liquor, as it acts more quickly?" Yu Chenghua's voice was steady, as if he had everything under control. He was not averse to red wine. He simply wished to ascertain who was footing the bill for the evening. Should he treat red wine as if it were water, and the bill ultimately fell to Lin Mushu, it would be counterproductive. Liang Vida's purpose in coming here was indeed to feign business discussions in order to cultivate a closer relationship with Lin Mushu. The sudden appearance of a chivalrous protector was quite unsettling for him. However, judging by Yu Chenghua's attire, Liang Vida could deduce that he was not Lin Mushu's boyfriend. Thus, he resolved to subdue this roadblock and determine who would prevail at the table. Among the intoxicated offspring of the affluent, who didn't he possess a little drinking prowess? To ensure prudence, he instructed the waiter to bring 24 beers, inwardly cursing the rustic simplicity of his companions. "I just shared a bottle of red wine with Miss Lin, and you're only starting now. Isn't that a bit inappropriate?" Liang Vida provocatively raised an eyebrow. "Then what do you propose for fairness?" Yu Chenghua retorted. "You should down 2 bottles first. That would place us on equal footing." "Fair enough," Yu Chenghua replied succinctly, seizing a bottle of beer and raising it to his lips. "Ahua, take it easy. Are you really up for this?" Lin Mushishi inquired with concern. Yu Chenghua cast her a glance, as if to say, Matters of men are best left undisturbed by women. Lin Mishishi pouted, deciding to ignore him. Yet, her hands betrayed her, picking up some dishes and placing them in his bowl. Men can be so immature, engaging in pointless competitions for no reason. After downing 2 bottles of beer, Yu Changhua burped, "Is that sufficient?" Liang Vida grinned, albeit insincerely. "My brother truly is generous." Thus began their drinking contest in earnest. The atmosphere at the table thick with tension. Caught in between, Lin Mishishi felt increasingly stifled, as if the temperature in the private room had dropped several degrees. In the initial rounds, Liang Vida maintained a facade of ease, occasionally teasing Lin Mishishi. "Miss Lin, let us switch venues later. The bar here seems quite entertaining. Let us bring your brother. He was the one who took me out last time, and we had quite the time. Your brother knows how to enjoy life. Never getting emotionally attached to women. He has really got it figured out." As she navigated the conversation, Lin Mishishi stole glances at Yu Changhua. This fellow remained unfazed. How well could he hold his liquor? Turning her head, she noticed that the 24 beers had been reduced to empty bottles. Liang Vida's cheeks were slightly flushed, and he grew more animated, calling out to the waiter, "Bring us another 24." Yu Changhua remained silent, pressing his lips together. As the villagers say, a barking dog doesn't bite. "Are you all right?" Lin Mishishi gently patted Yu Chenghua's leg. "I'm fine. Just eat more, don't let it go to waste." Yu Changhua replied, squeezing her fingertips. The brief touch sent a jolt through Lin Mishishi, affirming her belief that he cared for her. As several more rounds of drinks passed, Liang Vida learned from Lin Mishishi that Yu Changhua was a boxer. His interest piqued. He slurred, "Really? I have quite the understanding of combat sports. We should spar sometime." Yu Changhua coldly countered, "No need. With someone like you, I could take on 10. Liang Vida opened his mouth in shock, struggling to find words, his face reddening further. Lin Mishishi stifled her laughter with great difficulty. She realized that Yu Chenghua's tolerance for alcohol seemed boundless. After drinking for most of the day, he appeared unfazed. While Liang Vida was nearing his limits, the 2 men exchanged fierce glances, pouring beer down their throats as if it were mere water, neglecting to touch any food. To maintain their dignity, they crossed their legs, neither daring to be the first to mention a trip to the restroom. "Mr. Liang, shall we settle the bill? I fear we may all be too inebriated soon." Yu Changhua interjected at the perfect moment. Right. There is no reason for Miss Lin to bear the expense." Liang Vida, now quite intoxicated, stood up from his seat, feeling the room spin, nearly stumbling over himself. A waiter approached to assist him in leaving the private room. "Ahua, you are incredible," Lin Mushi exclaimed, shaking Yu Chenghua's arm excitedly. "Don't touch me. If you shake me any further, I might vomit," Yu Changhua finally confessed. "What? Were you pretending all along? Then why did you shield me from the alcohol?" Lin Mushi was taken aback. "I didn't want other men to get you drunk." Yu Chenghua's gaze gradually became hazy. Before him, Lin Mushi appeared as if softened by a gentle filter, radiating even more allure. After a few moments, a man claiming to be Liang Vida's driver approached, informing Lin Mushi that they were leaving and would arrange another meeting next time. Lin Mushi sighed in relief. Glad he was not returning. Leaning back in her chair, Yu Changhua wore a victorious smile before rising unsteadily to head towards the restroom. The night breeze was chilly, and the moonlight was gentle. Lin Mushi supported Yu Changhua as they exited the establishment. "Ahua, I'll take you home. Where do you live?" Yu Changhua chuckled foolishly. "I live on the Lust Plateau, where the strong winds sweep across." Lin Mushi stamped her foot, emphasizing her question. "I'm not joking. Where is your home?" Yu Changhua mumbled. "My home is on the Songhua River in the northeast, where soybeans and sorghum grow abundantly." Lin Mushi was bewildered, nearly laughing in frustration. She hadn't anticipated that beneath his usual aloof demeanor, Yu Changhua could be such a jokester when intoxicated. Leaning close to his ear, she whispered, "Ahua, can you tell me a joke?" Yu Changhua opened his bleary eyes, gazing closely at her exquisite features, and casually recounted a rather impolite joke. Xiao Ming ordered a white-cut chicken at a restaurant, only to find the garlic sauce was moldy. He called the owner over for a replacement, and the owner asked, "Why?" Xiao Ming slammed the table and replied, "The chicken is too moldy." Before he finished, Lin Mushi burst into laughter. She was pleasantly surprised to discover a new facet of Yu Changhua. The influence of alcohol was indeed remarkable. "Ahua, do you know how to sweet talk?" Lin Mushi suddenly asked, playfully probing. "Today, I had a bowl of noodles that made me want to see you," Yu Changhua responded effortlessly. Chapter 48. The The scent of beer unable to ascertain Yu Chenghua's address, Lin Mushi opted to find a hotel nearby. From the elevator to the room, she coaxed a few cheesy lines from him. His words rendered her weak in the knees, utterly enchanted. With a gentle toss, she threw Yu Chenghua onto the bed, massaging his shoulders while complaining, "Where can you find such a compassionate female CEO?" Yu Chenghua tilted his head onto the pillow, his breathing becoming heavy. Lin Mushi brushed his hair aside, revealing his handsome face. High nose bridge, defined lips, and strong, flowing features that exuded a masculine allure. "Ahua, are you asleep?" Lin Mushi inquired softly. Yu Chenghua's breathing was steady and deep when he suddenly mumbled something. "What did you say?" Lin Mushi leaned closer, eager to understand. Their cheeks were within mere inches of each other, their warm breaths intertwining in the air. Having consumed half a bottle of red wine herself, Lin Mushi's mind buzzed with exhilaration. Upon glimpsing the delicate, near-inviting lips of Yu Chenghua, she felt an inexplicable urge and gently pressed her lips against his. This act seemed as natural and effortless as partaking in a meal or sipping water, entirely oblivious to the fact that she was unequivocally crossing the boundaries of propriety. Yu Chenghua's eyes flew open, revealing a visage as exquisite as a finely painted portrait. Lin Mushi sprang up, covering her mouth tightly. "Ahua, allow me to explain, Yu Chenghua looked at her in bewilderment before steadying himself against the wall and making his way to the restroom. Soon, the sound of rushing water echoed through the air. Lin Mushi's cheeks burned with an intensity akin to fire. "What have I just done? I swear, I must have been possessed." Yet, she had finally unraveled a mystery that had lingered for 25 years. The taste of a boy's lips bore the essence of beer. Beyond that, any desire to relive the sensation was swiftly eclipsed by her fading memory. Seated on the edge of the bed, Lin Mushi began crafting various excuses for her audacious behavior. As Confucius once said, "Food and lust are inherent to human nature. I am but a normal woman." Who could blame her for being captivated by his striking features? Such temptation was insurmountable. She had merely committed the same folly that women across the globe are prone to. The restroom door swung open, and Yu Chenghua emerged, his steps unsteady. Lin Mushi quickly rose to support him. "Ahua, are you thirsty?" Yu Chenghua offered no reply, collapsing onto the bed and succumbing to slumber as if the kiss had never transpired. Lin Mushi placed a bottle of mineral water on the bedside, initially intending to leave, but ultimately unable to quell her concern. After all, the standard room featured 2 beds, so he could have this one. She proceeded to freshen up before reclining on the other bed, her mind awash with confusion. It wasn't until the effects of alcohol wrapped around her that she drifted into a deep sleep. Lin Mushi's dreams that night were blush-inducing and indescribable. Any additional words would surely fail to pass scrutiny, and perhaps no one would wish to read them, so they shall remain omitted. The morning sun filtered through the gaps in the curtains. Yu Chenghua slowly opened his eyes, taking in the unfamiliar ceiling, his mind still clouded. He quickly surveyed his surroundings, deducing that he found himself in a hotel room. Wait a moment. His gaze landed on the 10 o'clock position. There. A delicate foot emerged playfully from beneath the white duvet. It was as flawless as jade, pale yet tinged with a hint of rose. Untouched by dust, a perfect embodiment of beauty, like a painting of impressionistic grace or a subtly poignant poem. "Mushi, why are you here?" Yu Chenghua exclaimed, startled. He cautiously lifted the covers, relieved to find her somewhat properly attired. "What transpired last night?" Hearing the commotion, Lin Mushi awoke from her slumber, and upon opening her eyes, she was greeted by the sight of Yu Chenghua's injured expression, as though he had been wronged. "Ahua, you're awake?" Yu Chenghua inquired. "What have you brought me here for?" Lin Mushi felt a surge of frustration and retorted angrily. "How dare you ask me that? Now tell me, does your family reside on the Lust Plateau or by the Songhua River?" She then began to recount the humorous escapades from the previous night when he had been inebriated. The more he listened, the more Yu Chenghua's unease grew, his eyelids fluttering nervously. "What an embarrassment. Mushi, thank you. I didn't do anything disgraceful to you. Did I?" he asked, his voice tinged with trepidation. "Indeed, there remains a semblance of gentlemanly conduct about you." Lin Mushi suppressed her laughter. She retracted her feet, ensconcing them beneath the covers, as if feeling the gaze of an unseen observer. "I seldom indulge in alcohol. Yesterday was merely an attempt to assist you." As that individual clearly harbored ill intentions, Yu Chenghua elucidated. "I comprehend, yet while you refrained from inappropriate actions last evening, you did profess many sweet nothings. Declaring your affection for me, Lin Mushi retorted, her tone teasing. Since you were inebriated, it is only reasonable for me to fabricate a few scenarios. It is, after all, a logical progression. Though the pursuit of a man may be veiled, one must still employ some strategy. How could that be? Yu Chenghua instinctively touched his lips. Lin Mushi escalated her jest, weaving tales with ease. You claimed that upon first sight of me, you were utterly captivated by my beauty and willingly fell beneath my enchanting spell. The subsequent pretense of aloofness was merely a ruse, a rather juvenile tactic. Should you be fortunate enough to marry me, you would never stray. As she spoke, even she was astonished by her own audacity. Love, indeed, can cloud one's judgment. The more Yu Chenghua listened, the more absurd her claims appeared. He felt that even in a drunken stupor, he could not utter such brazen words. I shall freshen up. You may rest a while longer. With that, he fled into the bathroom, standing beneath the warm cascade of water to wash away the fatigue of his hangover. His heart remained tumultuous. Through a frosted glass and veiled in steam, Lin Mushi bore a conspiratorial smile, reveling in her triumph. Under the gentle onslaught of a charming female CEO, you remain unscathed? Upon checking out at the hotel front desk, Lin Mushi's ethereal beauty captured the attention of the gentleman in the lobby, who cast envious glances at Yu Chenghua. Brother, you truly have it good, don't you? Yu Chenghua, drenched in sweat, yearned to escape swiftly. Ahua, will you accompany me for some savory milk tea today? Lin Mushi naturally entwined her arm with his, adopting a playful tone. Very well, you decide. Yu Chenghua acquiesced, albeit with a hint of guilt. He resigned himself to a compromise with his taste buds. A sip of the salty milk tea jolted him awake, the tanginess invigorating. Mushi, did I truly utter those words last night? Yu Chenghua questioned, still skeptical. Of course. Had I known, I would have recorded it, Lin Mushi replied, feigning a look of having suffered a great loss. I can't shake the feeling that we may have done more, Yu Chenghua murmured, biting his lip. You were utterly intoxicated. What could you possibly have felt? Lin Mushi retorted, her defense unwavering. I shall inquire with Xie Xiaoyu whether all men possess a taste of beer. The two engaged in light banter as they made their way to the studio on the 23rd floor. A young assistant approached Lin Mushi quietly, informing her of an unexpected visitor in her office. The smile on her face gradually faded. Upon pushing open the office door, she beheld a silhouette by the floor-to-ceiling window that turned her stomach. The figure turned, revealing a familiar face. My dear sister, you certainly bring pride to our family. Chapter 49. I simply like him. Lin Jejun wore a sinister smile, his gaze toward Yu Chenghua replete with disdain. What brings you here? Lin Mushi's voice was cold and unwelcoming. Liang Vida traveled a long distance, and you nearly sent him to the hospital. Yet you still have the audacity to ask me why he came? Lin Jejun's voice was sharp. Upon hearing this, Yu Chenghua stepped forward, eager to defend himself. However, Lin Mushu grasped his arm, signaling him to remain silent. Lin Jejun was deliberately looking for trouble. Reasoning with him would prove futile. He had come all this way with ulterior motives. No explanation was necessary. It was foolish to boast about one's drinking capacity when one was aware of their limitations. Who could be blamed for that? I have work to attend to and no time for your verbal sparring. Lin Mushu attempted to dismiss Lin Jejun with a few words. The quarrel between the siblings in the office was not only a family disgrace, but also detrimental to the image of the corporation. Yet, Lin Jejun remained unyielding, his arrogance unabated. Lin Mushu, has our father spoiled you to the point where you cannot recognize your own worth? The fact that young Master Liang is interested in you is merely a stroke of good fortune from your previous life. Do you truly believe yourself to be a celestial being descended to earth? Settle down and marry into the Liang family. Bear 2 children in 3 years, and your life's mission would be accomplished. His relentless tirade belittled Lin Mushu to insignificance. The condescending disdain he exuded was chilling. Despite being siblings, they could be so cruel to one another. Did you come here early in the morning just to unleash this tirade? Lin Mushu struggled to maintain her composure, prioritizing the greater good. I have one more question for you. What is your relationship with this bumpkin? Lin Jejun gestured towards Yu Chenghua, who stood nearby. What business is it of yours? Lin Mushu gritted her teeth. Someone saw you two check into a hotel last night. You may have no shame, but the Lin family still has a reputation to uphold. Lin Jejun's spittle flew as he spoke. It turned out that his machinations had led to Lin Mushu's meeting with Liang Vida the previous night. He aimed to marry Lin Mushu off as soon as possible to rid himself of her presence, which only served to highlight his own shortcomings. This morning, The informant he had dispatched delivered the news. Lin Mushu and Yu Chunghua had entered the hotel and had not emerged for nearly 10 hours, inviting all sorts of speculation. Lin Mushu's cheeks flushed slightly. You were spying on me. Lin Jejun sneered. If one wishes for their actions to remain unknown, one must first refrain from wrongdoing. Lin Mushu fought to maintain her composure, arguing, Ehua was drunk. I merely took him to the hotel to rest. It's not as sordid as you imagine. I didn't TC it, so it's up to you how you want to spin it, Lin Jejun retorted, pointing accusingly at Yu Chunghua. Be honest. Do you have feelings for this penniless fool? Lin Mushu blurted out. Yes, I do like him. What will you do about it? The moment the words escaped her lips, her heart raced. She could not discern whether this was an act of bravery or sheer shamelessness. Liking someone was not a crime, and she stood by her admission. She even dared not glance at Yu Chunghua to gauge his reaction. Lin Jejun erupted into a prolonged, exaggerated, and jarring laugh. Lin Mushu, how pathetic are you? With so many wealthy suitors available, you choose to fancy a bumpkin? Infuriated, Lin Mushu closed her eyes, attempting to quell her emotions. Just as she was about to open them, the shrill laughter abruptly ceased. Lin Jejun's cheek was struck with a solid punch, propelling him half a meter into the air before he collided with the wall, producing a dull thud. You are the most despicable person in the world. Yu Chunghua's eyes blazed with fury. This punch was delivered with full force. Lin Mushy was taken aback, never expecting the usually reserved and composed Ahua to unleash such foul language. A warm current began to envelop her cold heart. Lin Jejun, dazed and disoriented, saw stars as his left cheek swelled visibly, resembling that of a pig. He coughed violently, spitting out 2 mouthfuls of blood, one of which contained a molar. You country bumpkin, you're courting death, he exclaimed, followed by another fit of coughing. Yu Chunghua's voice was icy. If I had a sister like Mushy, I would cherish her dearly, yet you can utter such venomous words. He advanced step by step, exuding an aura of menace. The air around him seemed to turn frigid. Given Yu Chunghua's physical prowess, if he truly lost control, he could beat Lin Jejun to death. When societal constraints vanish and a person reaches their breaking point, a fist becomes the ultimate truth. Lin Jejun's face turned pale with fear as he curled up on the ground, desperately trying to retreat until he was cornered against the wall. The arrogance and madness he had displayed moments ago evaporated, leaving him a pitiful clown. Yu Chunghua's towering figure loomed over him. Mushy sister, save me. Make him stop. Lin Jejun trembled, calling out to Lin Mushy. Ahua, don't. Lin Mushy rushed forward, grasping Yu Chunghua's hand and gently shaking her head. Her concern was not for Lin Jejun, but for Ahua. It would be unwise to risk his own well-being in a moment of impulse. Feeling the warmth of her palm, Yu Chunghua gradually calmed down, his gaze softening. Mushy, I just cannot stand him bullying you. Lin Mushy nodded, touched. I understand, but this is enough. Yu Chunghua replied. Last night we were innocent, yet he slanders you so. It is truly unforgivable. Though, it wasn't he entirely innocent, as I did steal a kiss. Lin Mushy's cheeks flushed with shyness. What? Yu Chunghua was instantly petrified. How did I not know about this? What was it like? His mind short-circuited, tangled in confusion. Lin Mushy shouted at the cornered Lin Jejun. Aren't you leaving yet? Lin Jejun struggled to rise, casting a glance at the two before scurrying away with his tail between his legs. Only after escaping the office did he dare to turn back and hurl a harsh remark. Country bumpkin, I will have my revenge. And I will find someone to kill you. Yu Chunghua paid him no mind, still savoring the taste of the girl's lips in his memory. The office fell into a silence, with only the sound of their breaths remaining. Ahua, why are you in a daze? Lin Mushy waved her hand in front of Yu Chunghua's face. Are you tricking me? Yu Chunghua looked confused. What do you mean? If you feel wronged, I can let you kiss me back. Lin Mushy pouted and closed her eyes, playfully teasing him. Yu Chunghua gazed at those cherry-red lips, his throat bobbing nervously as he turned away to escape. The hand gripping the paintbrush trembled incessantly. Coward. Lin Mushy lamented with a hint of disappointment as she opened the office door, inhaling deeply while her gaze sharpened with determination. Transitioning seamlessly from a love-struck na-f to a formidable businesswoman, she retrieved her phone and dialed a number. Hello, Miss Lin, good morning. How is the progress on the matter I entrusted to you? The evidence is sufficiently gathered. It could secure your brother a lengthy sentence. Are you truly prepared to take it that far? If he cannot find something productive to do, I wouldn't mind having him engage in a bit of manual labor for a few years. Chapter 50. His status in the subsequent days. Yu Changhua grew increasingly diligent, laboring late into the night. He needed to complete his hand-drawn designs promptly, ensuring he had ample time to prepare for the upcoming competition. Lin Mushi, concerned for his well-being, offered him a week's leave to participate in the boxing match before returning to his artwork. However, Yu Changhua declined. It was in his nature to avoid causing delays for others. Meanwhile, Lin Mushi found herself overwhelmed, grappling with mounting financial pressures as a throng of individuals clamored for funds. After liquidating 2 stocks, her efforts still fell woefully short. The sweetness between them seemed to linger only from that night in the hotel, after which they returned to their respective paths. Yu Changhua maintained a polite, yet distant demeanor towards Lin Mushi, and neither spoke of that surreal kiss again. Each night, he returned home under the moonlight, his silhouette a picture of solitude. Each dawn, Zhao Sheng welcomed the morning sun with vigorous exercise, brimming with vitality. Not far from the central hospital lay a sports park, where Zhao Sheng rose early each day to conduct foundational training. Clad in a black tank top and shorts, his robust physique resembled that of a classical figure from a Western oil painting. Su Zhimei arrived slightly later, engaging in simple rehabilitation exercises before sitting on the steps to play games. Occasionally, she would glance up to offer Zhao Sheng some tips, often quoting lines from anime. Kick the wooden post 500 times. If you fail, do 1,000 squats. If you can't manage 1,000 squats, throw 2,000 straight punches. And if 2,000 punches prove too challenging, then skip rope 2,000 times. This competition must be won, not lost. As Zhao Sheng sweated profusely, he drew motivation from the music pulsing through his headphones. I will climb step by step, soaring forward on the wings of triumph, allowing the wind to dry my tears and sweat. One day, I shall claim the sky that is rightfully mine. This was Zhao Sheng's favorite song. Each time he heard it, he felt invigorated. Those without dreams could never comprehend the fervor of pursuing one's aspirations with unwavering dedication. Su Zhimei sat on the steps, deftly maneuvering the tempered glass film with her fingers. A demure and gentle girl, she controlled the boisterous character Cheng Yaojin, adorned in the most garish skin of love and justice. On the screen, a flamboyant character with fiery red lips wielded dual axes, uttering lines that were almost cringeworthy. Is this a mere hobby? Does cross-dressing count? After completing a long circuit, Zhao Sheng arrived breathlessly beside Xiao Mei, noticing her impressive score of 0-40. The situation was dire. While teammates defended their high ground, she was solitary in the top lane, pushing forward. Hey, you should regroup and join the team fight. Zhao Sheng couldn't help but exclaim. The disparity in resources was too great. They could not confront the enemy head-on and had to split push to divert attention, akin to the strategy of surrounding Wei to rescue Zhao. Xiao Mei's thoughts were exceptionally lucid. Zhao Sheng, possessing only a rudimentary understanding of the game, felt a sense of enlightenment in her reasoning. Seizing the moment, Xiao Mei presented a profound theory. In gaming, one must recognize the strengths and weaknesses of heroes and establish one's own rhythm. It is essential to draw the opponent into one's tempo and guide them accordingly to seize the initiative. I will not be led by others. I won't seek out fights, but rather, I will let the battles come to me. Zhao Sheng, quick-witted, realized that Xiao Mei was not merely instructing him on gaming, but imparting wisdom applicable to boxing as well. A skilled fighter must strive to establish their own rhythm in the ring. Whoever falls into the opponent's tempo is destined to lose. Xiao Mei, resolute in her approach, pushed the minions in the top lane to the enemy's high ground, forcing the opposing top laner and jungler to retreat for defense. However, her execution faltered. She failed to unleash her ultimate ability and was swiftly eliminated by a combination of 2 opponents. In the front line, the team crumbled, and their crystal was easily destroyed. The 0-50 level Cheng Yaojin suffered a significant blow to his credibility. Xiao Mei chuckled awkwardly. Ahem, I am merely a theorist. The actual execution lies in your hands. Zhao Sheng, raising his fists, endeavored to grasp the concept of rhythm. Brother, do you have a crush on someone? Xiao Mei suddenly inquired without preamble. Why are you asking that? Zhao Sheng felt a pang of guilt. He struggled to discern whether his admiration for the girl chasing his dreams qualified as affection, and he certainly couldn't confess that he hadn't even seen her face. If you were in the ring, wouldn't you envision your opponent as your romantic rival? Wouldn't that make you want to take him down? Xiao Mei's expression turned mischievous. This line of thought was indeed intriguing, and Zhao Sheng pondered it. To help him find his motivation, Xiao Mei began to paint a vivid picture, Your rival spends every day with your goddess, their relationship tinged with ambiguity. This insufferable fellow, despite your goddess pursuing him, remains indifferent. They dine together, watch movies, and the most outrageous part is that they even go to hotels together. Zhao Sheng hastily waved his hand. All right, no more hypotheticals. The image is vivid enough. Xiao Mei laughed heartily, pointing to a hanging sandbag nearby. Use that as your rival. Such an insufferable character. Wu Ti, you want to land 2,000 punches on him? Zhao Sheng raised his fist and struck the sandbag, splitting it open, sand cascading down. What caliber is he to deserve 2,000 punches from me? Ultimately, he replaced the damaged sandbag at the park and returned home to a scolding from Su Wentao. Xiao Mei stuck out her tongue and made a silly face before chatting with Xiaolan. Brother, I believe in you. You will definitely make it to the finals. Su Wentao patted Zhao Sheng's stiff arm. I'm not thinking that far ahead. I just want to gather enough funds for Xiaolan's surgery. Zhao Sheng replied with a serious expression. Even if it ultimately proves futile, he vowed to give it his all. Su Wentao opened his bag and pulled out several sheets of paper. Zhao Sheng received a document detailing the profile of a boxer, his height, weight, family background, competitive history, and much more, all meticulously compiled. What is this? Zhao Sheng inquired. Su Wentao replied. He is the champion. Should you advance to the finals, he will be your opponent. Instantly, Zhao Sheng felt a surge of seriousness and meticulously read through the pages from beginning to end. Indeed, he was a formidable adversary. I mentioned before that he has offended a wealthy heir. If you manage to deliver a sound beating on the ring, besides the championship prize, there will be an additional reward. Su Wentao spoke while cautiously observing Zhao Sheng's subtle expressions. Given that Zhao Sheng was a firefighter with a strong sense of justice, he might not be inclined to accept such morally ambiguous private dealings. The truth was evident as Zhao Sheng clutched the paper tightly, appearing to be engulfed in an intense internal struggle. Don't feel such immense pressure. Boxing naturally involves a bit of maneuvering, Su Wentao encouraged. Let's see how it goes. Whether I can reach the finals remains uncertain. Zhao Sheng refrained from providing a direct answer. Indeed, focus on training for now. Su Wentao smiled. To become the champion's contender, one must triumph in the initial 3 matches. Zhao Sheng possessed ample stamina and conviction, yet he lacked the necessary skills and experience. As for the grievances of the affluent, he had little interest in delving into them. Wise individuals merely concern themselves with the matter at hand, never asking unnecessary questions. Chapter 51. Inside the Octagon. Zhao Sheng. It's been a while since we last spoke. How have you been? Chasing dreams. Still the same. Overwhelmed with work every day. What about you? Zhao Sheng. I've had a change of heart. I plan to have Xiaolan undergo surgery. It will subject her to more pain. Am I being selfish? Chasing dreams. Don't think that way. I understand your feelings. You are the best brother in the world. Zhao Sheng. Thank you. There are many things I feel I can only share with you. Am I bothering you? Chasing dreams. Not at all. I may be busy during the day, but I'll definitely respond when I get home at night. The preliminaries were tomorrow, and it was Zhao Sheng's first time on the ring. He felt somewhat nervous and initiated a conversation with Chasing Dreams. After much hesitation, he ultimately decided against revealing his news to her. What if he were to lose embarrassingly? That would only diminish his standing in front of his goddess. Zhao Sheng had firmly resolved that if he truly made it to the finals to challenge the champion, he would seek out Chasing Dreams. If she didn't mind, he could even invite her to watch the event live, adding a layer of support for himself. He felt guilty for having delayed their previous 2 dates due to his own commitments. The match was scheduled for 8 o'clock the following evening, and Zhao Sheng first visited Xiaolan in the hospital. She appeared in good spirits, raising her fist and cheering. Brother, go for it. I'll be watching the live stream. Zhao Sheng jested. What if I end up looking like a panda after being beaten? Xiaolan giggled. In my eyes, you'll always be a great hero. Zhao Sheng affectionately ruffled her hair, his gaze filled with tenderness. He heard from his aunt that the little girl had become increasingly restless, often running up to the 6th floor whenever she had a chance. However, this couldn't entirely be blamed on her. Zhao Sheng had invited Xiao Mei to be his coach, leaving her without a playmate, so she had to seek new friends. It's almost time to leave. Su Wentao knocked on the door, reminding Zhao Sheng. He and Xiao Mei will head to the competition venue to cheer for Zhao Sheng. Xiaolan bids farewell to her brother while raising her phone, eagerly anticipating his performance. As Zhao Sheng turns to leave, his silhouette appears particularly imposing. He fights for his family, embodying the essence of a hero. At 7:50, at the fire station, Hui Yang and a group of comrades gather in the live streaming room. munching on sunflower seeds and animatedly boasting. Zhao Sheng is my brother. I know him well. He will surely succeed. Back in middle school, we fought against students from other schools, 4 of us against 20, and we sent them running in terror. As for your class leader, that would be me. I have skills too, but I've never won against this guy. His comrades nod in agreement, choosing not to expose the truth. Everyone is aware that this vice-captaincy was actually conceded to Hui Yang by Zhao Sheng. In the lounge, Su Wentao helps Zhao Sheng put on his gear while patiently imparting advice. Don't be nervous. Your opponent is a novice, looking rather weak. Maintain your rhythm. Seize the opportunity to attack and retreat immediately after landing a hit. Once you step onto the ring, forget everything else. Your sole purpose is to defeat your adversary. Su Jimei rolls her eyes. Dad, you really are long-winded. At first glance, it sounds reasonable, but in reality, it's all nonsense. Su Wentao pauses, then chuckles as he pats Zhao Sheng on the shoulder. Go for it. Zhao Sheng exchanges a fist bump with the father-daughter duo before stepping out of the lounge. He throws a few punches into the air, cutting through it with a whoosh. In the center of the competition hall stands an octagonal cage, surrounded by an audience that erupts in cheers and screams. Many attendees, seeking amusement, have gathered to watch the match. The host, microphone in hand, introduces both competitors. Zhao Sheng removes his shirt, revealing a chiseled chest and defined abs, prompting another wave of piercing shrieks from the crowd. His handsome visage and athletic physique create a strikingly harmonious unity. As he steps into the octagonal cage, both fighters courteously touch fists before the referee instructs them to return to their respective corners. The rules of mixed martial arts are notably permissive, allowing the use of boxing, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, Muay Thai, wrestling, Taekwondo, karate, judo, and sanda, encompassing both striking and grappling techniques. As the combat intensifies, it promises to be exhilarating, sending the audience's adrenaline soaring. The non-championship match consists of 3 rounds, each lasting 5 minutes. Upon his appearance, Zhao Sheng captures the judge's attention, who comment on his physique. Impressive muscles. Though he may just be a pretty face, it's undeniable that this competitor is likely to attract more female admirers. Having heard that this is his debut match, they suggest he should aim to gain experience and last at least a couple of rounds. With the sound of the bell, the match commences. Zhao Sheng clenches his fists, guarding his face, his footwork light, and his breathing steady. Compared to a typical novice, he enjoys distinct advantages in both physical and psychological attributes as a firefighter. His opponent remains cautious, testing the waters with a couple of ineffective punches. Zhao Sheng's agility allows him to exploit openings, swiftly delivering 2 strikes, one to the lower ribs and the other to the cheek. He meticulously adhered to Su Wentao's guidance, engaging in swift maneuvers akin to guerrilla warfare, entering and exiting rapidly, striking and retreating, denying his opponent any opportunity for retaliation, gradually accumulating advantages. Evidently incensed, his adversary leveraged his physicality, landing a punch that struck Zhao Sheng's jaw, forcing him into a corner where they grappled closely. Zhao Sheng's right cheek was met with an elbow strike, causing stars to dance before his eyes. Dad, Xiao Mei tensed, grasping Su Wentao's hand tightly. Do not worry. He will find his rhythm, Su Wentao replied with calm assurance. Indeed, Zhao Sheng swiftly recalibrated, extricating himself from his opponent's grasp and skillfully maneuvering to secure a hold around the opponent's neck. The audience erupted in fervent cheers, their excitement palpable, as the visceral impact of each punch stirred adrenaline within. On the hospital bed, Xiaolan fixated on the screen, holding her breath as she silently prayed for her brother. Zhang Suqin expressed concern, fearing the violent imagery might overly agitate Xiaolan, potentially jeopardizing her health. She contemplated taking away her phone, but found herself unable to voice her hesitation. Within the octagonal cage, the competitors exchanged blows, the bell signaling the end of the first round, granting them a minute's respite. Su Wentao promptly delivered water, advising, "You are ahead on points. Maintain this momentum, and victory shall be yours." Breathing heavily, Zhao Sheng lamented, "I made a mistake. Had I not allowed him to escape when I secured his neck. No matter. You will undoubtedly prevail." After a round of probing, Zhao Sheng had deciphered his opponent's tactics. There existed a significant disparity between amateur boxers and someone of his background as a firefighter. For others, a single error might result merely in a lost match or a minor injury. For them, however, a misstep could cost lives. As the intermission concluded, the second round commenced. the referee beckoning the fighters to their positions. Zhao Sheng relaxed his body, adopting a composed gait, yet his gaze sharpened with fierce intensity. He embraced Xiao Mei's suggestion to envision his opponent as a rival for affection, though he knew that chasing dreams would never lead him to someone as unappealing. A trace of imperceptible trepidation flickered in his opponent's eyes. Why do you look as if you wish to kill someone, when it's merely a competition? Chapter 52. Not a bit. The delicate white jasmine on the windowsill had quietly withered, unbeknownst to anyone. Silvery moonlight cascaded through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a cool hue upon Yu Qinghua's silhouette. His profile was chiseled, the lines as if sculpted from stone. He held his phone, engrossed in the live boxing match. The new contender this year is exceptionally strong. Ahua, what did your message mean? Lin Mushi entered, interrupting his focus. I have completed my hand-drawn draft and will not come tomorrow. I must prepare for the competition in the coming days. Yu Qinghua put away his phone. Is that match absolutely necessary? Lin Mushi inquired, her brow furrowed. It is imperative. Yu Qinghua replied with conviction. Accompany me for a walk. I have something to discuss. Lin Mushi stamped her foot in frustration. Stepping outside from the studio, the two strolled along the street, enjoying the refreshing evening breeze. Passing by a milk tea shop, Lin Mushi ordered a cup of salted milk tea. Ahua, would you care for some? No, Yu Qinghua replied decisively. To this day, he still believes that savory milk tea belongs to the realm of dark beverages. The two of them ventured to the square of People's Park, casually selecting a bench to sit upon. It was here that Lin Mushi was stood up by Zhao Sheng, encountering Yu Qinghua painting for others. Fate, at times, is a remarkably mysterious force. The moonlight illuminated Lin Mushi's silky hair, casting a more enchanting glow upon her face. Ahua, it's truly delightful. Please, have another taste. Lin Mushi offered the cup, faint traces of her lipstick adorning the straw. Having shared such intimacy, surely this level of contact should not be deemed significant? Unexpectedly, Yu Qinghua's expression turned cold. After all this time, what is it that you wish to convey? Lin Mushi was taken aback, timidly retracting the cup, her voice lacking confidence as she murmured, I don't want you to fight. My brother might retaliate against you. Yu Qinghua scoffed, I am indifferent. If I choose to step into the ring, I must accept the worst possible outcome. It's because of the trouble I brought upon you. If you were to get hurt, I would feel immense guilt, Lin Mushi hurriedly replied. Miss Lin, you need not think this way, Yu Qinghua stated, his face devoid of expression. The formality of that title abruptly widened the chasm between them. Lin Mushi found it hard to believe. Had she been overly naive, thinking that they were but a step away from becoming a couple? A sense of unease began to swell within her. From the first time I helped you deal with your brother, it was merely a matter of standing up against injustice. I believe the vast majority of men would act similarly. If I dare to intervene, I shall not fear his retaliation. I am willing to bear all consequences. You need not feel indebted to me in any way. Yu Qinghua's tone remained calm, devoid of any emotional inflection. Lin Mushi gazed at his face, feeling a profound sense of unfamiliarity. Ahua, is the prize money from the competition truly that significant to you? Of course, Yu Qinghua replied resolutely. How could you, a sheltered young lady, comprehend the struggles of the impoverished? You can squander vast sums of money, even in the event of a failed investment. A charming smile to your father will suffice. For those like us, every penny is earned through sweat, even at the cost of our lives. We are simply not of the same world. As he spoke, Yu Qinghua's emotions finally began to fluctuate, as if he were unleashing all the frustrations of life upon Lin Mushi. Feeling utterly wronged, tears shimmered in her eyes. Indeed, she was a wealthy heiress. Yet one's circumstances are not a matter of choice. Compared to those indulgent, hedonistic scions of fortune, she had already done remarkably well. Never distinguishing people by wealth or poverty, she sincerely empathized with the hardships of the less fortunate and endeavored to offer assistance whenever possible. In friendship, Lin Mushi was the superior to Xie Xiaoyu, yet they shared a bond akin to that of best friends. In love, Lin Mushi had never looked down upon Yu Qinghua's status, often being the proactive one, at times rendering herself quite humble. What more could you possibly desire? Why are you throwing such a tantrum? Ahua, if you need money, I can assist you. Lin Mushi initially intended to retort, but found herself altering her words. She, who was so proud, now felt as though she had descended into the dust. Indeed, love has a way of clouding one's judgment. Do you take me for that kind of man? Yu Qinghua raised her voice. No, that's not what I meant, Lin Mushi stammered in a flustered defense. Yu Qinghua let out a cold laugh, mercilessly exposing her. I spend every day with you. How could I not be aware of your current predicament? Out of 10 calls, 9 are requests for money from you. When the going gets tough, what can you offer me? Her words were more cutting than any blade, especially when spoken by someone she cherished. 2 streams of hot tears cascaded down Lin Mushi's exquisite cheeks, shattering upon the ground. Each word from Yu Qinghua felt like a knife, piercing through her heart. What do we even mean to each other? Lin Mushi asked, her voice laced with defiance. Boss and employee. Once I complete my work, our relationship ceases. Of course, if there are any flaws in the drawings, I will still take responsibility, Yu Qinghua replied coldly. Do you truly dislike me that much? Lin Mushi's voice trembled with suppressed sobs. I have long told you that I have someone I care for. It has always been your unrequited affection. Yu Qinghua's eyes reflected no pity. Lin Mushi shuddered, her cup of milk tea slipping from her grasp and crashing to the floor. In that moment, she felt like a mere jester, recalling the times they spent together, where she had always taken the initiative. And even the smallest reciprocation felt as sweet as honey. Yet he remained a callous man, neither initiating nor rejecting, devoid of responsibility. You are beautiful, but that does not obligate me to like you. We exist in entirely different worlds and should never have intersected. I am a man who values his pride and do not wish to be labeled as someone who lives off others. Withdraw your affections. With those final words, Yu Qinghua bid her farewell, rising to leave without a trace of longing. Lin Mushi rushed forward, grasping Yu Qinghua's wrist. Ahua, do you truly not have any feelings for me? Yu Qinghua hesitated for 2 seconds before shaking her off. Not at all. Just 2 steps away. Her clothing was tugged again. A sobbing voice emerged from behind. Not even a little bit? Not even a little. Yu Qinghua did not look back, casting aside her callous words and resolutely striding away. Her tall, slender figure gradually vanished into the night. Lin Mushi felt as though her heart was being sliced apart, slowly crouching down to hug her knees. After holding back for so long, she finally broke, letting out a loud wail. The memories of their time together flashed in her mind. She had believed he was warm beneath his cold exterior, envisioning him as a wonderful partner, only to discover his heart was as hard as stone when he turned away. Having invested so much, to the point of shamelessness, she found herself utterly defeated. Love was indeed bitter. Why then did so many still yearn for it? As the night breeze rose, it carried away Lin Mushi's cries, but the tears on her cheeks remained unyielding. Chapter 53. I have experienced heartbreak in the 3rd round. Zhao Sheng unleashed a fierce attack, employing the deadly scissor kick to firmly lock his opponent's head. The opponent's face turned crimson, and just before the brink of suffocation, he finally conceded with a slap on the ground. The referee raised Zhao Sheng's hand, declaring him the victor, and the audience erupted in thunderous applause. Xiao Mei embraced her father tightly, exclaiming, "We won. We really won." Su Wentao chuckled, "I knew he could do it." Meanwhile, in a hospital bed, Xiao Lan cheered with joy, shouting, "Long live my brother." At the fire station dormitory, Huiyang excitedly hugged each teammate. "Did you see how incredible my brother is? This kid has always impressed me. He never brought shame to our family. That final move, the deadly scissor kick, was all my teaching. I've truly elevated it." A junior teammate reminded him, "Captain, it's just a small victory over a minor team, not a championship. Why the fuss?" Huiyang quickly composed himself, "You're right, haha." Upon returning to the lounge, Zhao Xing tended to the bruise on his cheek. After a brief adjustment and changing his outfit, his phone buzzed in his pocket. It was Huiyang calling. He swiped to answer, activating speakerphone, and tossed the device onto the chair. As expected, Huiyang rambled on like a firecracker, incessantly praising himself, as if he were Zhao Sheng's coach. When Huiyang finally paused, Zhao Sheng picked up the phone. "Big brother, I'm quite exhausted. Do you have something important to discuss?" Huiyang replied, "Indeed. Hurry back. I'm throwing a welcome gathering for you." Zhao Sheng expressed his desire to visit Xiaolan, but Huiyang cautioned, "What about Xiaolan? It's late. Don't disturb the girl's rest." Zhao Sheng conceded, swayed by Huiyang's persistence. Su Wentao drove him to the city center before taking Xiao Mei home to rest. As Zhao Sheng stepped out of the car, he spotted Huiyang bouncing along the curb, practicing various boxing moves against thin air. Upon seeing Zhao Sheng, he playfully threw a punch, feigning seriousness. "This punch holds 20 years of skill. Can you withstand it?" Zhao Sheng scoffed, "Childish." Noticing the bruise on Zhao Sheng's face, Huiyang remarked, "How pitiful. You got hurt just from a minor skirmish?" Zhao Sheng retorted, "Then why don't you give it a try?" Initially, Zhao Xing anticipated Huiyang would take him to a roadside stall for skewers, but instead, Huiyang led him through a maze of streets to an opulently decorated establishment. Seemingly quite expensive. What are we doing here? Zhao Xing inquired, puzzled. Huiyang grinned. Xiaoyu gave me a voucher as a mid-autumn festival gift from the company. It'll expire if I don't use it. He wore a goofy smile. With such a large corporation as Rich Sun Group, why not just distribute more cash during the holidays instead of these trivial gifts? It's no wonder their company has grown so prosperous. They are always calculating. However, it must be noted that if it were up to Huiyang to spend his own money, he would never choose such a place. The voucher included a dozen beers, a fruit platter, and 2 servings of snacks, which, if consumed sparingly, could provide enjoyment for 2 hours. Hearing the music emanating from the private room, Huiyang questioned. Zhao Sheng, after working so hard for a month, earning just a few thousand, how can a place like this drain so much money in a single night? How do these people make their fortunes? Zhao Xing shot him a glance. If you ask me, who should I inquire? Huiyang chuckled. I won't have the chance. But you could try to charm a wealthy woman and bring me along for a few days of luxury. As soon as the words left his lips, a throng of youthful lads approached, each adorned with slicked hair and delicate features, exuding an overpowering scent of cologne. Zhao Sheng and Huiyang pressed against the wall, allowing them to pass. In stark contrast, I pondered the challenges of your profession. Every field presents its own difficulties, Huiyang murmured. I cannot utter rustic love confessions. No wealthy woman is enamored with me, Zhao Xing jested. Upon entering the private room, Huiyang eagerly seized the microphone, enthusiastically selecting 17 or 18 songs. Despite the presence of only 2 individuals, there was no competition for his attention. Zhao Sheng retrieved a tissue, fashioned it into 2 small balls, and stuffed them into his ears. After a brief prelude, an atrocious singing voice erupted, reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. In the distant east flows a river, known as the Yangtze. In the distant east flows a stream, known as the Yellow River. Oh, dragon, you are 2 years behind, eternally 2 years behind. What man sings so poorly? Xiaoyu furrowed her brows, critiquing. Perhaps he harbors some sorrow, Lin Mushi replied with a bittersweet smile. As they traversed the corridor, they were met with the jarring sounds of a voice from a nearby room. Some individuals, devoid of any musical talent, shamelessly belted out tunes, not for accolades, but merely as an emotional release. Xiaoyu had nearly succumbed to sleep when Lin Mushi's phone call roused her. Xiaoyu, I've experienced heartbreak, she wept. But, miss, when have you ever been in love? Xiaoyu questioned, leaving Lin Mushi at a loss for words. The confession felt somewhat shameful. Her unreciprocated affections had persisted for 2 months, ultimately rendering her a jester. Moreover, Xiaoyu was friends with Yu Chonghua, which could lead to future awkwardness. With her heart heavy, Lin Mushi sought solace in song, dragging Xiaoyu along for a night of revelry. Xiaoyu produced a consumption voucher for the waiter, lamenting to Lin Mushi, your brother is becoming increasingly stingy. Even the mid-autumn festival voucher has diminished in value. Lin Mushi remained silent, raising her glass and downing a generous gulp of ice-cold beer. Tears streamed down her face as memories of a boy's kiss resurfaced. Mushi, what has transpired to wound you so deeply? Xiaoyu inquired, her heart aching for her friend. After half a year of camaraderie, this was the first time she witnessed Lin Mushi in such a fragile state, as delicate as a taut string poised to snap. Do not inquire further. Let us share a drink, Lin Mushi insisted, thrusting her glass into Xiaoyu's hands, clinking their glasses before downing the contents in one go. Her intentions were clear. She sought inebriation. Do not merely drink. Why not sing a song? Xiaoyu gently urged. Very well. I've learned an old tune to sing for you, Lin Mushi replied, forcing a faint, sorrowful smile. I have yet to truly savor the atmosphere of snowflakes blooming. Together, we tremble, gaining a deeper understanding of tenderness. Sometimes, I believe all things have an end. Gatherings and farewells occur in due time. Nothing remains eternal. 2 months prior, Lin Mushi had sat in a CAF, awaiting Yu Chonghua, listening to this very song. The mournful melody and ethereal voice etched themselves into her mind. The red bean symbolizes longing. What began as a seemingly romantic inception unexpectedly culminated in sorrow. As she sang, Lin Mushi choked on her words, ultimately breaking down into tears. Perhaps it was her first experience of genuine emotion. Lacking experience and holding nothing back, she ended up deeply wounded. Xiaoyu comforted her, don't be sad. He is not worthy of you. No matter who he is, He is a scoundrel. I wish I could find someone to give him a good thrashing. Chapter 54. A swift resolution. I treated him so well. I humbled myself so much. Why does he still not like me? Even if he doesn't fancy me. We could at least be friends. Why must he be so harsh? Lin Mushy lamented. What have I done wrong? Naturally poor at handling alcohol. She sought intoxication and soon transformed into a distraught figure. She clung to Xiaoyu, crying and wailing, pouring out her pent-up sadness and grievances. The beer she consumed flowed forth as tears. All right, this scoundrel is unworthy of your tears. The next one will surely be more handsome, Xiaoyu reassured her gently. Perhaps exhausted from crying, Lin Mushy nestled into Xiaoyu's embrace, her eyes fluttering closed in a semi-conscious state, her exquisite cheeks marked by streaks of tears. The phone on the tea table rang, and Xiaoyu promptly answered, whispering, "We're in room 999. Shortly thereafter, the door swung open, revealing a middle-aged man in his 50s. With a square face, sharp brows, and slightly graying hair, his countenance exuded an air of stern authority. Chairman, Xiaoyu greeted timidly, nearly overwhelmed by his formidable presence. Concerned for Lin Mushy in her inebriated state, Xiaoyu felt compelled to inform her father, Lin Zhongfu, the head of the Fushuan group. Naturally, as a mere minor player, Xiaoyu lacked the chairman's direct contact information, resorting instead to Lin Mushy's phone. Dear daughter, please wake up and come home with your father. Lin Zhongfu's gaze softened with affection as he looked at Lin Mushy. Slowly, she opened her eyes and cried out, rushing into her father's embrace. Daddy. Lin Zhongfu gently patted her back. There, do not be sad. No matter how great the challenges you face, your father will always be your strongest support. Xiaoyu assisted Lin Zhongfu in helping the inebriated Lin Mushy to leave. As they stepped outside, a driver hurriedly approached. Thank you. Please head back and rest early. Lin Zhongfu expressed his gratitude to Xiaoyu. Chairman, take care, Xiaoyu murmured, lowering her head. It was only when the sleek black Maybach vanished into the traffic that she lifted her head, letting out a long sigh. Engaging with the affluent brought immense pressure. Perhaps she would never ride in such luxury, yet it did not hinder her from living joyfully. Humming a tune, Xiaoyu attempted to call Huiyang, but was met with silence. That scoundrel, off gallivanting again. He'll be begging for forgiveness later, she muttered. The following morning, Lin Mushy awoke from her slumber, still weighed down by the fatigue of a hangover. Opening her eyes in a state of bewilderment, she stared for quite some time until the sight of her high school graduation photo on the desk jolted her into the realization that she was in her bedroom. Since the last quarrel with her brothers, which had led her to leave home in a fit of anger, this was her first return. Pushing open the door, she found her father seated at the dining table downstairs, enjoying breakfast. Lin Zhongfu, engrossed in his phone, looked up with a warm smile upon hearing the noise and said, Awake? Freshen up and come down for breakfast. Seeing the streaks of white in her father's hair, Lin Musher felt a pang of regret. She had been quite willful. Even during the Mid-Autumn Festival, she had merely called, using work as an excuse, and hadn't returned to see her parents. Yet, her father had not complained. Instead, he had personally come to retrieve her from a drunken stupor. Beyond love, familial bonds are equally worthy of cherishing. After washing her face and changing her clothes, Lin Musher joined her father at the table. An aunt promptly served her a steaming breakfast, freshly prepared to her taste. Dad, how have you been lately? She inquired, feeling a sense of guilt. All is well, except for a case of longing for my dear daughter, Lin Zhongfu jested. Dad, I was in the wrong for arguing with you, Lin Musher admitted, filled with remorse. There were faults on my part as well. I was too rigid in my lectures and failed to respect your dreams, Lin Zhongfu sighed, sincerely apologizing to his daughter. This struck a chord in Lin Musher, causing tears to well up once more. Her father quickly wiped her tears away, uttering comforting words filled with affection. The bond between father and daughter, thicker than blood, rendered their prior conflicts insignificant in an instant. Musher, when faced with such significant challenges, why didn't you come to your father for help? Lin Zhongfu shifted the conversation. Dad, you already know? Lin Musher responded with uncertainty. How could you possibly hide this from me? This afternoon, I will arrange for an investment for you. If you wish to pursue it, do so wholeheartedly and produce remarkable results, he stated nonchalantly, as if money were of little consequence. Weren't you always opposed to this? You said it was highly likely to incur losses. For my daughter's dreams, spending a little money is inconsequential. What is wealth compared to my willingness? With her father's support, Lin Mushi was both astonished and elated. All her financial difficulties seemed to dissipate. She could now fully unleash her creativity and boldly pursue her cinematic visions. Yet, a thorn pricked her heart, causing a subtle ache. You can squander money freely. Even if the investment fails, you can always return home and charm your father, were the words spoken by Yu Changhua the previous night. Though harsh, they bore an undeniable truth. Lin Mushi's privileged background had afforded her numerous advantages, despite her innate kindness and approachability. There remained many aspects where she struggled to empathize with those from truly humble beginnings. Ahua, are we truly inhabitants of two different worlds? Lin Zhongfu kept his promise. And the investment funds arrived the very day. The entire animation studio rejoiced as though it were a festival, each individual brimming with enthusiasm. Lin Mushi was certainly pleased. Yet a part of her heart felt emptiness. It resembled the vacant easel in the southeast corner of the office, or the wilting jasmine on the windowsill, leaving only bare green leaves behind. Like the painting of youth's journey hanging on the wall of a rented room, it felt utterly vacant, devoid of any youth. In order to facilitate her work, Lin Mushi had not returned home, continuing to reside in the confines of this cramped rental. Each day, she adhered to a monotonous routine of early departures and late returns. Observing the hand-drawn sketches transform into fluid animations on her computer, she could not help but notice the artist had seemingly vanished, leaving no trace behind. Several times, Lin Mushi contemplated using work as an excuse to call him. She retrieved his phone number, her finger hovering indecisively over the screen, unable to press the dial button. Driving past the Miracle Gym, an impulse would strike her to check if he was there. Even while savoring her favorite salty milk tea, images of his furrowed brow invaded her mind. How useless am I? Lin Mushi lamented, her head resting despondently on the table. He has been so heartless. Why can't I help but think of him? Then it struck her. There seemed to be a place where she could catch a glimpse of him. Grasping her phone, she searched for information on the boxing match. The finals were scheduled for the evening of October 11th at 8 o'clock, featuring this year's strongest contender challenging the reigning champion. Lin Mushi murmured to herself, I have no other wish than to steal a glance at him. Chapter 55. Until we meet again in the third match, during the third round. Zhao Sheng landed a powerful punch squarely on his opponent's face. He had triumphed. Su Jimei leapt up, shrieking with excitement, while Su Wentao clapped fervently, equally exhilarated. In the audience, the crowd roared as if their very lives depended on the battle unfolding within the octagonal cage. The host, microphone in hand, bellowed, Our strongest boxer of the year has emerged. On October 11th, just 3 days from now, he will face the previous champion. Stay tuned. Perhaps it was an unwavering belief that propelled Zhao Sheng through 3 consecutive victories, allowing him to rise above the competition. Now, only one final challenge remained. Zhao Sheng's mind was a blank slate as he surveyed the sea of ecstatic faces surrounding him. It was as if he had lost his hearing. He could see their lips moving, but could not comprehend their words. A singular thought echoed in his mind. I cannot bear to lose Xiaolan. After tending to his wounds, he received a call from Xiaolan. Brother, you are incredible. I want to see you. Zhao Sheng replied, Wait for me. I will return shortly. Upon arriving back at the hospital, the night had deepened. Xiaolan was brimming with excitement, unable to sleep. Her bright eyes staring vacantly at the ceiling. She was growing increasingly frail, visibly losing weight each day. Hearing the door open, Xiaolan quickly propped herself up. Brother. Zhao Sheng rushed to her bedside. Xiaolan, why did you call me over so late? Without responding, Xiaolan gently caressed her brother's cheek. You're hurt. Does it hurt? Zhao Sheng shook his head. Just a superficial injury. It's nothing to worry about. Tears welled in Xiaolan's eyes. It's all my fault. I've made you endure this pain. Silly girl, don't say such things. I would do anything for you. Brother, I'm so scared. I fear I may never see you again. Zhao Sheng comforted Xiaolan for a while until she finally drifted into a light sleep. Her small hand tightly clutching his, fearful he might disappear. Zhang Suqin informed Zhao Sheng that Dr. Chen had come during the day to confirm the date of the surgery. 3 days later, on October 11th, coinciding with the day of my competition, Zhao Sheng exclaimed in astonishment. That day was the Double Ninth Festival, and she had originally asked me to prepare chrysanthemum cakes for her. Zhang Suqin sighed. Has Xiaolan gone out these past few days? Zhao Sheng gazed at the serene, sleeping face of Xiaolan. She went to the 6th floor once more and did not allow me to listen, as if bidding farewell to that boy. As Zhang Suqin spoke, her eyes grew red. Nowadays, Xiao Lan resembles a flickering candle in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. She is terrified of the surgery, afraid of lying on the cold operating table and never waking up again. Yet, upon meeting Zhao Sheng's hopeful gaze, she suppresses this fear with great effort. My brother has sacrificed so much. I must be brave for him. In the following 2 days, apart from training, Zhao Sheng spent every moment by Xiao Lan's side. He strived to avoid thoughts of anything else, refusing to contemplate the worst outcome. On the eve of the competition, Zhao Sheng returned to his rented room, weary, and lay on his bed, playing his favorite music. He scrolled through his chat history with Chasing Dream, the last conversation having taken place a week prior. Taking a deep breath, he began typing in the input box. Thank you for your encouragement and companionship all this time. To fund Xiao Lan's treatment, I signed up for the boxing match. Tomorrow is the final. Will you be able to cheer for me on site? Zhao Xing chose his words carefully, refraining from revealing his feelings of admiration. He had imagined countless times what Chasing Dream must look like. She should be a gentle and lovely girl, with features as picturesque as a painting. Her tenderness like flowing water. If she were seated in the audience, watching him, he would surely feel more confident. Lin Mushu concluded a day's work and dragged her weary body home. As soon as she entered, she received a message from Zhao Sheng. Upon reading its contents, she nearly gasped in surprise. Could there be such a coincidence? Regaining her composure, Lin Mushu quickly typed a reply. I know about that competition. You are this year's strongest newcomer, challenging the boxing champion tomorrow? Zhao Sheng. To cover Xiao Lan's medical expenses, I have no other choice. I fortuitously made it to the finals. Chasing Dream. If you defeat the champion, won't the prize money suffice for Xiao Lan's treatment? Zhao Sheng. A wealthy heir is secretly backing me, urging me to strike hard in the ring, ideally ending my opponent's career. I know this lacks honor, but my opponent is no saint either, and I truly need the money. Chasing Dream. Do you have time tomorrow? I have something important I wish to discuss with you in person. Zhao Sheng. Let us meet at 5 p.m. in the square of People's Park. I promise I won't stand you up again. Chasing Dream. Definitely. I look forward to it. Setting down her phone, Lin Mushu's heart was a tumultuous mess. She retrieved the video of the recent matches and discovered that the new boxer entering the finals was a handsome and sunny young man. So this was what Zhao Sheng looked like. The wealthy heir he mentioned must undoubtedly be Lin Jiejun. Although Yu Chenghua was heartless, Lin Mushu could not treat him with the same indifference. After all, the feud between him and Lin Jiejun was entirely for her sake. Lin Mushu resolved to meet Zhao Sheng tomorrow and persuade him to withdraw from the competition, at the very least not to agree to Lin Jiejun's sordid deal. If Zhao Sheng lacked the funds to facilitate Xiao Lan's surgery, she could extend a helping hand. After reconciling with her father, she found herself in a position of financial security. The thought crossed her mind, yet Lin Mushu felt a twinge of shame, fearing it might impinge upon another's dignity. Yu Qinghua's words echoed in her mind. How could a pampered young lady like you comprehend the struggles of the impoverished? For people like them, every penny is earned through toil, and sometimes even at the cost of their lives. That night, Lin Mushu found little peace in sleep. Each time she closed her eyes, visions of Yu Chenghua, suffering grievous injuries, invaded her thoughts. She awoke from nightmares, drenched in cold sweat, lamenting her own weakness and the persistent concern she harbored for him. Due to her restless night, Lin Mushu felt lethargic throughout the day, frequently glancing at her watch in anticipation of her afternoon meeting with Zhao Sheng. The empty easel was gazed upon with deep affection countless times. Finally, at 4:30, she rushed downstairs. Passing by a beverage shop where she impulsively purchased her favorite salted milk tea. One sip washed away her fatigue. The doves in the square cooed softly, and her gaze fell upon a distant bench where a couple sat intimately, their affection palpable. A wave of sorrowful memories engulfed her mind. Ahua, do you truly not harbor any feelings for me? Not at all. Not even a little. Not even the slightest. How could he be so heartless? Even a fabricated lie would suffice. Dejected, Lin Mushu approached, the milk tea in her mouth losing its flavor. The square bustled with passers-by. Yet she could not find Zhao Sheng. She took out her phone to call him. A mechanical voice responded. Sorry, the number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable. Please try again later. Confused, she tried again, receiving the same response. A sense of unease began to stir within her. It dawned on her that she had only called Zhao Sheng once before, on the day she moved into her rented apartment. Chapter 56. The world went awry. Lin Mushu found a secluded spot to sit and began to thoroughly review her chat history with Zhao Sheng. She noted that their conversations consistently occurred between 8 and midnight. Over the past 2 months, they had never communicated during the day. More precisely, every interaction with Zhao Sheng took place while she was in that modest rented room. Was this mere coincidence? Shaking her head, she dismissed the thought. Perhaps she was overthinking it. After all, everyone had worked during the day, and it was only at night that they had leisure to chat. She attempted to call him once more, but the line remained unreachable. I have arrived. Where are you? She sent the message, only for it to vanish into silence, unanswered. Just like before, something must be amiss. Lin Mushu remained in her spot until 6 o'clock, certain that Zhao Sheng would not be appearing. In the distance, several white doves fluttered, cooing softly. She had faith in Zhao Sheng's character. He would never casually stand her up. With a serious expression, Lin Mushu departed the square, traversed a long street, crossed a footbridge, and found herself standing beneath the inpatient building of the central hospital. Visiting the patient, she deliberately purchased a bouquet of carnations. Upon entering the lobby, a cool breeze greeted her. In Zhao Sheng's notebook, it was mentioned that Xiaolan resided in room 709. Lin Mushu took the elevator to the 7th floor, following the corridor until she located the plaque for room 709. She gently knocked on the door. A weary middle-aged woman opened the door and inquired, "Hello, whom are you looking for?" Lin Mushu replied with a composed smile, "I have come to visit Xiaolan." The woman, her gaze filled with confusion, turned to ask her fellow patients, then shook her head, "I'm sorry, but you may have the wrong room. There is no one named Xiaolan here." A jolt of anxiety struck Lin Mushu's heart, yet she forced herself to remain calm. That cannot be. Xiaolan is a lovely 17-year-old girl. The woman opened the door wide, saying, "There truly isn't anyone. Feel free to see for yourself." Lin Mushu leaned in slightly, scanning the room. It was an ordinary 3-bed ward, and the patients were all rather aged. Indeed, there was no youthful maiden of 17. A large question mark loomed in her mind. She apologized for the disturbance and turned to the nurses' station. 2 young nurses were on duty, engaged in a lively conversation that elicited their melodious laughter. "Excuse me, may I inquire if there has been a patient named Xiaolan in room 709? Lin Mushu asked politely. "Do you have a specific name?" One of the nurses queried. "I'm afraid I only know her as Xiaolan, 17 years old. With an older brother who has been caring for her," Lin Mushu added. The young nurse checked the records and shook her head at Lin Mushu. "There hasn't been a young girl with Lan in her name in room 709 for nearly 2 months. Unwilling to concede, Lin Mushu found a boxing match video on her phone, pointing to the victorious young man. "This is her brother. Have you seen him?" The 2 nurses exchanged glances and replied in unison, "We haven't seen him." The question mark in Lin Mushu's mind grew ever larger. Could it be that Zhao Sheng had been fabricating a sorrowful tale merely to elicit a few tears from her? Impossible. Who would possess such idle time? There must be some crucial information yet undiscovered, or perhaps the world had shifted. Descending from the 7th floor, Lin Mushu found a random seat in the lobby and opened her handbag. She had arranged to meet Zhao Sheng today, naturally bringing along the black-covered notebook, intending to return it to him. Flipping open the cover, she noticed a simple sketch of an orchid, drawn with a few strokes, yet exuding an air of elegance. As Lin Mushu read through the pages, although the daily entries were brief, each word resonated with the profound affection of a brother for his sister. Beside her, a window allowed a gentle breeze to carry the faint scent of flowers. Unbeknownst to her, she immersed herself in Zhao Sheng's experiences, seemingly enduring the anguish of a sister afflicted by a dire illness. How had Zhao Sheng navigated these past 6 months? Her intuition told her that this story must hold a kernel of truth. Xiaoyu was right. There are brothers in this world who cherish their sisters more than their own lives. Yet why could she not locate him? Had she perhaps come to the wrong hospital? Lin Mushu dialed Zhao Sheng's number once more, but the outcome remained unchanged. She dejectedly set down her phone, her gaze drifting to the trees and flowers outside the window, a wave of inexplicable melancholy rising within her. The sun gradually descended, and the night was on the verge of enveloping the world. Lin Mushu had no choice but to temporarily set aside her doubts and return to watch the live broadcast of the boxing match, cheering for Yu Qinghua from a place where he could not see her. On the double ninth festival, the flower bed at the hospital was adorned with golden autumn chrysanthemums. Today marked the day of Xiaolan's surgery, and she had spent the previous night in a state of nervousness, unable to sleep. At noon, Zhao Sheng had fed her some porridge. Her eyes remained wide open as she held her brother's hand, chattering incessantly. It was only after taking her medication at 3 o'clock that she finally succumbed to drowsiness. At 4:30, Zhao Sheng turned to Zhang Suqin and said, "Andy, I'll step out for a moment. I'll be back shortly. Call me if anything comes up." Zhang Suqin cautioned, "You must return quickly. I fear she will wake and cry if she doesn't see you." Zhao Sheng felt a pang in his heart, nodded silently, and turned to exit the ward. He crossed a footbridge and traversed a long street, arriving at the square in front of the People's Park. White doves of peace fluttered about, cooing softly. The square bustled with activity, filled with numerous beautiful young women. Which one could possibly be her? Zhao Xing took out his phone and dialed Dream Chaser's number. A mechanical voice responded, "Sorry, the number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable. Please try again later." The scenario mirrored his earlier visit when he accompanied Xiaolan back to school, seeking Dream Chaser at the rental apartment. "Am I too early?" Zhao Xing mused to himself. A glance at the time revealed it was just past 4:50. Dream Chaser, so gentle and kind, surely would not stand him up. She must be on her way. Comforting himself, he found a secluded spot to sit. Bored, he revisited their chat history, reading through the warm words once more. Gradually, he felt a sense of tranquility wash over him, easing his anxiety about Xiaolan's impending surgery and his own upcoming match. Before he realized it, the clock struck 5:10. The girl he had been thinking of still had not appeared. Zhao Sheng began to feel uneasy, dialing her number again, only to be met with that infuriating mechanical voice once more. He typed hurriedly, "I've arrived. Where are you?" After sending the message, it fell into silence, unanswered. At 5:30, the sunset blazed red, and Zhao Sheng understood he could wait no longer. Xiaolan would soon awaken. His third attempt to reach her had once again ended in failure. The words of Zhang Banzian echoed in his ears. "Your fate is not yet fulfilled." But how long must one wait for fate? Would he ever have the chance to see her again? Chapter 57. Why aren't you smiling? Zhao Sheng hurriedly returned to the hospital, reaching the door of the ward and hearing Xiaolan's voice. Tao Wenju, having learned of her surgery that day, had taken a 2-hour leave after class to come and keep her company. "Aju, I feel incredibly happy to have you as a friend in this lifetime. I specifically called you here to say goodbye, as this might be our last meeting. Please convey my best wishes to all my friends at school. I hope they all get into their dream universities." Aju wept inconsolably. "Xiaolan, do not speak such foolishness. You will recover." Zhao Xing stood outside the door. Leaning against the wall, his heart gripped tightly as if by some unseen hand. He yearned to shed tears, yet he could only suppress his emotions vehemently, for he felt he had no right to be weak. Once Xiaolan had finished her explanations and her emotions had settled somewhat, Zhao Xing gently pushed the door open. "Brother, where have you been?" Xiaolan immediately donned a cheerful facade. "I couldn't find any chrysanthemum cake, so I brought you some red bean cake. But you can't eat it now." Zhao Xing placed a paper-wrapped package on the bedside. Dr. Chun had advised against eating anything before the surgery. "This red bean cake may not be consumed until tomorrow." "Aju, it's time to go back. Don't delay your evening study." Xiaolan urged Tao Wenju to leave. "I'll stay with you. I'll leave only when you enter the operating room." Aju replied reluctantly. "It's all right. Your presence here, crying and wailing, is rather sorrowful." Xiaolan waved her hand dismissively. Aju's freshly wiped tears surged anew. She opened her arms and gently embraced Xiaolan, hoping to impart courage and strength through this gesture. "Xiaolan, I'm leaving now. Goodbye." Aju, filled with reluctance, turned back 3 times before finally steeling herself to open the door and rush out. The sound of her sobs echoed down the corridor, gradually fading away. Zhao Sheng felt an overwhelming sadness, stroking Xiaolan's hair gently. "Sister, by allowing you to undergo surgery, am I forcing you into something you do not wish to do?" Xiaolan shook her head. "No, I am willing." Zhao Sheng choked on his words. "I know I am stubborn, but until the very last moment, I cannot abandon you." Xiaolan reached out and embraced her brother. "I understand. Even though life is so arduous, we must not lose our courage. Brother, remember my words." The siblings held each other tightly, remaining silent for a long while, as if communicating in an unspoken manner. The setting sun poured through the window, casting a golden halo around their silhouettes. Su Wentao and his daughter arrived, standing beside Zhang Suqin, hesitant to make a sound. The atmosphere of sorrow enveloped everyone, spreading like a creeping vine in their hearts. Noticing the arrival of others, Xiaolan gently released Zhao Sheng. "Brother, do not be so sorrowful. Tell us a joke?" Zhao Sheng gritted his teeth, his chin trembling slightly, shaking his head repeatedly. At such a moment, how could one find the heart to share a jest? "Cheer up," Smile a little, and I shall tell you one, Xiaolon said, reaching beneath her pillow to retrieve a small notebook. When she found herself bored while playing on her phone, she would jot down amusing anecdotes to share with her brother or friends. Due to her frail condition, the handwriting was uneven, with many words only recognizable to her. One day, while Bald Chong was away, Bear Big and Bear Two invited their friends over for hot pot. The animals were all busy preparing firewood or ingredients. Except for King Gigi, who had nothing to do. Bear Big, frustrated, handed a basket of coal to King Gigi, saying, "You carry the coal," after laboriously reading this lengthy passage. Xiaolon gasped for breath, tiny beads of sweat forming at her nostrils. She looked up to find everyone gazing at her with tear-filled eyes. "Why aren't you all laughing?" Su Jimei was the first to crack, tightly covering her mouth as she let out muffled sobs. Zhang Suqin wept softly, dabbing her tears with a tissue. Xiaolon flipped through her notebook, her tone urgent. "If you're not laughing, it must be because I haven't told the story well enough. Let me find something funnier." Zhao Sheng grasped his sister's hand firmly. "Xiaolon, that's enough. Don't tire yourself out." Xiaolon managed a faint smile. "Brother, you must remember. No matter what happens, always remember to smile." Zhao Sheng nodded vigorously, managing to hold back his tears. Two nurses entered, reminding them that the surgery time had arrived. Xiaolan's frail body trembled slightly. A fleeting look of terror crossed her face. "It will be fine. Just take a nap, and when you wake up, I will be back," Zhao Sheng reassured her. Xiaolon gazed at her brother's face, reluctant to blink. She clutched the sheets tightly, battling against her fear. 10 minutes later, the nurses wheeled Xiaolon towards the operating room, and everyone accompanied her to the door. Just as she was about to enter, Xiaolon suddenly reached out and shouted, "Brother!" Zhao Sheng rushed forward, grasping her hand. "What is it?" Xiaolon paused for a moment before gently releasing her grip. "It's nothing. Just stay strong." Zhao Sheng was choked with emotion, nodding fervently. It was only when the door to the operating room closed that his tears burst forth uncontrollably. The 24-year-old man curled up on the floor, crying hoarsely. The merciless hand of fate can easily shatter even the strongest heart. After Zhao Sheng had released his sorrow, Su Wentao approached him. "Brother, it's time for us to go." Zhao Sheng hastily wiped away his tears, standing up to Zhang Suqin. "Auntie, I leave Xiaolon in your care. Huiyang will come by after work." Zhang Suqin, with tears in her eyes, said, "Child, the sooner you go, the sooner you will return. Everything will turn out well." Zhao Sheng looked at everyone. "Do you think there will be a miracle?" The crowd fell silent. No one dared to answer. Even comforting lies seemed too risky to promise at such a moment. "Let us go." Zhao Sheng waved to Su Wentao and Su Jimei. One was heading to the operating table, the other to the boxing ring. The siblings each had their own mission. In the car, the atmosphere remained heavy with sorrow. Zhao Sheng clutched several sheets of paper, rereading them countless times. They contained detailed information about the champion he was to challenge that night. To know oneself and one's opponent is to ensure victory in battle. Zhao Sheng's mind wrestled with a tumult of emotions. If he could indeed defeat his opponent, should he agree to that dishonorable deal? He was already deeply in debt. In order to gather funds for Xiaolan's surgery, he had exhausted all his connections and even taken out loans. The pressures of reality gradually eroded the goodness within him. Noticing Zhao Sheng's hesitation, Su Wentao offered reassurance. "If you find it difficult, you can refuse. The champion's prize money is substantial." Zhao Sheng gripped the sheets tightly, resolutely declaring, "He is nothing but a scoundrel. Whatever tragic fate befalls him, he has brought upon himself." The champion in the dossier was named Lu Qiulong. Once merely a poor migrant worker, he had fortuitously encountered the world of free fighting, revealing extraordinary talent. Through boxing, he had completely transformed his destiny, amassing a fortune. Simultaneously, it reveals the true nature of a scoundrel who callously abandons his wife and child to indulge in a life of debauchery. Lu Qiulong's ex-wife is Lu Chunfeng. Even threats of suicide from the rooftop could not compel him to part with money to save their son. Chapter 58. A fight to the death. Lu Qiulong once transformed his fate through boxing, yet fell into a mire of alcoholism and gambling. He led a life of excess until his 30s, when his physical prowess waned, marking the decline of his career. His victory as a champion 2 years prior seemed to be his last moment of glory. As his income dwindled, maintaining a lavish lifestyle became untenable, forcing Lu Qiulong to accrue debts and subsequently sink deeper into despair. Among his creditors was a wealthy heir who, after repeated failed attempts to collect his dues, resolved to eliminate Lu Qiulong in a fit of rage. Zhaoxing personally rescued Lu Chunfeng from the rooftop, harboring a profound disdain for someone like Lu Qiulong, who forsakes family. Since fate has conspired to bring them together in the finals, perhaps it is destiny's way of enacting retribution against the scoundrel through Zhaoxing's hands. In the locker room, Su Wentao fitted Zhaoxing with protective gear. Stay focused. Do not dwell on anything but defeating your opponent. We must hurry back to welcome Xiaolan from the operating room. The mention of Xiaolan's name fortified Zhaoxing's resolve. Once he stepped into the octagon, it became a battle of life and death. I cannot afford to lose this match. Your only fate is to fall beneath my fists. With determined strides, Zhaoxing exited the locker room, traversing the long corridor toward the arena. He shed his previously genteel demeanor, transforming into a fierce beast. Regardless of the opponent's strength, he would tear them to shreds. From the audience, a cacophony of cheers and whistles erupted. The host, microphone in hand, passionately recounted the illustrious achievements of champion Lu Qiulong. In terms of record, fame, and experience, Lu Qiulong far surpassed Zhaoxing, whose sole advantage lay in his youth. Numerous fans in the audience brandished banners and signs, rallying in support of Lu Qiulong, alongside detractors who jeered with derisive remarks. A boxer is not like wine. Age does not enhance value. He is in his 30s, nearly needing a cane to walk. What does he think he is doing in the ring? I'm rooting for the newcomer. Look at those muscles. One punch could fell an ox. Zhaoxing, barefoot, stepped into the octagon, locking eyes with his opponent. Lu Qiulong, a formidable figure with a piercing gaze and a torso adorned with scars, was clearly a seasoned veteran. Under the referee's guidance, the two exchanged a respectful fist bump before retreating to their corners. At that moment, the entire venue erupted in fervor, with countless combat enthusiasts eagerly anticipating the ensuing clash through live broadcasts. With a ringing bell, the match commenced with precision. The two fighters swiftly found their rhythm. Moving with agility, Lu Qiulong struck first with two punches, which Zhaoxing deftly avoided. In response, he delivered an elbow strike, which was effortlessly countered. Experienced spectators could easily discern that Lu Qiulong was testing Zhaoxing's strength. Hit him. Strike. The audience was electrified, even more animated than the fighters themselves. Lu Qiulong cast a provocative glance, suddenly swinging his fist to launch a swift attack at Zhaoxing's ribs. Zhaoxing had no time to dodge, and instead, he braced himself to absorb two punches while simultaneously delivering an uppercut aimed directly at his opponent's chin. The two fighters swiftly separated, each recalibrating their stance. This method of inflicting harm while sustaining damage was undoubtedly the audience's favorite. Cheers erupted around them, swelling in intensity. Lu Qiulong, with his robust physique, felt no pain from the recent uppercut, while Zhaoxing's side throbbed slightly. Suddenly, Lu Qiulong charged like a bull, leveraging his size to corner Zhaoxing, gripping his neck and unleashing a flurry of knee strikes. Zhaoxing, overwhelmed, desperately shielded his head, striving to escape Lu Qiulong's grasp. Lu Qiulong quickly adapted his strategy, landing an elbow strike that accurately impacted Zhaoxing's left cheek. Zhaoxing saw stars, yet retaliated with a punch that struck Lu Qiulong's eye. They briefly parted, both sporting bruises. Zhaoxing felt warm liquid trickling down his cheek, his vision momentarily blurred. Lu Qiulong showed no signs of mercy, pouncing once more with ferocity. The two became entangled, the match intensifying. Xiao Mei anxiously grasped Su Wentao's arm, exclaiming, "Dad, this guy is formidable." Su Wentao remained composed, responding, "Given his numerous championships, he certainly possesses skill." He had anticipated this outcome. In the first round, Zhaoxing, due to his size and experience disadvantages, was bound to struggle. However, if he could withstand Lu Qiulong's onslaught and endure to the later rounds, his youth would become increasingly advantageous. After all, Lu Qiulong was in his 30s, and his stamina could not rival that of a younger opponent. 5 minutes in a round passed swiftly for the audience, yet on the stage, each second felt like an eternity. The fighters transitioned from standing to grappling on the ground, employing limbs to restrain one another until the bell finally rang to signal the end of the round. The referee promptly separated them, directing each back to their respective corners. Zhaoxing's face was flushed, and he gasped for breath. Su Wentao rushed to him, wiping away blood and easing his muscles. "How are you holding up? Have you figured out his strategy?" Zhaoxing spat out his mouthguard, replying with a muffled acknowledgement. Meanwhile, Lu Qiulong continued his antics, deliberately provoking Zhao Sheng. Do not engage with him. Remain calm and keep your rhythm, Su Wentao advised. The championship match consisted of 5 rounds, and if all went according to plan, Lu Qiulong would tire and slow his offensive pace after the 3rd round. Zhao Sheng's current mission was simply to survive the first 3 rounds. After a minute, the 2nd round commenced. This time, Zhao Sheng opted not to meet force with force, but to engage Lu Qiulong in grappling techniques. He aimed to exhaust his opponent's stamina while buying time. Lu Qiulong, with his extensive competition experience, was acutely aware of Zhao Sheng's intentions and continuously sought an opportunity to secure a decisive victory. In a perilous moment, Lu Qiulong locked onto Zhao Sheng from behind, executing his signature move, the headlock throw. Had Zhao Sheng been slammed to the ground, he would have likely suffered a broken neck, rendering him incapable of continuing the match. Fortunately, in a critical instant, Zhao Sheng delivered a sharp elbow strike to Lu Qiulong's nose. Both men crashed to the ground, narrowly escaping disaster. The audience below was so tense that they could hardly breathe, momentarily forgetting to cheer. The arena reverberated with the sound of flesh meeting flesh. Perhaps this is the allure of boxing. As the 3rd round drew to a close, the scales of victory began to tilt in Zhao Sheng's favor. By this point, he was battered and bruised, blood trickling from his brow and obscuring his vision. He was on the brink of collapse. You must win. Is that task to be undertaken? Su Wentao inquired during a brief respite. Zhao Sheng gazed at Lu Qiulong with a complex expression, remaining silent. A familiar melody echoed in his mind, contemplating whether to shed the heavy burdens he carried and seek the elusive blue skies. With the gentle breeze, he felt himself float lightly, the pain of his injuries fading away. I will climb step by step, patiently awaiting the sunlight to gaze upon its face. The small heavens harbor great dreams, and the weighty shell envelopes a gentle longing. Xiaolon, hold on, wait for me. I shall return shortly. Chapter 59. The moment of decision as anticipated. In the 4th round, Lu Qiulong's punching rhythm noticeably faltered. The fierce assaults of the previous rounds had depleted much of his stamina. Sensing the metallic tang of blood on his cheeks, Zhao Sheng's gaze grew increasingly fierce. Upon entering the octagonal cage, they became like feral beasts devoid of humanity, driven solely by the intent to tear each other apart. Zhao Sheng leaped and landed a solid punch to Lu Qiulong's face, and they both fell to the ground, igniting a fierce ground battle. Lu Qiulong found himself at a disadvantage, allowing Zhao Sheng to seize his left arm. A piercing pain shot through him, but he could not vocalize his agony due to his mouthguard, his expression contorted in excruciating torment. He wrapped his legs around Zhao Sheng's waist, exerting all his strength to force Zhao Sheng to release his grip. Yet, in a swift movement, his right leg was ensnared once more. They found themselves in a brief stalemate, both faces flushed, muscles taut, sweat cascading down their skin like rain. The audience, both in the stands and watching on screens, erupted with excitement. I underestimated this pretty boy. Making it to the finals truly demonstrates his prowess. Time is unforgiving. And seeing Lu Qiulong in such disarray during the 4th round, the next round seemed destined for his defeat. Victory or loss mattered little. What was essential was the spectacle of the fight, deeming the ticket worth the purchase. Su Jimei watched Zhao Sheng intently, silently offering prayers for him. Su Wentao wore a grave expression, calculating the unfolding plan. Could Zhao Sheng, now resembling a wild beast, still adhere to the principles of kindness and integrity? After 20 seconds of grappling, Lu Qiulong finally elbowed Zhao Sheng's back, managing to unlock himself with great effort. He rose unsteadily, the intense pain in his right leg causing his steps to falter. Zhao Sheng would not afford Lu Qiulong another opportunity to retaliate. He executed a low attack, seizing Lu Qiulong's left ankle, firmly trapping it between his legs. Lu Qiulong relentlessly struck Zhao Sheng with his injured right leg, stubbornly refusing to let go. If this continued, it was highly likely that Lu Qiulong's joints would dislocate. However, due to the profuse sweat both fighters had shed, it was akin to adding a layer of lubrication. Amidst Lu Qiulong's desperate resistance, Zhao Sheng's grip faltered, allowing Lu Qiulong to narrowly escape once more. Though he had not succeeded in subduing his opponent with a single move, it was evident to the discerning eye who was in control of the rhythm. Despite having injured both feet, Lu Qiulong showed no sign of cowardice. Instead, he appeared invigorated. Like an enraged lion, he swung his somewhat erratic fists and lunged toward Zhao Sheng. Within the octagonal cage, there was no path of retreat. One could either be knocked down or concede. The honor of being a champion left him with no choice but to engage in a true fight for survival. This scene bore a certain tragic grandeur. The two continued to clash with all their might for another 2 minutes until Zhao Sheng found an opportunity to pin Lu Qiulong against the ropes, locking his right arm from behind with a vice-like grip. The contortion of that arm was painful for the audience to behold. Lu Qiulong struggled fiercely, emitting muffled cries of despair. Given his current state of exhaustion, the likelihood of escaping such a precarious hold was nearly non-existent. If this stalemate persisted, his arm would surely break. Yet, he still refused to yield, continuing to fight valiantly. A flicker of surprise crossed Zhao Sheng's eyes. Why hadn't he simply surrendered? Each title of a champion was hard-won. Despite Lu Qiulong's questionable character, his professionalism was undoubtedly top-notch. The crisp sound of the bell sliced through the cacophony of the arena. The fourth round ended at a critical moment, saving Lu Qiulong's life. The referee separated the two fighters, guiding them back to their respective corners for respite. What now? This was the last opportunity. Su Wintao offered Zhao Sheng some water. I might not necessarily win against him. Who knows if he has any last tricks up his sleeve? Zhao Sheng seemed to be responding, or perhaps merely musing to himself. Believe in yourself. You can surely win, Su Wintao assured, expertly massaging Zhao Sheng's muscles. I understand. I will give it my all. Zhao Sheng's gaze remained composed. After the previous round, he had a solid grasp of his opponent's capabilities. The moment of decision had arrived. As the bell for the fifth round rang, both fighters returned to the center of the ring. The most tense and exhilarating moment of the evening had finally arrived. Lu Qiulong, fully aware that every passing second diminished his chances of victory, unleashed all his strength from the outset, aiming to swiftly end the match. Like a desperate gambler with everything on the line, he went all in. Zhao Sheng maintained his composure, steadily fortifying his position while attempting to evade his opponent's fierce strikes. When evasion proved impossible, he would trade blows with Lu Qiulong. He astutely noticed that Lu Qiulong's right fist lacked its usual agility, evidently a result of the injury sustained in the previous round. Striking at the weak point was key. By identifying his opponent's vulnerability, he could deliver a decisive blow. Taking a punch to the cheek, Zhao Sheng seized Lu Qiulong's right arm once more, forcefully pinning him to the ground and locking him down. Mercy towards one's adversary is merely cruelty towards oneself. This time, Zhao Sheng held nothing back, intent on twisting his opponent's arm until it broke. Lu Qiulong, like a lizard, sprawled on the ground, his body writhing in agony. The bell could save him once, but not a second time. Zhao Sheng's mind was entirely vacant. He no longer pondered anything. It seemed that defeating Lu Qiulong was the key to saving Xiaolan's life. Defeat was inevitable. It was time for a new champion to emerge. Lu Qiulong was aging, crushed beneath the waves of the younger generation. The outcome was determined, and to be honest, it was becoming rather tedious. The audience had lost faith in Lu Qiulong, convinced that his defeat was assured. Even Lu Qiulong's coach had lost confidence, signaling him to concede. Suddenly, a reversal occurred. Lu Qiulong spun around, raising his left fist to deliver a crushing blow to Zhao Sheng's face. Following that, he unleashed two consecutive left hooks that landed squarely on Zhao Sheng's chin. Zhao Sheng endured 3 solid punches, crashing heavily to the ground, blood gushing forth. No one anticipated that, despite being suppressed, Lu Qiulong would voluntarily break his own right arm and, from an astonishing angle, launch a counterattack with his left fist. Zhao Sheng, lacking experience, paid dearly for it. In the audience, witnessing this sudden and spectacular counter, everyone erupted with excitement. A champion is a champion. How could he be so easily vanquished? Dad. Su Jimei stood up in anxiety. This time, even Su Wintao could not remain seated, astonished by Lu Qiulong's indomitable spirit. As he revealed a hidden trump card, truly, like a lizard, he severed his own limb in a desperate bid for survival at the most perilous moment. Of course, such a method inflicted great harm upon himself. Lu Qiulong grimaced in pain, unable to launch another series of attacks. Zhao Sheng lay motionless on the ground for 5 or 6 seconds. Suddenly, he began to move, trembling as he pushed himself up, standing unsteadily as if a gust of wind could topple him once more. Blood streamed down his cheek, dripping onto the floor, splattering into crimson blossoms. What a jest! You possess fighting spirit, and so do I. Who can be easily defeated? In this match, I can only win, I cannot lose. I have a sister waiting for me in the hospital. What do you have? Chapter 60. What is your name? Lu Qiulong displayed an expression of disbelief. He never imagined that at the cost of breaking his own arm, he would manage to land 3 powerful punches that only knocked Zhao Xing down for 6 or 7 seconds. How could he still rise? What was his conviction? The excruciating pain from his severed arm, coupled with wounds across his body, nearly robbed Lu Qiulong of his fighting strength. Zhao Xing's condition was equally grim, his hands and legs trembling uncontrollably. Both were nearing their limits. At this juncture, victory or defeat hinged on a mere thought. The audience below collectively held their breath, fearful that even the slightest sound might shatter the brewing tension. The atmosphere within the venue felt as if it had solidified. Silence reigned, and the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Suddenly, Zhao Sheng's eyelids twitched violently, an overwhelming sense of unease surging within him. He knew he could not delay any longer and, limping, made his way toward Lu Qiulong. Lu Qiulong stood frozen in place, his body rigid and immobile, every wound on him throbbing with excruciating pain. Not only was it difficult to engage in combat, but even evading was a formidable challenge. Zhao Sheng wiped the blood from the corner of his eye and, summoning a final surge of strength from an unknown source, seized Lu Qiulong's arm, delivering a powerful punch to his face, and then locked his arms around his waist from behind. In one swift motion, Zhao Sheng lifted Lu Qiulong effortlessly over his head. Suspended in midair, lacking any point of leverage and weighed down by his injuries, Lu Qiulong could only submit to his opponent's will. Heavens, isn't this Lu Qiulong's signature move? An excited commentator exclaimed. Indeed, Zhao Sheng had turned the tables, employing Lu Qiulong's renowned technique against him. Should Lu Qiulong's head strike the ground with force, he stood a grave risk of fracturing his cervical or spinal vertebrae, potentially leading to severe aftereffects. It would render him incapable of boxing, let alone living a normal life. Witnessing this scene, the audience was struck with shock. Some covered their mouths tightly, as if they could already hear the sound of bones fracturing. Su Wintao stood up in anxiety. Was Zhao Xing truly going to proceed with this? Although Su Ji Mei had watched boxing matches since childhood, she was still a young girl, tightly closing her eyes, unable to bear to look further. In that moment, Zhao Sheng could distinctly hear the rhythm of his own heartbeat. If he slammed Lu Qiulong down with force, victory would be his, along with enough prize money to save Shaolin. Yet, committing such an act would mark him as the villain, staining his conscience with an indelible blemish. Though all fighters accept their fate upon entering the ring, and injuries are inevitable, there exists a chasm of difference between unintended harm and willful malice. In the heart-stopping final moment, Zhao Sheng heeded the call of his conscience. He slightly tilted his body, allowing Lu Qiulong's right shoulder to touch the ground, thus averting a critical injury. Nonetheless, Lu Qiulong was still unable to rise. After confirming the outcome, the referee raised Zhao Sheng's arm, declaring him the victor. With a resounding bang, fireworks erupted from every corner of the octagonal cage, showering the air with colorful confetti that drifted down like vibrant snowflakes. The audience rose in unison, their cheers swelling like the tide, each wave louder than the last. Su Ji Mei and Su Wintao embraced in a moment of jubilant celebration. Amidst the cheers, Zhao Xing stood in the octagonal cage, lifting his gaze slightly. Slowly turning in a circle, he began to experience a ringing in his ears, drowning out the audience's roars. In that moment, he felt as though he had merely offered his life in a performance. The title of champion was not a source of pride. Looking down at Lu Qiulong lying on the ground, he realized that today's adversary could very well be tomorrow's self. No one can win forever. Should one allow fame and fortune to cloud their judgment, the fleeting brilliance would inevitably give way to endless desolation. The host led Zhao Sheng to the podium, handing him the microphone. Congratulations on your victory today. Tell us proudly, what is your name? With an injured arm, Zhao Sheng accepted the microphone and spoke slowly. My surname is Yu, and my name is Yu Chenghua. The host exclaimed with fervor, congratulations to Yu Chenghua, our new boxing champion. As the words hung in the air, the crowd erupted in a deafening cheer, and the celebratory cannons fired in unison. Through the fluttering streamers, Zhao Sheng's gaze began to fade, as if he were transported back to his childhood. From the moment of his birth, 24 years ago, he entered the world as a child of an ordinary rural family. As dawn broke, his grandfather affectionately bestowed upon him the nickname Zhaoxing. However, due to the existence of alternative pronunciations for the character Zhao, it was subsequently altered to Zhaoxing. Initially, the family intended to name him Yu Zhaoxing, but upon reaching his first birthday, and during the traditional ceremony of grabbing the first object, he seized a paintbrush from a pile of treasures. His grandfather's eyes sparkled with delight, leading him to formally name the child Yu Qinghua, in accordance with the family lineage. Yet, this name proved too elegant and cumbersome for daily use, and the family continued to affectionately call him Zhaoxing. At the age of 7, Zhaoxing welcomed a younger sister, who was named Yu Qinglan, following the pattern established by Yu Chenghua. From a tender age, Zhaoxing exhibited extraordinary artistic talent, but his impoverished family could not afford to nurture his aspirations in an art academy. He was remarkably understanding and never voiced his dream of becoming an artist. When asked about his future ambitions, he would respond that he wished to be a firefighter, treating it as a second choice. Today, Zhaoxing relinquished his proud identity as a firefighter to embrace a new title, champion boxer. The impoverished have no choices, merely pushed along by the currents of fate, like a small boat adrift on a vast sea. Following a simple award ceremony, Zhaoxing returned to the lounge, immediately contacting Huiyang to inquire about his sister, who was still undergoing surgery. Just then, a figure appeared at the door, Lu Qiulong, battered and bruised. "What brings you here?" Zhaoxing asked with a guarded gaze. "Thank you for your mercy earlier," Lu Qiulong said, bowing respectfully. His humble demeanor starkly contrasted with the bravado he had displayed in the ring. When he raised his head, his eyes glistened with tears. "Brother, I've learned about you. You are the one who rescued Chunfeng from the rooftop." Zhaoxing replied sternly. "How can a father be so irresponsible?" Lu Qiulong offered a wry smile. "I am deeply in debt, constantly pursued by creditors. I had planned to flee, but I came to this match hoping to earn some money for my son's surgery." Zhaoxing was taken aback, realizing that Lu still possessed a shred of conscience. His earlier restraint in the ring now felt justified. "Although I lost, I still received a participation fee, which I will send entirely to Chunfeng. My life is utterly ruined, but I hope my son will have a bright future. Brother Yu, now that you are a champion, let my plight serve as a cautionary tale." With those words, Lu Qiulong departed, leaving Zhaoxing in contemplative silence. The world is rife with temptations, and human nature is frail under pressure. A single misstep could lead to irrevocable consequences. Zhaoxing felt an urgent need to return to the hospital without delay. Su Wentao drove the car, while Su Jimei tended to Zhaoxing's wounds in the back seat. "I'm sorry, I still couldn't manage to do it," Zhaoxing said apologetically. "It's not your fault. I anticipated that with your character. It would be difficult for you to act in such a manner," Su Wentao replied, unconcerned. Zhaoxing mentally calculated that the prize money from his championship could be used to settle debts, even if it fell short. With diligence, he could repay it soon. Yet, he silently implored the heavens, "Would you grant me a miracle?" Chapter 61. Ultimately regret. The car glided into the hospital parking lot, where Zhaoxing caught sight of a familiar silhouette beneath the yellow glow of a street lamp. A cigarette dangled from the figure's lips, flickering like a beacon in the night. Next to him, the lid of a trash bin lay discarded, holding 2 spent cigarette butts. As Zhaoxing stepped out of the car, the night breeze tousled his hair, renewing the sting of his wounds. "Huiyang, why are you not waiting outside the operating room? What are you doing here?" Uncharacteristically, Huiyang, who usually shunned smoking, had consumed 3 cigarettes that night. Upon spotting Zhaoxing, his pupils dilated in alarm as he crushed the cigarette in his hand against the trash bin. Zhaoxing discerned something unsettling in Huiyang's expression, a wave of profound anxiety enveloping him. His mind turned to chaos, and his limbs felt numb. "Zhaoxing, we are lifelong brothers, right?" Huiyang's usual nonchalance was replaced with an unusual gravity, striking a chord of dread in Zhaoxing's heart. Gripping Huiyang's collar, he bellowed, "Why are you here instead of watching over Xiaolan? Didn't you say you considered her a sister? How could you be so irresponsible?" Huiyang made no attempt to resist, tears streaming down his face. "Xiaolan." He could only manage those 3 words before his voice faltered, choked by emotion. Zhaoxing relinquished his grip and dashed frantically toward the elevator. After just 2 strides, tears blurred his vision, rendering the path ahead indistinct. He fought to silence his thoughts, to disregard Huiyang's words. Yet this was mere self-deception. That dreadful notion had taken root within him, a shadow that refused to dissipate. Su Wentao parked the car and, accompanied by Xiao Mei, approached to find Huiyang in despair, tears streaming uncontrollably. Xiao Mei, upon seeing her father's distress, collapsed into his arms, weeping inconsolably. With a chime, the elevator doors opened, and Zhaoxing sprinted toward the operating room, where where he spotted the frail figure of Aunt Zhang Suqin. "Aunt, where is Xiaolon? Is she all right? I've earned money. We can continue her treatment. She will recover, won't she? Please, say something." Zhao Sheng shook Zhang Suqin, bombarding her with questions. Terrified that if he paused, his mind would inevitably wander to the grim possibilities. Yet Zhang Suqin could only weep, grief rendering her speechless. Realizing he could no longer deceive himself, Zhao Sheng, in despair, released his hold and collapsed, his strength evaporating as he knelt upon the cold floor. His hands pounded against the ground, oblivious to the pain, until silence shattered with a piercing wail of anguish. Countless times, he had envisioned how devastated he would feel in this moment, believing he had prepared himself psychologically. Yet when the dreadful news finally struck, an overwhelming tide of sorrow crashed upon him, effortlessly shattering his resolve. On the day of the Double Ninth Festival, Zhao Sheng lost the only family he had. From that moment forth, he would exist in solitude in this world. Hu Yang and the others soon arrived, witnessing Zhao Sheng's unbearable pain, yet in such moments, no one could share his burden. Hu Yang took a moment to compose himself before providing Su Wintao with a brief account of the surgery's events. Xiaolon was already gravely ill, and this surgery posed immense risks. Even if by some stroke of luck it succeeded, it would merely prolong her suffering for a few more months. During the operation, Xiaolon exhibited extraordinary determination, seemingly wishing to hold on just to see Zhao Sheng one last time. Yet, in the end, it was a matter of regret. Su Wintao, as an observer, nodded silently. From a rational perspective, Xiaolon had no chance of recovery. She should have foregone the surgery and spent her remaining days in peace. But who has the right to blame Zhao Sheng? If it were you, what would you do? After approximately 5 minutes, Zhao Sheng began to regain some composure. Sobbing on the ground, Hu Yang approached and helped him to his feet, saying, "Brother, stay strong. You cannot fall apart." Zhao Sheng, his eyes vacant and lost, asked, "Where is Xiaolon? I need to see her." "I refuse to believe it." Hu Yang shook his head. "You cannot see her yet." "Why?" Zhao Sheng inquired. "You will understand once you see this." Hu Yang handed Zhao Sheng 2 pages of paper, Xiaolan's farewell letter, which had been hidden beneath her pillow, tucked within a small notebook. She had instructed her aunt to only present it to her brother after she had departed. Zhao Sheng's hands trembled as he unfolded the delicate pages, as if they bore the weight of his sister's very existence. The scrawled handwriting came into view. One could imagine Xiaolon enduring great pain while composing those words, yet she still chose to be brave for her brother. "Dear brother, by the time you read this letter, I will have joined Mom and Dad. Though I love you dearly, I perhaps long for them more, especially for the red bean cakes that Mother used to make. As your sister, I know you better than anyone in the world and understand that you will be heartbroken. I cannot offer you much comfort, so if you find it unbearable, take a moment to cry before reading on. The greatest fortune of my brief life has been having you as a brother. You are my deepest attachment to this world. If there is a next life, let us be siblings again, and I will take care of you. However, do not rush to join me. You have a long life ahead, and I can wait patiently. From the day I fell ill, I resolved to accept this day. I truly did not wish to seek treatment any longer, as I did not want to burden you. Imagine how much more vibrant your life might be had you never had me as a sister. Yet, from your perspective, I cannot be irresponsible with my own life. I understand in my heart that even if the surgery succeeded, it would only lead to a prolonged existence. I yearn for release and do not wish to linger in this state. Nevertheless, I consented to the operation because I harbored a selfish desire, a sufficient reason for you to abandon your career as a firefighter. I do not want you to be a hero. I only wish for your safety, though you have never expressed it. We both know your greatest dream is not to be a firefighter, but to be an artist. Without me as a burden, go forth boldly to pursue your dreams. And with your brush, paint this beautiful world. And that sister named Chasing Dreams, it is a pity I could not meet her. However, she must be a gentle and beautiful girl. If you truly cherish someone, muster the courage to take the initiative, with your striking handsomeness. Capturing the heart of your beloved should come effortlessly. I am aware that my departure will plunge you into profound sorrow for an extended period. Yet with dreams and love in your life, this grief shall inevitably dissipate. My dear brother, my journey concludes here, devoid of any regrets. You must strive for happiness henceforth. Consider my absence not as a departure, but as a transformation in the manner I accompany you. On the mountains of our hometown, kindly select a shaded spot for me, where in spring, one can witness a tapestry of blooming flowers. Plant a few orchids at my gravesite, for they flourish in the shade. My name is Yu Chenglan. Perhaps fate has already decreed this outcome, as I shall metamorphose into an orchid, silently watching over you in our homeland. Should you find life to be arduous, beset by obstacles, or feel weary and pained, return to visit me and water the flowers. I shall, from unseen realms, offer you strength to forge ahead with courage. Upon finishing the first page of Xiaolan's farewell letter, Zhao Sheng was engulfed in tears, his entire being rendered numb. Oh heavens! How could you bear to take away such a sweet and lovely girl? Chapter 62. A pair of eyes left behind. Where is Xiaolan? Please tell me, where is she? Zhao Sheng remained unable to accept the reality of Xiaolan's departure, clinging to Hui Yang and his aunt, incessantly inquiring. Zhang Suqin wept to the point of speechlessness. Unable to meet Zhao Sheng's gaze, Hui Yang, a man of iron resolve, mustered the strength to point to Xiaolan's letter. You will understand once you read the second page. Yet, Zhao Sheng's eyes were already brimming with tears, rendering the words illegible. In the distance, the elevator doors opened with a chime, and Lu Chunfeng assisted a frail-looking boy of about 14 or 15 years old as he stepped out. The boy appeared delicate, his eyes bandaged in white. He clutched his mother's arm with one hand while the other reached out into the void, sorrowfully calling, "Where is Sister Xiaolan? Has she already?" Lu Chunfeng anxiously advised, "Azuzu, you must not cry. It will hurt your eyes." The mother and son gradually approached Zhao Sheng, who stood frozen, momentarily forgetting to greet them. "Azuzu, this is Sister Xiaolan's brother. He saved your mother's life," Lu Chunfeng whispered gently. "Brother, you are hurt. There is a strong scent of blood on you." The boy looked up, his bandage dampened by tears. Zhao Sheng had heard his aunt mention that Xiaolan had recently been visiting the 6th floor. It turned out she had befriended this boy. He vigorously wiped away his tears with his sleeve and began reading the second page of the letter. "Dear brother, please forgive my unilateral decision. If I had informed you beforehand, you might have opposed it. Recently, I made a new friend named Lu Wangzhu, who is the son of Aunt Lu. He is 3 years my junior, and I affectionately call him Azuzu. Azuzu has been afflicted with congenital vision impairment, and recently he reached a point where surgery became imperative. Unfortunately, due to a failed operation, he has lost his sight entirely. To regain the gift of sight, a corneal transplant is necessary. Since I am destined to depart, I wish to leave behind some semblance of my presence in this vibrant world. Thus, I concealed my intentions from you and signed the corneal donation paperwork, bequeathing my eyes to Eiju. I implored him to assist me in continuing to behold this world and to keep watching over you. In the future, should you yearn for my presence, gaze into his eyes. Perhaps through some mystical force, we may achieve a communion of sight and, consequently, a connection of souls. Brother, cease your weeping. Today, you have lost a sister, yet you have gained a brother. Eiju is a perceptive and considerate child. In the days to come, he shall take my place and continue to accompany you. Farewell, my beloved brother. I permit you a moment of sorrow, but do not allow yourself to be consumed by despair. Rise again with vigor. You are the entirety of my existence, while I am but a fragment of yours. I shall accompany you thus far. The remainder of your journey must be traversed alone. Be strong, be positive, be joyful. Forever loving you, your sister Lan. The uneven handwriting reflects the pain that rendered little Lan unable to grip her pen while composing her farewell. The tear stains upon the paper reveal the depths of her sorrow. She was reluctant to part from her brother, reluctant to leave this world. In a moment of utter helplessness, she chose this unique means of leaving behind a pair of eyes, as though she had never truly departed. It was only then that Zhao Sheng understood. The reason he could not see little Lan now was that the doctors were in the process of removing her corneas. Tears cascaded anew, flowing over the wounds on his face, yet he felt no pain. His heart was already shattered into countless pieces. Without little Lan, what purpose did life hold? It was precisely because Lan understood her brother so profoundly that she left him these cherished memories, encouraging him to rekindle his hope for life. Zhao Sheng slowly crouched down, bringing himself to Eiju's eye level, even if Eiju could not see him at all. "Could you share with me the stories of you and Sister Lan?" Eiju nodded vigorously, his voice choked with emotion. It was shortly after Lu Chunfeng's attempt on her life. On an ordinary afternoon, accompanied by her aunt, Lan knocked on the door of Ward 608, which was opened by Lu Chunfeng. Upon learning that she was Zhao Sheng's sister, Lu Chunfeng hurriedly pulled her into the corridor, whispering a caution not to divulge the events that had transpired on the rooftop a few days prior. Naturally, Lan readily agreed, lifting the fruit in her hands, eager to see Aizhu. Lu Chunfeng was immensely grateful, for Aizhu had been in deep distress following his unsuccessful surgery. Now, having a peer willing to engage him in conversation might ease his troubled heart. Upon entering, Lu Chunfeng called out, "Aizhu, a delightful sister has come to see you. She has brought you a gift." The boy, lying on the bed with his back to the door, lazily replied, "Did she bring some pears and bananas?" Lan's expression turned to one of surprise at the mention of the fruit in her hands. Lu Chunfeng quickly explained, "Aizhu has had impaired vision since childhood, which has heightened his sense of smell and hearing." "Hello, my name is Yu Cheng Lan, and I reside one floor above." Lan introduced herself warmly. "Lu Wangzhu," Aizhu replied succinctly. He shifted from his reclined position, propping himself up on his elbows. This unfamiliar sister spoke with a tone that was most amiable. Apart from his mother, he had not engaged in conversation with anyone for quite some time. After clarifying the 3 characters of Azu's name, Xiaolan smiled and remarked, "Our names seem quite harmonious." Azu informed Xiaolan that his name was bestowed by an elder in his family, who, with a penchant for elegance, adored the poetry of Wang Wei, particularly Ziliguan. "Sitting alone in the tranquil bamboo grove, I play the lute and serenade. In the deep forest, no one knows. The bright moon comes to illuminate." How coincidental. The name of a friend I once knew, Xiaomei, also carries a profound meaning. Xiaolan eagerly seized the conversation and spoke animatedly. Her vivacious personality and infectious voice effortlessly drew others into her emotions, a quality that invariably led her to forge meaningful friendships. Azu, his eyes bandaged, was unaware of what the sister before him looked like, yet he became entranced by her words. A bridge of friendship swiftly took shape. Lu Chunfeng and Zhang Suqin, wishing not to intrude, retreated to the balcony to exchange thoughts on needlework. As the sun dipped in the west, Zhang Suqin grew concerned that Xiaolan might tire and urged her to return to the ward. "Azu, take good care of yourself. I shall visit you again before my discharge." Xiaolan had to say her farewells. "All right, Sister Xiaolan, you must come." Azu replied reluctantly. Lu Chunfeng accompanied them to the elevator, repeatedly expressing her gratitude. Since losing his sight, Azu had never felt as joyful as he did that day. That evening, Xiaolan and Zhaoxing visited an amusement park, where she finally rode the carousel she had longed for, feeling that her childhood void had been filled and that no regrets remained. Initially, she thought she could leave the hospital and lie in bed at home, waiting for the end. However, Zhaoxing unexpectedly changed his stance, urging her to consider surgical treatment. The mere mention of surgery terrified Xiaolan, leading her to instinctively refuse, believing it to be a futile expenditure. Yet, upon witnessing the glimmer of hope in her brother's eyes, she hesitated. If she consented to the operation, Zhaoxing would resign from his job as a firefighter. This felt selfish and was difficult to articulate, but she did not want her brother to continue risking his life in the flames. The memory of their father dying in a fire haunted her heart. For the sake of Zhaoxing, Xiaolan acquiesced. Even if she were to perish on the cold operating table, she would harbor no regrets. She believed that perhaps this was the final value of her life. Chapter 63. A very special gift. When Xiaolan visited room 608 for the second time, she carried an oiled paper bag. "Azu, can you guess what gift your sister has brought you this time?" Azu, who had been half sitting on the bed listening to an audiobook, perked up at the sound of Xiaolan's crisp voice. He inhaled deeply and chuckled. "It must be something made of glutinous rice, with a hint of red bean flavor. Are you a dog in your previous life?" Xiaolan teased. This was a red bean cake she had specially asked her aunt to buy. Although it could not compare to the taste of the ones her mother made during her childhood, it was still quite delightful. Placing the red bean cake on the bedside table, Xiaolan glanced at the audiobook Azu was enjoying, titled Rebirth. "The school bell wants me to be her loyal servant." She couldn't help but let out a soft laugh. "What are you laughing at?" Azu's face flushed. "Nothing. Are you missing school?" Xiaolan stifled her laughter. "All my classmates have entered high school, and I may not be able to attend a regular school anymore." Azu's tone was melancholic as he casually flipped his phone screen down onto the bed. "It will be fine. Your eyes will surely heal," Xiaolan reassured him. "Your mother mentioned that you have already studied for a year. You should take the entrance exam for our school next year. The 7th middle school is the finest public school in the city, but I doubt I can gain admission," Azu replied, his expression steeped in despair. He was an exceptionally bright child, yet due to his vision impairment, his studies were far more arduous than those of his peers. After losing all hope, he fell into a state of self-doubt. Xiaolan, with remarkable patience, encouraged him, painting a vivid picture of the beauty of the 7th middle school's campus, attempting to rekindle his aspirations for both learning and life. Our school has a lotus pond that blooms splendidly in summer, and there are red koi fish in the water. There's an enormous library where you can find any book imaginable. I often skip my afternoon nap to immerse myself in it. And believe it or not, we even have a swimming pool. Though I cannot swim, I had planned to ask Aju to teach me. The high school experience is typically one of stress and monotony. Yet, through Xiaolan's narration, it transformed into a haven of leisure and elegance, enticing Azu's heart. He resolved silently that if he could regain his sight, he would strive twice as hard in his studies, aspiring to become Xiaolan's junior. As time quietly slipped away, the sunlight streamed through the window at an angle, casting a warm golden hue upon the floor and walls. The once pale and monotonous hospital room became significantly cozier. During the time Xiaomei accompanied Zhaosheng in training, Xiaolan, feeling bored lying in her hospital bed, visited Azu several times. Each visit was accompanied by small gifts. Azu, relying on his keen sense of smell, could accurately guess the contents of the gifts without Xiaolan uttering a word. The two children, both in their early teens, forged an innocent and unblemished friendship. For Azu, Xiaolan represented the pursuit of dreams, akin to Zhaosheng's aspirations. There were many thoughts she could not share with her brother or aunt, so she confided in Azu. Xiaolan revealed to Azu that her time was limited, yet her profound love for her brother compelled her to agree to undergo surgery. Her greatest fear was that her brother would be engulfed in sorrow after her passing. Thus, she endeavored to help him find new meaning in life, encouraging him to pursue the girl he admired and to strive for his dreams. Azu felt an overwhelming sense of sorrow. Compared to Xiaolan, his own suffering seemed trivial. The angelic girl, so pure and kind-hearted, had been dealt an unfair hand by fate. 2 days before the surgery, Xiaolan entered room 608 for the last time. This time, her hands were empty. She brought nothing with her. After exchanging greetings, Azu curiously inquired, "Xiaolan, what did you bring this time? I can't smell anything at all." Xiaolan paused for a moment, then spoke with an unprecedented seriousness. "Azu, I have thought long and hard while lying in bed for 2 days, and I have decided to give you a very special gift." "What gift?" Azu felt an inexplicable unease. "My eyes," Xiaolan replied with conviction. "What? I don't want that," Azu exclaimed, anxiously clutching his pillow. Xiaolan had previously hinted at this idea, extracting information from Azu. His blindness was only temporary. If someone were willing to donate their corneas, there remained a possibility of regaining sight. Even if the surgery were to succeed, it would only grant her a few more months of life. Rather than allowing this body to decay into ashes and rot in the earth, it is far more meaningful to fulfill its final purpose. Life, in this manner, becomes infinitely more valuable. It serves as a unique form of continuity. Azu, my gift to you is not in vain. You must promise me one thing. From now on, with these eyes, watch over your brother and remind him to find his strength once more. You are his brother, and you must witness his success and happiness with your own eyes. Xiaolan had contemplated these words for a long time, and when she finally spoke them, tears streamed down her face. Azu trembled slightly, rendered speechless by the weight of such a gift, unable to accept it in that moment. Xiaolan called over Lu Chunfeng to share her thoughts, and Lu Chunfeng was equally astonished. At a loss for words, she knelt down, tears flowing freely. The lives of this mother and son had been fraught with challenges, yet they suddenly encountered such a pair of siblings. No words could adequately express the profound gratitude felt within. That day, Xiaolan signed the cornea donation agreement. She was the donor, and Azu the recipient. The donor willingly agreed to donate her corneas upon her passing, while the recipient was the lawful acceptor and user of the corneas. Both parties, guided by principles of voluntariness, altruism, legality, and integrity, reached a mutual agreement to establish this donation contract. Donor, Yu Chenglan. Recipient, Lu Wangzhu. 2 days later, on the Double Ninth Festival, Xiaolan lay on the operating table, never to awaken again. The precise moment her heart ceased beating was during the 5th round of a match between Zhao Sheng and Lu Qiulong. As the doctors continued their efforts to revive her, the family was not immediately informed. At that time, Zhang Suqin and Huiyang anxiously awaited outside the operating room. After listening to Azu's fragmented narrative, Zhao Sheng's tears had long since dried. Compared to his earlier hysteria, he now appeared far more composed, enveloped in a somber tranquility akin to a heart turned to ashes. He neither wept nor raised a fuss, which only heightened the concern of those around him. Huiyang rushed forward, embracing Zhao Sheng tightly. "Brother, you must hold on. I cannot find the words to comfort you. You must endure this trial on your own." Zhao Sheng's voice was hoarse as he spoke. "I know. I have always known that this day would come eventually. Have I been deceiving myself? Is it not laughable? Would she have been happier if the surgery had not taken place? Did I make the wrong choice?" Huiyang patted his back reassuringly. "No. Anyone would have done the same. Xiaolan never blamed you, nor would anyone else." Zhao Sheng buried his face in Huiyang's shoulder, biting his lip tightly. When he closed his eyes, all he could see was Xiaolan's smile. Upon opening them, he felt lost and disoriented. After a moment, Zhao Sheng slowly crouched down, gazing intently at Azu's face. "Azu, call me brother." Understanding the gravity of the moment, Azu softly responded, "Brother." Zhao Sheng enveloped Azu in his arms. Those nearby wept openly. Chapter 64. A fire has broken out. 20 minutes later, Zhao Sheng finally beheld Xiaolan. She lay peacefully on the hospital bed, appearing as though she were merely asleep. Trembling, he extended a finger to gently caress her delicate face. The chill on his fingertips served as a poignant reminder that before him lay his sister, now merely an empty vessel devoid of spirit. Huiyang, apprehensive that Zhao Sheng might act impulsively, kept a vigilant watch over him. Yet, Zhao Sheng exhibited an unusual calmness. He gazed at Xiaolan's serene sleeping visage, softly murmuring, "Xiaolan, it was my fault before. I should not have compelled you to do what you did not wish. Now that you are free from pain, rest well and embark on a long, tranquil dream. You may be beside mom and dad, living as a carefree child." The hospital regulations permitted only a brief farewell to the remains. There remained numerous tedious formalities to address. Huiyang and Su Wentao assisted with some. Yet many required Zhao Sheng's personal signature. Lu Chunfeng, concerned that Azu's sorrow might adversely affect his eyes, took him back to the ward early. Zhang Suqin had long since lost her composure, weeping inconsolably, unable to offer any assistance. As night deepened, exhaustion enveloped everyone. "You stay with him tonight. Try to rest a little. Tomorrow brings many tasks." Su Wentao entrusted Zhao Sheng to Huiyang's care. "Rest assured, I will keep a watchful eye on him." Huiyang replied solemnly. At present, Zhao Sheng's emotions were precarious, and he could not be left alone, although sleep might elude him throughout the night. Lying in bed would provide some semblance of rest. Huiyang led the disheartened Zhao Sheng out of the hospital, turning onto Mingyue Road. The night air was brisk, and leaves fell softly. The dim streetlights cast elongated shadows, imbued with a sense of desolation. Over 2 months prior, Zhao Sheng had vacated his apartment near the school to better care for Xiaolan, renting a small room on Mingyue Road beside the hospital. Merely a day after moving in, he had encountered chasing dreams, though one might question if mere sightings could be termed as acquaintance. "Zhao Sheng, speak to me. Your silence frightens me," Huiyang said as he retrieved the keys from Zhao Sheng's pocket to unlock the door. "I am fine. I am not as fragile as you all presume," Zhao Sheng replied, his eyes dry and voice hoarse. Upon entering, his phone buzzed twice from his pocket. He pulled it out to see 2 messages from Chasing Dreams. Lacking any romantic inclination at that moment, he felt no desire to open them and merely intended to return the phone to his pocket. Huiyang grasped Zhao Sheng's hand, urging him to glance at the screen. "Take a look. What if it's urgent? Life must go on." Hesitating, Zhao Sheng opened the message thread. "I have arrived. Where are you?" The first message from Chasing Dreams was evidently sent earlier that afternoon during their plan meeting at People's Square. For reasons unknown, it had only just reached him 6 hours later. The second message was lengthy, appearing as a dark mass on the screen. "I have discovered something quite peculiar. It cannot be conveyed in just a couple of sentences. If you see this message, please call me back immediately. I have a crucial question to ask. I will be waiting for your call tonight." Regarding their afternoon rendezvous, Zhao Sheng felt abandoned by Chasing Dreams, compounded by the inability to reach him by phone, leaving him riddled with confusion. Yet, with so much transpiring, those thoughts had temporarily slipped from his mind. Upon receiving this message, he recalled that since he had regarded Chasing Dream as a friend, it was only fitting to inform her about Xiaolan's situation. Finding Chasing Dream's telephone number, Zhao Sheng pressed the dial button. This time, the call was finally answered. After approximately half a minute, a hurried female voice came through the receiver. "Hello, who is this?" The environment on the other end was exceedingly chaotic, filled with crackling noises and panicked screams, reminiscent of a disaster film playing on a cinema screen. Firefighters are particularly attuned to such sounds. Zhao Sheng immediately inquired, "What is happening over there?" Chasing Dream responded in a muffled tone, "There's a fire, a large one. We are trapped on the upper floor and cannot get out." Instantly, Zhao Sheng felt a surge of anxiety and strode towards the door. "Have you called the fire department? Use a damp towel to cover your mouth and nose. Lie on the floor along the wall." Before he could finish, the cacophony on the line abruptly ceased. Standing in the stairwell, Zhao Sheng glanced at his phone screen. The call had been disconnected. "What happened?" Huiyang asked, alert. "There's a fire somewhere. Quickly call the station and ask if anyone has been dispatched for rescue," Zhao Sheng instructed in a flurry. "What is the address?" Huiyang immediately took out his phone. "Shishan Second Group Residential Area, next to number 7 Middle School," Zhao Sheng replied, then attempted to redial, but was met with a cold, mechanical tone. Chasing Dream's phone was unreachable. Huiyang soon put down his phone, saying, "The brothers at the station reported no fire alarms received." Zhao Sheng, incredulous, exclaimed, "How can that be? I distinctly heard the sounds of burning and numerous cries for help." He called the station himself, urging his teammates to contact the neighborhood committee. The response was that the area was tranquil and serene, with no incidents reported. "Have them continue investigating. You will accompany me to check it out," Zhao Sheng insisted, pulling Huiyang downstairs. With lives at stake, Huiyang dared not take it lightly. The two mounted an electric scooter and sped towards number 7 Middle School. Along the way, Zhao Sheng persistently attempted to call Chasing Dream, yet the line remained dead. The fire station's duty personnel reiterated that the entire city had received no fire alarms that night. After a quarter of an hour, they arrived at the Shishan Second Group Residential Area. Indeed, it was eerily quiet. Many residents had already succumbed to slumber, with only a few windows still aglow. "Does this look like a place engulfed in flames?" Huiyang furrowed his brow. "Impossible. She wouldn't deceive me. I heard it myself," Zhao Sheng replied, equally perplexed. He rushed into the unit he had previously rented, sprinting upstairs to locate his former room, and knocked vigorously on the door. After more than a minute of persistent knocking, someone finally came to the door. It was not a gentle and beautiful young woman, but rather a disheveled man in a white tank top. "What are you knocking for at this hour?" The man, having likely just woken up, was understandably irritable. "Are you chasing Dream?" Zhao Sheng asked uncertainly. "Chasing what dream? Are you sleepwalking at this hour?" The man launched into a tirade. Huiyang presented his firefighting credentials, claiming they were conducting a fire safety inspection, which seemed to satisfy the man momentarily. The man slammed the door shut with a loud bang, nearly hitting their noses. "Let us go back," Huiyang suggested. "This is incorrect. There must be some misunderstanding. I shall inquire with the landlord." Zhao Sheng stubbornly descended the stairs, rousing the landlord from his slumber, only to be met with a barrage of reprimands. The response he received was that after Zhao Sheng moved out over 2 months ago, the room had remained vacant for half a month before being rented to the gentleman he had just encountered. Never had a young woman sought to rent that room. This revelation struck Zhao Sheng like a bolt of lightning, rendering him speechless for an extended period. Huiyang reached out to touch Zhao Sheng's forehead and remarked, "Brother, you cannot be losing your sanity, can you?" Zhao Sheng swatted his hand away, muttering to himself, "How can this be? Where has it all gone awry?" Chapter 65. I will surely find her in the following days. Zhao Sheng busied himself with Xiaolan's funeral arrangements. After all, she was but a child, and the proceedings were kept simple. In accordance with Xiaolan's last wishes, Zhao Sheng planted a large number of orchids at her grave. Perhaps one of these blooms would carry Xiaolan's spirit. The delicate orchids exuded a subtle fragrance, embodying tranquility and elegance. If this was the destined conclusion for Yu Chenglan, what of Yu Chenghua? Each day, Zhao Sheng sat before the grave, brush in hand, repeatedly painting the orchids. He possessed a genuine talent for painting. After a long hiatus, his technique swiftly transitioned from clumsy to adept within just a few days. Reconnecting with his childhood dreams slightly dulled the ache of sorrow. One afternoon, Huiyang, taking advantage of a holiday, returned to the countryside in his battered car, unloading Zhao Sheng's belongings in various bags. With Xiaolan gone, there was no longer a need to continue renting the room on Mingwei Road. Zhao Sheng asked Huiyang to help him terminate the lease. He was heartbroken and had no desire to return there. Noticing Zhao Sheng rummaging through the bags, Huiyang furrowed his brow and inquired, "What are you searching for?" Zhao Sheng murmured, "It seems I'm missing a notebook. Is it important? I can look for it later." Huiyang guessed that he had likely misplaced it. "No, it's not essential. After all, it pertains only to sorrowful matters." Zhao Xing halted his search and sighed quietly. I have already inquired. On the night of the Double Ninth Festival, October 11th, there were no fires reported throughout the city, Huiyang said cautiously. Impossible. She would never deceive me. Zhao Xing insisted stubbornly. Over the past few days, he had attempted to contact Zhu Ming several times via phone and text, but to no avail. The calls went unanswered, and the messages elicited no response. Zhu Ming had seemingly vanished overnight. Zhao Xing dared not contemplate the implications. Could she have been caught in that fire? Huiyang stated seriously, Zhao Xing, since you have never even met her, and now she has disappeared, perhaps it is best to simply forget about her. He now suspected that this so-called Zhu Ming was likely a mere online scammer. Realizing that Zhao Xing had little of value to exploit, she had cut her losses. Of course, there was a more troubling possibility, that Zhao Xing, overwhelmed by the strain of Xiaolan's illness, had conjured Zhu Ming as a figment of his imagination. Many men indulge in such fantasies, fabricating an idealized goddess, gentle, beautiful, and understanding, in an attempt to escape the pain and solitude of reality. Especially those who immerse themselves in online novels, often suffering from severe delusions. No, she would not vanish. I will undoubtedly find her, Zhao Xing retorted resolutely. Huiyang inquired about the reason, yet he stammered and could not articulate his thoughts. In Huiyang's eyes, this indicated a serious ailment. He contemplated that once Zhao Xing emerged from the sorrow of Xiaolan's passing, if he still harbored such thoughts, he would have to take him to a psychiatric hospital for evaluation. The following morning, Zhao Xing returned to the city with Huiyang. He had resolutely decided to abandon his career as a firefighter and proceed to the station to handle his resignation. Previously, in pursuit of financial gain, he had engaged in boxing and nearly succumbed to disreputable dealings. He felt he had betrayed the uniform he wore and the solemn oath he had once taken. Moreover, this was Xiaolan's greatest wish. Zhao Xing was of pure character, upright and selfless, and well-liked among his comrades, many of whom came to bid him farewell. They were aware of his circumstances, yet words of persuasion remained unspoken. The one who felt the most anguish was undoubtedly Huiyang. Ever since they swore brotherhood before the land deity at the age of 8, sharing the dream of becoming firefighters, they had walked side by side. Yet today, they were destined to part ways. However, Huiyang had known all along that Zhao Xing had lied that day. Zhao Xing, gifted since childhood, had always aspired to be a painter. Now, free from burdens, he could finally pursue his dreams. At the moment of separation, Huiyang embraced Zhao Xing tightly. Brother, no matter what you choose to do, I will support you. Forget the past and live your life splendidly. Zhao Xing looked up at the fluttering national flag. I once took an oath that even if I no longer wear this uniform, I will uphold it for a lifetime. Hot tears fell upon each other's shoulders. Exiting the fire station, Zhao Xing transferred buses twice to reach the Temple of Leisure, to unravel the mysteries within his heart. Perhaps this was the only place to go. His only substantial connection to his dream was that painting, Young Journey. Before the side hall for divination, Zhang Banzian held the hand of a middle-aged woman, examining her palm lines. The woman was destined for great wealth, living a life adorned with gold and silver. Clad in luxurious garments, her hands were not suited for manual labor. With autumn and winter approaching, she needed to take extra care. This hand cream I offer is infused with natural pearl essence, deeply nourishing and gently caring for your skin. After a flurry of boasting, the woman purchased a tube of hand cream and swayed away. Zhang Banzian pocketed 30 yuan, having earned 28 after expenses. Zhao Xing hurriedly approached. Master, do you remember me? Zhang Banzian glanced at him warily. I do not accept returns or exchanges on my goods. Zhao Xing quickly replied. I previously bought a painting from you, asking you to pass it to a girl wearing a white osmanthus flower. Do you recall? Oh, it's you. I have a vague memory. Zhang Banzian sighed in relief. I wish to inquire about what that girl looked like. Have you seen her again? Zhao Xing pressed on. What nonsense are you spouting? After you left that day, no girl wearing a white osmanthus flower came here at all. Zhang Banzian huffed, frowning. What do you mean? Zhao Xing exclaimed in astonishment. Zhang Banzian opened a drawer and tossed a scroll of painting towards him. Zhao Xing hurriedly unfurled it. The familiar scene of spring greeted his eyes, featuring mountains, city walls, towers, rivers, and weeping willows, yet conspicuously absent was the young boy. Beside him remained the elegant poem, New Feng's Fine Wine, 10,000 Cups. How many years have the wandering knights of Xianyang roamed? In spirited encounters, I drink for you, tethered by the tall building, beside the drooping willows. Dao Chong, are you saying that no one has ever come to take this painting? Zhao Xing asked incredulously, seeking confirmation once more. Of course, it has lain undisturbed in the drawer. Zhang Banxian replied with unwavering certainty. Impossible. She clearly stated she had received it. Zhao Sheng, in a state of panic, pulled out his phone and scrolled through his chat history with Zhui Ming. Zhui Ming, apologies, I arrived a bit late for lunch. I did receive the painting you gave me. Zhao Sheng, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to stand you up. Xiaolan was taken to the emergency room, and I had to rush back to the hospital. Zhang Banxian scrutinized the chat records, his previously nonchalant demeanor gradually shifting to one of gravity. He gestured for Zhao Sheng to sit down. Young man, please recount your story in detail. With immense confusion, Zhao Sheng was momentarily at a loss for words. After collecting his thoughts, he began from the onset of Xiaolan's illness. A sorrowful past he was compelled to relive. The air was imbued with the fragrance of sandalwood, mingled with the scent of osmanthus. Occasionally, ethereal chimes resonated, echoing beneath the eaves of the grand hall. As he spoke of Xiaolan's passing, Zhao Sheng was overcome with tears. Zhang Banxian stroked his beard, sighing deeply, a lament for another soul burdened by fate. Chapter 66. 2 years is such a long time. Upon concluding Zhao Sheng's narrative, Zhang Banxian began rummaging through his belongings, presenting a slip of fortune that was drawn a month prior during Zhao Sheng's first visit. An exceptionally poor omen. A few autumns have passed in this mortal realm. For whom do we toil like ephemeral insects? Life and death are not my transgressions. Tears cascade as I lament the parting flames. In truth, these fortunes were penned by Zhang Banxian himself, with ultimate interpretive authority resting in his hands. With a tongue that could weave tales, he could articulate whatever he wished. My young brother, I previously informed you that your fates have yet to align. Zhao Sheng, with tear-filled eyes, implored, when will they align? Zhang Banxian, feigning contemplation while counting on his fingers, theatrically declared, I shall divine your fortune. Within 2 years, you shall reunite. Why must 2 years take so long? Zhao Sheng pondered in confusion. The secrets of heaven are not to be revealed. In these 2 years, you must live with positivity and optimism. Your opportunity will naturally arrive. Zhang Banxian said, laden with significance. When Zhao Sheng attempted to inquire further, he was met with a feigned profundity and silence. 2 years should suffice for this simpleton to emerge from his sorrow. Zhang Banxian carefully stowed away the painting, advising Zhao Sheng that should he encounter a girl adorned with white osmanthus, she would assist in delivering the painting. Zhao Sheng departed from Xiaoyao Palace, his mind a tumult of confusion, utterly lost. With too many questions and no answers, he found himself conflicted. He had initially perceived Zhang Banxian as a mere charlatan, but chose to believe him this time, even if it meant deceiving himself. In the journey of life, one must sometimes learn to seek hope within oneself. Upon returning home, Zhao Sheng channeled all his emotions into his artwork, honing his craft with increasing proficiency. A month later, Lu Chunfeng called for Zhao Sheng to visit the hospital. Lu Wangzhu had undergone a corneal transplant, and today marked the day of bandage removal. The atmosphere was thick with tension. The white gauze was meticulously removed by the doctor, unveiling Azu's tightly shut eyes, with long eyelashes gently quivering. Please inform me if you feel any discomfort, the doctor spoke softly. Azu slowly opened his eyes a crack, and the long-lost light flooded in. He recognized the figure before him and exclaimed with excitement, Mom, I can finally see you again. Tears streamed down Lu Chunfeng's face as she embraced Azu's tightly, unable to utter a word through her sobs. Azus rested his head on his mother's shoulder and noticed a tall, handsome young man in his 20s, his eyes brimming with tears. Brother? Zhao Sheng gazed blankly at Azu's clear eyes. An overwhelming sorrow washed over him once more. The child's gaze was strikingly similar to Xiaolan's. The eyes are the windows to the soul. They were equally pure and untainted by the world's corruption. Azus gently released his mother and stood up, looking at Zhao Sheng. Brother, may I see a photo of Sister Xiaolan? I still don't know what she looks like. Zhao Sheng retrieved his phone, his fingers trembling, as he found a picture of Xiaolan and handed it to Azus. This was taken on her first day of high school, in front of the teaching building. At that time, she had long, dark hair tied in a ponytail, resembling silk. Her cheeks were rosy, and her gaze was clear. She wore a white shirt and blue jeans, exuding a vibrant, youthful energy. She is so beautiful, Azus said, his vision blurring instantly. Azus, you mustn't cry. It's not good for your eyes, Lu Chunfeng hurriedly reminded him. Zhao Sheng quickly put away his phone, fearing it might disturb Azuz and hinder his recovery. Azuz closed his eyes and took deep breaths, striving for inner calm. After a considerable time, he opened his eyes again and said to Zhao Sheng, "Brother, I will study hard, and when the time comes for the high school entrance exam next year, I will attend Sister Xiaolan's school." Zhao Sheng nodded with a lump in his throat. "All right, I will take you to school, just as I did for her." After Azuz rested, Lu Chunfeng accompanied Zhao Sheng downstairs. Zhao Sheng inquired, "Has Azuz's father come by?" Lu Chunfeng shook her head. "He transferred some money to me last month and has since been out of touch." Zhao Sheng pulled an envelope from his bag and slipped it into Lu Chunfeng's hands. Upon feeling its contents, she immediately refused. "No, Azuz and I already owe you too much." Zhao Sheng falsely claimed, "This is from Azuz's father, who entrusted me to deliver it to you on the day of the competition. I forgot amidst handling Xiaolan's affairs." Lu Chunfeng remained skeptical but was still reluctant to accept. Zhao Sheng then persuaded her, explaining that Azuz would require post-operative care and that schooling incurs expenses. Raising a child alone would undoubtedly be challenging for her. Only then did Lu Chunfeng reluctantly accept it, shedding grateful tears once more. The kindness between these siblings could never be fully repaid in this lifetime. As Zhao Sheng exited the hospital, a car was already parked by the roadside. He opened the door and took a seat in the front passenger seat. "Are you really not going to be a firefighter anymore?" Su Wentao asked. "No, I'll just go and eat at your place." Zhao Sheng replied as he fastened his seatbelt. "You're a boxing champion. It's too much of a waste for you to be cooped up in my gym." Su Wentao lamented. "I never aspired to become a champion. Everything I desired remains unattainable." A lingering sense of melancholy and despondency clouded Zhao Sheng's eyes. Upon disembarking, he observed the newly erected sign above, reading Miracle Gym. He recalled the first encounter with Su Wentao, whose business card bore the name Galaxy Gym. Noticing Zhao Sheng's confusion, Su Wentao elucidated that, following Xiao Mei's miraculous survival from a car accident, he had renamed the gym in gratitude for the miracle bestowed upon them. Zhao Sheng felt a pang of discomfort, yet he concealed it beneath a stoic facade. The heavens do not bestow miracles equitably upon all. Su Wentao guided Zhao Sheng through the gym, familiarizing him with the surroundings and introducing the various amenities, all of which were of the highest standard for him. "Let us proceed with the formalities. Please fill out the employment registration form," Su Wentao said, handing him a sheet of paper. Zhao Sheng cast a cursory glance before taking up a pen and inscribing the name Yu Chenghua in the designated space. Away from Huiyang, no one would call him by his childhood nickname again. From that moment forth, Yu Chenghua became an ordinary fitness trainer at Miracle Gym. After the loss of Xiaolan, his demeanor grew reclusive and introverted. He shunned friendships and maintained a strained relationship with his colleagues. Gradually, the title of champion became a source of jest and ridicule. He remained indifferent, dedicating himself to his role as a trainer while immersing his heart in painting. It was only when he painted that his soul found tranquility, allowing him to momentarily forget his sorrow. Upon attaining the championship, Yu Chenghua frequently received unsolicited calls inviting him to underground boxing matches or introducing him to dubious commercial ventures. Having learned from Lu Qiulong's missteps, he resisted these temptations, determined to avoid a descent into moral decay. Additionally, in a bid to raise funds for Xiaolan's surgery, he had previously borrowed money through various channels, leading to the leakage of his phone number and a barrage of harassment calls. Consequently, he opted to change his number, viewing it as a farewell to his former self. He retained the old SIM card, keeping it in a vintage phone, occasionally revisiting past conversations for solace. Whenever he found leisure, Yu Chenghua would go to People's Square to draw portraits. It was the place he had arranged to meet with his dream, but had failed to do so on 2 occasions. He harbored an instinctive belief that, perhaps one day in the future, they would serendipitously cross paths. Surely, she would be a gentle and beautiful young lady. Every enigma would eventually unveil its answer. Chapter 67. The return of the pigeon. A year later, Su Jimei took the college entrance examination, enrolling at the same university as Tao Wenju. Initially, Xiao Mei had aspired to attend a different institution, but during her time in the hospital, she was influenced by Xiao Lan to change her application. Xiao Lan, in the realm beyond, would surely take comfort in this. The promise made between her and Aju would be fulfilled, at least in part, by Xiao Mei. Before entering college, the two girls made a pilgrimage to the countryside to honor Xiao Lan, inevitably shedding tears of grief. Aju, through diligent study, successfully gained admission to the 7th high school, becoming Xiao Lan's junior. Yu Chenghua kept his promise, personally escorting him to school. Just as in years past, Zhu stood before the teaching building, capturing the moment in a photograph. The eyes in the picture sparkled with clarity, akin to a spring. "Brother, you are 25 now. Why have you yet to find a partner?" Zhu timidly inquired. He remained steadfast in his promise to Xiaolon, wishing to witness his brother's happiness through his own eyes. However, Yu Chenghua merely offered evasive responses. His demeanor grew increasingly cold, as if he were indifferent to all matters of life. The once upright and sunny Zhao Sheng could never return. In the blink of an eye, another half-year had slipped by. As spring approached the following year, Huiyang called Yu Chenghua. "Zhao Sheng, Xiao Yu and I are living together now. We've rented a small place near her company, and if all goes well, we shall marry next year." Yu Chenghua replied, "Congratulations." His words had become sparse, a hallmark of his current conversational style. Huiyang had been promoted to class leader, his work more demanding than before, and the two had not seen each other in quite some time. Hearing Yu Chenghua's lifeless tone, Huiyang could not help but admonish him. Yu Chenghua merely listened, offering no rebuttal. Eventually, Huiyang, feeling fatigued, left him with a parting remark. "The rental is so empty. Paint me a picture, and let us see if you've made any progress." As Yu Chenghua listened to the beeping sound of the phone, he gazed blankly into space. What should he paint? He rummaged through the cabinet for his old phone, fixating on the profile picture of the girl he had been dreaming of for so long. A year and a half had passed, and she had not reappeared. The dozens of pages of chat history had been revisited countless times by him. He felt as though he had become enchanted. Amidst the multitude of women in reality, none captivated him, yet he was unable to forget this stranger he had never met. The old swindler from the Immortal Palace had set a 2-year deadline, the truth of which was uncertain. If the Chongyang festival passed this year, and Chasing Dreams still did not appear, he would have to forget her entirely. Life must move forward. Yu Chenghua shoved the old phone into the cabinet and swiftly set up his easel, laying out the canvas. After a night of toil, he painted 2 butterflies dancing gracefully, their movements light and imbued with dreamlike hues. A few days later, Huiyang visited the gym to check on Yu Chenghua and took the painting with him. As spring yielded to summer, the days grew increasingly hot. On an evening in early August, Yu Chenghua went to the gym for his shift as usual. His skin bore a healthy wheat-like tan. His unruly medium-length hair fell over his forehead. His facial features were chiseled, and there was a hint of melancholy in his gaze. He radiated a potent masculine aura. Such attributes inevitably attracted numerous admirers, while simultaneously inciting jealousy and exclusion from his male colleagues. After changing, Yu Chenghua emerged from the locker room to find a group of trainers surrounding a young woman, chattering animatedly. She was a rare beauty, her features sweet and lively, her skin flawless. With every gesture, she exuded an air of noble elegance, unmistakably the daughter of a wealthy family. "King of Boxing, Miss Lin is looking for you." A colleague pulled Yu Chenghua over. The young woman introduced herself as Lin Mashishi, a name as melodious as her voice, which resonated like the keys of a piano, evoking a sense of familiarity, akin to a gentle breeze from a distant past. Yet, Yu Chenghua declined her overtures, intentionally challenging her with a plank exercise. Over the past 2 years, far too many girls had approached him under the guise of fitness, most of whom had given up midway. Despite the beauty of the young woman before him, he was not one to be swayed by mere appearances. The physical form was but a superficial facade. His heart was still filled with aspirations, yearning for a profound connection of souls. After a series of tumultuous events, it was only when Lin Mushi moved out of Xiaoyu's life that Yu Chenghua altered his demeanor. In truth, Yu Chenghua had little acquaintance with Xiaoyu. Their polite exchange of contact information merely a courtesy due to Huiyang's influence. Over the course of 2 years, they had conversed thrice, each time initiated by Xiaoyu inquiring whether Huiyang had been gallivanting again. At the dining table, Lin Mushi presented him with a business card, elucidating her intentions. She had seen the butterflies drawn by Yu Chenghua and was instantly captivated, inviting him to partake in an anime illustration project. For Yu Chenghua, creating art was the pinnacle of his dreams, making such an opportunity exceedingly rare. Yet, the name of the company emblazoned on the card, Fushuan Group, stung his eyes like a thorn embedded in his heart. He could not claim to despise the firm, but there was certainly no fondness held for it. After several pleas from Lin Mushi, he reluctantly accepted the novel's original draft, intending merely to acquiesce. They exchanged contact details. with Lin Mushi's nickname being Fushuan Lin Mushi, and Yu Chunghwa's as Miracle Fitness Coach Yu. Each moniker bore a heavy air of formality, devoid of warmth. The following afternoon, Yu Chunghwa went to People's Park to draw, a habit he had maintained for nearly 2 years. White doves fluttered by the fountain, rising and falling gracefully. The doves released 2 years prior might someday return. Your work is impressive, a melodious voice chimed from the crowd. Yu Chunghwa looked up to meet a pair of striking phoenix eyes, a serendipitous encounter indeed. To repay the favor from the previous night, he invited Lin Mushi to dinner at the Huayang restaurant where he had once dined with Xiaolan. The flavor of the Wincy tofu soup lingered in his memory, accompanied by Xiaolan's praises echoing in his mind. This is truly delicious. The world is such a wonderful place. Yet, a knot of unresolved feelings weighed heavily on Yu Chunghwa's heart, leading him to decide that after this meal, he would decline Lin Mushi's invitation, settling their debts amicably. However, the unexpected arrival of Lin Jiejun disrupted his plans. How could there be such a shameless and loathsome brother? I have done everything to keep my sister by my side. You have a sister, why do you not cherish her? The world seemed profoundly unfair, with some yearning for what they could not have, while others discarded what they deemed worthless. Despite being acutely aware of Lin Mushi's affluent background, Yu Chunghwa still chose to assist her, even at the risk of inviting trouble. As they savored salty milk tea and spicy rabbit heads, the distance between them diminished significantly. A flicker of uncertainty stirred within Yu Chunghwa's heart. The young woman before him, though a privileged heiress, exhibited a remarkable warmth and a sincere approach to her emotions. Helping her once could prove worthwhile. 3 days later, in the final second of a 5-minute plank, Yu Chunghwa resolved to pursue his dreams. Dreams should not be forsaken. Not only Lin Mushi's aspirations, but his own as well. Xiaolan's letter had urged him, dare to chase your dreams boldly, and with your brush. Paint this beautiful world. In the CAF beneath the gym, a melodious song resonated softly. Sometimes, I find myself believing that all things must come to an end. Gatherings and partings occur in their own time, and nothing remains immortal. Chapter 68. The Priceless Yearning. After accepting Lin Mushi's invitation, Yu Chunghwa requested an extended leave from Su Wentao. Upon understanding the situation, Su Wentao readily agreed, wholeheartedly supporting him in the pursuit of his dreams. Upon returning home, Yu Chunghwa lay on his bed, listening to music, unable to drift into slumber. He rose to rummage through the cabinet, retrieving an old phone to revisit cherished chat records. Yet, the signal bar at the top of the screen displayed an utter absence of reception. Initially, he presumed it was merely a payment issue from the beginning of the month. He recharged 100 yuan, but to no avail. Despite tinkering late into the night, he could not uncover the cause. It felt as if an invisible force had severed the signal for this SIM card. The following day, Yu Chunghwa visited several mobile phone shops, yet none could elucidate the problem. A profound sense of dread enveloped him. If this continued, he might never be able to reconnect with his dreams. This situation was as enigmatic as the sudden disappearance of his aspirations. He remained without answers. On a weekend evening, Yu Chunghwa received a call from Lin Mush, inviting him to a banquet at Mantingfang. He initially contemplated declining, but was suddenly reminded of a conversation from 2 years prior. Xiaolan, once you recover, I will undoubtedly take you to Mantingfang for a lavish treat. That promise could never be fulfilled. Resolutely, Yu Chunghwa decided to attend, intending to share his experiences with Xiaolan at her grave afterward. Upon arrival, he was taken aback by the exorbitant prices of the dishes at Mantingfang. Xiaolan, ever frugal, would have never indulged there even if she had recovered. After the banquet, Lin Mush, unabashed, insisted that Yu Chunghwa escort her home. Sitting on the back of the electric scooter, barefoot and playful, she shared awkward, silly jokes. Yu Chunghwa chuckled softly, tears escaping his eyes, carried away by the wind. Unbeknownst to Lin Mush, who continued her monologue, he was perplexed by this affluent young lady who, instead of residing in a villa neighborhood, chose to dwell on Mingyue Road, a lane steeped in sorrowful memories that he could not bear to tread upon again. Resolutely stopping at the intersection, encountering Lin Jiejun, he instinctively admonished the spendthrift. The next day, Lin Mush brought Yu Chunghwa to an animation studio, where they shared the same space. The expansive floor-to-ceiling windows always welcomed abundant sunlight, and the jasmine flowers on the windowsill filled the air with a delicate fragrance. In the wake of Xiaolan's passing, Yu Chunghwa became increasingly reclusive and aloof, yet the innate kindness and gentleness within him remained unchanged. Whenever Lin Mush dozed at her desk, he would gently drape a blanket over her. This girl was a rare beauty, occasionally exhibiting a hint of pride, yet possessing a pure and benevolent nature. As they spent more time together, it was inevitable that Yu Qinghua's heart would stir, but he constantly reminded himself of the vast disparity in their family backgrounds. This collaboration was merely a serendipitous encounter. Once the work concluded, they would likely never cross paths again. Like two parallel lines, they would drift further apart after their brief intersection. Moreover, his heart still harbored a promise of reunion 2 years hence. During this period, Lin Mushi, in her capacity as both a boss and a friend, significantly engaged in Yu Qinghua's life. They accompanied Azu to school, dined together, watched films, explored Xiaoshui town, and visited amusement parks. As their bond deepened, Yu Qinghua became increasingly anxious. Under Lin Mushi's gentle advances, he sensed his heart gradually succumbing. Any man would likely find it difficult to resist such tenderness, yet it felt like a betrayal of his dreams. As the Ferris wheel reached its apex, hearing Lin Mushi's bold and direct confession, Yu Qinghua's heart was a tumult of emotions. He realized that he had indeed fallen for the young woman before him. However, what would become of his dreams? With the Double Ninth Festival still ahead, what if the old trickster's words held truth? If he were to dismiss Lin Mushi, making her wait until after the festival, would he not be treating her as a mere backup? Moreover, an insurmountable chasm lay between them, destined to remain uncrossed. Mushi, you are a wonderful person. Let us remain friends, Yu Qinghua uttered slowly, as if this decision weighed heavily on him. No one knew the inner turmoil he experienced at that moment. 2 years prior, at the same amusement park, Xiaolan had once said, "Brother, when you meet a girl you like, take her on the Ferris wheel and confess at the top." Ironically, the girl who stirred his heart was now confessing to him. Yet he could only refuse. Lin Mushi, in tears, drove away in anger, unaware that in the rearview mirror, Yu Qinghua's eyes were also glistening with tears. Standing in the slanting sunlight for quite some time, Yu Qinghua finally hailed a taxi, heading straight for Xiaoshui town. Upon arriving at the crescent-shaped bridge, he saw an elderly woman, gray-haired and ready to pack up her stall. "Grandma, do you still have that red bean bracelet?" Yu Qinghua approached swiftly. "Ah, it's you, young man." The old woman beamed. A few days earlier, Yu Qinghua and Lin Mushi had visited this spot, where Lin Mushi, enamored with the bracelet, had hinted to Yu Qinghua several times, yet he had remained indifferent. He had to leave abruptly after receiving a call from the school, learning that Azu had fainted. Having witnessed the vicissitudes of life, the old woman understood the hearts of the young and handed him a bracelet. Yu Qinghua accepted it, feeling the translucent beads warm against his touch. A single, vibrant red seed danced within. The red tassel fluttered in the breeze. "Dear boy, the red bean symbolizes longing. Though this bracelet is modest, the sentiment it carries is priceless," the elderly woman said with a smile. "Thank you, Grandma. I understand," Yu Qinghua replied, paying for the bracelet. Red beans grow in the southern lands. When spring arrives, they sprout anew. May you gather them abundantly, for this signifies the deepest longing. That evening, Yu Qinghua leaned against his headboard, clutching an old phone in one hand and the red bean bracelet in the other, engulfed in endless conflict. Sleep eluded him. The following day, he took a longer route to buy Lin Mushi a cup of salty milk tea, apologizing for the events at the amusement park. The 20 yuan red bean bracelet remained hidden in his pocket, too timid to reveal it. Now, even he struggled to comprehend the depths of his own heart. Caught between the pursuit of dreams and the desire to protect Mu Shi, one may wish for everything yet end up with nothing. The heavens punish every avaricious soul. The atmosphere in the office has grown increasingly delicate, having endured the confession on the Ferris wheel. Yu Qinghua and Lin Mushishi are at a loss on how to face each other. The distance between their hearts fluctuates, drawing near and then retreating. On the eve of the Mid-Autumn Festival, Yu Qinghua was quietly engrossed in his painting when his phone buzzed in his pocket. It was Lu Chunfeng calling. "Hello, sister. What is the matter?" Yu Qinghua still referred to Lu Chunfeng as sister, while Azu called him brother, each maintaining their own terms of endearment. Lu Chunfeng's voice trembled with tears as she spoke in fragmented sentences. "Azu." Azu's eyes. Yu Qinghua sprang to his feet, his heart racing. Lu Chunfeng, in her anxiety, could not articulate clearly, urging him to go to the hospital. Yu Qinghua, his mind in turmoil, tossed a hasty remark to Lin Mushishi before rushing out. Azu's eyes represented the continuation of Xiao Lan's life, a vital connection to the world. There could be no room for error or mishap. Chapter 69. Only one solution remains. Yu Chunghua hastened to the hospital, arriving at Azu's bedside. The boy's eyes were wrapped in bandages. Faint traces of blood seeping through. Azu, what happened? At the sound of Yu Chunghua's voice, Azu felt a mix of fear and excitement. With tears in his voice, he stammered, "Brother, I'm so sorry, it wasn't intentional. I just wanted to study hard and catch up on my grades. I want to get into the university that Sister Xiaolan dreamed of, to see it through her eyes." Yu Chunghua embraced Azu tightly. "Don't cry. Brother doesn't blame you. You have always been so considerate." Azu had experienced a sudden burning pain in his eyes during class, accompanied by a small amount of bleeding. His homeroom teacher, Zhang Ziyuan, brought him to the hospital and immediately informed his mother. Lu Chunfeng, working in the factory, was overwhelmed with anxiety upon hearing the news and called Yu Chunghua for help while making her way to the hospital. Zhang Ziyuan explained to Yu Chunghua that the 7th middle school was the best high school in the city, where the academic pressure was immense and competition fierce. Perhaps due to health issues, Azu's academic performance was only average, as he strived for improvement with great diligence. His dormitory mates shared that he often studied under the covers with a flashlight long after lights out. Given his already poor eyesight, this behavior significantly impacted his vision. Lu Wangzhu is indeed very hardworking. He has asked me several times if his current grades would suffice for admission to that university, and I could only honestly respond that he might still be a bit short. Zhang Ziyuan expressed his regret, feeling he had not shown enough concern for his student. At the beginning of the semester, he had learned about Lu Wangzhu's special circumstances, having previously experienced blindness. When issues arose in the dormitory, he should have intervened promptly. "Brother, I'm so sorry, truly sorry," Azu apologized again in panic. "It's all right. We will treat it, and it will be fine," Yu Chunghua reassured him gently. Tears welling in his eyes, Lu Chunfeng finally arrived, and in her anxiety, she unleashed a torrent of scolding upon Azu. "You child, why must you be so worrisome? I implored you repeatedly to cherish opportunities and safeguard your eyesight. How can you disregard my pleas and honor the memory of the departed?" In the presence of Yu Chunghua, she finally realized, suppressing the urge to utter the words Sister Xiaolan. An overwhelming tide of worry and guilt caused her to weep incessantly. Yu Chunghua offered solace, saying, "Elder sister, do not blame Azu. Let him rest well, and we shall speak outside." Entrusting Azu to the care of a nurse, the group followed the doctor into the corridor. The doctor briefly outlined Azu's condition. Due to excessive strain on his eyes, compounded by previous ailments, his cornea had shifted, resulting in a serious situation. Further observation was necessary, and the family should prepare for potential surgery. The doctor's words were gentle, yet their meaning was clear. Funds for the operation must be gathered. Upon hearing the mention of money, Lu Chunfeng panicked. As a single mother, she toiled daily in a factory, earning a meager income barely sufficient for her and her child's basic needs. Lu Qiulong had been missing for nearly 2 years, leaving her unaware of his whereabouts. Even if he were present, obtaining financial support from him seemed unlikely. "Elder sister, do not worry. I will find a way regarding the money." Yu Chunghua discerned Lu Chunfeng's anxiety. "No, we have already burdened you too much," Lu Chunfeng replied, her eyes brimming with tears as she shook her head in refusal. "I do this not only for Azu but also to protect Xiaolan's eyesight. As long as Azu can see, I will consider Xiaolan still alive, able to behold this world. If you truly feel guilty, consider this money alone. Azu can repay me once he finds work." Yu Chunghua took the responsibility upon himself, not out of impulse. Azu's eyesight was, after all, the greatest hope that Xiaolan had bequeathed to him. The following day, in the hospital room, the group accompanied Azu through a dismal mid-autumn festival, reminiscent of 2 years ago spent with Xiaolan. In truth, Yu Chunghua's circumstances were no better than Lu Chunfeng's. He too faced financial strain. The prize money from 2 years ago had been exhausted on repaying debts to relatives and friends, as well as settling Xiaolan's affairs. The funds given to Lu Chunfeng were compensation for village land. Over the past 2 years, he worked as a coach at the Miracle Fitness Center. But his aloof and reserved nature prevented him from promoting himself. His students were primarily drawn to his looks. Thanks to special consideration from Su Wentao, he barely managed to make ends meet. As for painting in People's Square, the earnings were only sufficient for supplies like paint and paper. Naturally, there were those who sought him out through various channels, inviting him to participate in underground fights, all of which he declined. He despised that atmosphere of underhanded competition. Feeling as though his dignity was rendered worthless, merely a tool for others' amusement. After the Mid-Autumn Festival, Yu Changhua returned to work at the studio, his heart heavy with concerns, rendering him increasingly silent. According to the contract signed with Lin Mushi, his remuneration as an artist would not be settled until year-end. Several times he attempted to broach the subject of an advance on his salary, but Lin Mushi's phone rang incessantly, with 9 out of 10 calls requesting money, leaving her in a state of disarray as she juggled various financial obligations. Perhaps she herself was unaware, as she sat at her desk, occasionally letting out a sigh. Yu Changhua swallowed the words that lingered on the tip of her tongue, forced back by an unyielding resolve. Thus, only one course of action remained. The rules of the boxing tournament dictated that a formidable newcomer be chosen to challenge the reigning champion in the finals. The organizers had notified Yu Changhua of this half a year prior. Initially, she had intended to decline, reluctant to partake in the competition again. However, out of respect for Su Wentao, she had offered a non-committal response. Now, in order to raise funds for Azu's surgery, she found herself compelled to step into the ring once more. Ahua, have you encountered some trouble? Lin Mushishi noticed Yu Chenghua's unusual demeanor. Next month, I must compete in the boxing tournament. I will complete your manuscript in advance, Yu Changhua replied only partially. Can't you just opt out? As the defending champion, I am only required to participate in the finals. Why should I forego the prize? Lin Mushishi understood that with Lin Jiejun's petty nature, he would likely engage in underhanded tactics. Once inside the octagonal cage, it was a battle for one's life, with fate uncertain. Yu Changhua did not disclose to her the compelling reason for her participation. That evening, the two attended a banquet at Mantingfang. To shield Lin Mushishi from excessive drinking, Yu Changhua indulged in drink until she was quite inebriated, hoping to temporarily escape the burdens of reality. Ahua, do you know how to sweet-talk? Today, I had a bowl of noodles, and I wish to see you. She recited a cheesy line learned from Huiyang during a drill at the fire station 2 years prior. On a typical day, such a cringeworthy line would never escape her lips. Yet, through the haze of intoxication, Lin Mushishi's exquisite features seemed to merge with the visage of a dreamlike goddess. In a muddled reverie, she felt as if the goddess had stolen a kiss, blurring the lines between reality and fantasy. Chapter 70. A dazzling revelation, wife, I assure you. I am not out gallivanting. If you doubt me, I'll video call you. Zhao Sheng is my closest friend. I'm just sharing a few drinks with him and will return shortly. If I utter a single falsehood, I shall bring home a durian, letting you enjoy the flesh while I kneel on the skin. Huiyang, hiding beneath a tree, pleaded for quite some time before finally securing Xie Xiaoyu's permission to return late that night. The aroma of cumin wafted from a roadside barbecue stall. Yu Changhua opened half a dozen cold beers, growing impatient, and downed most of a cup herself. Ah, women are truly troublesome. Just wait until I return to give her a couple of slaps, Huiyang declared with bravado. Understood, you have always held a strong position at home. Yu Changhua replied nonchalantly. Today marked Huiyang's day off when he received Yu Chenghua's call, inquiring if he was free to share a drink that evening. Unbeknownst to them, it had been over a month since their last meeting. Having grown up together, Huiyang understood that Yu Changhua must be facing some dilemma. Speak up. What is the matter? Huiyang clinked his glass against hers. Next month, I must compete in boxing, Yu Changhua stated succinctly. You're going again? Aren't you afraid of being beaten to death in the ring? Huiyang expressed his concern. That endeavor is about risking one's life for a paycheck. Even if I don't meet a fatal end, what if I end up disabled? Wouldn't that lead to a lifetime of regret? Yu Changhua maintained a composed expression and a measured tone as he recounted the situation regarding Azu's. Huiyang's words of caution lingered unvoiced in his throat. Yu Changhua was not merely intent on healing Azu's. He was equally driven by the desire to preserve Xiaolan's eyesight. Is there truly no other recourse? Perhaps I could lend a hand, and you could inquire with your relatives once more. Huiyang glanced at the balance on his phone. No, you are getting married next year. Yu Changhua shook his head. This matter was one he had taken upon himself, unwilling to further burden others. Xiaolan had departed nearly 2 years prior, and everyone urged him to let go, yet he remained obstinate. The two clinked their glasses once more, the crystal resonating with a bright chime. The atmosphere grew particularly somber. Even Huiyang, naturally optimistic, bore no trace of a smile at that moment. By the way, it seems I have developed feelings for a girl. Yu Changhua shifted the topic. Really? At last, something to be joyful about. Huiyang exclaimed, visibly surprised. With Yu Chenghua's looks and physique, remaining single was indeed a waste of potential. As a brother, He naturally wished for his happiness and fulfillment. Yu Chenghua downed his beer in one gulp, wiping the froth from his lips before sharing his pursuit of dreams. You are correct. Pursuing dreams is merely an online acquaintance, one I have idealized beyond reason. Due to the stress from Xiaolan's situation, conversing with her provided me a sense of solace. That disastrous fire never occurred. Perhaps she has long forgotten me, and my feelings for her hardly qualify as love. Ho Yang felt a sense of relief, grinning widely as he said, "You should have thought this way long ago. How can you claim to be in love with someone you have never even met? If it were me, I would have forgotten her long ago." Yu Chenghua nodded. "Perhaps so. The person before me is far more deserving of my appreciation." Ho Yang raised an eyebrow. "Do tell me, which unfortunate girl has caught your eye?" Yu Chenghua, somewhat bashful, replied, "The female CEO with a fortune in the billions." Ho Yang, stunned, spat out his ice-cold beer, coughing and scrambling for tissues. He had heard of this female CEO from Xie Xiaoyu on several occasions. She was a rare gem, a paragon of beauty, physique, and lineage, unattainable for the average person. "You, my friend, when you finally make your move, will you never wish to work again?" Ho Yang composed himself and began earnestly advising, "Brother, one must take life bite by bite, step by step. You lack romantic experience. You cannot leap into such a challenging endeavor right away. I'll have Xiaoyu introduce you to her friend. She is a pure and innocent type, quite compatible with you." Yu Chenghua interjected, "But my female CEO has confessed her feelings to me." "What?" Ho Yang elongated his tone. "You're quite the storyteller. Why not write a novel?" Yu Chenghua recounted the incident at the Ferris wheel in its entirety. Ho Yang was left dumbfounded, incredulous that such a stroke of fortune had eluded him. This was the most absurd tale he had heard all year. He feared both for his brother's hardships and for the possibility of his brother driving a Range Rover. "But you have already turned her down. What will you do now?" Ho Yang inquired. "I purchased a gift for her, but I simply could not find the right moment to present it." Yu Chenghua pulled out a red bean bracelet from his pocket. "How much does this worthless trinket cost?" 20 yuan, replied Hu Yang, at a loss for words. "You are attempting to win over a wealthy female CEO with a mere 20 yuan trinket. I wouldn't even dare to dream of such beauty." Yu Chenghua, discerning Hu Yang's thoughts, murmured, "Then what do you believe would be worthy of her, given my capabilities?" Hu Yang retorted indignantly, "That is certainly true." The stark disparity in their family backgrounds loomed as a natural chasm between them. Yu Chenghua was fully aware of this. He merely sought an opportunity to candidly express his feelings to Lin Mushi. Even if the outcome was destined to be futile, he wished to honor the girl as current. Earnest affections. Hu Yang, concerned about returning home to face his fate after consuming half a dozen beers, reluctantly took his leave. He patted Yu Chenghua on the shoulder, saying, "Keep striving, brother. Encountering a virtuous person, first establish a family. Encountering a benefactor, first build a career. Encountering a wealthy woman, establish both family and career." Yu Chenghua chuckled at his own irony. Throughout history, tales of love marked by such disparities have seldom ended well. The two parted ways beneath the dim glow of streetlights, heading home in different directions. After walking a few hundred meters, a black Maybach suddenly halted beside him. The car's glossy finish radiated an air of nobility that ordinary folk could hardly aspire to. As the rear window descended, a middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 50s, sat inside. With a square face, sharp eyebrows, and graying temples, he bore a stern expression. His penetrating gaze exuded an imposing presence. Yu Chenghua furrowed his brows. He recognized this man, frequently appearing in newspapers and television programs, renowned as one of the city's most prominent entrepreneurs, adorned with countless honors and accolades. "Hello. May I have a few words with you?" Lin Zhongfu inquired politely, though his demeanor remained austere. "All right," Yu Chenghua acquiesced, opening the door to enter the vehicle. Even for Lin Mushi's sake, he could not refuse. Seated in such opulent surroundings, he felt incredibly awkward, unsure of where to place his hands. The vast chasm between him and Lin Mushi surged in his heart once more. "You struck my son. He is still in the hospital," Lin Zhongfu stated, not looking at Yu Chenghua, as if to assert dominance. "I sincerely apologize for this incident, but you may inquire with your daughter for the specifics of the situation." Yu Chenghua replied, striving to maintain a demeanor of dignity. "Do not misunderstand. I do not intend to hold you accountable. I am well aware of my son's character." Lin Zhongfu's tone softened slightly. "That is good to hear," Yu Chenghua thought to himself, feeling a sense of relief. The driver navigated smoothly as the Maybach departed from the bustling city center, heading toward the suburban villa complex. Yu Chenghua suddenly realized their destination was Maple Leaf Water District. Chapter 71. A Gentleman's Agreement. The Maple Leaf Water District real estate project was Lin Zhongfu's pride and joy, marking a significant turning point in his career. Its immense success had propelled him into the ranks of the city's elite wealthy individuals. Gazing at the myriad lights of the villa complex, a surge of ambition stirred within him. Yu Chenghua, however, gripped his pants tightly, his body rigid and motionless. To him, this place was merely where his father had perished in flames. At Lin Zhongfu's gesture, the driver pulled over to the side of the road. Beside them lay an artificial lake, shimmering under the night sky. A cool breeze swept towards them, causing the willows on the bank to sway gracefully, reminiscent of a delicate maiden. After standing silently by the lakeside for a considerable time, Lin Zhongfu finally spoke. "I am truly sorry about your father's situation." Yu Chenghua was not taken aback. Since Lin had taken the initiative to meet him, it was evident that he had thoroughly investigated his background. Fortunately, he had always been forthright, with no hidden transgressions in his past. "Mr. Lin, there is no need for your apology. I understand it is not your fault." Yu Chenghua gazed out at the lake, not meeting Lin's eyes. Ultimately, his father's death was merely an unfortunate accident, for which his mother had received compensation. He later became a firefighter and had looked into the matter himself. Even if there were grounds for accountability, it would not reach someone of Lin Zhongfu's stature. "I admire your clarity of right and wrong," Lin Zhongfu remarked approvingly. "However, that does not imply I harbor any fondness for you or your company." Yu Chenghua replied coldly. "Musher is also part of our company," Lin Zhongfu interjected immediately. Yu Chenghua was momentarily at a loss for words, uncertain how to respond. Others might have investigated their ancestral lineage thoroughly. Naturally, his actions over the past 2 months had not gone unnoticed. Conversing alongside a billionaire, he could not help but feel a sense of trepidation under the weight of Lin's formidable presence. Unconsciously, he placed his right hand into his pocket, his fingertips brushing against a smooth object, a delicate red bean bracelet. Pausing to collect his thoughts, Yu Chenghua forced himself to lock eyes with Lin. "Mr. Lin, why have you summoned me here tonight?" Lin Zhongfu's gaze remained penetrating. "You and Musher went to a hotel. Please don't misunderstand. Nothing happened between us." Yu Chenghua quickly defended himself, his anxiety palpable. This unease was not solely due to Lin's wealth. Any young man would feel flustered when confronted in such a manner by a girl's father. Naturally, in the rich tapestry of the Chinese language, the phrase "nothing happened" distinctly referred to that particular matter, excluding a kiss from consideration. "I know my daughter well. She has never behaved this way with another man. She has developed feelings for you." Lin Zhongfu's eyes turned even more piercing. Yu Chenghua instinctively took a half step back, unable to maintain his earlier composure. He fumbled with the red bean bracelet, his index finger incessantly twisting the tassel. "Mr. Lin, I am merely working for Musher to earn some extra money. Our interactions over the past 2 months have been purely professional. I am acutely aware of the vast chasm between us. That night at the hotel was a misunderstanding. I was merely helping her fend off drunken advances. She couldn't just leave me stranded on the street." Lin Zhongfu interrupted impatiently. "Do you have feelings for her?" Yu Chenghua's arguments came to an abrupt halt, his finger freezing in its motion on the tassel. His heart raced, and his breath hitched. The incisive question from the other party dismantled all his excuses with ease. The breeze from the lake tousled Yu Chenghua's long hair and caused Lin Zhongfu's coat to ripple dramatically. The atmosphere between the two men grew taut, almost suffocating. "I know I am unworthy, but I cannot lie. I do have feelings for her." Before Yu Chenghua could suffocate from his own silence, he summoned immense courage to utter these words, then breathed heavily. His voice was carried by the wind into Lin Zhongfu's ears and subsequently dispersed across the lake's surface. Lin Zhongfu maintained an expression devoid of emotion, as if he held dominion over all matters in the world. It must be said, if such a mountain of a man truly existed, he would likely bear a burden so great that sleep eludes him each night. "Young man, I admire your candor. Perhaps it is this quality that has touched Musher. However, you must understand that there exists no possibility between you two, which is precisely why I have come to meet you today." Although his demeanor might seem somewhat unkind, one might grasp the sincere intentions of a father with a shift in perspective. Lin Zhongfu's gaze softened slightly as he delivered a lengthy discourse to Yu Chenghua. His words remained courteous, yet his tone brooked no contradiction. From Lin Zhongfu's standpoint, his actions were entirely justifiable and deserving of respect. While advocating for the freedom of love and discouraging undue parental interference, one must still consider the importance of social compatibility. Who would wish to see their cherished jewel wed to a destitute vagabond? Lin Mu-shi, with her pure heart and bold affections, might have momentarily succumbed to the folly of love. Yet, once the novelty of romance fades, the entrenched disparities in family backgrounds, cultural contexts, values, and lifestyles will starkly reveal themselves. Such discord is often irreconcilable. As a man of experience, Lin Zhongfu felt compelled to take the helm as he observed his daughter veering off course. Yu Chenghua began to fiddle with his prayer beads. Although the words spoken were unpalatable, they were undeniably sound. He harbored no confidence in his ability to provide Lin Mu-shi with a future filled with happiness. "Mr. Lin, I shall withdraw from her life," Yu Chenghua declared after much internal conflict, gripping the beads tightly in his palm, resolute in his decision. "I apologize for the inconvenience, and I thank you for your understanding." Lin Zhongfu expressed his heartfelt gratitude. "However, I have a condition." Yu Chenghua shifted the conversation's tone. "Speak freely," Lin Zhongfu responded, exhibiting remarkable magnanimity. As Yu Chenghua had anticipated, Lin Zhongfu had thoroughly investigated him prior to their meeting. He learned of Yu Chenghua's tragic past. His parents had passed away, and he had lost his only sister 2 years ago. Currently, he subsists as a fitness instructor and an artist, struggling to make ends meet. In a bid to gather funds for Azu's surgery, he was contemplating returning to the boxing ring to fight for his livelihood. Therefore, Lin Zhongfu conjectured that Yu Chenghua's request would likely involve a sum of money for Azu's operation. With a plan forming in his mind, Yu Chenghua felt a wave of relaxation wash over him. He locked eyes with Lin Zhongfu and calmly articulated his demand. "Mr. Lin, Mu-shi's greatest aspiration is this animated film. She has poured her heart and soul into it, yet due to your and her brother's obstruction, she now faces insurmountable challenges. If you truly care for your daughter, lend her your support and alleviate her burdens." This time, despite Lin Zhongfu's stoic exterior, a flicker of surprise crossed his gaze. He had entirely underestimated the young man's breadth of character and the depth of his affection for his daughter. "In business matters, I oppose her project because I lack understanding of the film industry," Lin Zhongfu stated candidly. "I am not well versed in the film industry, yet I possess an understanding of love. My affection for her compels me to shield her from suffering," Yu Chenghua declared without hesitation. "I comprehend now that as long as I assist her in realizing her dreams, you shall depart from her life, correct?" Indeed. In the night breeze by the lakeside, the two men reached a gentleman's agreement. Yu Chenghua pressed the red bean bracelet to his chest for a moment before deeply concealing it in his pocket. Chapter 72. You are that dog. In the ensuing days, Yu Chenghua sequestered himself in his office, laboring tirelessly on his artwork. At last, he completed his tasks ahead of schedule, granting himself a week for preparation. Bathed in the gentle moonlight, he sent a message to Lin Mu-shi. "Mu-shi, I have submitted all the hand-drawn sketches to the director. I shall not come in tomorrow. Wishing you all the best in the future." After hitting send, he focused intently on the live boxing match. This year's competitors were exceptionally formidable. Within the octagonal cage, they resembled two ferocious beasts tearing at each other, the scent of blood palpable even through the screen. Lin Mu-shi was out seeking investments when she received the message and hurried back. "You must participate in the competition, mustn't you?" "I must." In a bid to retain Yu Chenghua, the two ventured to the plaza in People's Park. Under the silvery moonlight, Lin Mu-shi boldly professed her feelings once more. Yet, the response she received, forged from sincerity, was as sharp as a blade and as frigid as ice. "You are indeed beautiful, but that does not necessitate my affection. We inhabit entirely different worlds and should not have any intersection. I am a man who values his pride. I do not wish to be labeled as someone who lives off others. Reclaim your affection." Yu Chenghua had promised Lin Zhongfu that, as long as he rejected Lin Mu-shi, her dreams would endure. They were never meant to inhabit the same world, destined for no fruition. To exchange a nascent love for a dream nurtured over many years seemed a most advantageous bargain. While love had yet to deepen, the pain would surely heal swiftly. Yu Chenghua was not skilled in deceit. Having uttered these insincere words, he longed to escape quickly. However, Lin Mu-shi grasped his wrist, unwilling to let go, pleading, "Ahua, do you truly not harbor any feelings for me?" Yu Chenghua pressed his other hand against the red bean bracelet in his pocket, hesitating for 2 seconds before casting Lin Mu-shi's hand away. Not in the slightest. Having taken merely 2 steps, The corner of his garment was seized once more. A sobbing voice echoed behind him. Not even a little? Not even a little. Upon uttering this, a tear slipped from the corner of Yu Chenghua's eye, hidden from Lin Mushi's view, reflecting the poignant moonlight. He felt like a fugitive betraying love, stumbling into the inky darkness of the night. Behind him, the heart-wrenching cries of the girl he adored pierced the air. Yu Chenghua was engulfed by fear, terrified that if he lingered even a moment longer, his resolve would waver, and he would return to embrace Lin Mushi, whispering the words, "I love you," in her ear. As he turned away, words remained unspoken. The love between a seabird and a fish is merely an accident. Our love has always been fraught with differences. The dust in the wind accumulates into wounds. Listening to the music in his headphones, Yu Chenghua rushed into the miracle gym with fervor. Sweat trickled down, obscuring the tear stains on his cheeks. "Brother Yu, you've returned?" Su Wentao greeted him from the bar. "Su Gu, indulge me in a few rounds." Yu Chenghua's eyes glinted with intensity. "Not a chance. This old body of mine needs to last a few more years to dote on grandchildren." Su Wentao recoiled in mock fear. A heartbroken man is invincible. In this state, Yu Chenghua could fell even a bull. The gym bustled with patrons, fluctuating from lively to desolate, until closing time, when the rhythmic sound of punches against a sandbag echoed from the corner. Su Wentao inquired of the front desk attendant, "How long has he been at it?" "Almost 3 hours, and he shows no sign of stopping," she replied. "Let him be. Just lock the door when he leaves." Truly, a champion. His stamina is remarkable. Yu Chenghua, bare-chested, showcased his sculpted muscles, relentlessly striking the bag. This evening, the sandbag bore the brunt of his frustrations. He sought to exhaust every ounce of energy, hoping to forget everything and sleep soundly, yet he found it impossible. A dull ache lingered in a corner of his heart. The ringtone of his phone interrupted his reverie, revealing a call from Xie Xiaoyu. "Hello, Xiaoyu, what is up?" He gasped between breaths. "Is Huiyang with you?" "He has been avoiding my calls," Xie Xiaoyu lamented. "No. He asked the class monitor now, burdened with responsibilities. He might be conducting night drills with the recruits." Yu Chenghua quickly provided cover for his friend before deliberately steering the conversation elsewhere. "You sound like you've been drinking." Xie Xiaoyu, with her carefree nature, followed suit. "It's just Mu Shi, your producer, insisting I go sing." She cried and wailed about a breakup. How could any man be so cruel to such a wonderful girl? "If I ever meet that scoundrel, I de-slap him silly." Yu Chenghua's tone turned somber. "It's all my fault." "Is she doing okay?" "What? Are you that scoundrel?" Xie Xiaoyu nearly dropped her phone in shock, then quickly regained her composure. "No worries. She just got a bit drunk and is back home with her father." Yu Chenghua sighed deeply, then after a moment of silence, said, "Xiaoyu, I need to ask you a favor." "Of course. I'll make sure to help," she replied eagerly. The following afternoon, Yu Chenghua returned to the countryside. It had been ages since his last visit. Weeds had overtaken Xiao Lan's grave, shrouding the orchids. Armed with a sickle, he worked tirelessly until dusk, finally restoring a semblance of order. Xiao Lan's letter remained vivid in his mind. "If life becomes overwhelming, if you encounter obstacles, if you feel pain and fatigue, come back and visit me, water the flowers. I will be in the unseen, giving you strength to forge ahead. Xiao Lan, will you hold it against me for staying away so long? I will ensure Aju's eyes are healed, so you can continue to witness this world. My life remains a chaotic mess. I finally met a girl I like, only to hurt her feelings. I will return to see you on your Memorial Day during the Double Ninth Festival." It had been too long since his last visit. His home was in disarray. Therefore, Yu Chenghua decided to stay with his aunt for the night. The following morning, he was awakened by the honks of geese. Stepping outside, he noticed a motorcycle in the yard, adorned with a snakeskin bag containing a large male goose. The honking originated from a different female goose, which approached the male with a staggered gait, gazing intently at him. The male goose remained silent, gradually lowering his head to rest upon the female's neck, savoring a moment of tenderness. This scene evoked the poignancy of parting life and death. Overcome with emotion, Yu Chenghua retrieved a red bean bracelet from his pocket, tears streaming down his face. "Aunt, what is this about?" Zhang Suqin emerged from the kitchen, responding, "Zhaoxing, it has been a long time since you returned. I asked your uncle to go into town and procure a goose to stew for your health." Yu Chenghua approached the snakeskin bag and released the male goose, saying, "Take good care of them. I will be heading back to the city shortly." "In such a hurry? Is there something troubling you?" his aunt inquired with concern. "No, just busy with work," Yu Chenghua replied dismissively. Zhaosheng, you are 26 this year. There are matters you ought to consider. I know, he responded. As Yu Qinghua departed, Zhang Suqin walked him to the village entrance. Watching her nephew's retreating figure, tears fell from her eyes. This child bears such a heavy burden, shouldering everything alone, unwilling to let others share the load. Chapter 73. Whose conviction is stronger? On October 11th, as night enveloped the sky and lights began to flicker on, Lin Mushi returned to her rental on Mingyue Road, filled with questions after failing to find Xiaolan at the hospital. With more than half an hour remaining until Yu Qinghua's match, she spent considerable time online before finally discovering the video of the finals from 2 years prior. Watching it at double speed, Yu Qinghua battled Lu Qiulong for an entire 5 rounds, emerging victorious through great difficulty. The perils of the octagonal cage were vividly conveyed through the screen. Lin Mushi suddenly slumped, her hands tangling her hair in frustration. I truly lack ambition. Why should I care so much for him? Despite her constant self-affirmations, anxiety gnawed at her regarding Yu Qinghua's upcoming boxing match, fearing even the slightest misstep. Switching to the live broadcast, the host fervently introduced both competitors. This year's newcomer, Zhou Chao, a 22-year-old youth in the prime of his life, had shown remarkable prowess in previous matches, storming into the finals with unstoppable momentum. Many spectators backed him, believing he would effortlessly defeat Yu Qinghua. The crowd's support reverberated throughout the venue. In the front row of the audience sat 2 extravagantly dressed young scions. Liang Vida clapped with smug satisfaction. Lin Xiao? How hard do you think this punch will be? Lin Jiejun, gritting his teeth and giving a thumbs up, replied, as long as he takes that bastard apart in the ring. Money is trivial. A faint bruise marked his face, and a missing molar caused his speech to be slightly slurred. Lin Jiejun was a man who bore grudges, having suffered multiple defeats at Yu Qinghua's hands, and he was not one to let it go easily. While private retaliation might invite trouble on the ring, there were no rules to constrain the fury. By a fortunate coincidence, Liang Vida was also haunted by the incident of drinking games at the Full Garden. The two colluded in their mischief and quickly reached a consensus, identifying Zhou Chao as the strongest newcomer. The terms of the deal presented to Zhou were eerily reminiscent of those offered to Yu Qinghua 2 years prior. All he needed to do was to incapacitate the reigning champion in the ring, and he would be rewarded handsomely. Faced with the temptation of wealth, not everyone possesses the integrity of Zhaosheng, who can maintain a benevolent and upright heart. After introducing Zhou Chao, the host shifted his focus elsewhere. Next to grace the stage was none other than our champion, Mr. Yu Qinghua. Since his last championship victory, he had vanished from the public eye, remaining in obscurity for 2 long years. Now, as the king returns, we eagerly anticipate whether he can replicate his past glory. Amidst thunderous applause and cheers, Yu Qinghua strode confidently toward the octagonal cage. The sound of his gloved fists clashing resonated like a muffled bell. 2 years ago, he entered this cage to save Xiaolan, and now, 2 years later, he returned without hesitation to save her eyesight, as if caught in a fateful cycle. Surely, the heavens would not be so miserly as to withhold even this small boon. The referee briefly went through the formalities, directing both competitors to their corners. With no elaborate rituals, a crisp bell rang out, signaling the commencement of the first round. Zhou Chao, robust as an ox, launched a fierce and relentless assault from the onset. His strikes were powerful and unyielding, landing with brutal precision. Yu Qinghua desperately protected his head with his elbows, but the rhythm of the fight was disrupted, and he inadvertently exposed openings, each cheek absorbing a heavy blow. His mind buzzed with confusion, and his vision blurred. The metallic scent of blood filled the air. The audience erupted with frenzied cheers, caught off guard by Zhou Chao's reckless fighting style. Indeed, youth is a formidable adversary. In the front row, Lin Jiejun and Liang Vida unleashed exaggerated jeers. Look at him. He acts like a limp noodle. He won't last 3 rounds. He lacks the strength to strike and dares to call himself a champion. 2 years ago, he caught a lucky break, and now he truly fancied himself a contender. Su Wintao pounded his thigh, urging, brother, get your head in the game, find your rhythm. In that moment, Yu Qinghua, whether beset by mockery or encouragement, heard nothing but the singular conviction that he must not fall. Azuzu's gaze represented the continuation of Xiaolan's life. Zhou Chao's fighting style bore a striking resemblance to that of Lu Qiulong from 2 years ago, both being characterized by fierce and rapid assaults. In the first 3 rounds, a head-on clash would be unwise. Instead, Grappling and ground fighting would be the prudent strategy. As the bell tolled, signaling the end of the first round, Yu Qinghua barely managed to endure the 5 minutes, retreating to his corner for respite. Su Wentao rushed in to tend to his wounds and to soothe his muscles. Remember, do not push yourself too hard. If it becomes unbearable, just tap out. There is no shame in that. I may be knocked down, but I will not concede. Yu Qinghua gasped, his breath heavy but his resolve unwavering. In all competitive sports, there are no everlasting victors. No matter how formidable a champion, there will inevitably come a day of defeat. But that day will not be today, and it will not be here. Zhou Chao seeks wealth, while Yu Qinghua yearns for the eyes of his sister, who, then, possesses a stronger conviction. In the second round, Yu Qinghua suffers an injury to his right leg. In the third round, his nose is brutally disfigured. His body is a tapestry of wounds and bruises, as if he has rolled through a thicket of thorns. Brother, please stop. I implore you, Su Wentao urges, his eyes reddened. He has not revealed the matter concerning Azu to Su Wentao. Over the past 2 years, he has received far too much care from others. He cannot ask for financial assistance again. During his time at the fire station, the discipline was unwavering. The duty of firefighters is to engage in rescue and disaster relief without exploiting the sense of indebtedness from others. He has sworn an oath before the national flag and emblem, and even without the uniform, he will uphold this commitment for a lifetime. In the dormitory of the fire station, Huiyang bites his finger, intently focused on the screen. Brother, hang in there. I've always believed in you. In a university dormitory, Xiao Mei and Aju have already soaked a pile of tissues with their tears. Whenever they see Yu Qinghua's battered form, they are reminded of this very day 2 years ago. The brother, in a reckless act of bravery, sought to save his sister. Yet his sister on the operating table could not await his triumphant return. Now, 2 years later, even though Xiao Lan is no longer with them, Yu Qinghua is still willing to risk his life for the sake of her eyes. Before the screen, Lin Mushi also weeps profusely. Memories of her interactions with Yu Qinghua flash vividly in her mind. Xie Xiaoyu spoke the truth. Despite his aloof and reclusive demeanor, he possesses a gentle and kind heart. I have no desire to know who you are, but as her brother, should you not protect your sister? Mind your language. Who would tarnish their own sister's name? How dare you speak so lowly? You are, in fact, the most contemptible person here. Yu Qinghua's retorts to Lin Jiejun echo in her ears. Lin Mushi struggles to forget how he always shone brightly whenever he defended her. And on the Ferris wheel, he made a solemn promise. Mushi, do not think of anything else. I will help you achieve your dreams. Such a perfect young man, flawless save for one shortcoming. He does not harbor any affection for her. Not even a morsel. Chapter 74. Learning the craft in the eyes of the audience. Yu Qinghua appears to be hanging by a thread under Zhou Chao's relentless assault. He finds himself at a loss, struggling to defend himself. At one perilous moment, he narrowly avoids having his spine broken, escaping disaster at the last second. Su Wentao, seasoned and astute, quickly recognizes that Zhou Chao, also a novice boxer, possesses strength and talent that surpass Yu Qinghua's from 2 years prior. Moreover, during the past 2 years, Yu Qinghua has been preoccupied with painting, devoting minimal time to rigorous training for the match, merely a week's worth. At the age of 22, Zhou Chao is in the prime of his physical prowess, unlike the 30-something Lu Qiulong. Relying on tactics from 2 years ago to wear down his opponent's stamina seems unrealistic. As the final round approaches, uncertainty looms. Brother, a true man knows when to yield. Perhaps it's best to concede this year. Su Wentao nearly pleads. Yu Qinghua's face bears 5 or 6 wounds or bruises, and the toll on his body is incalculable. Yet he stubbornly shook his head, the light in his eyes unwavering. An indomitable voice echoed in his mind. What a jest! I was once a firefighter. No matter the calamity, I have always forged ahead, never retreating a single step. How could I capitulate here? Meanwhile, Lin Jiejun could no longer contain himself, rushing to the edge of the octagonal cage, whispering instructions to Zhou Chao through the mesh. What are you doing? How could he still be holding on? This is the final round. Unleash your ultimate move and end it decisively. The terms we previously discussed stand firm. You shall receive every bit promised. This scene unfolded before Lin Mushu through the live broadcast. Although she could not hear Lin Jiejun's words, she could glean much from his expression. He is ungrateful, and I shall be unyielding. The fairy tale bond between Zhao Sheng and Xiao Lan might only exist in the lives of others. Lin Mushu made a call. her face devoid of emotion as she conveyed her orders. Understood, Miss Lin, I will take care of it immediately. Your brother will not return home tonight. After hanging up, Lin Mushu gazed at the battered Yu Chenghua on the screen, revealing a hint of relief in her smile. You have aided me countless times. Allow me to repay you once. The bell tolled, heralding the exhilarating 5th round. After 4 grueling rounds, Zhou Chao's stamina showed no signs of waning. He launched into a fierce attack from the outset. Yu Chenghua struggled to fend him off, silently gathering strength, awaiting the opportune moment. However, to the spectators, he appeared to be the one retreating in despair. In the front row, Lin Jiejun and Liang Vida unleashed derisive taunts, and the majority believed the outcome was already decided. Yu Chenghua seemed devoid of any chance for a comeback. Yet Zhou Chao's ambitions extended beyond mere victory, having agreed to Lin Jiejun's terms. He was bound to unleash a brutal finishing move. As the battle progressed into the 3rd minute, Yu Chenghua faltered, finding himself pinned to the floor, his right arm ensnared. His back lay exposed, a perilous situation. Zhou Chao bent his right leg, driving his knee into Yu Chenghua's spine, a devastating maneuver derived from Muay Thai. Should it connect solidly, the consequences would be dire. Everyone seemed to anticipate the imminent scene, hearing the sharp crack echo. Brother, applaud! Su Wentao shouted in terror. Before the screen, Huiyang, Su Jimei, Tao Wenju, and others, including Lin Mushu, leapt to their feet, their hearts lodged in their throats. A sinister smile lingered at the corner of Lin Jiejun's mouth. In the nick of time, a fist struck Zhou Chao's right cheek from an unimaginable angle, sending him flying. What? How did he throw that punch? An excited judge exclaimed. It was the very move Lu Qiulong executed 2 years ago. He learned it in a desperate bid for survival, another judge explained. Indeed, Yu Chenghua's right arm dangled in a bizarre manner. He had employed Lu Qiulong's secret technique, deliberately dislocating his right arm to neutralize Zhou Chao's lethal strike with his left fist. The audience erupted in exhilaration, rising to cheer and scream. What had seemed a foregone conclusion now took a thrilling turn. 2 years ago, Lu Qiulong employed this tactic to launch a surprise attack on Yu Chenghua, but was hindered by his own stamina, unable to maintain a continuous assault and secure victory. For an entire week, Yu Chenghua had been diligently practicing this very move. After lying in wait for 4.5 rounds, he was poised for this moment, determined not to grant his opponent any respite. Seizing the opportunity while Zhou Chao was off balance, Yu Chenghua unleashed 3 consecutive punches with his left hand, each strike landing squarely on Zhou Chao's face and jaw. Zhou Chao collapsed to the ground, utterly defenseless. Yu Chenghua, relentless, mounted him and delivered several more blows until the referee intervened. Upon confirming that Zhou Chao could no longer rise, the referee signaled Yu Chenghua as the victor. A truly masterful swordsman strikes only once, sealing the fate of his opponent with a single, decisive blow. The rest of the time is spent honing his craft. With the sound of a cannon, colorful streamers cascaded from the ceiling, and the arena erupted in jubilant cheers that echoed to the heavens. Slowly, Yu Chenghua knelt, bracing himself against the ground as he endured excruciating pain to reset his dislocated joint. In the audience, Su Wentao, and those watching on screen, Huiyang, Xiaomei, and a Jew, were all moved to tears. Yu Chenghua, as if deaf, could not hear the roaring applause surrounding him. Tears streamed down his cheeks, a torrent of emotion. He could create miracle after miracle, yet he could not save Xiaolon. In the front row of the audience, Lin Jiejun was beside himself with rage, cursing vehemently. Is there any chance of a comeback? What kind of useless waste did you bring in? He pulled out his phone, intending to seek underhanded revenge. If he did not avenge himself on Yu Chenghua, he would be unable to sleep tonight. Suddenly, several uniformed officers approached him. Mr. Lin Jiejun, we have received reports from the public regarding your involvement in multiple illegal activities. Please accompany us for an investigation. With a crash, Lin Jiejun's phone fell to the ground. It seemed he truly would not be returning home tonight. Lin Mushi, witnessing Yu Chenghua's victory and receiving news of Lin Jiejun's arrest, felt a whirlwind of emotions, realizing that events had culminated in this manner. She had initially intended to call Yu Chenghua to congratulate him, but ultimately refrained, perhaps believing he would not care. Forget it. I shall have Xiao Yu send him a gift. Having not rested well the previous night, fatigue washed over her, and she inadvertently drifted into sleep, leaning against her pillow. After an undetermined time, she was awakened by a cool breeze, realizing she had forgotten to close the window. The black notebook on her desk fluttered as the wind turned its pages haphazardly. The wall-mounted youth journey painting rustled as well. Lin Mushy sat up, reached for the notebook, and upon seeing the content of a particular page, a jolt of electricity coursed through her body. The world's secrets had finally been unveiled. This was the key to unraveling all mysteries. Zhaoxing's notes had been recorded since February. Lin Mushy had glimpsed this page on the very first day she moved in, but had carelessly flipped past it without paying attention. February 29th, Monday, Xiaoyu. Beef 325 yuan, vegetables 54 yuan, umbrella 20 yuan, water cup 8 yuan. I spoke with Dr. Chen again, and he insists there is no hope. Xiao Lan's illness cannot be cured. I feel so helpless. What am I supposed to do? A mere handful of words concealed a staggering secret. This year is not a leap year, and there is no 29th of February. In Chapter 75, Destined Fate, Lin Mushu discovered something astonishing, her mind ringing as if struck by thunder, sending shivers down her spine. She stared blankly at the small room, momentarily losing her ability to think. Dialing Zhao Sheng's number yielded only the cold, mechanical voice. Drawing a deep breath, she began to compose a message, her emotions overwhelming her, resulting in a somewhat incoherent expression. I have stumbled upon something extraordinary, but it cannot be conveyed in just a sentence or two. If you see this message, please call me back immediately. I have an important question for you. You must respond right away. I will wait for you tonight. After hitting send, Lin Mushu remained in a daze. The most recent leap year was either 2 years ago or in 2 years hence, extending further to 6 years prior or later. She slapped her forehead, cursing her own folly. Zhao Sheng had made it abundantly clear that 29th of February fell on a Monday, easily verifiable on a perpetual calendar. Lin Mushu opened the calendar on her phone, swiftly locating the answer. The notebook before her had been written 2 years ago. It dawned on her that for the past 2 months, she had been conversing with a boy from 2 years past within this cramped rental space. The youth journey painting on the wall had already begun to yellow. Old trickster, you have deceived me so deeply. 2 years ago, in a bid to save his sister Xiaolan, Zhao Sheng had fearlessly entered the octagonal cage, risking his life to claim the title of champion. Who he was had become starkly clear. Scalding tears surged forth in an instant, enveloping her in a tempest of shock and sorrow. Ahua. It turns out our bond runs deeper than I imagined. Our encounter was truly a fated connection. Lin Mushu's work phone lay charging on the bedside table. She intended to call Yu Qinghua when, suddenly, the overhead light extinguished, plunging the small room into utter darkness. Flickering flames illuminated the scene through the window, casting a crimson glow upon the white walls. The air grew heavy with the acrid scent of smoke. From the other rental units and the corridor, panicked cries emerged. Lin Mushu, having been too engrossed moments ago, now sensed something amiss. Groping to open the door, she was met with a choking cloud of thick smoke that seized her throat like a demon. Yu Chenghua had sustained considerable injuries, and Su Wentao had taken him to the hospital, where he received 3 stitches on his face. Stepping out of the hospital, she spotted Huiyang standing in the evening breeze, hands in pockets, feigning nonchalance. What brings you here? I couldn't rest easy seeing you beaten to a pulp. The 2 brothers exchanged a knowing smile, an unspoken understanding passing between them. Huiyang had to work the night shift and couldn't linger long. So he invited Yu Qinghua to accompany him back to the fire station for a heart-to-heart. The tall flagpole stood proudly in the playground. The slogans atop the roof were strikingly visible, glowing in the night. Fire rescue, caring for the people, brave and fearless, building safety together. It hadn't changed much in the 2 years since he last visited. Every blade of grass and tree felt familiar. Looking up at the flagpole, Yu Chenghua's heart swelled with emotion, the solemn vows made back then echoing in his ears. What is this? Feeling nostalgic? Huiyang remarked, hands crossed. I apologize for abandoning our shared endeavor midway. I feel utterly ashamed, like a deserter. If you choose not to leave, the position of class leader would not fall to me, and for that, I must express my gratitude. Huiyang feigned indifference, laughing heartily. On this late evening, what exactly did you summon me for? To discuss your lifelong affairs. Huiyang ceased his laughter, his tone laden with meaning. During our last outing of skewers and drinks, Yu Chenghua resolved to confess his feelings to the wealthy female CEO. However, from Xie Xiaoyu, he learned of a sorrowful conclusion. A young couple whispered under the covers all night, intending to persuade them to reconcile. In this world rife with material desires, it is rare to encounter genuine affection. Zhao Sheng, Have you lost your mind? Opportunities like this, falling from the sky, are inconceivable for ordinary people, Hui Yang advised earnestly. I too find it hard to fathom. I am unworthy of her. Zhao Sheng sat on the steps by the flagpole, gazing at the vast night sky, overwhelmed with melancholy. She likes you, and you like her. Is that not sufficient? It is not so simple. Zhao Sheng's sigh was swept away by the night breeze. How many lovers in this world never become a couple? It turns out there are countless pairs of loving hearts that ultimately cannot unite. They argued for a while, yet it felt as though they were not on the same wavelength. Hui Yang believed that love could overcome all obstacles, while Yu Chenghua felt that his affection was, in fact, an impediment to Lin Mushi. A petite figure entered through the gate. Hui Yang waved and called out, "Darling, over here." Xiaoyu skipped over and leaped into Hui Yang's arms, demanding a kiss. "Let's discuss this later. There are others present." No, I want it now." Yu Chenghua awkwardly turned his face away. This couple is utterly mushy, completely disregarding the feelings of others. They indulged in their affection for a while before Xiaoyu remembered the single bystander and handed over a paper bag. "What is this?" Yu Chenghua inquired, puzzled. "A gift from Mushi to celebrate your successful defense of the title," Xiaoyu said, her tone laced with a hint of indignation for her dear friend. Yu Chenghua opened the bag, revealing a steaming cup of milk tea. Forced to take a sip by Xiaoyu, he found it to be as salty as tears. This flavor, much like love, is profoundly complex. Mushi is a kind and gentle girl, unfortunate enough to be born into a wealthy family. Her feelings for you are unwavering. Even after the hurt you caused her, she still holds you in her thoughts. Since you also harbor feelings for her, why not grant each other an opportunity? Xiaoyu gazed at Yu Chenghua, her voice tinged with reproach. Yu Chenghua felt a heaviness in his heart, taking another large sip of the salty milk tea, as if he were beginning to appreciate its intricate taste. "Zhao Sheng, that girl has been sincere towards you, even if you cannot be together. You ought to communicate with her kindly, rather than being so cold and cruel." Hui Yang's tone softened somewhat. Yu Chenghua felt as though his heart was being cleaved in two, memories of moments shared with Lin Mushi flashing in his mind. Yet, the gentleman's agreement with Lin Zhongfu felt like a merciless blade, severing all emotional ties. "I shall give her a call." Yu Chenghua finally acquiesced. They were right. Perhaps a gentle farewell was possible. 3 consecutive calls went unanswered, leaving Yu Chenghua perplexed. "Xiaoyu, Mu Shi has another phone. You should know the number, right? It is quite common for business professionals like Lin Mu Shi to possess multiple phones, distinguishing between work and personal life. And even owning 3 or 4 devices is not unusual." "Well, give this number a try," said Xiaoyu as she handed over her mobile device. Upon glimpsing the number on the screen, Yu Chenghua's pupils dilated sharply, and he abruptly stood up from the steps, a torrent of hot tears flooding forth. He was enveloped by overwhelming shock and sorrow. "Zhao Sheng, what's wrong?" Hui Yang exclaimed, startled. Yu Chenghua did not respond. Trembling hands opened WeChat to input the number and search for new friends. The user's nickname was Chasing Dreams, a homophonic play, with an avatar depicting a gracefully dancing butterfly. This butterfly was strikingly beautiful, its wings of vivid azure adorned with delicate white veins, reminiscent of white waves cresting upon a cerulean sea. This butterfly bore a commanding name, Goddess of Light. "Mu Shi, it seems our bond runs deeper than I ever imagined. Our encounter was destined by fate." Chapter 76. "I know where that fire is, Xiaoyu. Do you know where Mu Shi is right now?" Yu Chenghua asked. His voice choked with emotion. "At this late hour, she should be in that rental on Mingwei Road." Xiaoyu replied, bewildered by the sudden shift in his demeanor. "Which Mingwei Road?" Yu Chenghua pressed on. Let me think. I believe it's at number 137, 4th floor," Xiaoyu recalled. "Turn right at the top of the stairs. It's the first room." "How do you know? Did she take you there?" A bizarre thought surged within Yu Chenghua. An unfathomable notion. Incredible, unless the world has turned upside down. Hui Yang, equally perplexed, leaned closer to glimpse Yu Chenghua's screen and was instantly frozen in place. The name Chasing Dreams had echoed countless times from Zhao Sheng's lips. 2 years prior, while enjoying skewers at a roadside stall, he had even assisted in sending an invitation message, forming a vague recollection of that blue butterfly. "Zhao Sheng, is Miss Lin actually chasing dreams?" Hui Yang exclaimed, gripping Yu Chenghua's arm in excitement. "Hui Yang, you helped me terminate a lease 2 years ago and left behind a notebook," Yu Chenghua murmured. "That does sound familiar." Hui Yang scratched his head. Was that notebook bound in black, with an orchid illustration on the title page. Xie Xiaoyu interjected, recounting the process of renting with Lin Musher. They meticulously cleaned every corner of the room and discovered the notebook beneath the bed, initially assuming it was left by the previous tenant. However, not everyone who rents cleans underneath the bed. That notebook lay undisturbed for 2 full years. Yu Chenghua had surmised the answer, yet still found it hard to believe. It turned out that even without various unforeseen circumstances, he would have never encountered chasing dreams. All along, they had been in the same room, even sharing the same bed during their conversations. Through those arduous days, she had accompanied him through many lonely and troubled nights. Yet time had separated them by a full 2 years. No wonder that the painting youth's journey was still tucked away in the drawer, yet Chasing Dream claimed she had already received it. Subsequently, Yu Chenghua lost all contact with Chasing Dream after Xiao Lan's demise. He never returned to that room again. Throughout their acquaintance, he and Chasing Dream had communicated solely via 2 phone calls, one of which he dismissed, while the last was marked by urgency. Time passed, and upon encountering Lin Mushy once more, he found himself unable to recognize her voice. Such an occurrence would leave anyone astounded for a considerable duration. The worldview he had constructed since childhood would not permit him to readily accept such an extraordinary reality. Zhaosheng, what on earth transpired? Speak up, Huiyang implored anxiously. Yu Qinghua's gaze was vacant, lost in the void, a growing sense of unease enveloping him. Suddenly, clarity struck him, and he shouted, Huiyang, I know where that fire is. Come with me at once. The fire he recalled during his conversation with Chasing Dream was set to occur today, 2 years later, not at Group 2 of Shishan, but on Mingwei Road. Just then, the alarm at the fire station blared. A fire had erupted on Mingwei Road, and all firefighters were called to action. Huiyang and Yu Chenghua exchanged alarmed glances and sprinted towards the fire truck. Other firefighters were swiftly donning their gear. Zhaosheng, you are no longer a firefighter. You cannot go, Huiyang urged as they ran. I took an oath before the national flag. Even if I am no longer a firefighter, I shall uphold my vow. Mushy is there. I must rescue her because I love her. Even as an ordinary citizen, I bear the responsibility to act heroically. Yu Qinghua's resolve was unwavering. He had to go. At this critical juncture, the fire station was short-staffed due to several comrades taking leave following the National Day holiday. Other fire stations were too far from Mingwei Road to arrive in a timely manner. Yu Chenghua, agile and experienced, was a ready ally. Although this action contravened regulations, lives were at stake, and he could not afford to hesitate. Huiyang pointed to the gear of a comrade on leave and decisively commanded, change clothes. Though he had been away from the team for 2 years, the motions were ingrained in Yu Chenghua's very being. He donned his equipment with remarkable speed, outpacing the nearby rookies. He threw open the door and took a seat beside Huiyang. The fire truck's siren blared as it sped toward Mingwei Road. Huiyang clipped the radio to Yu Chenghua's shoulder. Follow my orders and return safely. Yu Chenghua's expression was resolute. I am well aware. Having shared over 2 decades of camaraderie, they had developed an unspoken understanding. They both recalled their childhood oath made at the Earth God Temple at the age of 8. 2 innocent voices making a wish to the deity, not seeking to be born on the same year, month, and day, but rather to perish on the same year, month, and day. Yu Chenghua incessantly dialed Lin Mushy's number, but neither line connected. Huiyang had established contact with personnel on the scene and learned of individuals trapped inside, swiftly organizing a rescue plan. As the fire truck entered Mingwei Road, flames soared skyward, and thick smoke billowed. Various flammable materials crackled ominously. The fire raged most fiercely in 2 buildings, numbered 137 and 138. You go to the left, and I shall proceed to the right. Huiyang, aware of Yu Chenghua's intentions, reserved room 137 for him. Among those trapped on the 4th floor was the girl he cherished. Yu Chenghua leapt from the vehicle, and at last, his phone call connected. He swiftly inserted the earpiece. Musher, I understand now. You are the one pursuing dreams. Lin Mushy coughed a few times, her voice tinged with tears as she replied. Ahua, I too have realized, you are Zhaosheng. With that brief exchange, she was choked by the dense smoke, coughing uncontrollably. Moments earlier, she had spoken with Zhaosheng from 2 years prior. Hello, who is this? Has something happened on your end? There's a fire, a massive blaze. We on the 1st floor are trapped upstairs. Have you called for help? Use wet towels to cover your mouth and nose. Stay low along the walls. Before Lin Mushy could properly identify herself to Yu Chenghua, he dashed out of the rented apartment. The signal transcending time was abruptly severed by an unseen force. When they managed to reconnect, she had waited merely half a minute, while he had endured a full 2 years. The inferno and smoke had ensnared Lin Mushi and the others in the corridor. Yu Chenghua followed the firefighters, resolutely charging into the flames. Musher, do you remember our first meeting when I made you hold a plank? This time, you just need to hold on for 90 seconds against the wall. I shall reach your side. The position need not be perfect. You can do this. Just wait for me. Having uttered these words, he donned an oxygen mask and ascended the stairs with determined strides. Even clad in protective gear, the flames scorched his skin painfully. Visibility was hampered by the thick smoke. Yet he stumbled upwards to the 4th floor, guided by memories from 2 years ago. In the dimness, he discerned a slender figure huddled in the corner. Ahwa! Lin Mushi emitted a faint cry for help. Though she had covered her mouth and nose with a wet towel, the suffocating smoke still threatened to overwhelm her. Fearing she might lose consciousness, she braced herself on her elbows, relying on faith as she awaited Yu Chenghua's arrival. Though her stance could hardly be deemed a plank, she managed to endure for 90 seconds. Yu Chenghua scooped Lin Mushi into his arms, allowing her a few breaths of oxygen. Musher, I apologize for being late. You will be all right. Lin Mushi reached out to touch Yu Chenghua's face. Glimmering tears cascaded down her cheeks, illuminated by the fierce flames, creating a hauntingly beautiful scene. Chapter 77. Even if you're not pursuing dreams, Musher, I am truly sorry. I deceived you that day. Yu Chenghua gently wiped away the tears from the corners of Lin Mushi's eyes. Yet, more tears spilled forth. For Lin Mushi, this was a simple tale, a pure form of love. In the span of 2 months, she had fallen for a cool, artistic soul. Despite her earnest efforts to reveal her tenderness, her desires remained unfulfilled. She had never harbored feelings for Zhao Sheng. Her heart and mind were solely occupied by Ahua. Conversely, for Yu Chenghua, this was an intricate narrative, its timeline extending over 2 long years. All began on an ordinary afternoon. The cramped rental apartment was bathed in a warm, golden glow from the setting sun. A miraculous phone call traversing time connects 2 disparate worlds, intertwining their fates with a crimson thread. The emergence of Dream Chaser illuminates the otherwise dark existence of Zhao Sheng, rendering her his beacon of hope. 2 years prior, Yu Chenghua and Lin Mushi could only establish their connection within the confines of this room. You are an exceptional and devoted brother. Keep pushing forward. It's all right. I am willing to share your burdens, as long as it brings you solace. Do not dwell on such thoughts. I understand your feelings. You are the best brother in the world. Only Yu Chenghua comprehends the immense encouragement those warm words provided him, urging him to persevere through the most arduous times. Though he ultimately could not save Xiaolan's life, he may grieve, regret, and suffer, but he shall never harbor remorse, for he has truly exerted himself to the utmost. Mushi, thank you. Without you 2 years ago, I might not have held on. Yu Chenghua choked back tears. Lin Mushi was unable to respond, only silently shedding tears. After departing from the small room, Yu Chenghua could no longer find Dream Chaser, but remained eternally captivated by her memory. This sentiment is difficult to label as love. After all, they had never met nor engaged in tangible contact. Dream Chaser is a unique amalgamation of his memories and fantasies, deserving of the epithet goddess. Throughout these 2 years, Yu Chenghua immersed himself in painting, often drawing inspiration from Dream Chaser. He did not resist love. He simply had yet to encounter a girl who could penetrate his heart. Until one ordinary afternoon, when a wealthy heiress entered the miracle gym. Following Xiaolan's loss, Yu Chenghua found life devoid of interest. Lin Mushi's arrival marked a pivotal moment. The significance of life is discovered within oneself. The pursuit of dreams embodies the greatest meaning. It was this realization that prompted Yu Chenghua to alter his decision in the final moment. Even as he felt like a failure, he could still assist others in realizing their dreams. To give roses is to retain their fragrance. In the brief span of 2 months, they spent every moment together, inseparable. Lin Mushi radiated warmth like the sun, gradually melting the icy barriers encasing Yu Chenghua's heart. Hand-holding in the cinema, declarations on the Ferris wheel, and kisses infused with the scent of beer in the hotel room. Admit it, Ahua, under the gentle assault of the tender female CEO, you have completely succumbed. Yet, the tale begins and concludes with dreams. To aid Lin Mushi in achieving her aspirations, Yu Chenghua acquiesced to Lin Zhongfu's conditions, concealing the red bean bracelet and relinquishing this unequal romance. The love between seabirds and fish is merely an accident. The fire downstairs was temporarily contained, and the valiant firefighters rescued individuals from the building. Yu Chenghua, embracing Lin Mushi, swiftly evacuated with the crowd. Mushi, I love you, even if you are not Dream Chaser. I have long since fallen for you. Yu Chenghua offered the oxygen mask to Lin Mushi, choking on smoke as he spoke. His heartfelt confession in the face of peril was profoundly moving. Lin Mushi could not respond. She could only cling to his neck, tears streaming down her face. The two escaped the inferno unscathed, their faces smeared with soot. Ahua. Lin Mushu swiftly removed her oxygen mask and threw herself into Yu Chenghua's embrace. Her heart brimmed with unuttered words, yet all she could manage was to call out his name, unable to articulate anything further. Even a man as steadfast as Yu Chenghua found his eyes glistening with tears at this moment. A journalist aimed his camera at them, capturing this invaluable scene. Behind them, the flames raged mercilessly. A young man breached the cordon, shouting desperately, Xiaolan, where are you? Yu Chenghua released Lin Mushu and seized the young man, questioning. What are you doing? Are you trying to get yourself killed? The young man, breathless and frantic, replied, My sister didn't come out. She's still inside sleeping. I must save her. Yu Chenghua's expression hardened. Is your sister named Xiaolan? Where is she? I'll help you find her. The young man wiped the sweat from his brow. 5th floor, room 502, the second room on the right. At that moment, the fire continued to spread upward. Thick smoke billowing from the windows of the 4th and 5th floors. Entering the inferno without protective gear would be tantamount to seeking death. Yu Chenghua instructed the young man to retreat beyond the cordon while he went to search for his sister. Ahua, don't go. You're not a firefighter anymore. Lin Mushu implored, clutching Yu Chenghua's hand, unwilling to let go. I took an oath before the national flag. Even if I am no longer a firefighter, I will uphold my duty for a lifetime, Yu Chenghua asserted, his gaze resolute. On his first day of service, he and Hui Yang had pledged together to obey orders, heed commands, fulfill their duties, hone their skills, face dangers without fear, and sacrifice themselves to protect the lives and property of the people, contributing everything to maintain social stability. Lin Mushu knew she was being selfish, yet she shook her head vigorously, tears streaming down her face. Yu Chenghua retrieved a red bean bracelet from his pocket, placing it in her palm before turning away resolutely. Ahua. Lin Mushu chased after him. Yu Chenghua embraced Lin Mushu tightly, burying his head in her shoulder. Their cheeks pressed together as he savored the fleeting warmth. This moment reminded him of the two geese he had once seen at his aunt's home. A mere second later, Yu Chenghua pushed Lin Mushu away, saying, Wait for me. Lin Mushu cried out hoarsely, Ahua, you must come back safely. Yu Chenghua resolutely re-entered the inferno, his tall figure vanishing into the billowing smoke. Lin Mushu clutched the red bean bracelet tightly, still warm from Ahua's touch. Nearby, Hui Yang was descending the stairs carrying an elderly man on his back. Spotting Lin Mushu, he hurried over, where S. Zhaosheng. Lin Mushu pointed towards the raging fire on the 5th floor, her voice choked with sobs. He went back to save a girl named Xiaolan. Hui Yang's expression changed dramatically, an intense fear surging within him. Yu Chenghua felt the heat of the handrail as he climbed to the 4th floor, pausing momentarily to catch his breath. The first room on the right was open. It was Lin Mushu's room, which had woven their fates together. A painting hung on the wall, perilously close to being engulfed by flames. Yu Chenghua dashed forward, snatching the painting just in time, rolling it up and tucking it into the crevice of his breathing apparatus. He then quickly groped his way upward to the 5th floor. Below, by the cordon, Hui Yang pulled the young man aside. Do you have any flammable or explosive materials at home? The young man, trembling with panic, stammered, I think there's a gas canister. Why the hell didn't you say so sooner? Hui Yang forcefully pushed the young man aside and seized the intercom, shouting, Zhaosheng, can you hear me? A thunderous roar erupted overhead, swallowing his words and causing a piercing pain in everyone's eardrums. Glass shards rained down like a torrential downpour. Hui Yang paused for a moment, then dashed frantically towards the stairwell. The red bean bracelet in Lin Mushu's hand fell to the ground, accompanied by her tears. Sometimes, I believe that all things must come to an end. There are moments for both reunion and parting. Nothing remains eternal. Chapter 78, Life at Dawn. Death at dusk. In the midst of the gas explosion, Yu Chenghua shielded the little girl beneath him. This time, he finally saved Xiaolan, but at the cost of his own life. Outside the hospital, Hui Yang handed a painting to Lin Mush, a gift from Zhang Bi Nexi entitled Youth's Journey. The blast had rendered the artwork tattered, its edges charred. In the center, stained by Yu Chenghua's blood, it had turned a deep brown. The blood shape resembled a gallant youth riding a horse and brandishing a whip. Thus, the fate of Yu Chenghua became clear. He was the missing youth in the painting. Poetry exists within the painting, and the painting encapsulates poetry. He completed this artistic vision with his life. Lin Mush clutched the painting, weeping inconsolably, her heart shattered. She had just found love, only to see it engulfed in flames. Xie Xiaoyu supported Lin Mush and said to Huiyang, "If you feel distressed, you can cry it out." Huiyang waved his hand, not shedding a single tear. "I do not feel sorrow. I am proud of him." He honored the solemn vows once made. There was one unspoken sentiment he held deep within. "It is I who have forsaken the oath made at the age of 8. The following day, the temple of Xiaoyao remained bustling with visitors. The great halls were shrouded in ethereal smoke, and the sound of bells echoed softly from the eaves. Lin Mush, in a fit of madness, smashed Zhang Bi Nexi's fortune stick into pieces, tearing down the hanging fortunes from the walls and scattering the contents of his drawers across the floor. Zhang Bi Nexi, with an impassive expression, remarked, "Smash away. I am not worried about your inability to pay. You old fraud, why didn't you tell me the truth sooner?" She cried. "The painting you gave me 2 years ago, you acted as if nothing had happened until now. Why did you deceive me?" Lin Mush collapsed to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably, her voice growing hoarse. After she had exhausted her outburst, Zhang Bi Nexi handed her a slip of fortune. "A few autumns have passed on this earth. For whom do we toil like ephemeral mayflies? Life at dawn and death at dusk is not a sin. Tears flow towards the departing flame." This was the ill-fated fortune Yu Chenghua had received 2 years ago when he visited Xiaoyao Palace, inquiring about his fate in love. Through tear-filled eyes, Lin Mush could barely decipher the characters. Zhang Bi Nexi stroked his long beard, his tone growing grave. "When he came to me the second time, I sensed something was amiss. I told him to wait 2 years as a comfort, thinking that perhaps this time would allow him to heal. I never anticipated that 2 years later, a girl adorned with white osmanthus would truly arrive." Lin Mush seized Zhang Bi Nexi's sleeve, demanding, "Then why didn't you tell me at that time?" Zhang Banjian pointed at the oracle and uttered, "Born in the morning, perished by dusk. Do you comprehend its meaning?" Lin Mushu found herself engulfed in confusion. Overwhelmed by immense sorrow, her capacity for reflection had all but vanished. "Your fates are intertwined, fundamentally contravening the natural order." The phrase "born in the morning, perished by dusk" has long foretold the conclusion of this romance. The moment you uncover the truth, that will be the moment you both fade away. Do you understand? After Zhang Banjian's elucidation, Lin Mushu grasped only a fraction of the sentiment. It suggested that their love was destined to be ephemeral. Life, akin to a mayfly, is fleeting, born at dawn and extinguished by nightfall. Had she known the truth that day, Yu Chenghua would have faced calamity forthwith. "Old trickster, are you so certain?" "I know not. I prefer to believe in the possibility rather than its absence. There exists a cosmic order, and I do not wish to interfere." Zhang Banjian maintained an air of transcendence, perceiving the world's intricacies. Clutching the youth journey map, Lin Mushu wept uncontrollably once more. This tale, woven into the fabric of existence, bore a mysterious force that consistently mended the breaches. For instance, when Lin Mushu attempted to reach Yu Chenghua, his old mobile phone no longer received any signal. Moreover, a notebook she had previously examined, which only contained entries until early August, inexplicably filled with additional writings following Yu Chenghua's demise, all related to her pursuit of dreams. "I seem to have developed an affinity for chasing dreams, though I cannot articulate it, nor do I even know her appearance. Chasing dreams must be extraordinarily beautiful. A kind-hearted girl, so empathetic that one would struggle to find her even with a lantern. I feel utterly shameless, harboring unrequited feelings merely through conversation. And I have dreamt of her countless times." Although Yu Chenghua had departed from the firefighting brigade, per relevant laws, sacrifices made in the name of public valor are still honored as martyrs. His deeds and spirit were lauded across the city, culminating in a solemn memorial service. This year's Double Ninth Festival occurred a week later than 2 years prior, on October 18th. This day marked Yu Chenghua's burial, resting beside Xiaolan. "When the Double Ninth Festival coincides with your Memorial Day, I shall return to visit you." This utterance had proven prophetic. Throughout the funeral proceedings, it was Huiyang who took charge, sleeping merely 2 to 3 hours each night, seemingly impervious to fatigue. During that week, he shed not a single tear, betraying no signs of grief. It was not until he descended the mountain, passing a dilapidated land temple, that he witnessed a group of children at play, their tender voices reciting newly learned classical poetry. Alone in a foreign land as a stranger, during festive occasions, one yearns for family. From afar, I know my brothers have climbed high places, yet one person is missing among the many sprigs of dogwood. Suddenly, the strings within Hui Yang's heart snapped. The accumulated sorrow of the week surged forth like a tsunami, engulfing him entirely. He collapsed to the ground, wailing, "Zhao Sheng, Zhao Sheng, Zhao Sheng." The bandages around his eyes were gradually unwound. Azhu slowly opened her eyes, adjusting to the light, and joyfully exclaimed, "Mother, I can finally see again." Lu Chunfeng embraced her tightly. "Wonderful, Azhu." Azhu spotted Lin Mushu nearby, and exclaimed with delight, "Sister Mushu, I have long sensed your perfume. Where is elder brother?" Lin Mushu felt tears welling up, covering her mouth, rendered speechless. Azhu sensed something amiss and inquired of her mother once more. Lu Chunfeng wept inconsolably, merely shaking her head. "Please tell me, where is my brother? Why hasn't he come to pick me up from the hospital?" Azhu raised his voice, tears welling in his recently restored eyes. No one answered him. Sorrow pervaded the ward. This scene felt hauntingly familiar. Last time it was the loss of Sister Xiaolan, and now it was brother Zhaoxing. The following summer, a grand premiere was held for an animated film produced by Lin Mushi. As the credits rolled, the audience erupted in praise, applauding fervently. Among the final credits, the name of art designer Yu Changhua appeared prominently in a striking box. After delivering a speech, Lin Mushi stepped out of the screening room, leaving the bustling celebration behind her. Her smile gradually faded as she gazed pensively at the red bean bracelet on her wrist. More than half a year had passed, yet the wounds in her heart remained unhealed. She even felt as though she were developing a mental illness, fantasizing that one day he would return, brought back by some miraculous force. The last words Ahua had spoken to her were, "Wait for me, Miss Lin. Someone has delivered a gift for you." A secretary approached Lin Mushi, presenting her with a paper bag. Lin Mushi opened the bag and took out a cup of milk tea. Upon tasting it, she found it salty, reminiscent of tears. Stunned for a few seconds, she suddenly dashed out of the cinema. "Ahua, Ahua, is that you? Have you come back?" The throng in the square grew increasingly indistinct. Ever since Yu Changhua had departed, she had sworn off salty milk tea, fearing that familiar objects would evoke memories of him. This familiar taste transported her back to the autumn of the previous year, plunging her into unforgettable reminiscence. Before a sea of strangers, a girl of celestial beauty emitted a heart-wrenching cry, moving those who heard it to tears. In a corner of the street, Xiaoyu sighed deeply before disappearing into the crowd. "Xiaoyu, I have one favor to ask of you." "Sure, I will certainly help you. On the day of the film premiere, please bring Mushi a cup of salty milk tea. Perhaps I will never have another chance to tell her I love her." Epilogue. Unbeknownst to me, it is once again time to bid farewell. As the third installment of the Dream Butterfly series, this book has been long in the making. When I initially wrote Dream Butterfly Zhuangxing, I never intended for it to become a series, which inevitably resulted in some awkward and jarring moments in the subsequent two parts. Dancing with shackles is never as liberating as creating freely. The reason I embarked on this book stems from my own imprudence in mentioning Lin Mushi in the epilogue of Li Huangshuan's book, leading to an influx of readers inquiring when I would write about her. A common flaw in literary works is that sequels often fall flat, without sufficient creativity. I find it difficult to put pen to paper. The inspiration for this story originated from a night spent in an internet CAF during my school days, where I randomly chose to watch a gangster film titled Jianghu. While I have almost forgotten the plot, the structure of the story remains vividly etched in my memory. The audience was led to believe that Yuanle was the assassin targeting Lu Dehua, only to realize at the end that Yuanle was, in fact, a young Lu Dehua himself. In the process of crafting this book, I drew inspiration from a montage structure, dividing the narrative into dual timelines. However, I encountered a conspicuous challenge that hindered the story's twists from achieving the same breathtaking impact as those in Jianghu. This challenge arose from the presence of an emotional subplot. At the outset, readers are likely to project their feelings onto Zhao Sheng, which renders the tender interactions between Lin Mushi and Ahua particularly discomforting, potentially leading to abandonment of the book. Therefore, I felt compelled to subtly introduce hints early on, allowing readers to intuitively grasp that they are, in fact, the same person, thus fostering a desire to continue reading. Consequently, the revelation of the truth inevitably diminishes the element of surprise. Nevertheless, even without these clues, my loyal readers would likely deduce certain aspects, as the stylistic essence of this series remains consistent, imbued with fantastical elements. This is not merely a romance novel. The themes of sibling affection hold significant weight, necessitating a portrayal of Zhao Sheng, or Ah Hua, as the protagonist, weaving a comprehensive narrative encompassing familial love, romantic involvement, and friendships. In my previous works, the female leads often outshone their male counterparts. Hence, this time I adjusted my perspective, striving to create a male protagonist whom readers would appreciate. However, thus far, it seems I have not entirely succeeded. Being an only child, devoid of siblings, I may lack a profound understanding of such emotions. I had intended to narrate a tale of sibling bonds since last year. As the moment to write about Lin Mushi approached, I amalgamated these elements seamlessly. As an author, one often finds oneself ensnared in their own narrative, and the ultimate presentation awaits the judgment of the readers. I am not overly sensitive. I can gracefully accept all critiques pertaining to my creative endeavors, learning from them in pursuit of growth. As a somewhat recognized author, each book I pen inevitably invites comparisons to Dream Butterfly Zhuang Sheng, a work that has reached monumental heights. If I persist in this stylistic vein, I may find it challenging to surpass it in my lifetime. For instance, when mentioning Yuhua, people invariably refer to live, and when discussing Chen Kaiga, one cannot overlook Farewell, My Concubine. I can only remind myself to avoid depleting the goodwill I have accumulated and remain devoted to the current story. I believe readers will recognize that I have invested considerable effort into the structural creativity of this book, even if the final outcome falls short of expectations. It is merely a reflection of my skill rather than a lack of dedication. Numerous readers have pointed out the narrative's flaws and shortcomings. My unfamiliarity with firefighters, competitions, and various medical procedures inevitably led to oversights in my writing, resulting in a lack of vividness and emotional engagement, particularly concerning the boxing matches. I based my descriptions entirely on the portrayals of Zhang Jiehui and Peng Yuyan in The Unbeatable, for which I am grateful for their exceptional performances. Additionally, many readers have conveyed that the protagonist's sacrifice felt abrupt and the conclusion appeared rushed. In truth, the fate of the protagonist was predetermined from the very beginning, with all foreshadowing pointing towards tragedy. However, as the story neared its conclusion, many readers tearfully implored me to spare him, momentarily swaying my resolve. In order to avoid causing distress to certain readers, I have chosen to omit the specific details of the male protagonist's sacrifice and his psychological turmoil, intending to elaborate on these aspects in the first chapter's epilogue. The consequence of this decision is that the narrative currently appears somewhat rushed. I kindly ask those who appreciate the intensity of the story to consider the feelings of those who may find it overwhelming. Furthermore, I have come to realize that my creative efforts seem to have strayed into a misperception. A considerable number of readers assess the quality of the story solely based on its intensity, overlooking the intricate foreshadowing and thoughtful connections I have painstakingly crafted, which is indeed disheartening. Anyone who has penned a novel understands the immense cognitive effort required to weave such an intricately linked tale, only to find that the final product may not yield the same satisfaction as a mere account of events. I feel compelled to shift my style and attempt a light-hearted romantic narrative. In the Dream Butterfly series, after readers have become accustomed to the established conventions, it becomes exceedingly challenging to introduce fresh elements. Unless I conceive particularly innovative ideas, I doubt I will continue with this series, lest I tarnish the reputation and acclaim I have built thus far. As for my upcoming creative direction, I currently contemplate two paths. The first involves writing exhilarating tales featuring a powerful protagonist under a pseudonym. The advantage lies in its potential profitability, as there are established formulas that allow for easy daily updates exceeding 10,000 words. However, this approach lacks creativity and risks reducing writing to a monotonous task, contradicting my aspirations. The second option is to continue penning sweet narratives under my current pen name. While this aligns with my interests and ignites my passion for creation, it is a slower process that demands considerable mental effort and carries a high probability of failure, resulting in minimal financial gain. In the coming days, I will prepare for the special signing of Dreams of the Yellow Millet, allowing me the opportunity to reflect on which path to pursue. Ultimately, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the readers for their unwavering support. I would appreciate it if, after finishing the book. You could leave a review based on your reading experience, without the necessity of a 5-star rating. I anticipate taking a brief hiatus before writing the epilogue, allowing myself time to recalibrate. At this juncture, I feel compelled to reiterate an age-old sentiment. The verdant hills remain unchanged, and the flowing waters endure, until we meet again. Epilogue. The soul betrayal. A sweltering heat rippled through the air, creating an atmosphere thick with haze. Visibility was severely compromised, and Yu Chenghua could only navigate by feeling along the walls until he located room 502. Fortunately, the door was not locked. With a forceful shove, it swung open. "Xiaolon, are you inside?" Yu Chenghua called out several times, receiving no response. The electricity in the living room had been cut, and the curtains were ablaze, casting a fiery glow upon the walls. Those who choose to rent such accommodations are often the impoverished members of society. The young man encountered earlier was a street vendor selling snacks, and the living room and kitchen were cluttered with an array of ingredients and several packed plastic bags. In a corner near the window lay a gas canister, obscured by plastic bags. Engulfed in smoke, Yu Chenghua, focused solely on saving lives, remained oblivious to the lurking dangers. He forcefully kicked open the bedroom door, and a wave of heat rushed toward him. Through the haze, he discerned a petite figure lying on the bed. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a girl of 7 or 8 years. During the fire, she had been in a deep slumber, unaware of the carbon monoxide poisoning that had rendered her unconscious, leaving her unable to call for help or escape. "Xiaolon, how are you? Wake up." Yu Chenghua gently pushed the little girl, but when he saw her unresponsive, he dared not delay and swiftly lifted her into his arms. The girl was slender and remarkably light. In that moment, his eyes brimmed with tears, for the sensation echoed the memories of holding Xiaolon when she was 7 or 8 years old. Exiting the bedroom, he noticed the curtains in the living room cascading down in flames, a fierce blaze leaping high into the air. The roar of the inferno pierced his eardrums, enveloping his vision in a crimson haze. A faint, almost imperceptible scent of sulfur lingered in the air, igniting an ominous premonition in Yu Chenghua's heart. The signal light on his shoulder radio flickered, and he heard Huiyang's urgent voice. "Zhaosheng, can you hear me?" The deafening explosion abruptly severed the latter part of his message. The fiery glow illuminated the night, while shards of glass rained down like droplets of rain. Every item in the living room was shattered into fragments. A violent shockwave hurled Yu Chenghua several meters away, despite donning protective gear. Every inch of his body felt as though it were being sliced by countless blades. Instinctively, in the half-second before the explosion, he shielded the little girl with his body, using his back to absorb the brunt of the impact. Like a kite severed from its string, Yu Chenghua crashed heavily to the ground, his head striking the unforgiving floor. A warm liquid streamed from his forehead, staining half although he had departed from the ranks 2 years prior. The vows once made remained eternally etched in his heart. "Hold on, you will be fine. I will certainly save you." We swore an oath as brothers. Huiyang was drenched in sweat, gritting his teeth. It took all of Mu Shiyu's strength to utter those 2 words. At this point, Lin Mushi was his sole concern. After Xiaolan's demise, he had succumbed to despair for 2 years, finally mustering the courage to live for himself, only to be thwarted by fate. The ominous prediction of life and death, word by word, loomed before him. Yu Chenghua had purchased a red bean bracelet and was just about to abandon his pursuit of dreams and confess his feelings to Lin Mushi when he unexpectedly encountered Lin Zhongfu. For the sake of Lin Mushi's aspirations, he relinquished love, callously uttering words of severed affection, believing that they were destined to be apart in this lifetime. Yet, on this fateful night, Yu Chenghua discovered that Lin Mushi was indeed his dream. Under the witness of blazing flames, he finally mustered the courage to declare his love, laying bare their souls to one another. However, their romance proved to be fleeting, akin to a fleeting bloom. The intertwining fates of poetry and painting represented a deviation crafted by the universe, destined to return to the predetermined fate of life and death. At the moment of the explosion, Lin Mushi was plunged into an unparalleled shock. The cascading sparks resembled a meteor shower. She was engulfed in a vortex of profound sorrow, struggling to accept the reality before her. Had it not been for the timely intervention of Xie Xiaoyu, she would have recklessly dashed into the inferno to seek her beloved Hua. Upon witnessing the bloodied Yu Chenghua being carried down the stairs by Huiyang, Lin Mushi's tears gushed forth. "Hua, what has happened to you? Please don't scare me." Huiyang rushed towards the ambulance, instructing CS Xiaoyu, "Stop her." Lin Mushi, disregarding everything, pursued them fervently. Unable to touch the injured Yu Chonghua, she could only cry out in desperation. "Hua, why has it come to this? If you love me, why didn't you tell me sooner? You deceitful scoundrel. I have loved only you in this lifetime. We have only just begun. Please don't cruelly abandon me." Arriving at the ambulance, the doctors swiftly lifted Yu Chonghua onto the stretcher, commencing emergency treatment. Lin Mushi attempted to follow, but was held back tightly by CS Xiaoyu. Lying on the stretcher, Yu Chonghua could no longer speak. Noticing the red bean bracelet adorning Lin Mushi's delicate wrist, he managed a faint smile. With his remaining strength in his left hand, he pointed to his heart and then to Lin Mushi. As the ambulance doors closed, they shielded his gaze filled with remorse. He could face the world, but he could never forgive himself for failing her. To steal another glance was a luxury he could not afford. Hua. Lin Mushi was overwhelmed with grief, collapsing into CS Xiaoyu's arms, nearly losing consciousness. The relentless hand of fate always seemed capable of shattering one's resolve with ease. The roaring flames continued to rage through the night, accompanied by the howling wind, as if to consume all that existed. The small room that bound their fates would ultimately be reduced to ashes in the inferno. The world would return to its course, mended, with no more encounters that transcended time and space. Yet, the one engraved upon the heart could never be erased. Epilogue. A's notes after the Double Ninth Festival. Huiyang handed a notebook to Lin Mushi, a relic discovered by the artist Yu Chonghua. He maintained this habit, albeit not writing daily, occasionally noting down snippets of work and life. This notebook contains only entries from September. Perhaps he had not fully entered the work mode in August. While October heralded the onset of competition preparations, as Lin Mushi opened the notebook, familiar handwriting greeted her, the phrases remaining simple and unadorned. September 1st, Monday, sunny. The pursuit of art should be an endless endeavor. Since the day I picked up the brush, I have held myself to this strict standard. Thus, today, I revised the sketch of the male and female protagonists flying kites 3 times. I worked late into the night, finally ready to clock out. Yet the female CEO insisted on dragging me to a movie. In the dimly lit theater, I held her hand. This was merely a fundamental act of gallantry, devoid of deeper implications. I suspected she was intentionally toying with me, as I dozed off less than half an hour into the film, sleeping for over an hour. Are wealthy young ladies truly this tedious? When we parted, I attempted to call her name, but found it awkward. Never mind, I shall not overthink. I must concentrate on work henceforth. September 3rd, Wednesday, overcast. It feels surreal. I have genuinely become a professional painter. Opportunities are rare and must be cherished, respecting both my dreams and those of others. Today, I depicted the male and female protagonists enjoying barbecue, their interactions delightfully sweet. Such pure and beautiful love truly inspires longing. I must admit, at 26, I have yet to experience genuine love. The female CEO's work seems remarkably leisurely. Upon arrival, she immediately began watching romantic dramas. After tiring of that, she would eat, and once full, she would nap. The fates of individuals are often predetermined from the moment of birth. Although she intends to befriend me, I am acutely aware that we inhabit entirely different worlds. September 5th, Friday, sunny. After a month, I have fully acclimated to the work here. Interpersonal relationships are quite straightforward, primarily involving direct communication with the female CEO. She possesses a pleasant temperament, knows little about painting, and does not excessively interfere with my creative process. Uncharacteristically, today I ventured to a place called Qiushui Town to sketch. The climate was pleasant, the scenery picturesque, said to be the hometown of the female protagonist. After lunch, we strolled around the town and encountered a white-haired grandmother selling beautiful red bean bracelets. The female CEO subtly hinted at me twice, and I certainly grasped her intent. Yet, how could a 20-yuan gift be worthy of her nobility? Later, I received a call from the school. A Zhu had fainted in the infirmary. I was quite worried about his eyes, but thankfully, it was merely low blood sugar. I will forever cherish the kindness the female CEO has shown me and strive to repay her through hard work. September 8th, Monday, light rain. I have felt somewhat unsettled these past few days, perhaps due to my concern for Zhu. I hope everything at school is going smoothly for him. As long as he is safe and sound, I will consider Xiao Lan still present. After a month of sketching, I have completely immersed myself in this narrative. To meticulously portray each scene is the least I owe to this narrative. Suddenly, I recall the author of this book. with whom I had a fleeting encounter at a gathering in the garden. His appearance mirrored mine from 2 years prior, leaving me curious about the trials he has faced since then. The female CEO has been rather preoccupied today, elusive from dawn till dusk. Could it be that my thoughts are consumed by her? September 11th, Thursday, clear skies. The story grows increasingly sorrowful, casting a shadow over my spirits. The entangled fates of the protagonists occupy my entire mind. As I mix colors, I unwittingly gravitate towards somber tones, much like the male lead's heart. Shrouded in a veil of gray, working late until 8:30, the female CEO remains at her desk, gnawing on spicy rabbit heads. Her peculiar dietary preferences are hardly commendable. This young lady, ever the improviser, suggests we include a scene at an amusement park, insisting I accompany her for a preliminary experience. Once a firefighter, I have ridden roller coasters and the like, though they seem trivial now. Nonetheless, I yearn to see the carousel that Xiao Lan once rode. September 13th, Saturday, clear skies. The weather is splendid today as I arrive at the amusement park, standing before the carousel, memories from 2 years ago flooding my heart with unbearable pain. Such an ordinary affair turned out to be Xiao Lan's final wish. In the heavens, she surely still wears that innocent smile, accompanying the female CEO on the roller coaster. I feel no fear. Instead, I am deeply engrossed in contemplating how to frame an additional scene. Yet, observing her expression, I sense an ominous premonition that this is merely a guise. Indeed, at the pinnacle of the Ferris wheel, she confesses her feelings for me. What merit do I possess to deserve such a beautiful woman? We inhabit different worlds, and there can be no outcome. I am sorry, but I cannot accept your love. It is not that you are lacking, rather, I feel unworthy. After leaving the amusement park, I detoured to Chioshui town, purchasing a red bean bracelet. Yet unsure how to present it to her. My laughable pride is as inexpensive as this gift. September 16th, Tuesday, overcast. Tomorrow marks the Mid-Autumn Festival, and I had intended to procure some delicacies favored by the female CEO to ease our strained relations. Following her confession, the atmosphere in the office has become stiflingly awkward. It was never my intention to leave her in such a melancholic state. I hope this is merely a fleeting whim, a momentary passion, and that she will soon find joy again. In the afternoon, I received a call from Sister Lu, rushing to the hospital only to discover that a Zhu had fallen into misfortune. This foolish child, in his fervor to improve his grades, has neglected his well-being. I bear him no blame, but I will ensure he recovers. The female CEO, too, is in dire need of funds. I cannot broach the subject with her. And perhaps there remains but one recourse within the octagonal cage. September 18th, Thursday, clear skies. Yesterday was the Mid-Autumn Festival. I took a day off work, dedicating myself to my easel from dawn until the late hours of the night. With the competition approaching, I must hasten to finalize my artwork, allowing ample time for practice. 2 years ago, I failed to save Xiao Lan. This time, I must save a Zhu. In my current state, I am unworthy of romantic entanglements. The female CEO appeared somewhat discontented, and our attempts at conversation were met with my indifferent responses. I could perceive her disappointment, and I felt genuinely remorseful. September 23rd, Tuesday. Sunny. After spending a night at the hotel, I departed in the morning, only to be met with envious gazes from countless men. While I longed to disappear into the ground, I merely assisted the female CEO in fending off unwanted advances, but inadvertently ended up intoxicated. In my recollection, our interactions were innocent, devoid of any impropriety. However, when her brother created a commotion, she shockingly confessed to having shared a kiss with me. I have no memory of such an event. What should I do? I have never kissed a girl before. What does this make our relationship? Is it worth embarking on a love destined for no conclusion? September 26th, Friday, overcast. I resolved to engage in boxing and arranged to meet Hui Yang for drinks in the evening. Suddenly, I recalled a poem from the painting of Zhang Banjian, which resonated perfectly with the prevailing sentiment. In spirited encounters, I drink for you, tethering my horse by the tall building near the willow. I no longer wished to conceal my feelings and intended to gift the female CEO a red bean bracelet, revealing my true emotions. Even if there were no resolution, at least I would have no regrets. However, fate intervened unexpectedly when I encountered her father. Standing by the artificial lake of Maple Leaf Water District, we reached an agreement. If I were to depart, he would assist in fulfilling his daughter's dreams. Perhaps this was the only thing I, a penniless individual, could offer her. The red bean bracelet would remain in my possession as a cherished memory. September 30th, Tuesday, sunny. The boxing tournament had commenced. Yet my artwork would not be completed for at least 3 more days. I was about to leave this place, feeling a twinge of reluctance. Perhaps life is simply a series of farewells. The protagonist in the story part ways amidst brilliant fireworks. My fate with the female CEO is also nearing its conclusion. We shall return to our respective worlds, with little chance of further encounters. Let her believe I am a heartless individual, and may she forget me swiftly. She has her dreams, and I have my mission. I will devote myself entirely to winning that match, allowing a Zhu to see the light once more. Throughout the entirety of this journal, Yu Chenghua refrains from mentioning Lin Mushi by name, instead referring to her as the female CEO. This deliberate creation of distance reflects his complex and entangled emotions. Upon finishing reading, Lin Mushi's eyes brimmed with tears. It seemed he did not love me as Lin Mushi, but remained concerned for me as a dreamer. Huiyang shook his head. No? He has resolved to forget the pursuit of dreams and wholeheartedly love you instead. I was perplexed. Lin Mushi felt confusion. What is the first word on September 1st? Huiyang prompted. This was a playful word puzzle frequently enjoyed by him, and Yu Chenghua since childhood, easily solvable. Lin Mushi flipped back to see the first word was pursue. September 3rd, the third word, dream. September 5th, the fifth word, and so forth. With Huiyang's assistance, Lin Mushi deciphered the final phrase of affection that Yu Chenghua had left her. It struck her like a heavy hammer, almost suffocating in its intensity. In the fiery chaos, Ahua's heartfelt declaration revealed that even if she were not a dreamer, he had long since fallen in love with her. It is merely this restrained and profound affection that dares not be articulated. This notebook, clearly penned at a later time, expresses love in such an obscure manner. Ahua, how foolish you are. Lin Mushi, sorrow wells up within, rendering her speechless. A delicate sheet of drawing paper flutters out from the notebook, dancing in the breeze. It is a portrait that Yu Chenghua secretly drew of her one sunny afternoon while Lin Mushi was napping. A graceful maiden, her smile radiant. With skilled hands, the likeness springs to life upon the paper. Were it not for such deep feelings, one could not capture the beauty of the beloved.